Flames consumed the battlefield as Theo Ragnar stood amid collapsing walls and chaos. Enemies surrounded Theo, striking relentlessly while fallen soldiers covered the ground in blood. Theo endured heavy blows, resisting attacks as explosions erupted and the battlefield intensified. Theo clashed swords with a skilled opponent, their blades colliding with overwhelming force. The enemy launched a swift attack, forcing Theo backward as tension-filled surroundings. Theo countered decisively, striking forward with precision while deflecting incoming deadly attacks. The Ragnar clan's legacy loomed as Theo's fate intertwined with its brutal history. Theo's past revealed endless struggles, shaping him through relentless hardship and deadly battles. Blood symbolized inheritance as Theo prepared to claim power within the Ragnar clan legacy. Theo stood alone, lacking elemental magic, physical strength, and swordsmanship unlike others. Branded useless, Theo suffered constant humiliation while struggling against expectations within Ragnar clan. Enemy approached confidently, mocking Theo's weakness while flames burned across battlefield surroundings. The traitor, Rendon, observed Theo closely, recognizing his lineage yet acknowledging his lacking abilities. Theo looked upward, wounded and confused, sensing danger from Rendon. Rendon revealed familiarity, addressing Theo directly while asserting dominance over the weakened youth. Rendon criticized Theo's efforts, recalling his persistence despite lacking natural talent and recognition. He mocked Theo's existence, declaring him unworthy of the Ragnar name and legacy. Theo clenched his teeth, rejecting the insults while enduring pain and preparing himself mentally. Theo remembered pleading for guidance, yet his efforts were dismissed and exploited cruelly. Anger erupted within Theo as betrayal surfaced. Realizing he had been deceived, Theo attacked fiercely, but was overpowered and struck down violently during the clash. Rendon stood calmly questioning Theo, while asserting dominance over the collapsing battlefield scene. Theo was seized forcefully, his body weakened as Rendon blamed him for everything. Rendon emphasizing responsibility while maintaining complete control. The palace burned intensely as destruction spread, leaving devastation across the entire territory. Rendon revealed further cruelty, pointing toward Theo's mother among the fallen victims nearby. Theo faced despair as realization struck, witnessing loss while anger and hatred deepened within. Theo stood wounded, tears mixing with blood as flames reflected within his fading eyes. Rendon declared Theo worthless, reinforcing cruel hierarchy where only strength determined one's survival. Theo realized his weakness defined everything, as despair grew heavier within his broken body. Theo gathered strength, calling Rendon's name while forcing his injured body forward desperately. He launched a final attack, swinging his sword with desperation, despite overwhelming exhaustion. The strike failed as Theo's body was cut down and thrown violently aside. Theo collapsed completely, surrounded by enemies who watched without concern for his suffering. His strength faded slowly, regret filling him as he recalled everything he could not protect. As flames consumed everything, Theo faced defeat, his will lingering despite nearing death. Theo's consciousness faded as flames surrounded him, questioning whether his life had truly ended. A system message appeared, declaring his death while initiating an unknown power beyond understanding. The system activated regression, pulling Theo's existence backward toward a distant past moment. Theo opened his eyes suddenly, finding himself alive within a familiar training ground setting. Rendon stood before him again, appearing younger as if time itself had reversed. Theo realized the impossible truth, recognizing he had regressed. Theo processed everything quickly, understanding his memories remained intact after returning from death. A glowing system interface appeared, presenting tasks tied directly to altering his previous fate. The system issued a command, directing Theo to punch Rendon's face without hesitation. Theo confused yet realizing Rendon could not perceive it. Understanding his chance, Theo dropped his weapon and prepared to act decisively. Theo clenched his fist, accepting the situation as an opportunity to release frustration. He charged forward quickly, throwing a punch with determination. The strike connected cleanly, shocking Rendon as the unexpected blow disrupted his stance. Theo realized the impact felt real, confirming this was not merely an illusion. Rendon recovered instantly, retaliating with a powerful strike that sent Theo flying backward. Theo hit the ground hard, pain surging through him as confusion filled his thoughts. Rendon continued calmly, criticizing Theo's lack of progress despite his persistent efforts. Theo endured punishment silently, hearing Rendon's cold judgment while questioning awakening ceremony implications. Rendon dismissed Theo's actions, emphasizing proper sword usage while maintaining strict authority over him. Other students mocked Theo openly, reinforcing his position as weakest within the Ragnar lineage. Theo remained on the ground, hearing ridicule while struggling to comprehend his current situation. He examined his trembling hand, sensing unfamiliar pain that felt vividly real. Confusion deepened as Theo questioned whether his experience was illusion or reality. Theo focused intensely, analyzing sensations while realizing everything around him felt completely real. He concluded the experience was not a flashback, but actual return to the past. Theo recognized the awakening ceremony timeline. Understanding he had regressed to change his fate, Theo observed system messages announcing completion of tutorial quest and activation of Ragnar talent, it offering reward selection as Theo processed the unexpected development. Theo reached forward decisively, choosing to accept the reward despite lingering confusion within. Energy surged violently around Theo as the system confirmed reward acquisition and enhancement activation. His body transformed rapidly, power increasing while overwhelming sensations flooded his awareness completely. The system initiated another quest, leaving Theo stunned as new possibilities unfolded before him. Rose Palace stood grandly as discussions began regarding Theo's future within the Ragnar clan. Rendon evaluated Theo harshly, acknowledging his lack of talent while maintaining composed authority. Despite criticism, Rendon accepted responsibility, planning to prepare Theo for the awakening ceremony. Cecilia Ragnar entrusted Theo to Rendon, expressing her trust toward her son. Rendon receiving payment while assuring continuous training without revealing hidden intentions. Cecilia remained calm, firmly believing Theo would overcome difficulties despite his apparent weakness. Rendon walked alone, reflecting on Theo's lineage while acknowledging the significance of Ragnar blood. He valued the wealth and status gained. Seeing Theo's situation as advantageous opportunity, Rendon revealed ambition secretly, viewing Theo's future as something he could exploit for power. Theo sprinted through palace corridors, ignoring surroundings while driven by urgency and determination. Rendon noticed Theo's sudden behavior, reacting with annoyance while observing his reckless actions. Theo continued running forward, disregarding insults as his focus remained fixed ahead. Theo reached Cecilia, standing before her as emotions overwhelmed his previously controlled composure. Cecilia reacted with confusion, recognizing Theo's distress while noticing his unusual behavior. Theo embraced her tightly, seeking reassurance as memories of loss resurfaced intensely. Theo held his mother firmly, realizing he had truly returned to the past safely. Memories of tragedy flashed vividly, reminding him of everything he failed to protect. Theo's expression hardened, determination forming as he resolved to change his future completely. Theo realizing weakness remained but newfound system power had truly awakened. He understanding survival required strength beyond his past limitations. Energy surged through him as Ragnar talent activated, confirming the system's promises were real. Theo envisioned strength and dominance, imagining himself powerful enough to claim victory in war. He returned to reality, focusing on present goals while recalling revenge against Rendon clearly. A new system quest appeared, directing Theo to train his body toward greater limits. Theo began moving swiftly, acknowledging his current weakness, while forcing his body into action. He accepted limitations, deciding to focus entirely on physical growth before seeking immediate revenge. Memories of past life surfaced, recalling intelligence work and knowledge now useful for survival. Theo recalled valuable items, including elixirs and manuals. He realized these resources could now be used as his talent had finally awakened. Theo resumed intense training, determined to push beyond limits he once failed to overcome. Theo sprinted across the training grounds. Observers noticed his sudden improvement, questioning how his endurance had increased so drastically. The system displayed progress, confirming his training advancement and validating his growing strength. Theo pushed his body relentlessly, increasing speed while maintaining focus on continuous improvement. He exceeded previous limits, gaining confidence as his strength steadily surpassed past capabilities. Determination filled Theo as he aimed to become powerful and rewrite his destined future. Several days passed as Theo continued relentless training, pushing his body beyond exhaustion. Constantly, Evelyn observed quietly, noting his extreme effort and questioning his supposed lack of talent. Theo persisted without rest, ignoring fatigue while maintaining focus on reaching his physical limits. Theo struggled intensely, nearing collapse while the system tracked his training progress precisely. He remembered past failure, realizing progress decreased whenever he allowed himself brief rest. Determined, Theo forced himself forward, refusing to stop despite overwhelming physical strain building. Theo gathered strength, raising his sword as determination overcame his exhausted condition completely. His movements accelerated, pushing closer toward completion as progress approached its final stage. Theo reaching near completion while preparing to surpass his previous limits. Pushed himself further, Theo struggling to breathe. Evelyn watched silently as Theo continued moving. The system reached completion, confirming his progress as he finally achieved the required limit. The system announced success, granting rewards, while Theo's body collapsed from extreme exhaustion afterward. Additional rewards appeared, including rare power enhancements obtained through his relentless effort. Theo reached weakly forward, choosing to accept rewards despite his exhausted and weakened condition. Theo confirmed acceptance, activating the system as energy began gathering around his body rapidly. Power surged violently, enveloping him while his body underwent transformation from the acquired rewards. Evelyn noticed the energy, reacting with surprise as Theo's presence changed dramatically. Theo regained consciousness inside a quiet room, realizing he had been moved after collapse. Evelyn entered calmly, informing Theo of his condition and warning against reckless behavior. Theo recognized Evelyn immediately, recalling her role within the training grounds and past events. Evelyn explained Theo collapsed during training, bringing him here temporarily to recover safely. Theo accepting the situation while regaining awareness of his surroundings slowly. Evelyn offered him a drink, maintaining composure while observing his unusual calm behavior. She warned Theo about forbidden awakening methods, emphasizing strict rules within the Ragnar clan. Theo responded cautiously, questioning her reasoning while considering his own hidden knowledge carefully. Evelyn revealed suspicion, recalling Theo mentioned dangerous knowledge before losing consciousness earlier. Seriously, Evelyn suspecting he had awakened mana despite forbidden clan rules. Theo responded cautiously, denying claims while maintaining composure and hiding his true situation. Suddenly, energy surged from within Theo, shocking him as power reacted unexpectedly. The system activated again, granting Theo a dragon heart and immense magical power rewards. Theo collapsed briefly, overwhelmed by sudden changes as his body struggled to stabilize. Evelyn reacted with shock, recognizing the rare transformation and realizing Theo's abnormal growth. The concept of Dragon Heart explained mana core evolution beyond human limitations and capacity. Warriors desire Dragon Hearts to surpass limits, gaining immense power compared to normal humans. Theo realized humans lacked ability naturally, making Dragon Heart acquisition extremely rare and valuable. Theo accepted the Dragon Heart, feeling energy gather and flow intensely within his body. Power surged rapidly, but Theo recognized consequences as his situation became increasingly complicated. Evelyn overseeing training grounds now directly connected to Theo's situation. Evelyn's reputation stood firm, known for strength, discipline, and commanding the elite dragon cavalry. She maintained strict standards, refusing weakness while enforcing harsh discipline upon all under her authority. Theo understood danger clearly, realizing Evelyn would soon discover the abnormal power within him. Theo understanding the deadly consequences tied to his new power. Evelyn tested him calmly, suggesting secrecy while evaluating his reaction and composure carefully. Theo considered her words seriously, recognizing survival depended on avoiding suspicion at all costs. Quickly formed a plan, he deciding to use logic to defend himself against accusations. He acknowledged his Ragnar lineage, preparing justification if suspicion about his abilities arose. Evelyn listened carefully, silently observing Theo while maintaining authority over the situation entirely. Theo spoke boldly, referencing punishment rules while asserting awareness of consequences within Ragnar clan. Evelyn reacted with interest, sensing unusual confidence and detecting something different within Theo. She prepared to act decisively, acknowledging that even Ragnar blood could not guarantee safety. Evelyn examined Theo's body, enforcing strict rules while searching for hidden mana presence. She declared absolute judgment, refusing exceptions as her authority dominated the tense atmosphere. Evelyn suddenly hesitated, realizing Theo showed no trace of a mana hall within. Evelyn questioned her conclusion, doubting her senses as Theo's condition defied known principles. Theo knelt willingly, accepting execution while maintaining composure under Evelyn's intense scrutiny. Evelyn acknowledged uncertainty, reconsidering her judgment, while observing Theo's unusual calm behavior carefully. Theo understood Dragon Hearts differed, allowing complete control and concealment of mana from others. He realized knowledge about Dragon Hearts remained unknown, giving him advantage over everyone present. Theo concluded confidently, certain Evelyn would never discover the hidden power within him. He stopped Evelyn's action calmly, asserting control while maintaining confidence despite dangerous circumstances. Analyzed Evelyn's strength carefully, Theo realizing removing her suspicion would benefit his future plans. Theo observed her reaction, understanding her concerns about mana absence, while remaining composed internally. He expressed gratitude toward Evelyn, appearing respectful while hiding his underlying intentions carefully. Then he left the room quietly, reflecting on his dragon heart and retained past knowledge. He realized his potential growth, believing overwhelming power was now achievable within this second life. Days later, Theo trained under Rendon, enduring harsh criticism while steadily improving his skills. He concealed his progress deliberately, pretending weakness while carefully observing Rendon's teaching patterns. Theo recognized subtle manipulation, realizing Rendon intentionally taught flawed techniques to hinder his development. He improving rapidly while realizing a mastermind secretly influenced events behind everything. Memories of his death resurfaced, pushing Theo to uncover identity of the hidden enemy. Theo gained confidence, deciding he now had strength and opportunity to investigate the truth. Theo confronted Rendon directly, rejecting his teachings and exposing dissatisfaction with flawed instructions openly. Rendon reacted with shock, noticing unexpected growth as Theo displayed abilities beyond previous limits. Theo provoking Rendon while carefully observing his reactions for hidden intentions. Continued confronting him, Theo openly criticizing Rendon's skills and authority without hesitation or fear. Rendon grew furious, feeling challenged as his control over Theo began slipping rapidly. Theo realized provoking failure might expose Mastermind, believing Rendon would act when pushed further. Camellia Palace stood grand as news spread about Theo's upcoming duel within the clan. A man hurried inside informing Axion about the duel involving a Ragnar heir publicly. Rumors grew quickly, drawing attention as nobles anticipated conflict between powerful individuals soon. The man showing confidence despite rumors questioning his reduced abilities after injury. The battle erupted suddenly, overwhelming force displayed as Axion struck the man violently. Axion remained unfazed, dismissing concern while asserting dominance, despite claims about his weakened state. Remington Narcio observed calmly, recognizing the situation while evaluating potential risks carefully ahead. Ed Shriven arrived, warning others about dangers if vigilance dropped during unfolding events. The atmosphere tightened as powerful figures gathered, signaling deeper conflict forming within Ragnar clan. Troyven warned that small risks could grow into dangerous threats unexpectedly. He used a flickering flame as metaphor, showing how minor sparks become destruction. Others listened quietly, acknowledging concern while attention shifted toward Theo's instructor situation. A week later, the training ground filled as students gathered under cold conditions. Rendon appeared, observing everyone while maintaining control over the tense training environment. Theo stood ready, gripping his weapon as determination replaced hesitation within him. He acknowledged the situation, realizing events escalated beyond his expectations. Stepped forward confidently, Theo accepting the challenge while focusing entirely on defeating Rendon. Aya's system quest appeared, driving Theo toward revenge as his resolve intensified completely. Rendon, a seasoned swordsman, attempted to intimidate a young trainee, only to be dismissed and humiliated. Shocked by the boldness, Rendon lashed out, but the young man, already prepared, stood firm. Despite being underestimated, he carried the confidence of someone with a greater plan. As tensions rose, Evelyn, a commanding figure, stepped in, proposing to settle things the Ragnar way by strength alone. The system responded with a sudden tutorial quest: defeat Rendon. The challenge was now formalized, and Evelyn pushed for a public duel to resolve the growing tension. The tribunal was bypassed. The rules of power would decide the victor. With confidence, Evelyn proposed the duel in 1 week, giving the young man time to prepare. A week later, a crowd gathered in the arena, buzzing with rumors. Many doubted the young man's ability, labeling him Ragnar's cripple, a disgrace to his name. Whispers spread that he couldn't even wield a sword properly. Yet he stood in the center, unwavering, while Rendon prepared with smug confidence. The battle wasn't just a fight. It was a trial to reclaim dignity, challenge legacy, and crush the stigma that had haunted him since birth. The arena grew tense as Rendon, a mid-rank swordsman, stepped forward with confidence. He mocked Theo, offering him a chance to forfeit. But Theo, still labeled a mere apprentice, stood firm and challenged Rendon's arrogance. His stance was calm, his gaze unwavering. Despite the jeers from the crowd, Theo accepted the first move. Rendon, believing the outcome was already decided, smiled wickedly. As the duel began, Theo charged forward. His form seemed rough, unrefined, fueling the audience's mockery. Blades clashed, and the difference in skill was obvious. Rendon dominated the pace, while spectators whispered about Theo's incompetence. The tide began to shift as Theo endured, his expression unshaken. Every block, every dodge grew sharper. Rendon, now unsettled, increased his aggression. But Theo adapted quickly, revealing refined instincts beneath his novice status. Still, Rendon dismissed him as a cripple and attacked relentlessly. Later, in a quiet room, Evelyn was confronted for arranging the duel. Calmly sipping tea, she explained it was a calculated move to expose Rendon's weakness. With someone powerful backing Rendon, direct removal wasn't possible. She had already started a secret investigation triggered by the strange sword techniques Rendon had been passing on. Evelyn had seen what others missed. Theo's movements began to shift during the fight. Subtle corrections in his form, remembered lessons, and instinctive reactions refined through pain and repetition became evident. Evelyn watched from above, surprised by how much she had missed in her previous life. Theo, now regressed and aware, noticed that Evelyn's interest was more active this time. Her growing involvement was changing the course of events. Behind the scenes, Evelyn uncovered strange information. All records and traces of Rendon led back to one place, Dead Man's Palace, a name that invoked dread. Theo realized that Rendon wasn't just a corrupted teacher, he was part of something darker. Though angered, Theo focused on the duel. He had to win, but without killing Rendon. For now, Evelyn reassured Theo. She believed in his potential more than he did. As the duel resumed, Rendon mocked him, confident of his own victory. But Theo's counters became faster, sharper. His sword no longer trembled. Rendon began to notice it too. His strikes were being repelled, and his confidence cracked. The audience, once mocking, grew silent. Evelyn reflected it had only taken 1 week of personal training. That short time was all Theo needed to turn doubt into dominance. As Theo reflected on his progress, he realized Evelyn's motives weren't solely for his benefit. She was aware of a deeper power backing Rendon and used the duel to flush it out. Theo welcomed the opportunity not for revenge, but to truly test how far he had grown. He acknowledged he wasn't the same helpless figure from his past life. Back in the arena, Rendon's strikes were growing more frantic. He couldn't understand how someone once deemed talentless was holding his ground. Doubts crept in. Had Theo been hiding his strength all along? The clash intensified, swords sparking violently. Theo, calm but fierce, demanded to know who was behind Rendon. When the question struck, Rendon panicked, exposing guilt. Theo pushed harder, pressing Rendon for answers. Then, without hesitation, he delivered a brutal blow. With crimson energy surging, Theo severed Rendon's arm in a clean strike. Blood splattered across the arena as gasps erupted from the crowd. Rendon collapsed, screaming in agony. Theo stood tall, blood dripping from his blade, eyes cold and resolute. This was no longer just a duel, it was judgment. His victory was not only over Rendon, but over the humiliation, fear, and weakness of his past life. The arena fell into stunned silence. Rendon writhed on the ground, screaming in agony, his severed arm lying beside him. Blood stained the battlefield. Theo stood still, breathing steadily, crimson dripping from his blade. The audience, once jeering, now watched in disbelief. Theo looked down at his opponent and declared with certainty he had become stronger. More importantly, he could grow even further. This battle wasn't just about victory. It was proof that the weakest Ragnar had finally broken through his past limitations. Rendon, gripped by rage and disbelief, could only curse. Theo, calm and composed, reminded him of the arrogance he once wielded. The words he used to demean Theo had now returned to haunt him. With cold resolve, Theo charged in for the final strike. The red glow in his eyes burned as he declared Rendon's defeat a consequence of his own pride. The weak had risen, and by the Ragnar clan's own belief in power, Theo had proven himself. As Theo's blade struck down decisively, the system notification appeared. Congratulations, you have successfully completed Tutorial Quest 03. The system followed with another message, bonus reward granted for exceeding the objective. Theo had not only won, he had dominated. Theo stood tall amid the bloodied arena. The system prompted him receive reward now. With unwavering resolve, he accepted. Light surged into his hand, reward received. Power continued to grow. After a brutal duel, the once disgraced swordsman stood victorious, his opponent bleeding out at his feet. Spectators were shocked a mere apprentice had defeated a mid-tier swordsman with ease. Whispers spread in disbelief, questioning how someone so weak could have fallen so easily. The victor, however, knew the truth. In his past life, he had suffered under opponents like this. But now, with his regression, things had changed. As he walked away from the battlefield, a system notification appeared. The ability observation had been activated. Along with it came a bonus 1 year's worth of magic power. Though unfamiliar with the full extent of the ability, he understood one thing: this was a turning point. He would no longer be a victim of fate. Suddenly, another fighter, Theo Ragnar, entered the scene, radiating immense power. His very presence cracked the arena. Then came someone even more formidable, Julius Sidora, the feared demon dragon and commander of the White Dragon Cavalry. His unexpected arrival caused unease. Whispers broke out across the crowd. Why was such a figure here? As power surged between them, the protagonist's body reacted uncontrollably. Shocked by his own power release, he questioned what he had awakened while Julius watched with amusement. After witnessing the protagonist's power, Julius Sidora laughed with excitement. He praised the surprising talent shown during the duel, acknowledging the fallen opponent deserved defeat. Though casual in tone, Julius was clearly impressed. Without hesitation, he made a bold offer inviting the young swordsman to join the elite white-armored dragon cavalry. The surrounding crowd was stunned. No apprentice swordsman, especially one from a disgraced background, had ever received such an offer during the awakening ceremony. The name Theo Ragnar, once a subject of ridicule, echoed through the arena as those watching struggled to believe what had happened. Whispers questioned how someone with an unopened mana haul could be selected. One observer noted that, while the mana pool might be sealed, Theo's swordsmanship showed overwhelming potential. Standing before Julius, Theo evaluated the offer. Despite the rare opportunity, he calmly refused. Shock spread through the crowd and among Julius's own men. No one expected rejection. Eyes widened. Mouths dropped. Even Julius, used to obedience and praise, was left speechless for a moment. Yet Theo's decision was firm. He had a different path in mind, one not dictated by prestige or shortcuts, but carved by his own will. After rejecting Julius Sidora's offer, Theo Ragnar returned to the clan grounds. Whispers spread rapidly, rumors about the imbecile of the Sword Clan defeating his own master during the duel. Many questioned if that was even allowed. Some mocked the master for his weakness, while others were stunned by Theo's strength and humility in turning down the white-armored dragon cavalry. Despite the clan's disdain, Theo's actions sparked conversations across the estate. Observers were impressed by his self-awareness. Rather than being arrogant, Theo believed he was still lacking. That rare humility among a Ragnar drew both admiration and suspicion. In Camellia Palace, Lady Emil Ragnar watched the unfolding situation with interest. She admitted things had grown complicated, especially since Theo's victory and refusal. She was joined by Ed Troyven, the Sky Dragon, who confirmed rumors that Evelyn had orchestrated the duel. The goal, it seemed, was to replace Theo's dead master and set him up under a new figure, one they could control. Yet, behind the scenes, political schemes unfolded. A faction within the Rose Palace wanted Theo to remain powerless to maintain their grip. They believed he was still weak. But in truth, Theo had already begun walking a different path, one beyond their control. Following the rising rumors around Theo, his enemies began to act. A figure named Axion was ordered to confront him disguised as concern from mother and uncle. But in truth, it was a calculated plan. Axion, carrying a cold smile, intended to toy with Theo and remind him of his place in the family hierarchy. Meanwhile, Theo continued his sword training with Evelyn Nereval, a powerful swordswoman and former deputy commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry. Evelyn praised Theo's progress, though she still questioned why he turned down the elite unit. Theo reflected silently. It had once been his dream in his past life. But now, with enemies lurking and hidden motives everywhere, joining would have been reckless. He needed time and independence. Theo knew that accepting such an offer would entangle him in politics he couldn't yet control. Instead, he wanted to rise on his own terms. Though tempted, he believed he was still unworthy. Using his newly acquired observation skill, Theo secretly analyzed Evelyn. He discovered she admired his humility and felt a rare spark of motivation from teaching him. Smirking, Theo realized how useful this skill would be, not just in battle, but in understanding allies and potential threats alike. A man named Sybil Drea from the Southern Inspection Post approaches Theo, requesting a private discussion. Sensing danger, Theo uses observation and learns Sybil is a loyal but intense apprentice with a strong desire to spar. The system activates Tutorial Quest 04, discard the title, Imbecile of Ragnar. Theo realizes this duel may be his next step to prove himself. After defeating Rendon and gaining the attention of Lord Julius, Theo Ragnar became the center of attention. Among those who approached him was Sybil Drea, a disciplined and honest swordsman who requested a duel. Though Theo remained cautious, he sensed no deceit and accepted the challenge, recognizing the sincerity in Sybil's eyes. As word of the duel spread, trainees from the Ragnar clan gathered to witness it. Theo reflected on how things had changed, once seen as the clan's disgrace. Now he was someone others were willing to follow. The system confirmed his next goal, to escape the demeaning title Imbecile of Ragnar. A label that haunted his past life, the duel began with Sybil attacking swiftly, displaying impressive speed. Despite Sybil's background as an inspector and his confidence, Theo easily kept up, pushing back with controlled power and precision. Observers were stunned at Theo's calm dominance. Using precise footwork and a clean strike, Theo disarmed Sybil and sent him crashing to the ground. The crowd was silent as Sybil, acknowledging defeat, bowed respectfully. Theo had not only won the duel, but also proven his strength to the clan. The path to becoming head of Ragnar was now within reach. After defeating Sybil, Theo reflected calmly on the duel. He acknowledged it as a meaningful fight that offered him valuable insight. Curious about his progress, Theo wondered if his observation skill could be used on himself. Activating it, he discovered that he could view his own stat strength, dexterity, vitality, magic power, and others with surprising clarity. His magic power was exceptionally high, likely due to remnants of his past life and the dragon heart. However, one stat caught his attention. His luck was drastically low at -49. Concerned, he questioned whether the misfortunes of his previous life were tied to this cursed stat. Determined, he resolved to find a way to raise it. While he pondered this, murmurs spread through the crowd. Onlookers whispered about Theo's strength, some in admiration, others in awe. One commented that even though Rendon was only mid-rank, defeating him and receiving the commander's approval was no small feat. Among the gathered trainees, the atmosphere shifted. In a clan where power determines respect, Theo's strength was starting to shift opinions. Those once skeptical now watched him with admiration. As murmurs turned into excitement, Theo's rise in the Ragnar clan had truly begun. Following his impressive duel, Theo's presence stirred the crowd once again. A low-ranked swordsman named Eod Nalan, known for his passion and persistence, stepped forward, eager to spar. Despite being surprised Theo knew his name, Nalan accepted the challenge with pride and honor. Theo, recognizing his sincerity, welcomed the duel. As they crossed swords, Eod Nalan demonstrated a technique called double ascension, a family style of his noble lineage. The clash was intense, and Theo responded with precision and control. His proficiency in swordsmanship steadily increased during the exchange, and his mastery grew visible with every strike. Eventually, Theo landed a decisive blow, forcing Nalan to admit defeat. With that, Theo earned Nalan's respect, causing a system notification to appear, revealing that his luck stat increased. He realized that gaining the approval of others had a direct impact on his fate. Motivated by this discovery, Theo engaged more challengers. As he fought against other aspirants like B. Fayette Ramiro and Eric Moran, each victory and earned respect contributed to a rise in his luck stat. With each clash, Theo wasn't just fighting to win. He was rewriting the curse of his past life, one duel and one approval at a time. As Theo continued to duel with the trainees, he gained the approval of several peers, each adding not only to his experience but slightly raising his luck. Stat names like Zeke, Ulf, and Jin added to his tally of respect, but his tutorial quest progress only inched up to 29%. Realizing this, Theo reflected that defeating those who already admired him wasn't enough. To truly escape the title Imbecile of Ragnar, he needed to face tougher opponents or win over skeptics. Though fatigued, Theo pushed on. That's when a powerful presence entered the arena. Remington Narcio, clad in shining armor known as the Silver Lion, and one of the four hounds of the North. Remington was a revered warrior. His request to spar shocked everyone, including Theo. Remington, despite his status as deputy clan head of Narcio, showed respect and a sense of duty, stating it was part of a formal evaluation. Theo introduced himself as a humble swordsman, not yet through the awakening ceremony, but he accepted the challenge earnestly. To him, this was more than a test, it was an opportunity to fight a swordsman he had long respected. With admiration in his heart and tension in the air, Theo prepared for his greatest duel yet. Theo launched himself forward, clashing blades with Remington Narcio. Amidst dazzling force and speed, he questioned if his current strength was enough to overcome one of the four hounds of the North. A fierce clash erupted as two swordsmen collided on the arena stage. Sparks flew from their blades, with both fighters showing no intention of yielding. The black-haired challenger moved with precision, forcing the blonde warrior known as Young Master Theo onto the defensive. A sudden strike shattered Theo's sword, ending the duel in an instant. Gasps erupted from the crowd as the fragments scattered. Theo's allies watched in disbelief as their confident comrade stood weaponless. The challenger's calm composure contrasted the crowd's shock. Murmurs spread quickly. Theo, the pride of the clan, had lost. The tension thickened. Everyone knew Theo had trained hard, but it wasn't enough. Observers whispered that the result was inevitable. No matter his growth, Theo could not yet surpass the challenger. Still, one elder acknowledged Theo's spirit and effort, praising the determination he had shown despite the loss. Unexpectedly, Theo himself admitted defeat. He cited the exhaustion, the broken sword, and the unyielding nature of battle. His opponent simply smiled, stating that in true combat no excuses matter. The match was over the moment his weapon failed. Though defeated, Theo accepted the result with dignity, earning respect, not for victory but for his humility and warrior's mindset. After the fierce duel, Theo and his opponent shook hands under the setting sun, acknowledging each other's strength. Though Theo had lost, the gesture showed mutual respect. Spectators were shocked when one of the four hounds, elite warriors of the generation, recognized Theo's potential. With this acknowledgement, Theo's reputation improved, clearing the humiliating title of Imbecile of Ragnar. As Theo reflected, he realized his strength had grown significantly since his regression. Secret quests and hidden talents had shaped him into a far more capable fighter. Yet, even with that progress, he sensed a wide gap when facing a truly seasoned opponent. The duel ended, but Theo learned much. His public image rose, but he admitted to himself that his personal growth was still incomplete. Suddenly, his former opponent approached him again, not to fight, but to extend an invitation. Theo was asked to join the Scaled Dragon Society, a prestigious and selective group known across the martial world. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Being personally invited by Remington, a top figure, was unheard of. Holding the invitation, Theo remained humble. Despite his doubts, he recognized this as a chance to rise higher, finally stepping into the world of the elite. Remington firmly reassured Theo that he was more than qualified to join the Scaled Dragon Society. He brushed off the group's prestige, calling it just a casual gathering for those preparing for the awakening ceremony. However, nearby cadets who were not invited couldn't hide their jealousy. Despite the humble explanation, Theo remained suspicious of Remington's true motives. Still, after weighing the influence and strategic value of joining, Theo saw no reason to decline. He accepted the invitation, completing another tutorial quest and taking one step further in escaping his former reputation. His acceptance was seen as a smart move by some, especially those who understood the society's true importance. Later, Theo returned home to the Rose Palace, where he was greeted by his ecstatic mother. News of his invitation had already reached the estate. She was overjoyed and proud, but also aware of what lay ahead. She reminded Theo that everything, his appearance, behavior, and composure, would be under scrutiny by high society. As she began tailoring his attire, she promised to help. Drawing from her past as an actress, she vowed to teach him the grace and poise needed to survive the social elite. Theo's next challenge had begun not on the battlefield, but in noble society. As Theo prepared for the Scaled Dragon Society, he was moved by his mother's support. Though born as the illegitimate child of a noble household, his mother never blamed him for the stigma he carried. In fact, she felt guilt for a fate she couldn't control in the cold, rigid Ragnar clan. Raising a disgraceful son must have been harsh, yet she stood by him. She embraced him, believing in him more than anyone else. That moment reminded Theo of what he now had to protect, not just his honor, but her hope. With silent resolve, he promised her there would be no more shame. Meanwhile, news of his entry into the elite society spread. While his mother wept with pride, a shadowy figure, his father, watched with silent intensity, vowing to shake the foundations of the Scaled Dragon Society itself. 2 weeks later, on the night of the banquet, Theo arrived. No longer the boy others mocked. He walked in fully transformed. Elegant, confident, and composed, he had shed the image of a disgraced noble. Even Remington, who greeted him personally, was impressed by his change. Theo had finally stepped into the spotlight, and the true story of his rise had just begun. Over the 2 weeks leading up to the Scaled Dragon Society banquet, Theo trained relentlessly. Remington often visited him, offering guidance and building camaraderie. As a result, Theo's physical form improved, and his presence grew sharper. Even his peers began to rally around him, requesting to train by his side. The once isolated imbecile had become a quiet leader. Theo's efforts had attracted attention. What started as Remington's mentorship grew into a small following. Training sessions grew larger, and even his old peers, once dismissive, began to admire his dedication. Theo took it in stride, though internally he found the attention exhausting. On the day of the banquet, Remington offered final words of encouragement. However, a subtle twist emerged. Remington revealed the banquet had actually been arranged by Axion Ragnar, a fellow member of the Elite Four Hounds. Though Remington extended the invitation, it was Axion who had orchestrated everything. Theo was caught off guard. Axion, watching from afar, grinned with amusement to him. Theo wasn't a rising star, he was entertainment. Holding a card labeled Imbecile of Ragnar, Axion eagerly anticipated mocking him. Theo's path into high society had begun, but so had a new game, one filled with hidden motives and dangerous players. Theo arrived at the grand estate in a noble carriage. Greeted formally by a servant as he stepped down, his eyes narrowed with quiet determination. He had returned not merely as a guest, but with a goal. The Camellia Palace loomed ahead, a place connected to painful memories and betrayal. It was here that forces conspired to hinder his growth, including Rendon and the Rose Palace faction. But this time, Theo came prepared. As he and his aide approached, they discussed the expected appearance of Axion, the one who had extended the invitation. Theo, aware of political traps, suspected deeper motives. He believed Ranjawar was behind recent disruptions, meant to slow his progress. Yet Theo had no intention of backing down. He planned to show exactly who he had become. Suddenly, a blue light shone from the upper palace windows, an unexpected signal, possibly from a guest. Before Theo could react, a sack fell from above, exploding in a cloud of white powder. The impact stunned the aide, while Theo landed calmly. The substance was merely flour, a childish trap in his past life. He wouldn't have dodged it. This time, he remained vigilant. Remington Narcoy, standing nearby, was just as surprised, indicating this act wasn't part of his doing. Theo glanced up at the window where the sack of flour had come from. He immediately recognized the culprits, young nobles treating his arrival like a joke. One of them smirked, calling it a greeting between friends. Mocking the formality with clear disrespect, Remington tried to hold back, but anger sparked. Then appeared Axion Ragnar, the one who had invited Theo. With a wild smile and a dark aura, Axion laughed off the prank and called it a brotherly welcome. His file labeled him a dangerous swordsman with unhinged tendencies, clearly enjoying the chaos he stirred. Theo remained composed, thanking him sarcastically and masking his true feelings. Later, at the grand party, noble guests whispered, confused about Axion's decision to bring Theo. Despite Theo's direct lineage, many viewed him as inferior. He stood under scrutiny, but did not falter. Others speculated on Axion's motives. Noting how he treated Theo like a toy, one noble apologized, claiming the group wasn't normally this harsh. Theo dismissed it calmly. Inwardly, he welcomed the open hostility. It made identifying enemies easier. He quietly vowed to return the favor. Let them mock and underestimate him. Their arrogance would only make his eventual victory more satisfying. While observing the ballroom, Theo recalled the blue light he saw earlier, likely the presence of a secret guest. But the layout made approaching that area difficult before he could investigate further. Axion appeared, acting casually and asking about the party. Theo forced a smile and kept calm, reminding himself to stick to his plan. Axion then mockingly apologized for the earlier flower incident, pretending to seek forgiveness while threatening Theo. Remington tried to intervene, but Theo dismissed the apology with a smirk, stating he only remembered a greeting. His response surprised Axion and amused the others. Despite Theo's composed front, many nobles mocked him behind his back. They saw him as an illegitimate child, unworthy of his status, especially compared to Axion's noble bloodline. Their ridicule painted Theo as submissive, further fueling whispers of disgrace. Meanwhile, Remington, visibly disturbed by the insults, overheard nobles mocking both him and Theo as someone who also bore the weight of illegitimacy. The comments hit deeply. His anger built up, but he reminded himself of boundaries. Some topics were forbidden, even in jest. The tension lingered in the air, but Theo remained composed. He knew this party wasn't just a gathering, it was a stage where power, pride, and grudges would clash. Theo had remained patient long enough. Watching Axion laugh and mock him among his followers, he decided it was time to act. With cold resolve in his eyes, he picked up a wine bottle and calmly approached the nobles who had insulted him earlier. Without warning, Theo shattered the bottle across one noble's face, blood splattering as gasps filled the room. The hall fell into stunned silence. Another noble lunged at Theo, only to be taken down in one clean strike. Theo's movements were precise and brutal, nothing like the powerless boy they remembered. The commotion sparked whispers. Some couldn't believe what they were seeing. Even the system acknowledged it. Tutorial quest number 04. Escape the title, Imbecile of Ragnar's showed increased progress. Theo turned, declaring that this was simply his welcome greeting. Remington, shocked, questioned whether it was all really meant for him. But Theo didn't answer. His focus was set. His enemies needed to know he wasn't to be mocked anymore. The nobles who once sneered at him now stared in disbelief. Theo had turned their game against them. His actions weren't just a response, they were a message. He would no longer play the role they wrote for him. Now he would rewrite it. Theo, having already shattered expectations, didn't stop. With one final strike, he dislocated the arm of another mocking noble, sending a chilling message. As the hall fell silent, the system flashed tutorial quest number 04. Escape the title, Imbecile of Ragnar, phase 66% complete. He turned calmly to the stunned crowd and asked if anyone else wished to say hello. No one dared to move. That silence broke as armored swordsmen suddenly leapt down from the balconies. Reinforcements from a loyal Bannerman clan. Leading them was Ian Hanavi, third son of the Hanavi clan, one of the 6 great noble families allied with Ragnar blades drawn. They declared Theo's violence against a noble an offense, punishable by death. But Theo didn't flinch. He mocked their dramatic entrance and stood his ground. To the astonishment of many, he parried the first strikes with ease and responded coldly. Do the dogs of Ragnar's banner clans dare demand my death? Theo's retaliation wasn't just personal, it was political. The powerful families who once looked down on him now saw him as a threat. Yet despite their numbers and status, Theo no longer bowed. He was done playing their game. Now he would crush it. Theo's aura flared with rage as he faced his enemies. His words pierced the room. Can you take responsibility for those words? He would no longer tolerate disrespect. Retribution was coming. Ragnar, long mocked as the clan's weakest descendant, stood his ground as several warriors raised their blades to challenge him. However, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from him, freezing them mid-attack. Shock spread across their faces. This wasn't the same imbecile they once knew. One opponent realized the truth: Ragnar was still a direct heir and now undeniably powerful. Whispers of Ragnar's lineage echoed through the chamber. He wasn't just a clan member, he was the Lord of the North, ruler of the 6 snow clans. Declaring war on him wasn't just foolish, it was treason punishable by the annihilation of a bloodline. One elder admitted they had tolerated his presence for too long, but that era had ended. The battle erupted, swords clashed under the setting sun. Enemies lunged, but Ragnar struck swiftly, each movement honed by experience and rebirth. Within moments, his attackers fell, unable to comprehend the speed of his transformation. As the dust settled, Ragnar approached the manor. Blood stained the floor beneath his feet. Behind him, a message appeared. Tutorial quest number 4, Faye escaped the title Imbecile of Ragnar. 70% complete. Suddenly, Evelyn appeared. She had followed him quietly, and Ragnar smiled. Now he had someone he could trust in the fight ahead. After leaving behind the bodies of his defeated enemies, Ragnar walked calmly through the blood-soaked floor. His transformation shocked not only enemies but also those who once disregarded him. Word of his strength began to spread. Meanwhile, in a secluded training hall, a retired warrior uncorked a bottle. Observing the recent events with amusement, he once swore never to take in disciples again. But Ragnar's performance made him reconsider. His companion questioned if Ragnar had truly become the old man's new student. The elder only smiled and dismissed him, noting Ragnar had never entered before. Now, later that night, the warrior reflected on Ragnar's growth despite his teasing nature. He acknowledged the young man exceeded expectations. Among all students he had trained, Ragnar was the most talented, surpassing even his famed pupil Axion. The others agreed Ragnar's potential was unmatched. However, his sudden display of power raised questions. Why now? What drove him to act with such urgency? They suspected Ragnar was driven by more than pride. Perhaps he was being pursued, or perhaps he was chasing something greater. Concern rose about his presence at the Scaled Dragon Society's event. But one thing was clear: Ragnar's rise was triggering a shift in power among future rulers. The discussion concluded with one last command to recruit Ragnar into the elite white-armored Paragon cavalry. As the elders parted, a voice warned Ragnar not to act arrogantly, just because he had defeated a dragon. But Ragnar had no response. He simply left, satisfied with the wine. Elsewhere, Evelyn observed the aftermath of a staged battle. She realized Ragnar had been aware of her presence all along and had orchestrated the entire encounter to make a point. She acknowledged that he likely joined the Scaled Dragon Society with a strategic goal from the start. He was never someone to be underestimated. Meanwhile, another powerful figure revealed he had sensed Evelyn from the moment she neared his carriage. Possessing a dragon heart, he wielded energy perception, also called a sixth sense. The confrontation had been staged deliberately. With the pieces in place, the game was ready to begin. In the Great Hall, Ragnar called out Evelyn's name and reminded her that many had disrespected a successor candidate. Under clan law, such crimes could be punished by execution. Evelyn declared a more merciful path: amputation. With swift motion, she charged, slicing through the air. The terrified students screamed, but the punishment was already in motion. Evelyn followed orders with precision, cutting the right arms of the nobles who had insulted Ragnar. Each strike was deliberate, targeting heirs from prestigious clans. Byron, Clark, Howard, none were spared. With each severed limb, Ragnar's quest to erase the title Imbecile of Ragnar advanced. As screams echoed through the hall, one desperate victim pleaded for his life, crawling to another noble named Axion. But Axion, now visibly amused, refused to intervene. With a smirk, he dismissed the plea, calling it merely a greeting. His rejection shocked the onlookers as he unleashed his own terrifying power, slicing down another who tried to resist. Bodies lay scattered as Evelyn reported to Ragnar. 14 arms were taken, and with priestly help they might be reattached. However, their future as swordsmen was likely finished. Ragnar approved. The hall quieted. Everyone now recognized the shift Theo Ragnar once mocked had transformed completely. Whispers spread of his overwhelming authority and strategic cruelty. But beneath Ragnar's calm expression, Theo burned with ambition. As he turned to leave with Evelyn and Remington, another figure, eyes full of resentment, watched silently. The one who once looked down on Ragnar now vowed revenge, swearing he would one day crush him beneath his feet. As Ragnar prepared to leave, Axion stopped him briefly, grabbing his sleeve. A smirk curved on Axion's face, not of hostility but recognition. Ragnar had become something undeniable. Ragnar turned back with a casual farewell, officially ending his tutorial quest number 04. Faye escaped the title. Imbecile of Ragnar. With that, his reputation transformed completely. System messages confirmed the moment he had completed all tutorial quests, no longer would anyone in the clan dare mock him. Outside, Ragnar declared the beginning of his true revenge. His efforts had been the prelude. Now, the real game would begin. As rewards were dispensed, including an elixir to boost his power, the sun set on a day that would be remembered. Elsewhere, members of the Scaled Dragon Society discussed the shift. News of Ragnar's success spread fast. One figure was stunned. Axion's faction had underestimated Ragnar. He had turned everything around with precise control. Later that night, the hall was filled with celebration. Friends raised their mugs, cheering for the end of Ragnar's disgraceful nickname. Theo Ragnar had silenced his critics, but not everyone was amused. In the crowd, someone sipped quietly, masking bitterness behind a drink, muttering, "Done in by that imbecile Theo." The ripples of Ragnar's rise were just beginning. Inside the imposing Camellia Palace, tension soared. A furious noblewoman scolded a subordinate for a failed mission that resulted in their men losing arms. Her frustration wasn't just about failure, it was about the political consequences it brought. The man she reprimanded remained composed, accepting the blame with few words. Despite his calmness, she lashed out, warning him that his actions had empowered their enemy and made their goal of taking over the Rose Palace more difficult. She dismissed him with a command to reflect on his recklessness. As he left, another noble entered. The woman, still seething, questioned the young man's impulsiveness. Her companion dryly pointed out that the boy resembled her in youth, a comment she rejected angrily. Trying to ease her anger, he suggested the incident might not be entirely negative. He explained that the Rose Palace, once under the harem of the clan head, was politically untouchable. Although it had become a haven for outcasts, it still carried the clan head's protection. Now, due to the recent chaos caused by the young man, they finally had a reason to move in. What they lacked before justification they now possessed, and with it, a chance to seize control. Chaos at the Scaled Dragon Society meeting gave the Trovians an opening. Theo, the once ignored illegitimate heir, had caused a stir and was quickly rising as a symbol of the Rose Palace. This created an opportunity. By using the incident as justification, the Trovians could pressure him legally. One noblewoman, initially unsettled by Theo's growing influence, now saw his strength as leverage. If they manipulated it properly, the Rose Palace would be forced to submit quietly and completely. Plans had already been laid. The Trovians were ready. By morning they would act. The elder brother reassured his sister, pampering her with gifts and words of affection, telling her to rest well. Their control over the palace seemed inevitable. Meanwhile, in a far more humble setting, Remington Narcio expressed his gratitude to Theo. Though surprised, he felt touched by how Theo defended him during the meeting. Theo had taken insults silently until they were aimed at Remington. Then, he acted without hesitation. Remington admired Theo's resolve. Despite being scorned for his background, Theo had become powerful, challenging those above him without fear. For Remington, Theo's bravery felt deeply personal. Yet, unknown to him, Theo's actions may have carried deeper motives still hidden beneath the surface. As the atmosphere at the tavern lightened, Remington stood and declared his loyalty to Theo. Though his clan urged him to ally with Axion, he chose instead to follow Theo. The others, watching, cheered. Theo, caught off guard, attempted to clarify, but one of the onlookers dismissed the concern, believing Remington's devotion was well placed. Theo silently accepted the misunderstanding. Among the joyful crowd, Theo pondered. Even if others misunderstood his intent, their unity wasn't unwelcome. He realized that despite everything, these people genuinely wanted to be around him. Yet he couldn't help but feel his strength came from an external factor, the mysterious blue system window only he could see. It detailed stats, levels, and even rewards based on his growth and actions. The recent incident with the Scaled Dragon Society had increased his level, giving him points to strengthen attributes freely. This ability let him mold himself into a more powerful version at will. But even as he enjoyed his rising influence, he feared the uncertain future his power might bring. Determined, Theo refocused. He acknowledged the threat from the Camellia Palace and decided to prepare. Turning to Remington, he requested help. The loyal companion, thrilled to be called Remy, gladly accepted. Theo, aware of the looming conflict with Axion for the clan throne, entrusted Remington with a sealed letter, likely a symbol of deep trust or critical information. Knowing Remington's future as the Vargo clan's head, Theo viewed this as the perfect chance to solidify an alliance before the political war intensified. Remington accepted the letter without hesitation, reaffirming his loyalty to Theo. His willingness to support Theo in any situation strengthened their bond. But just as their exchange concluded, armored knights burst into the tavern known as the Swords of Law. Their presence shocked everyone. They carried an official, looking decree bearing Theo's name. The lead knight accused Theo of threat, assault, and intimidation, leaving the room in stunned silence. Theo's companions reacted defensively, but Theo himself remained calm. He requested to see the warrant. Examining it, Theo quickly noticed something suspicious. The ink was still fresh. It was clear that this document had been hastily prepared, likely under political pressure. The timing aligned too closely with recent events, suggesting that enemies from Camellia Palace or rival factions had moved swiftly to suppress him through legal means before he could grow any further in influence. Theo now faced his next battle not with a sword, but through law. Theo, calm and composed, allowed himself to be handcuffed and escorted out by the Swords of Law. His silent departure stunned the room. Remington and the others froze in disbelief. As the doors closed behind Theo, Remington clutched the letter he had just received, realizing this wasn't just politics. It was a calculated move, and Theo had anticipated everything. The Rose Palace stood serene, unaware that its peace was about to be shattered by accusation. A startled woman learned of Theo's sudden detainment, her voice cracking with disbelief and concern. Hearing the name tribunal, the woman collapsed to her knees, shaken by the severity of the news. The butler hesitated before revealing Theo was being charged with destroying the sealed Dragon Society. Fear surged through her as she realized the trial could mean more than punishment. It meant judgment. Still with resolve, she whispered farewell, praying that Theo would return unharmed from the ordeal. Inside the carriage, Theo sat quietly, his wrists bound, flanked by armored guards with unreadable expressions. The heavy silence during transit masked the tension, as Theo remained calm and unreadable. Gazing outside, he slowly closed his eyes, mentally preparing for the storm that awaited. The tribunal loomed tall as the carriage approached. Theo reflected on his last visit long ago. He knew destroying the sealed Dragon Society would lead to more than simple imprisonment. They weren't just trying to punish him, they wanted to strip him of his rightful succession. The carriage door opened, guards ordered Theo to step out and face his fate directly. He sensed their true goal, to publicly crush him and erase his future. But a smirk formed. This was the confrontation Theo had been waiting for. Theo Ragnar was formally escorted to the tribunal's gates. His presence announced with official authority. The grand doors opened slowly, flooding the hall with light as the guards prepared to proceed. Theo stepped forward confidently, inwardly resolved to unleash what he had prepared for this moment. Theo believed that a setting this grand was the only stage fit for his actions. As he entered the massive chamber, its brilliance revealed a powerful assembly of figures. Recognizing their strength, Theo smiled. Warriors like Julius Ragnar were not easily gathered without reason. 4 of Ragnar's elite, the 9 dragons, had convened in judgment for the rare tribunal. Did Trovian and Osa Ragnar's presence emphasized the weight of the occasion and the threat? Theo stayed composed even before head counselor Wolfgang Ragnar, whose authority could crush most men. Wolfgang addressed Theo coldly. The boy responded calmly, despite the iron restraints on his arms. Theo reflected bitterly Wolfgang's hatred was rooted in bloodline prejudice against his illegitimate status. Despite the scorn, Theo remained focused. Aware that Wolfgang had summoned him for judgment, Theo's actions had angered influential clans and groups now demanding Ragnar sever all ties with him. Furious, Wolfgang accused Theo of tarnishing the family name and bringing shame upon them. Theo did not waver. He acknowledged the accusations, but a deeper intent hid behind his calm. Wolfgang silently admitted his mistake. He had underestimated Theo's decisiveness and failed to eliminate the threat. Theo's eyes gleamed as he thought he should have executed his enemies, not spared them. Standing before the council, Theo firmly declared that their subjects had betrayed the order of loyalty. He shouted that he would have acted harsher had he known their betrayal in advance. His voice echoed through the chamber, declaring the traitors must be punished without hesitation. The other council members reacted. One labeled Theo impressive, but expected a standard penalty to suffice. Osa Ragnar challenged Theo's arrogance, but acknowledged his logic had merit, requesting others to consider it. She argued that Ragnar was strong but not great, and tyranny would ensure its collapse. Theo respectfully responded, but internally noted Osa's neutrality, a surprising but fortunate stance toward him. Still, Doubts lingered in Theo's mind. He remembered past ruin and questioned Osa's intent. The tribunal concluded with an official judgment. Theo would face 3 months of probation. A voice raised concern the awakening ceremony was scheduled in just 2 months, creating a conflict. Osa silenced opposition and granted permission for Theo to attend next year's ceremony. Instead, Wolfgang fumed, but the outcome was already decided thanks to Demon Dragon Julius's silent support. Behind the decision lay a political trap. Delaying the ceremony justified seizing control of the Rose Palace. Theo considered the consequences of appealing, knowing it might cost his life if mishandled. Despite the risks, he boldly stepped forward and announced his intent to file an appeal. The council erupted in shock. Some mocked him, while others questioned if he understood what it meant. Theo confidently confirmed he knew the cost appealing meant waging war within the clan. To others, 3 months probation was a minor penalty, easily survivable with family influence. But to Theo, even a minor blemish was unacceptable. He demanded recognition. Not tolerance. A scenario system activated successors' paths, confirming that Theo had triggered an official turning point. The quest began with flames consuming a guild's hidden base under the twilight sky. Theo charged into battle, sword drawn, facing enemies amidst the inferno of chaos and war. Amidst smoldering ruins, a cloaked ally observed the battlefield, impressed by Theo's accurate prediction. Another knight confirmed Theo's guidance had led them to their enemy's hidden stronghold. Soldiers stood ready. Theo's words had earned trust, and now his strategy was proving effective. Elsewhere, a scheming noble smiled darkly, celebrating the destruction of Trovin's Camellia Palace. Theo stood alone before the high tribunal, awaiting judgment under the cold gaze of the council. An elder questioned Theo's decision, shocked he'd escalate a solvable matter into a declaration of war. Theo's confidence unsettled them. Facing 5 clans alone seemed arrogant, but he remained undeterred by doubt. The court reminded all present that in imbalanced disputes, proxy battles often replace direct confrontation. Normally, war determined the victor, but overwhelming gaps in strength demanded alternate means: duels of champions. Each faction would now send 1 warrior to fight in a 1-on-1 sword duel. Proxy warfare. Theo would naturally represent the defendant. Murmurs followed the assumption that Axion would represent the opposing side. Doubt stirred: was Theo truly prepared, or relying on allies like the Demon Dragon or Evian? Yet Theo stepped forward with calm authority, accepting the rules and agreeing to settle things in battle. One observer suspected Theo's plan involved stronger proxies, but knew Evian or the dragon wouldn't cooperate. Thus, Theo was forced to fight personally his challenger. Axion would show no mercy in the arena. With a smirk, Axion accepted and promised Theo would understand his place through death. Watching the shift, Theo's enemies realized he wasn't as quiet as once believed. As light pierced the courtroom, Theo entered with fierce resolve, eyes burning with unwavering purpose. Though accused of scheming, Theo's strategy was now clear. He would outfight, outthink, and outlast them all. Kyle Ragnar, the clan head, appeared with overwhelming presence, acknowledging Theo's growth with solemn recognition. Kyle had overheard Theo's involvement in a proxy battle, noting the complexity of the situation. Theo confirmed his intent, standing firm despite his father's probing tone and powerful aura. Kyle questioned whether Theo had chosen a proxy, hinting he might not allow Theo to fight. Theo declared no one else was qualified to stand in for him. He would fight himself. Despite Kyle's warning of failure, Theo stood resolute, determined to test his strength and conviction. Theo spoke proudly, claiming even if forced to bow, he'd never do so willingly. Kyle laughed heartily at his son's declaration, declaring it a perfect embodiment of Ragnar pride. The warriors around them also laughed, their respect for Theo rising at his unyielding stance. Kyle praised Theo's attitude, and Theo thanked him while revealing his plans reached beyond just fighting. He mentioned secret evidence gathered by Ian and Remington, proof of Camelia's betrayal and deeper schemes. If the evidence sufficed, Theo could win without combat, but Kyle offered him another kind of trial. Kyle declared he would test Theo with a single strike to determine his worth and guilt. If Theo could endure the blow, all charges would be dropped, ending the conflict immediately. Despite protests, Kyle ordered the duel to proceed, trusting strength to reveal the truth. Observers noted Kyle's challenge was not punishment, but a test. Surviving it meant gaining his recognition. They doubted Theo could withstand the blow, but knew approval from Kyle held great meaning. Still, one man clenched his fist, uneasy at the thought of Theo passing this test. Fearful of Theo gaining favor, he panicked, hoping to stop the duel before it began. But Kyle, unbothered, silenced him for daring to object, asserting his control over the situation. Another elder watched quietly, acknowledging the clan head's decision without resistance, accepting the inevitable challenge. A council member mocked the delay, asking the Sky Dragon if he'd finally voice objections. Instead, the elder dodged, claiming it was mere interest in the rare involvement of Kyle. Kyle turned to Theo, ignoring small talk, and asked directly if he'd accept the single strike. Theo, caught off guard, admitted his plan had collapsed. He never anticipated things shifting this direction. Yet he welcomed the unexpected turn, believing it opened a new opportunity to prove himself. Rather than reject the challenge, Theo pushed for higher compensation, noting how the stakes had grown. Kyle was surprised by Theo's boldness, asking what kind of compensation he expected in return. Theo stood silent for a moment, measuring his words carefully before making his request. Those watching, including former skeptics, grew curious about what Theo would demand for accepting the risk. Theo smiled sharply, declaring his demand confidently, a bold request none had expected in this setting. He named his price: control of the Camellia Palace, stunning those present with his ambition and clarity. Shock rippled through the chamber. One man stared wide-eyed, realizing Theo's aim struck directly at power. Theo smirked confidently. His intentions made clear he was about to strike at the Camellia Palace. The announcement shocked everyone. The name alone sent waves of panic through the opposition. Inside the council, elders erupted in anger, unable to believe Theo dared propose a deal directly. Though outraged, one elder allowed Theo's proposal, curious to see the extent of his ambition. Anather acknowledged Theo's boldness, noting such confidence was essential for anyone aiming to become successor. The clan head dismissed objections. With the stage approved, preparations for the confrontation began immediately. Theo stood firm while the clan head approached, declaring his intent to test Theo personally. With sharp resolve, Theo accepted the challenge without hesitation, drawing all attention to himself. The duel ground was set. Spectators gathered, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. Observers realized too late that the trap set for Theo had become a stage of honor. Frustration crept in. What was meant to disgrace him now showcased his strength before all. Still, the opponent remained calm, believing Theo couldn't possibly overcome the gap in their abilities. He believed that Theo must fall here, as even elite swordsmen couldn't endure the clan head. But Theo's confidence was unshaken, strengthened by a secret tutorial reward gained from his regression. As the duel began, Theo's calm gaze unnerved his opponent, hinting this battle wouldn't go as expected. The clan head questioned Theo's rapid growth, suspecting an elixir, yet couldn't find any clear cause. Though confused, he dismissed the details. Theo's strength was undeniable, and he was still family. He challenged Theo to continue, asking if he was ready for the real duel to begin. The clan head chose a weaker sword, claiming it was fairer since Theo couldn't use mana. Without protest, Theo accepted. The clan head's aura ignited fiercely, shocking onlookers with sheer pressure. His power surged violently as the duel officially began, flooding the area with overwhelming energy. Theo endured the pressure and held his ground as the clan head launched a powerful strike. Despite the blazing aura, Theo analyzed calmly, aware that this was just the beginning. He recalled his secret advantage in elixir from a tutorial that boosted his level and stats. Theo had gained 5 levels instantly, allocating all points into strength, greatly increasing his physical abilities. His stat window revealed his transformation from ordinary to extraordinary. He now wielded new power. Clutching his sword tightly, he embraced this strength, prepared to face even his father's full might. Theo calculated he could now withstand at least one full-force strike from his father's blade. As the devastating attack came down, Theo positioned himself precisely, channeling all strength into defense. The ground split from the impact, but Theo held firm, blade locked, eyes steady, unyielding under pressure. Theo's vision sharpened. He could now perceive the speed and force of his father's incoming strike. With immense force, the blade crashed down, shattering the arena floor in a violent explosion. Amid the dust and debris, Theo remained standing, proving his resolve and strength in one motion. Silence followed. Theo had withstood it. The clan head looked at him with renewed interest. A faint smile crept across his face. It had been long since he met a worthy heir. Now impressed, he acknowledged Theo's potential, calling him a decent son for the first time. The gathered council witnessed it all. Theo had not only survived but proven his innocence. The trial was over. Theo had completed the sudden quest single strike of Kyle Rangar. As a reward, he gained inventory access and the mysterious blue key from the system. Theo awoke in a sunlit room, disoriented and aching. His mother rushed to his side. Panicked, she checked him for injuries, shocked he had fainted while still standing upright. She feared lasting damage from the sword blow, but Theo calmly reassured her of his condition. Theo looked around, still unsure where he was. The place was unfamiliar yet grand. A knight explained that the clan head had reassigned the Camellia Palace to Theo's household. Theo realized the truth: he had won both recognition and territory. His rise had officially begun. The Camellia Palace now belonged to Theo. A new scenario quest to uncover its secrets appeared. In the garden, the former lady of the palace raged, refusing to accept her eviction. Despite resistance, servants escorted her out. The palace was no longer hers to claim. Elsewhere, Axion received deadly instructions from his uncle, who commanded him to eliminate Theo. Axion considered targeting Theo during the upcoming awakening ceremony to disable him. But the uncle's order was absolute. He demanded Theo's head, not just his arm. With cold resolve, Axion accepted the order. He had no choice but to obey. Back at Camellia Palace, Theo reflected. Though events had shifted, the result was better than expected. He secured the palace without revealing his hidden ace, a significant strategic win. Theo activated his new ability, Inventory. Earned during the trial against his father, he navigated the system and retrieved a fruit stored within the digital space. Without hesitation, he bit into it, casually adapting to his new authority. Theo didn't fully understand how the system worked, but recognized its usefulness in future plans. He next pulled out the blue key, another reward from his completed quest. Believing it could open dungeons, he smiled, knowing this item would soon prove essential. Theo stood before a sealed double door inside Camellia Palace, holding the mysterious blue key tightly. A strange sensation surged through the key. He instinctively felt it was connected to this very place. Theo inserted a mysterious key into a door hidden within Camellia Palace, triggering a strange mechanism. As the door creaked open, he cautiously peered inside, sensing an unfamiliar and dangerous presence. A massive hole descended deep underground. His system confirmed it was a newly discovered dungeon. Theo received a notification that his experience within the dungeon would be doubled as a bonus. Puzzled by the cave's location within the palace, he speculated it must be part of a quest. Motivated by the reward, he stepped into the cavern, determined not to waste the opportunity before entering. Theo realized he shouldn't proceed unprepared and returned to arm himself properly. From the palace's weapon archive, he selected a sword and shield for balanced combat readiness. Fully equipped, he re-entered the cave confidently, ready to face whatever awaited him inside. The cave darkened as Theo ventured deeper, the silence only broken by his cautious footsteps. Sensing movement, he halted and narrowed his gaze toward the shadows shifting ahead. A massive, snarling wolf emerged from the darkness, its red eyes fixed on him. Theo recognized the creature's size as unnatural, likely a demonic beast born from dungeon energy. The monster lunged without hesitation, forcing Theo to brace himself for sudden, violent combat. He dodged quickly and countered, initiating a fierce battle with the savage, red-eyed dungeon wolf. Theo braced himself as the massive wolf lunged. Using his shield to block the ferocious charge, he retaliated quickly, determined not to back down, matching the beast's strength with raw force. With a roar, the wolf surged forward again, forcing Theo to prepare for another violent clash. Sparks flew as claws and steel collided, neither side yielding an inch in the furious exchange. Theo noted the creature's thick hide and incredible speed. Realizing weak strikes wouldn't be enough, he concluded it wasn't a normal wolf. It was likely a demonic beast from the outer sea. Dodging another blow, Theo recalled the powerful arc of light from his father's single decisive strike. He wished to recreate that brilliance, the moment that had once humbled him completely. The image of that blinding white slash replayed in his mind, pushing him toward mastery. Theo launched an aggressive counter but fell short of matching the memory of his father's power. His attempt failed to pierce the beast, and he acknowledged the gap in execution. Accepting that copying it was difficult, he adjusted his stance, determined to keep trying. He remembered the concept, single strike, a technique meant to end any fight with one blow. Theo focused all his strength into a singular attack, aiming to replicate that principle. Letting go of distractions, he resolved to train techniques based solely on speed and precision. Remembering Evian's teachings, Theo timed his strike precisely as the demonic wolf charged straight at him. His blade pierced through with perfect aim and power, landing a deep, critical wound in the beast. Blood burst from the wolf as it howled in pain, staggering from the devastating stab. The wolf's injured paw left a trail of blood on the ground as it retreated momentarily. Snarling in pain and fury, the beast's red eyes glared at Theo. Refusing to back down, Theo grinned slightly, pleased that his blow had finally drawn real damage from the monster. With renewed confidence, Theo lunged again, determined to finish the fight. I can do this, he thought. 2 months later, the scene shifted to a bright arena under clear skies. At training ground number 4, disciples gathered in larger numbers, the crowd thicker than usual, Rumors of the clan head teaching Theo single strike had drawn attention across multiple factions. Everyone wanted to meet Theo. Even skeptics from rival halls began arriving out of curiosity. Henry Morris from Plum Blossom Palace mocked Theo's absence, growing impatient with his delayed arrival. Whispers of Theo's strength sparked envy. Some accused him of hiding after spreading false stories. They doubted his trial victory, claiming the lack of witnesses meant it could have been exaggerated. Mid-sentence, one loudmouth was silenced by a powerful punch, ending his speculation abruptly and violently. Sybil suddenly launched a powerful punch, striking Henry to the ground in full view of everyone. Enraged, Henry insulted Sybil's past and status, shouting that a dropout had no right. As tensions rose, Sybil stepped forward, backed by numerous shadowy allies who gathered behind him. Sybil mocked the crowd, declaring they were nothing compared to young Master Theo's strength. One companion warned Sybil to avoid personal insults, but Sybil was already preparing to escalate. Furious at the insults toward Theo, they called for weapons to be drawn, demanding a fight. Sybil's side charged forward with swords raised, igniting a battle inside the training arena. Just then, a freezing gust swept through the area, catching everyone by surprise mid-attack. The sudden appearance of ice magic stunned the attackers, freezing their momentum and drawing alarmed stares. With overwhelming presence, Ray Ragnar appeared, his ice magic immobilizing everyone on the battlefield. The crowd recognized him immediately, shocked by the sudden intervention of a renowned warrior. Ray Ragnar, known as the Frost Sword of the Four Hounds of the North, had arrived. A booming laugh echoed as a muscular man approached, demanding to join the fun Hulkus Lank. Another of the Four Hounds, known as the Black Bear, entered the arena. Seeing him, enemies panicked. Two of the feared Four Hounds had now joined the confrontation. Hulkus Lank demanded to know the whereabouts of Luster Tiger, confusing the nearby disciples. He raised his voice again, clarifying that he meant the master of the training ground. Ray Ragnar stood silently, unmoved by the sudden outburst, his icy presence steady. Hulkus declared his real purpose to challenge Theo Ragnar in a duel of strength. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon, Theo climbed further down, breath steady, expression focused. With each step, the system chimed he had successfully leveled up again. System notifications flooded and Theo continued leveling up repeatedly with every kill. He had hunted 170 demonic beasts, clearing every last creature inside the dungeon. The floor was covered in corpses. Theo stood atop the battlefield, now greatly advanced in strength. Theo drank a healing potion, the vial glowing faintly as it restored his damaged body. He reflected on how the potion saved him multiple times during brutal dungeon battles. After 2 months of training and survival, Theo stood among slain beasts, stronger than before. With only one demonic beast left in the dungeon, Theo sensed the boss was near. He entered the 5th floor cautiously. Weapon drawn, aware that danger would escalate from here. His torch flickered out, he discarded it and moved deeper into darkness without hesitation. Theo unsheathed the ceremonial sword given by his mother, now his only usable weapon. In his past life, he dismissed the gift, but now he saw its hidden quality. The sword, once ignored, gleamed with strength, white snow steel, worthy of battle. A memory resurfaced, his mother celebrating his birthday with gifts and affection at midnight. He had coldly rejected her gesture, focused only on the awakening ceremony's importance. Back then, he believed bloodline determined power, not equipment or love. Now resolved, he asked her to leave. Determined not to repeat past mistakes, facing the boss chamber, Theo stepped forward, fully prepared to fight the final beast. A massive demonic creature emerged, signaling the battle's deadly climax had begun. A large drake emerged from the shadows, prompting Theo to mistake it for a full dragon. Realizing it was a lesser drake, he reflected on the Rasner descendants of dragons like this. With uncertainty in his eyes, he questioned whether this confrontation was mere coincidence or destiny. Determined to clear the scenario quest, Theo prepared to face the drake without hesitation. He acknowledged the creature's power, wondering if he truly had the strength to overcome it, activating a skill called Single Flash. He focused entirely on the upcoming strike. Theo recalled practicing this technique against dire wolves and knew it wasn't perfect yet. Though it didn't match his father's legendary skill, it had potential when paired with his power. Charging his sword with energy, he aimed to deliver a serious blow using his dragon heart. The blade landed true, spilling blood and staggering the drake. His attack had worked. Theo regained balance after the clash, watching the injured beast roar in pain and fury. The ground trembled from the impact, but he held firm, ready for the next move. Though he missed a fatal strike, Theo had proven the beast was not invincible. Dodging its retaliation, he activated another technique, Jester's footwork, to outmaneuver the massive creature. With renewed hope, Theo thought clearly for the first time he might be able to win. Theo launched rapid attacks to distract the Drake preparing to strike at a vulnerable point. However, the Drake's overwhelming aura spread across the battlefield, inducing a powerful fear effect. The fear status slowed Theo's movement by 10%, weakening his ability to react quickly. Despite the fear gripping his body, Theo forced himself to charge with gritted determination. The Drake struck back viciously, nearly crushing him with a heavy clawed attack. Theo narrowly blocked the strike, barely holding on under the pressure of its massive strength. The Drake's massive body burst with energy, illuminating the area in a blinding flash. As the dust settled, Theo recovered from the blast, grasping the scale of the threat. He realized he couldn't drag this out, prolonging the battle would end in disaster. With the Drake lunging again, Theo made a decision: he had to end it immediately. Eyes sharp with focus, he resolved to strike at the creature's critical weak point. Knowing dragons had one fatal flaw, he prepared to target it with precision. Theo leapt into the air, sword aimed as he descended toward the Drake's exposed neck. Spotting the target, he locked onto the reverse scale, the infamous dragon weak point. With a powerful slash, his blade struck true, piercing through the reverse scale with force. Theo's strike landed with immense force, piercing the Drake's reverse scale and unleashing a powerful shockwave. The Drake roared in agony as the impact spread through its body, writhing from the pain. With blood in his eyes and overwhelming strength in his arms, Theo continued pressing the assault. Theo, bloodied but smiling, confirmed the attack had been effective and left a serious wound. The Drake bared its fangs again, rising in retaliation despite its injuries. Theo braced himself, knowing the battle wasn't over yet, his confidence tempered by caution. In another location, Ray Ragnar loudly demanded to fight Theo first, ignoring others' protests. He dismissed past results and claimed his skills had improved over 3 years. The white-haired warrior called him a loser again, provoking Ray's fury and igniting tension. Ray proposed another duel, offering the right to fight Theo as a reward for the winner. Both men clashed violently, their blades meeting with explosive force in front of bystanders. Confused and concerned spectators watched the chaos unfold, unsure why tensions had suddenly escalated. As the duel intensified, another fighter stepped in, warning them not to cause trouble here. He reminded them this territory belonged to young Master Theo, who was currently away. Despite the warning, Ray greeted the newcomer with laughter and challenged him too, escalating further. A sudden, overwhelming force spread across the area, catching everyone by surprise with its intensity. One warrior froze, instinctively recognizing the unnatural killing intent surging toward them. They turned, only to see a silhouette shrouded in red aura. Someone was approaching fast. The white-haired swordsman tightened his grip, shocked by the pressure bearing down on them all. He wondered what kind of transformation occurred during Theo's recent isolated training period. Ray Ragnar grinned, excited by the power Theo was now radiating so fiercely. From within the red storm, a voice called out, acknowledging Theo Ragnar's long-awaited arrival. A towering lesser drake glared with glowing eyes, its monstrous form emanating pure bloodlust and pressure. The beast roared and charged, slamming into the ground with overwhelming force, shaking the area violently. Standing atop its massive corpse, Theo caught his breath as the system confirmed his victory. Theo pulled his sword free from the drake's hide, recalling how it went berserk when struck. He examined its reverse scale, the weak point that saved him. Now dulled from the battle, the system rewarded him with rare materials, a tooth and claw from the slain lesser drake. The system detailed each item's properties, materials enhancing weapon durability and sharpness, ideal for forging upgrades. Theo planned to repair his worn sword, a cherished heirloom passed down from his mother. Another alert appeared. He had unexpectedly obtained the skill, Lesser Drake's Fear, from the battle. The skill released dragon, killing intent overwhelming. Weaker foes, Theo was surprised such a rare skill chose him. Though excited, he questioned its effectiveness in future threats, especially within the Ragnar region. Still, he accepted the gain with caution, understanding strength alone wouldn't guarantee survival going forward. Theo exited the dungeon, noting its dangers. The Camellia Palace dungeon had finally been cleared. With the dungeon conquered, he completed the hidden quest, seizing control of Camellia Palace's secrets. As sunlight greeted him, Theo stepped into the palace, progressing further on the path of succession. After completing the Camellia Palace quest, Theo received a mysterious reward labeled Nest Compass. The item glowed in his hand, described as a tool pointing toward the location of a nest. Though unsure of its purpose, Theo decided to keep the item and rest in his room. Before reaching his room, a maid frantically approached, alerting him of an urgent situation unfolding nearby. Another maid was shocked by his battered appearance, but Theo brushed off the concern indifferently. He learned a violent brawl had broken out in training ground. Number 4, prompting immediate investigation. Arriving shortly after, Theo witnessed chaos combatants already wounded, blood streaking across the training field. His presence triggered the passive effect of the new skill, Lesser Drake's Fear, dominating the area. Irritated and drained, Theo released killing intent unconsciously, demanding peace and craving rest above all. Nearby trainees collapsed in terror, overwhelmed by the pressure emanating from Theo's body and aura. Even experienced fighters retreated, rattled by the suffocating energy that turned their limbs heavy with fear. One red-haired man, however, grinned, excited by Theo's strength and the tension surging across the field. The man charged with confidence, declaring Theo as his target for an anticipated fight. With immense force, he unleashed a savage attack, aiming directly at Theo's position. Theo evaded swiftly, stepping forward to engage as all eyes turned to the inevitable clash ahead. Spectators watched in disbelief as the red-haired warrior's powerful strike was casually brushed aside. Hulkus Lank, shocked, realized his full-strength attack was deflected with little effort by Theo. Theo remained composed, red eyes narrowing, barely acknowledging the force behind the attack. As the clash continued, Theo advanced, forcing Hulkus to unleash his full aura in retaliation. Identified as Black Bear Hulkus Lank, he was considered the least skilled among the Northern Hounds. Despite his reputation, Hulkus launched a massive, reckless slash, determined to overpower Theo with brute force. Hulkus screamed Theo's name, his strike backed by the raw power of the Lank clan. But even then, his blade met Theo's and was halted mid. Swinging with sheer control, Hulkus's strongest attack shattered against Theo's refined swordplay, showing the gap in skill and power. Theo countered with a swift technique single flash, sending Hulkus flying back, stunned and breathless. He calmly assessed the fight's outcome, reflecting on his improved stats and combat efficiency. Hulkus collapsed, coughing blood, completely overwhelmed by Theo's level-headed strategy and controlled strength. As Hulkus lay unconscious, Theo approached, surprised by how much strength he had unconsciously used. Though Hulkus was famed for his endurance, he had been completely outmatched in a single exchange. Theo exhaled quietly. A bystander watched in shock, realizing Hulkus had fainted from the sheer pressure. Theo stood in the arena, victorious, as the crowd erupted at his defeat of Black Bear Hulkus. Spectators shouted in amazement. One of the 4 hounds had been taken down with a single strike. Theo noticed, with mild surprise, that Hulkus was still alive despite the force behind his attack. The crowd parted around Theo as he held the sword given by his mother, still glowing faintly. Everyone marveled at his precision, noting he had broken through Hulkus's defense in a single strike. Theo's calm demeanor contrasted with the awe surrounding him. The power of the weapon was undeniable. In a snowy scene, a young child stood barefoot, shivering as another figure approached with a coat. The stranger draped the coat over the child's shoulders, attempting to warm them against the cold. He guided the child to his home, promising shelter until the snow stopped, showing quiet care. Back at the arena, the crowd watched the scene in wonder as Theo's ally quietly observed. A smile broke across the observer's face, unnoticed by most, signaling approval and relief at the outcome. The audience buzzed, unaware of the subtle exchange. The palace's events were far from over as evening fell. The Camellia Palace loomed under the sunset, marking the end of the day's trials. Theo returned inside wearing a faint, satisfied smile, reflecting on the success of the quest. Peace settled briefly over the palace, though the challenges ahead promised that this calm was only temporary. Theo was celebrated at a feast in the Camellia Palace for earning the title of Luster Tiger. Servants and family praised his efforts, remarking on how much he had worked and persevered. Theo's mother encouraged him to maintain his momentum toward the upcoming awakening ceremony. She presented him with rare dishes, explaining the origins of each ingredient and its careful preparation. Theo hesitated under the overwhelming selection, politely refusing at first, while recognizing the effort behind each dish. Eventually, he ate, smiling and acknowledging the meal's quality, showing gratitude toward his mother. During training, Theo reflected quietly on past battles and the skill he had gained. He remembered the lessons from the dungeon and arena, preparing mentally for future challenges. Despite his calm exterior, he remained aware of the danger and the need for constant improvement. Theo's sword unexpectedly broke during training, leaving him momentarily stunned and the room in disbelief. His mother expressed concern, though Theo reassured her, realizing the sword's rare materials had still given him immense advantage. He analyzed the situation, noting that the combination of white snow steel and ebony steelwood had still performed beyond expectations. Theo examined ebony steelwood closely, learning that it grew in iron-rich soil and retained flexibility while being incredibly strong. The material's rarity explained the sword's previous durability and hinted at potential for future crafting. Understanding its properties, Theo prepared to repair and enhance his weapon, readying himself for the challenges ahead. Theo examined the broken sword from his mother, realizing it had been far more valuable than he initially thought. His mother insisted he receive a replacement, emphasizing the importance of a weapon worthy of his skills. She reminded him that the awakening ceremony was approaching and that he must be fully prepared for display and combat. Without waiting, his mother led Theo through the palace, determined to acquire a superior sword immediately. Theo followed, curious about the destination, but he understood the urgency in her tone and stride. They arrived at the Basque workshop, a renowned forge known across Winterra for producing the finest weapons, where skilled craftsmen worked diligently to craft extraordinary swords. In the snowy north, the renowned Basque workshop stood tall, one of Winterra's finest weapon forges. Its fame stemmed not only from its massive production scale but from the talent it housed. The workshop's master, a high-ranked blacksmith of the Ragnar family, worked tirelessly before blazing forges. Known as the elf of capitalism incarnate, the master craftsman Kirsten was a legend among artisans. Her unmatched skill earned her the title Demon Craftsman, respected and feared across Winterra's forges. Theo and his mother arrived unexpectedly, surprising Kirsten, who greeted them with her usual sharp tone. When Theo called her mother, Kirsten coldly denied the bond, claiming their family tie had ended. Theo realized the shocking truth: his mother was Kirsten's daughter, making him part high elf by blood. Though stunned, he quickly accepted the revelation, humorously crediting it for his striking appearance. Kirsten demanded to know the reason for their visit, sensing tension in their sudden arrival. Theo's mother revealed they came to return a defective sword forged by Kirsten herself. Outraged, Kirsten accused them of insulting her craftsmanship, her pride igniting like her forge's fire. Examining the sword, Kirsten's confident expression faded as she noticed cracks hidden within the blade. She struggled to justify the flaw, questioning who could have damaged her masterpiece so severely. When asked, Theo's mother simply replied the sword had been wielded by her own son. Theo stood behind his companion as they approached the renowned master of the Basque workshop, introduced as the genius who would inherit the Ragnar name. Theo bowed respectfully, showing confidence. The workshop master acknowledged his reputation, intrigued by the young man who claimed to wield the sword. Theo admitted ownership of the blade, confirming his connection to the weapon under question. The elf craftsman examined the sword and noted its defect, questioning Theo's ability to use it. Realizing the discussion would take time, she invited Theo and his companion inside for a private talk. Inside the workshop, Theo inquired about his mother's relationship with the mysterious demon craftsman. She revealed it was true. She once shared a brief yet meaningful past with that figure. Clarifying further, she stated the woman beside Theo was her foster daughter from long ago. The elf woman explained her foster mother cherished all things beautiful, art, music, and even people. That admiration led her to take in the elf's family, raising her with affection. Though she dismissed the past, curiosity arose when asked how she eventually left that household. She recalled leaving by choice, seeking a new life and later marrying the head of Ragnar. Reflecting bitterly, the elf thought her decision foolish, yet she respected the woman's endurance. The foster mother laughed lightheartedly, recalling her husband's charm and the love they once shared. The elf craftsman recalled how the woman once returned shamelessly, requesting a sword for her son. Her foster daughter protested in embarrassment, unable to believe her mother would reveal such things openly. Theo watched silently, realizing he had never seen his mother act so freely before. Theo reflected deeply, realizing how little he truly understood his mother in his previous life. Regret surfaced as he questioned his past obsession with the clan's prestige and his own ignorance. He wondered why, despite caring for his mother, the demon craftsman hadn't acted back then. They arrived before a large door, which the elf identified as her private master's office. She instructed Cecilia to wait outside, while she and Theo entered for a private matter. The heavy doors shut behind them, leaving Cecilia startled by the sudden isolation. Inside, the elf's demeanor changed as she demanded to know about a relic Theo possessed. Theo hesitated, caught off guard by her sharp tone and the unexpected question. She pressed further, asking directly if he held a relic of the primordial dragon. Theo appeared confused, recalling clan legends about the guardian dragon that once protected their ancestors. He mentioned stories of their progenitor distributing ancient treasures across the continent generations ago. Unconvinced, the elf accused him of deceit and prepared to test his claim herself. The elf craftsman erupted in anger, demanding how her carefully forged sword became so damaged. She ranted about pouring her heart into its creation, claiming nothing short of a relic could harm it. Theo apologized awkwardly, explaining the sword only broke during his fight with a lesser drake. Skeptical, the elf dismissed his excuse, deciding to show him something that would explain everything. She unlocked a massive chain-covered container hidden within the workshop's depths. As metal clanked loudly, she asked Theo what he saw inside, watching his reaction closely. A blue glow emanated from the sealed object, triggering Theo's memory of the Camellia Palace dungeon. The elf, unable to see the glow, realized Theo perceived something beyond normal vision. She revealed her repeated failures to open the case, which supposedly contained a powerful hidden item. The elf finally named the artifact the primordial dragon's relic, sealed since the Age of Myths. She explained it was forged from the dragon's own fang, forming the legendary white moonlight blade. Theo listened, awed by the tale of divine craftsmanship and ancient power. The elf raised the glowing sword image, offering Theo a dangerous proposition. If he could break the seal and retrieve the sword, it would belong to him. However, she warned that attempting it could cost him his life. Theo's eyes glowed crimson as determination filled his expression, claiming the legendary sword as his own. Theo discovered a chain gate identical to the one hidden deep within Camellia Palace's restricted section. Recalling the blue key's mysterious properties, he realized it might unlock the sealed passage before him. Inserting the glowing key, chains shattered apart and the heavy mechanism began to unlock with force. A surge of light erupted from the gate, pulling Theo into a powerful distortion of space. His companion watched in shock as energy spiraled violently, engulfing Theo without warning. Unable to resist, Theo's body was swallowed by the blinding light, vanishing into the collapsing gate. Theo awoke in chaos, surrounded by black energy as his mind spun in confusion. Through the haze, he recognized burning towers, the ruins of the Rose Palace from his past. Realization struck he had returned to the moment everything fell apart back where it began. Amidst the flames, he remembered his weakness, the humiliation of powerlessness that defined his downfall. Determined, Theo vowed to grow stronger, to surpass Rendon and destroy Camellia Palace entirely. Rising amidst destruction, he faced forward, eyes blazing with newfound conviction and unyielding will. Theo charged ahead, power surging as he confronted the monstrous creature blocking his path. His crimson gaze locked with the beast, both driven by primal determination to dominate. Their clash erupted in explosive force, the beginning of Theo's rebirth through battle and vengeance. Theo faced the monstrous sword spirit, attempting to corrupt his mind through the lure of power. Resisting its control, he recalled conquering despair before, proving his will stronger than any curse. Defiantly, he declared mastery over himself, refusing to be swayed by hollow temptations of strength. The griffin spirit roared, struggling as Theo's grip tightened. Recognizing its opponent's unwavering resolve, Theo noticed the creature's diminished form, likely weakened after years of being sealed within the relic. Determined to claim its power, Theo subdued it, binding it under his command as the Moonlight Sword. Back in the workshop, Theo lay unconscious, his mother rushing to his side in panic. Seeing her son lifeless, she accused the elf blacksmith of endangering him for the sake of forging. The elf, guilt-stricken, remained silent, realizing the consequences of meddling with unstable ancient energy. Kirsten examined Theo's condition, noting the monstrous energy merging with his bloodstream unnaturally. His mother's fury grew, vowing never to forgive if her son suffered from this experiment. Kirsten silently regretted underestimating Theo's relic, and the power it had now awakened within him. Suddenly, Theo's body emitted a surge of blue energy, forming a vortex around them. The unstable force expanded, pulling both mother and son into a glowing spiral of light. As the room was engulfed, Kirsten watched helplessly, realizing Theo's awakening had only just begun. Theo slowly opened his eyes, his mother's tearful face filling his blurry vision. She called his name in disbelief, clutching him tightly as relief replaced fear. Smiling faintly, Theo reassured her he was unharmed, despite the ordeal that nearly claimed him. A system notification confirmed Theo's victory. He had successfully completed the Griffin's subjugation quest. The reward materialized, granting him ownership of the newly forged White Moonlight Sword. Theo acknowledged his fortune, realizing the weakened Griffin's state had ensured his triumph, absorbing the sword's monster energy. Theo's magic power surged beyond mortal limits. Blue energy enveloped him as divine strength awakened within his body. His stats skyrocketed, magic power surpassing 200, granting him the rare ability called Divinity. Though his newfound power was immense, Theo restrained it until the official awakening ceremony. His status screen revealed his exponential growth, leaving both Mother and Kirsten astonished. The elf blacksmith congratulated him, remarking that his success had even surprised her. Theo examined the sword, noticing it vibrate restlessly as if alive with emotion. Kirsten explained it hadn't fully accepted him yet. Restless after centuries of confinement, She advised him to release its pent-up power on the wall, an ultimate test of mastery. Inside the Basque workshop, the blacksmith mocked Theo, doubting a novice could harm its reinforced walls. Theo smirked confidently, deciding to test the white moonlight sword's power alongside his dragon heart. Preparing his stance, he channeled mana into the blade, ready to unleash its true potential. The sword glowed intensely, its blue aura expanding as Theo swung with overwhelming force. Information appeared: white moonlight sword, a weapon forged from the primordial dragon's claw. Shock filled the room as powerful waves of energy surged outward, shaking the entire workshop. Theo released the technique single flash, the strike bursting upward like a beam piercing the heavens. The impact cracked the workshop's ceiling, light spilling through as thunderous power echoed across the city. Both Kirsten and Theo's mother stood frozen in awe, witnessing his unmatched control and sheer might. An explosion of light erupted from Kirsten's workshop, shaking the forge and sending debris flying. Theo and his mother watched in alarm as the once proud structure collapsed under the surge of magic. Holding his sword, Theo realized it had absorbed his energy entirely, an artifact too dangerous to control. Kirsten reached forward, channeling her power to stabilize the collapsing energy swirling around the weapon. In a flash, she appeared beside Theo, her speed overwhelming his perception. Analyzing his attempt, she concluded he lacked proper magical finesse, astonished by his raw, unstable technique. Surveying the destruction, Kirsten questioned if mere sharpness of the blade caused such devastation. Her expression shifted as realization dawned: Theo had accomplished it through instinct, not knowledge. Recognizing his unprecedented skill, she silently acknowledged him as a true genius. Pride filled her eyes as she declared Theo her grandson before the astonished onlookers. Kirsten promised to sponsor his growth, ordering him to showcase his potential to the world. With ambition gleaming, she envisioned Theo becoming Basque Workshop's living emblem of excellence. Theo looked toward his mother, shocked by the revelation connecting them to Kirsten. Kirsten, ever pragmatic, saw opportunity rather than emotion in their reunion. Amused, she accused him of hiding greed behind his calm eyes, while Theo stood speechless. Under the crescent moon, snow blanketed the quiet forged town where the Basque workshop stood in stillness. A carriage arrived through the snowy path, carrying Theo and his mother to their long-awaited destination. From a distance, a lone elf craftsman noticed their approach, holding blueprints under the falling snow. The elf recognized Theo's gesture, presenting a rare drake horn meant for the workshop's wall repairs. Realizing its origin, she admired the young man's resourcefulness, remembering the relic he once retrieved. With a faint smile, she thought of her daughter's lineage, proud yet hiding a trace of worry. A stranger's voice interrupted her reflection, addressing her as the infamous demon craftsman. Darkness shifted, revealing a hooded figure emerging from the shadows, hinting at unfinished matters. Days later, Theo trained relentlessly, preparing for the clan's upcoming ranking ceremony. At dawn, Theo's duel began against Evelyn, their blades clashing fiercely before astonished spectators. Each exchange showed Theo's refined strength and precision, reflecting months of tireless discipline. Onlookers watched in awe as Theo pressed forward, matching Evelyn's mastery with newfound determination. Evelyn acknowledged Theo's rapid growth, recalling his transformation over just half a year. As their blades collided, his aura flared brighter, signaling his potential awakening. The crowd realized the truth: Theo Ragnar's rise marked the birth of a true monster. As dawn settled after the duel, Theo and Evelyn stood across from each other, the crowd silent. Evelyn praised Theo's progress, acknowledging how far he had come in preparation for the awakening ceremony. Theo thanked him sincerely, crediting his improvement to Evelyn's mentorship and guidance throughout their training. Nearby trainees, overhearing their conversation, eagerly asked Theo to mention their names in his speech. Laughing, Theo joked about his growing popularity, while Evelyn silently observed with mixed feelings. Theo waved farewell, announcing his departure as the sunset painted the training grounds in warm light. Days later, the Grand Central headquarters bustled with activity, hosting the prestigious awakening ceremony. Theo arrived at the towering gates of Camellia Palace, where the event would determine his worth. Announcing himself confidently, he declared his name before the assembly of Ragnars and guests. Crowds gathered in anticipation, whispering about the ceremony's significance within the Ragnar family. Theo stepped through the radiant entrance, aware that countless eyes awaited his performance. Inside, noble spectators murmured as the atmosphere grew solemn with rising tension. Each participant aimed to prove their strength, seeking recognition among the clan's elite swordsmen. Theo's entrance drew the attention of every elder, including the formidable clan head Kyle Ragnar. Seated on the throne, Kyle observed silently, judging whether Theo possessed the true Ragnar spirit. The ceremony gathered the clan's greatest figures, including the revered group known as the Nine Dragons. Among them sat Hilda Ragnar, the former clan head from 2 generations past, graceful yet commanding. Theo quietly observed her presence, relieved that such a legendary figure attended after years of absence. The sound of drums echoed as the judge, Vana Ragnar, announced the beginning of the examination. He explained the rules. Clearly, participants must draw a sword and strike the steel wall before them. Each sword rested on the ground, awaiting warriors bold enough to test their strength before the clan. Vavana detailed the challenge further, revealing the wall's composition: a blend of white snow steel. Ordinary weapons couldn't scratch it. Only those channeling mana could leave a visible mark. Holding a glowing elixir called Soma, he explained its power to awaken dormant magic within. Vavana ordered participants to consume the Soma and focus their mana into the Dantian. The airstrike's depth would determine rank and recognition within the clan. Calling the first name, he commanded Theo Ragnar to step forth and begin the test. Theo accepted the Soma, walking toward the row of swords. With calm determination, he recalled his past life, where Axion claimed victory, overshadowing him completely. Clenching his fist, Theo vowed silently this time the result would be different. The system registered a new quest. Theo Ragnar's objective was clear: to emerge victorious in the awakening ceremony. High above the arena, elite spectators watched from their reserved seats. Among them sat Kyle Ragnar, the current clan head, speaking with an influential elder. The elder smiled, intrigued by Kyle's confidence. She leaned forward, her gaze sharp and curious, suggesting they observe the boy's performance. Theo steadied his breathing, the cold air filling the ceremonial hall as his trial was about to begin. He recalled the significance of the awakening ceremony, where one's innate mana would first emerge. With a firm nod to the instructor, he accepted the vial containing the Soma, ready to proceed. As he swallowed the Soma, memories of his past failure resurfaced when mana tore through his Dantian. This time, he focused his breathing, carefully guiding the violent energy swirling within his body. Determined not to repeat history, Theo embraced the pain, channeling control over the surging blue light. Energy erupted violently, shaking the ground as Theo struggled to contain the overflowing mana. The instructor panicked, believing Theo reckless, certain the boy would cripple himself once again. But inside, Theo's core began stabilizing, the mana condensing into a luminous sphere within his Dantian. The mana storm intensified, testing the limits of his body and spirit. Even the instructor feared Theo's power would destroy him before stabilization could occur. Yet Theo endured, his mana fusing perfectly as radiant energy burst across the entire chamber. When the light faded, Theo stood unharmed, his aura calm and overwhelming. He clenched his glowing fist, realizing a dragon heart had formed beside his mana hall. Unlike his previous life, Theo had succeeded effortlessly, his rebirth marking the true beginning of his legend. Theo, now officially recognized, stood ready to wield mana freely for the first time in this life. Gripping his sword, he channeled immense energy, determined to test his control through sheer precision. Blue light surged around him as his sword descended, forming a blinding arc of condensed power. Theo released everything in one controlled strike, pouring his overflowing mana into a single technique. Observers watched in awe as his power erupted violently, shaking the entire training hall. The single flash cut through the air, its radiant path splitting the ground cleanly in two. When the energy subsided, silence filled the arena. Even seasoned warriors stared, stunned by the result. The sword marks stretched far across the floor, evidence of power rarely seen from a first awakening. Theo lowered his weapon, calm but aware of the shock he had caused. The examiner's voice trembled as he declared Theo's success, acknowledging him as a true heir of Ragnar. Spectators whispered, comparing his strength to that of legendary young Master Thorkel. Theo simply walked forward, his presence commanding respect among even the most skeptical nobles. System messages appeared, his luck restored, fame spreading across the clan and beyond. Offers poured in from powerful mentors eager to claim him as their disciple. Theo smiled faintly, realizing his long-desired recognition had finally begun. His true rise was only starting now. System notifications spread rapidly. Some Ragnar elders grew cautious, while others began taking interest in Theo's success. Among them, Hilda Ragnar smiled knowingly, intrigued by his sudden rise in power. Theo, unaware of the politics forming around him, felt proud to have earned her attention. He resolved to grow stronger, determined to obtain the mysterious heart of Garuda. Nearby, another candidate named Sybil completed his awakening, successfully passing his trial with enthusiasm. Though Sybil celebrated, Theo's focus remained fixed on the distant goal only he could see. Elsewhere, the four hounds of the North, Ray Ragnar, Hulkus Lank, Remington Narcio, and Theo demonstrated extraordinary results. Their combined power left deep scars across the training arena, shaking even the instructors. Theo's achievement, however, stood above the rest, his precision unmatched among the prodigies. Even the senior examiner admitted none had created a mark as grand as Theo's. All eyes turned toward the final participant, anticipation filling the hall. The name Axion Ragnar was called, his confident steps echoing through the silent chamber. Axion, known as the Dark Tiger, advanced toward the stage, drawing the crowd's focused gaze. Spectators murmured, many doubted even he could surpass Theo's overwhelming display. With calm determination, Axion prepared to swallow the soma, marking the next great awakening to begin. As Axion began his awakening, crimson mana burst forth, engulfing him in a torrent of chaotic energy. Theo stepped back in alarm as the energy manifested into the form of a demonic dragon. The red beast roared, its power shaking the arena, signaling Axion's uncontrollable awakening. Axion's power exploded outward, carving massive fissures across the ground in violent red arcs. The examiner watched in astonishment, acknowledging the overwhelming force both boys had displayed. With a final surge, the verdict was declared: Axion Ragnar had passed the awakening trial. The audience gasped. Theo's and Axion's results appeared nearly identical in strength and precision. Confusion spread as judges debated, deciding precision would determine the superior awakening. Theo silently observed, his calm expression contrasting the storm of excitement around him. The chief examiner addressed the crowd, announcing the end of the ceremony's first stage. He praised the year's exceptional results, instructing those who passed to prepare for the next stage. The anticipation built once more as he prepared to reveal the rankings. Every participant awaited the announcement, their eyes filled with determination and rivalry. The top contenders, Theo, Axion, and the other prodigies, stood silently as tension filled the air. Finally, the voice rang out. The valedictorian of the first awakening stage was Theo Ragnar. Theo Ragnar is introduced as a standout figure. The crowd watches in awe as he scores a perfect 10, his strength and skill unmatched. His confident smile shows that he is fully aware of his superiority in this competition. The atmosphere shifts as spectators discuss the incredible abilities Theo demonstrated. The atmosphere becomes tense, with the audience captivated by his remarkable swordsmanship and fluid technique. The commentary shifts to praise his performance. The crowd is in awe as Theo stands victorious, knowing that his score is unbeatable at this moment, and his dominance in the competition is clear. The scene shifts, focusing on the disappointment of Axion, who lost his position. The crowd murmurs in surprise, realizing that Axion's impressive depth in swordsmanship was not enough to surpass Theo Ragnar. As the competition progresses, even the top candidates are now aware of the monumental skill Theo possesses. Axion's defeat brings a sense of inevitability to the event. Theo's rank is revealed as first place, with Axion securing second, despite a perfect score as well. The tension is palpable, and the anticipation for the next round builds. The competitors' results continue to be revealed, including names such as Wellington Ragnar, Ray Ragnar, and others, each ranked based on their performances. The crowd's reaction varies from excitement to disappointment. Theo and Axion's dominance are clear, but other competitors reflect on their own performances with mixed emotions. The ranking details continue, leading to more reactions from the audience. Some face the reality that they need to improve, while others are content with their placements. The scene changes as the announcement of the second blooming ceremony is made. The competitors are given a chance to prepare for the next challenge in the harsh winter mountains. Adding a new level of difficulty, the atmosphere turns cold as the competitors realize the upcoming challenge will test their limits even more than before. The intense winter environment heightens the stakes. The announcement concludes with the group being dismissed. Competitors prepare themselves mentally and physically for the trials ahead, knowing the road will not be easy. The scene transitions to a more relaxed moment as the competitors gather to celebrate the results. Theo and Wellington are praised for their accomplishments. Amid the celebrations, the focus shifts to Theo, who thanks everyone for the recognition. His words reflect his calm yet determined nature. Despite the accolades, Theo reveals his deeper motivation. The real goal is not just winning this ceremony, but preparing for the more difficult tests ahead and achieving something far greater. Celebration continues as Theo and Wellington are congratulated for their first and second place finishes. The atmosphere is filled with cheers and clinking of glasses as everyone acknowledges their accomplishments. Theo smiles, acknowledging the recognition, but keeping his emotions in check. He humbly reflects on the success, while others seem genuinely pleased to see him achieve what he set out to do. Although the cheers surround him, Theo feels a sense of personal conflict. As he glances at the crowd, his thoughts reveal that while he's proud of his achievement, a part of him feels there's more to accomplish. The real challenge lies ahead. The atmosphere shifts as another conversation begins. Wellington, in a relaxed tone, discusses the competition, downplaying his victory and attributing it to luck. Theo listens, his expression pensive. He seems to appreciate Wellington's humility, but there is a subtle tension in the air as the weight of what lies ahead starts to settle on both of them. The conversation continues, with both men agreeing that their bond as friends is stronger than any competition. This marks a moment of solidarity as they prepare for what's to come in the second blooming ceremony. The focus shifts to a snowy, desolate mountain range, a stark contrast to the celebratory setting. This is where the second blooming ceremony will take place, and the difficulty of the challenge is clear. As Theo stands before the mountains, he reflects on his past life and the significance of reaching the top rank. It's a place he never thought he would be, but now he's here, contemplating the future. The winds howl as Theo stares into the distance. Despite the victory, he knows that much harder trials await him. The stakes are higher now, and he's fully aware of the challenges ahead. Theo continues his internal monologue as he walks through the mountains, contemplating his victory over Axion. Though the battle was difficult, it was only a small victory in the grand scheme of his journey. He reflects on his enemies, including Axion, and the powerful forces he must eventually face. Theo is determined, knowing that defeating enemies like them will require all his strength and strategy. With resolve, Theo tightens his grip on his weapon. The journey is far from over, and the battles ahead will demand everything he has. He's ready for whatever comes next, prepared to face challenges even greater than the ones behind him. A new twist is introduced. Theo finds a nest compass, a mysterious item that will guide him toward his next challenge. This item will be crucial for navigating the difficult path ahead. Theo examines the compass, realizing its importance. The sense of direction it provides could be the key to surviving the harsh environment of the mountains and succeeding in the second blooming ceremony. With the compass in hand, Theo sets his gaze forward, more determined than ever. The road ahead is perilous, but with this new tool, he feels ready to face what lies ahead. The journey continues, and the real test is about to begin. Theo holds the nest compass firmly, noticing that it's pointing towards the winter mountains. His eyes narrow as he realizes that this is the next step in his journey, which leads him straight into unknown territory. Theo ponders over what the nest could be. He's determined to uncover its mystery during the second blooming ceremony, knowing that this could give him an advantage in the trials ahead. As the winds pick up around him, Theo's expression grows more focused. He is fully aware of the importance of what's ahead, knowing that the key to his success lies in unraveling the secrets that lie hidden in the winter mountains. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the snow. The figure is cloaked and hidden, blending with the winter landscape. Theo is immediately alert, sensing something amiss. The stranger's voice cuts through the silence, asking who Theo is. The figure's tone is laced with suspicion, as if trying to test Theo's identity. Theo is quick to react. Drawing his sword, the figure's sudden appearance catches him off guard, but he's prepared to defend himself. The encounter takes a dangerous turn as Theo demands answers from the intruder. The mysterious figure lowers their weapon, explaining their identity. They reveal they are Getsby Yotan from the Gale Sword unit. Their mission was sent by the captain, who observed Theo during the blooming ceremony. Theo's suspicion grows as he realizes the stranger is not just a random encounter. He muses that the situation is far more complicated than it first appeared. The figure's presence raises questions about the larger forces at play. Yotan continues, explaining that they were sent specifically to test Theo's abilities. Theo's expression remains unreadable as he contemplates the true nature of this encounter, understanding that this might be more than a simple scout's mission. As the conversation continues, Theo finds himself growing irritated by the figure's arrogance. Yotan claims the prestige of the Gale Sword unit, but Theo sees through the boastful remarks. Theo makes it clear that he is not interested in meaningless tests. He challenges Yotan, recognizing that this test is just another obstacle in his path. Yotan seems unfazed by Theo's challenge, drawing a weapon and preparing for a confrontation. The tension between the two builds as they face off in the frozen landscape, both aware that only one can come out victorious. Yotan's true nature is revealed as he summons a fiery power. Branding himself as a member of the Black Iron Cavalry, he offers Theo a choice to join them, hinting at a deeper alliance. Theo reacts with shock and confusion, recognizing the power that Yotan possesses. The mention of the Black Iron Cavalry sends a chill down his spine as he realizes the weight of the offer. The fiery goblin-like creature materializes, further intimidating Theo. Yotan challenges him, asking if he's willing to face such powerful foes or back down. Theo, with unwavering resolve, prepares for the battle ahead, knowing that this encounter will only test his strength further. Theo, visibly agitated, walks into a bustling room filled with tension. A group of people gathers around speaking hurriedly and trying to get the attention of the high-ranking figures. As they begin talking over each other, some of the leaders shout orders and offer promises, trying to get in line for Theo's attention. The chaos begins to escalate as everyone competes for his focus. With a calm smile, Theo decides to put an end to the chaos. He cracks a subtle joke, using humor to lighten the situation. But internally, he's already preparing for the more serious matters that lie ahead. Theo walks with a graceful yet determined pace through the crowd. His thoughts drift back to the greater challenges and opportunities before him, but he remains outwardly composed. As he ponders the complexity of his choices, his path grows clearer. The weight of his future decisions begins to settle in, especially with the upcoming events surrounding his position and the people vying for his allegiance. Despite knowing the difficulties ahead, Theo remains resolute. The path before him may be full of trials, but he's prepared to face whatever comes, understanding the importance of each step in the grand scheme. Theo is now standing before a powerful figure. The air is thick with the promise of impending action, as the figure makes a statement about his ambition and the desire to see him excel. The figure offers something that seems almost too good to be true, but Theo remains cautious. His mind is already working, calculating the consequences of the decision he must make. As the figure's words sink in, Theo's expression hardens. He knows that what is being offered is a stepping stone, but he can't afford to be blinded by the allure of power. A new, unexpected presence enters the scene. A woman, poised and powerful, walks into the room with confidence. The room falls silent as she makes her entrance, her aura radiating authority. The woman introduces herself as Prunus, the Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, and with her words, the entire room feels the weight of her position. Her presence commands attention and respect. The shock of her arrival is evident on the faces of those around her, but she remains calm, focused solely on Theo. She reveals her true purpose: to see Theo Ragnar, the young prodigy who has garnered so much attention. The atmosphere becomes even more intense as Theo processes the significance of Prunus's appearance. He is caught off guard, realizing the true importance of this meeting. Prunus's words stir something deep within Theo. She speaks of her interest in him, hinting that his destiny is tied to forces much larger than he originally realized. With a final nod, Prunus leaves the room, her presence leaving a profound impact on Theo. The moment is charged with anticipation, and Theo understands that this is only the beginning of a much larger story unfolding before him. The intense battle reaches its climax as Theo stands over his defeated opponent. The figure is sprawled on the ground, blood staining the earth beneath. Theo's hand reaches out to deliver the final blow. The weapon gleams ominously as Theo delivers the strike. His eyes remain cold and focused, not showing any sign of hesitation. The fight has come to a brutal end as the dust settles. Theo's eyes narrow, surveying the aftermath of the battle. His expression remains indifferent, though inside, the weight of his decisions weighs heavily on him. The sound of a blade striking the ground echoes, and Theo turns his attention to his opponent, who is still standing. The opponent sneers, calling Theo's actions pathetic. The opponent taunts Theo, challenging him further, questioning whether a mere sword will change anything. His arrogance fuels the tension as the battle seems far from over. Theo, unwavering, focuses his mind. The battle has yet to reach its conclusion, and he knows that he must act decisively to end the confrontation once and for all. The situation shifts as Theo begins to reflect on the intensity of the battle and the uncertainty of his next steps. A sharp voice interrupts his thoughts. Someone calls out to him. The voice, calm and familiar, belongs to an older figure, an uncle. He suggests that Theo needs to clear his mind and devise a plan. This advice feels like a lifeline amidst the chaos. With a resolute expression, Theo acknowledges the voice. He knows that the second blooming ceremony is approaching, and it's time to gather his thoughts and prepare for the challenges that lie ahead. His uncle promises to show him how to defeat Theo Ragnar, setting the stage for even greater conflict. Lady Plum Blossom arrived amidst glowing petals, her presence commanding silence as disciples bowed in astonishment. The air shimmered with spiritual energy. Even seasoned warriors sensed the immense power radiating from her steps. Ignoring their awe, she advanced toward the young man, her energy distorting the ground beneath her feet. Observers gasped as a pink barrier expanded, isolating Lady Plum Blossom and the chosen warrior completely. Recognizing the technique, they realized she had invoked an isolation zone and arena for personal instruction. Within the glowing sphere, the two figures faced each other as the outside world faded away. The warrior recognized the legendary skill and isolated dimension used by Lady Plum Blossom for special teachings. A rare opportunity unfolded before him, one that even the demon dragon would envy upon discovery. Smiling confidently, She drew her blade, declaring her intent to bestow a gift of swordsmanship. Drawing her sword, she unleashed radiant energy resembling dragonfire, scorching the air with pure might. Petals swirled violently as she demonstrated mastery beyond imitation, blending elegance with merciless precision. She declared her sword embraced infinite variations, each motion embodying a new interpretation of the dragon's essence. Their blades clashed, petals scattering like sparks as divine energy rippled through the isolated realm. Lady Plum Blossom's movements formed afterimages, overwhelming her opponent in a storm of radiant technique. As the light subsided, awe filled the warrior's gaze. He had witnessed perfection manifest before him. Lady Plum Blossom stood poised, her blade gleaming as petals spiraled upward within a single controlled breath. In an instant, her sword sliced through the air, creating ripples that mirrored celestial beauty. She named the technique Celestial Flower Rain, the first form of full bloom of the plum blossoms. Theo trembled, awestruck by the technique's precision, one continuous motion containing countless hidden circles and variations. He acknowledged her mastery surpassed even the clan heads, a realization that deepened his respect. Grateful, he admitted his unworthiness, yet she smiled, satisfied that he simply appreciated what he had witnessed. As the isolation zone dissipated, light returned, leaving observers stunned by the overwhelming spiritual display. Lady Plum Blossom invited Theo to find her after the awakening ceremony for continued instruction. Her confident smile lingered, leaving the gathered warriors speechless as Theo stood humbled by her offer. Petals faded as Theo reflected on her words, realizing she wished for him to bring new change. He laughed quietly, acknowledging the immense gift and responsibility she had bestowed upon him. Resolute, he vowed to honor her expectations and prepare for the upcoming second stage. 3 days later, the Winter Mountains loomed near the northern Great Wall, harsh winds echoing through the peaks. The second stage of the awakening ceremony awaited, testing strength, endurance, and spiritual control. From Winterra's heart to the distant Demon Sea, Theo's journey toward mastery was about to resume. The Ragnar crest glimmered as Jackie Ragnar addressed the gathered swordsmen, recounting their clan's thousand-year duty. They had long defended humanity from demonic threats beyond the Great Wall, protecting the world from corruption. Jackie declared the site for the second stage a proving ground chosen for its peril and history. Standing atop the snowy ridge, Jackie reminded them of their limits as apprentice swordsmen. He restricted access to the Demon Sea, emphasizing survival and caution during the upcoming examination. The challenge was simple: hunt monsters in the Winter Mountains and retrieve the bells from their necks. He revealed 7 bell types, each color representing increasing difficulty and danger, from bronze to violet. Violet bells belonged to creatures too strong to defeat, yet worth the highest score. Despite the warning, Jackie smirked, knowing ambition would push many to challenge the impossible. Theo analyzed the rules, realizing competitors could steal bells from one another to gain advantage. The exam encouraged rivalry, echoing the Ragnar clan's law of the jungle strength above all. Jackie concluded with safety instructions before officially commencing the second stage of the ceremony. At his command, participants scattered into the mountains, eager to begin the 15-day survival test. Some prioritized supplies, while others plotted alliances or betrayals beneath the howling blizzard. Theo's allies prepared to regroup, unaware of the hidden threats already closing in from the shadows. Exion advanced swiftly through the icy terrain, executing a calculated mission under his superior's silent command. A voice echoed in his mind, instructing him to move precisely as planned for success. The unseen figure warned that disobedience would turn the battlefield into Theo's grave, sealing his fate. As the winds howled, Theo prepared to move deeper into the frozen wilderness of Winterra. He reminded himself that hesitation meant death in the awakening second stage. Then, from behind, a familiar voice called to him, halting his steady march forward. Theo turned to find Remy approaching, armored and smiling, despite the harsh cold. Remy confessed he had reflected deeply, realizing Theo was both a friend and a rival. A spark of determination lit his eyes. He desired to surpass Theo through pure effort. Theo grinned faintly, understanding the feeling well, recalling similar ambition from his own heart. Both drew their weapons, acknowledging mutual respect forged through shared trials and growth. Their friendly rivalry solidified, laughter echoing across the snowy plains as tension eased. Remy declared his intent to challenge Theo during the second stage, promising a fair contest. Theo returned his grin, wishing his rival luck before they parted ways. The cold wind carried Remy's fading figure away as Theo continued toward his next trial. Theo walked through the snow-covered wilderness, reflecting on Remington's earlier words that set him as a rival. For the first time, he felt genuine excitement. Someone saw him not as a burden but a goal, smiling faintly. He acknowledged the thrill of being challenged, determined to become someone truly strong. Gathering his focus, Theo activated his device, the compass, glowing with energy as it calibrated direction. The system identified the artifact as the nest compass, guiding him toward the elusive dragon's nest. Blue lights extended across the icy cliffs, tracing a path through the mountains where danger surely awaited. At the outskirts of the winter mountain range, harsh winds howled across endless sheets of snow. Theo trudged through the frostbitten terrain, his breath visible as he searched the desolate expanse. Spotting a faint glimmer beneath the snow, he knelt down and uncovered a small, glowing orb. Examining the orb, Theo muttered about the difficulty of finding relics in such deep frost. He realized he lacked proper tools, regretting not bringing a shovel for the excavation. With determination returning, he tightened his grip on the moon-white sword, ready to dig by force. Theo drove his sword into the ground, the blade shining with condensed mana energy. Powerful currents erupted, snow scattering violently as the ground split beneath his strike. The tremor revealed a buried passageway, sealed with ancient runes that pulsed faintly with blue light. Sensing movement nearby, Theo drew his sword and ordered the hidden presences to reveal themselves. 3 figures emerged from the trees, mocking him for noticing their stealth. Theo recognized the insignia on their armor, bandits of the northern range known for ambushes. The group introduced themselves as Hyde, Chio, and Loon, the 3 roughnecks of Buck Mountain. Theo recalled their reputation for massacring villagers during a failed mission years ago. With cold resolve, he prepared his stance, determined to end what had once been left unfinished. Theo stood amid crimson snow, haunted by memories of the Buck Mountain massacre from his past life. He recalled the horror, dozens of civilians slain, their heads crushed beyond recognition. Tightening his grip on his sword, Theo swore to never let history repeat under his watch. Facing the 3 bandits, Theo questioned their motives, suspecting more than greed behind their ambush. Their mocking laughter revealed arrogance, but their words hinted at political involvement. When Theo mentioned the Senate, their shocked reactions confirmed his suspicion they weren't mere hunters, but hired blades. Realizing exposure, the bandits unsheathed their weapons, deciding to eliminate Theo before word spread. Theo's eyes sharpened as energy swirled. He drew his blade, unleashing blinding arcs of power. A violent shockwave tore through the forest, scattering debris as the 3 rushed recklessly toward him. Theo's strikes found their marks. His movements were precise, cold, and utterly merciless. One by one, the bandits fell, unable to comprehend his speed or technique. Standing over their fallen bodies, Theo muttered that he would never become like those he destroyed. After the battle, Theo reflected on his performance, recognizing flaws in controlling his mana flow. He analyzed his technique, noting areas to refine and the potential of the moon-white sword. With resolve renewed, Theo gathered their remains for burial, ensuring no trace of them remained. After eliminating the bandits, Theo ascended the frozen cliffs overlooking the winter range under an aurora sky. He contemplated how to access the underground area mentioned in the ancient records. Hearing a strange echo, he turned to see faint light forming a spiral path beneath the snow. Theo discovered an invisible staircase descending deep into the mountain's heart. Realizing it was sealed by illusion magic, he stepped forward as his system triggered a new quest. The message appeared: hidden quest, find the invisible staircase and explore the blue caves. Meanwhile, in the observation chamber, examiners monitored the participants' rankings across multiple regions. Axion Ragnar led the standings, having subdued 41 demons with a large coordinated team. In contrast, Theo Ragnar remained at the bottom: no allies, no recorded demons, and no activity detected. The council members mocked Theo's performance, dismissing his earlier achievements as mere luck. One elder laughed, calling him an illegitimate failure unfit to represent the Ragnar bloodline. Amid the laughter, a wary voice questioned if the Senate itself was behind the manipulation. Another official responded calmly, claiming responsibility for the interference. Confident his actions would go unnoticed, a subordinate realized too late that the elder had executed the plan without official sanction. The atmosphere turned tense as hidden motives behind Theo's sabotage began to surface. In the capital, discussions within the Senate grew tense following Theo's unexpected survival and rising potential. An elder recalled his failed search at Rose Palace. Furious he couldn't locate the ancient dragon's artifact, convinced Theo held the key, he resolved to kill him once the clue was retrieved. Orders spread swiftly across the chamber. Axion Ragnar was to hasten his mission and eliminate Theo. Others suspected the Senate's deeper involvement, hinting at secret coordination behind the ongoing trials. While the council debated countermeasures, a cold-eyed official quietly began setting his own safety plans in motion. Amid their arguments, one elder dismissed Theo as a fragile, soon-to collapse candidate unworthy of concern. Another, enraged by hidden dealings, warned that such schemes risk greater political backlash. Meanwhile, far below, Theo entered the blue caves, greeted by echoing cries and walls lined with bones. He advanced cautiously through traps designed to shatter the mind, unfazed by the illusions. Using his mana, enhanced senses, Theo activated Spirit, expanding awareness to map the cave's hidden roots. Following the energy trail, he discovered an ancient passage glowing faintly with blue sigils. The passage led to a vast chamber known in future records as the Hatchling's Nest. Here Theo realized Hoaxel would later obtain the legendary artifact known as Amon's Grimoire. Determined to change fate, he approached the sealed gate, intent on claiming it before anyone else. Theo entered the cavern with confidence, expecting to find a hatchling's lair hidden beneath the ruins. As he spotted gold and artifacts scattered near ancient pillars, realization hit this was not a hatchling's hoard. Surveying the vast treasure, Theo understood the truth. This was the nest of an ancient dragon. A massive dragon stirred among the gold, its body coiled and armored with thick spiked scales. Theo froze in panic, knowing a direct confrontation would be suicide at his current strength. He questioned the faulty timing or information. Was this mistake due to his early arrival or Hoaxel's deceit? He resolved to retreat and return once better prepared, aiming to reach the treasure before others. But as he turned to leave, the dragon's eye snapped open, locking directly onto him. The creature rose to full height, wings unfurling as Theo stood frozen beneath its gaze. The dragon spoke, acknowledging Theo as the first seeker to arrive in a long time. It introduced itself as Roabrook, the guardian dragon of the Winter Mountain and ally of Ragnar. Shocked, Theo realized this was the very Roabrook fabled protector, his clan revered for generations. A new figure arrived, shouting respect toward Roabrook and referring to her as their ancestor. Theo questioned the connection, remembering legends about the dragon's role in the clan's origin. He recalled stories linking Roabrook to Sigurd, the first progenitor and mother of the dragon Friedreif. Roabrook corrected the misunderstanding, dismissing the myth that she and Sigurd shared a personal bond. She explained their connection was a contractual pact without emotional ties, purely a soul-bound agreement. Despite this, she confirmed that the dragon's blood was indeed shared through that sacred contract. Theo realized that the Ragnar bloodline truly inherited dragon blood, passed down from that original contract. Roabrook ended the discussion and formally began her role as guardian to the current selector. She announced that those who pass her tests may ask 3 questions terms of the ancient pact. Theo prepared himself mentally, aware this was a real test to prove his worth to the dragon. His ambition to stand atop the Ragnar clan pushed him to view this trial as opportunity. Roabrook launched a powerful strike, 1,000 dragons roar, forcing Theo into a brutal defensive stance. Elsewhere, a drop potion bottle rolled across the ground, unnoticed by a nearby group of trainees. Axion's gang wondered aloud what Theo was up to and mocked his absence from the competition. One member, Driel Gardner, mocked Theo, while another secretly admired Axion's strength and leadership. Driel mocked Theo's past failures, convinced that strength alone justified arrogance and superiority. He was unexpectedly struck, caught off guard by a sudden blow interrupting his mockery. A voice reminded him, "Only the weak scoff at fear. True strength doesn't need to prove itself." Axion's threatening aura overwhelmed one of his subordinates, demanding to know his hidden agenda. The frightened man stammered in fear until another subordinate arrived with an urgent message. The message came from the Central Intelligence Bureau, ordering Axion's team to proceed with their secret plan. Axion acknowledged the command but warned not to rush him, aiming to lure Theo into a trap. He gave the kill order attack the moment Theo appears, marking him as a direct target. Meanwhile, back in the mountain, Theo stood silently and prepared to ask his first question. Roabrook welcomed his return, having waited patiently for his promised inquiry. Theo asked why she remained in the Winter Mountain, trying to learn her purpose and secrets. Roabrook confirmed the question's intent, revealing it was tied to the deeper truths of the world. She explained her presence was to monitor the rise of a being called the Nameless Monarch. This unknown entity had ruled for 1,000 years, threatening to upend the world order. Theo realized Winter Mountain was merely a front. Roabrook had stationed herself there to suppress the threat. Theo sensed the fear even Roabrook held toward this unseen monarch across the sea. Despite his curiosity, Theo held back, choosing to ask a more urgent second question instead. He asked about the ancient dragon's relic, hoping to uncover its identity and importance in the unfolding events. Roabrook mentioned there were 3 ancient dragon relics but claimed limited knowledge about their details. She confirmed their locations, one beneath Camellia Palace, another called the Winter Moonlight Blade. The final relic, she revealed, was named Fafnir, linked directly to Theo's regression. Fafnir held the power to reverse time, a force once guarded from the world's destruction. Robrook explained that the relics were spread to delay the nameless monarch's return across the sea. Realization dawned on Theo the last relic was already in his possession. The key to regression. Understanding struck his return to the past had been caused by Fafnir, the ancient dragon's relic. However, something was inconsistent. There should have been a dragon guarding the relic, yet none existed in his memory. He pondered the anomaly. It was as if someone had intentionally removed the guardian during his regression. Theo decided to ask his third and final question: why he had been chosen. He questioned the logic of selecting someone like him to stand against the nameless monarch. Robrook prepared to answer, revealing the weight behind the selection process. Her piercing gaze deepened. Did Theo believe he was the only chosen one? Shock gripped him as the truth surfaced. Others had also been selected by relics. Theo trembled, realizing he wasn't alone. His regression was part of a larger hidden plan. Theo began connecting the pieces. Other powerful figures like Ed, Kirsten, and the Black Dragon had also regressed. Realizing they too were chosen by relics, he suspected a coordinated force behind the regressions. Robrook explained that she only recognized Theo after he cleared the trial and completed the quest. Theo remembered his original purpose. He had come to acquire a relic linked to Axion. However, seeing the scale of treasures, he changed his mind, aiming for something far greater. Upon completing the hidden quest, he was granted access to choose from the ancient dragon's hoard. Robrook invited him to pick any treasure, promising to honor the reward without restriction. Theo looked at the treasure, hesitated, and shouted her name, his face twisted with emotion. Startled, Robrook turned with curiosity, uncertain about his sudden change in tone and intent. The dragon lets out a loud laugh, feeling pleased with itself, claiming that its popularity is everlasting. It seems to take amusement from the situation. The dragon continues, asking what it is that the person in front of it truly desires, while waiting for a response. The person stands silently, barely acknowledging the dragon's words, and responds in an uninterested manner, suggesting they had already made their desires clear. The person glares intensely at the dragon, an unsettling calmness in their eyes. The dragon, seemingly intrigued, acknowledges that the person's serious demeanor was no joke. The dragon's aura shifts, and it becomes more menacing, clearly recognizing that the situation is more than it initially thought. The dragon, in a fit of rage, exclaims, "Insolent," releasing a terrifying aura as it prepares to strike. The person, struggling against the overwhelming power, fights to hold their ground, knowing that the dragon's fearsome energy is something they must endure. The force of the dragon's attack is unbearable, and the person grits their teeth, determined to withstand the fearsome pressure. The dragon roars, its power erupting in waves of fiery energy, creating an even more intense atmosphere. The person, struggling against the force, finds the strength to summon a counterattack, but their confidence wanes under the pressure. The person realizes they must push forward, but the dragon taunts them, confident in its superiority and power. The person, now fully aware of the gamble they are about to take, contemplates the risk. They are determined, knowing the stakes are high. The person reflects on their deep connection to the dragon's history, understanding the power they must align with to ensure their success. With unwavering resolve, the person clenches their fists, ready to face the dragon with everything they have, determined not to repeat past mistakes. The person realizes that this is a moment of opportunity they cannot afford to let slip by. With determination, they yell out their request, demanding to be granted the divine word. The person continues, pleading with the dragon to stand alongside them and grant them the power they desire. Their desperation and willpower are palpable. The dragon's eye narrows in response. Considering the person's request, it hesitates, caught between curiosity and its own pride. Suddenly, the person is taken aback by a vision. They call out the name Sigurd, seemingly sensing a powerful presence nearby. The person stands in confusion as a mysterious figure begins to materialize, while the dragon observes with a disapproving gesture, signaling its discomfort. The figure, Sigurd, reveals themselves as the person's ally, and the dragon is forced to acknowledge the strength of this unexpected alliance. The person is now fully empowered, standing tall against the dragon's might. A surge of energy erupts as their strength combines with Sigurd's power. The dragon, enraged and flanked by its intense aura, lets out a fierce roar. The person, now prepared, takes action with heightened determination. Both combatants charge into the fray, each releasing devastating forces that clash with the landscape, reshaping the surrounding area. The person is resolute, prepared to face the dragon head. On their power has evolved, and they take a commanding stance, poised for the battle ahead. The dragon, now more intrigued than ever, recognizes the person's potential and comments on their determination, revealing a slight respect for their strength. The final panel shows the person grinning confidently, accepting the challenge as the battle escalates to new heights. The person, realizing the gravity of their situation, tries to control the overwhelming forces at play. They look toward the dragon, addressing it with clear intent. The dragon, noticing the person's focus, begins to tease them, mentioning their evident admiration for the chess they possess, which causes a brief moment of surprise. The person, now aware of the dragon's antics, brushes off the remark, acknowledging it with a simple response, yet determined to maintain focus on their ultimate goal. The dragon reveals its deep sorrow, explaining that it lost its heart over 50 years ago and now only has a few years to live. The dragon expresses this somber reality, reflecting its weariness. Because of its condition, the dragon admits that it cannot leave its nest and assists the person directly, further complicating their situation. The person, undeterred, asks once more, reaffirming their resolve. They are determined to obtain the dragon's power, no matter the difficulty. The dragon, skeptical of the person's resolve, asks if they still wish to choose it as a reward despite the consequences. The person responds with certainty, declaring that they would still choose the dragon as their reward without hesitation. Reinforcing their determination, the choice is finalized. A prompt appears, confirming the selection of Ragnar's guardian dragon Fey Lodbrok as the person's reward. The dragon, despite its outwardly cool demeanor, remarks on the foolishness of the person's decision, but admits it is characteristic of someone with a strong resolve. A new title appears, Guardian Dragon's Significant Other, confirming the bond between the two has been formed. The person, more resolute than ever, vows to grow stronger, searching for ancient relics of the primordial dragon to fulfill their purpose. The dragon smiles, recognizing the person's willingness and ambition. It sees the potential for growth and future power. The dragon reveals that the next step for the person is to retrieve a specific relic, which could help in forming a true soul link. The person listens intently as the dragon explains the next crucial task in their journey to strengthen the bond between them. The person holds a book handed by the dragon, reading the instructions carefully to open their mind gate and prepare for the coming trials. The dragon assures the person that they need, only to awaken their true potential and stand strong against the challenges that lie ahead. A final prompt appears, stating that the person has unlocked an incredible opportunity, but must now face the consequences of their decision. The dragon watches the person with a knowing gaze, acknowledging that while it may be possible for the person to leave, it will not allow it to happen easily. With a smirk, the dragon reveals its true intentions, stating that it would be no fun to simply let the person go without further challenges. The dragon orders the person to open their mind gate before the second stage of the trial ends. Implying that time is running out, the person looks determined, knowing they must complete the task at hand before it's too late. They brace themselves for the challenge ahead. A countdown timer appears, showing the time remaining until the end of the second stage. The pressure intensifies, and the person realizes they have little time to succeed. 3 days before the second stage, the Central Intelligence Bureau stood prepared under heavy security in the snow. A man explained that totems created anti-fiend safety zones using sealed fiend energy within marbles. He demonstrated by smashing a marble, instantly releasing the suppressed energy to trigger a dangerous reaction. From the shattered marble, purple energy surged as a massive fiend with a gaping maw emerged. The summoner calmly stated that with broken marbles, one could summon fiends at will. As the beast roared, the magic intensified, revealing the ferocious scale of the summoned creature's power. The man confirmed the goal of the second stage: eliminate fiends and earn points. His subordinate understood the plan to lure Theo with the marble rather than kill him outright. The uncle insisted on using Theo's sentimentality against him to extract relic information before any execution. The uncle noted Theo's skills weren't inferior, and torture wouldn't be easy without proper restraint. He advised taking hostages from the dropout group Theo cared about to pressure him emotionally. Clenching his fist, the subordinate agreed, realizing the necessity of using indirect means to trap Theo. Their plan assumed Theo would seek points, but he didn't appear until the stage's final hours. With 12 hours left, Axion Ragnar remained in first place, awaiting the elusive Theo. Frustrated, Axion speculated whether Theo had been eliminated or was still hiding intentionally. Felix Ragnar voiced doubts about Theo's absence, puzzled by his delay, despite the stage nearing its end. Though confident in his reputation, Felix sensed unease after witnessing Theo's sharp and unreadable expression. He clenched his jaw, realizing Lady Plumblossom favored Theo for reasons beyond raw combat talent. Felix cursed internally, furious at being mocked while helping capture Theo for his uncle's plan. His anger built until he snapped, declaring that if Theo wouldn't appear, he'd make him. Gathering members from the Scaled Dragon Society and Plum Blossom Palace, Felix began organizing a hunt, declaring it hunting time. Felix led his group toward the dropouts of Training Ground, Their brutal strategy was clear: kill Theo's allies one by one until he revealed himself. Watching from afar, Ray Ragnar, currently ranked 3rd, noticed the approaching threat with silent awareness. A frost lizard fiend lunged only to be struck down by a powerful slash from trainees. The students celebrated their victory, eager to impress Theo with their growing combat achievements. Sybil, Edo, and Bifadal. Imagine bragging to Theo after the exam for recognition. Despite their success, concerns rose as Theo still hadn't appeared with only 12 hours left. They speculated Theo might be focused on larger goals instead of collecting simple points. Though unsure, the group remained hopeful he'd rise to the top and fulfill his promise. As one student cheered, a blade pierced through him. Sybil was struck down without warning. Orion Gardner, ranked 14th, mocked the group, stating Theo had made similar promises to him. Shocked, Edo and Bifate screamed Sybil's name, demanding answers from the Scaled Dragon Society. The attackers declared the group as sacrifices to lure Theo into showing himself. Despite the horror, the Scaled Dragon members insisted they too wished to see Theo appear. Meanwhile, at the same time in Lodbrok's nest, a mysterious woman reacted to unfolding events. She observed Theo's rapid progress with curiosity, noting his success in opening the mind gate. Thanks to memories from his past life, Theo accessed a new skill from the Aemon Grimoire. With powerful mana and a dragon heart, he achieved mastery faster than average magic users. Theo's status unlocked a C-rank ability, Hatchling Synchro, allowing him to read objects' residual thoughts. Impressed, the woman teased him for calling himself her partner, acknowledging his rapid growth. She advised him to continue training to reach a higher level and hear her voice fully. She revealed Theo could eventually borrow Lodbrok's power, the same strength as the ancient progenitor. In return, she reminded him of her condition. Only 3 years remained for her survival. Theo promised to prioritize her recovery, drawing admiration from the woman as his training continued. Theo was engulfed in a vortex of magic as the woman completed her mysterious transfer spell. Landing elsewhere, she remarked that this ability was strictly limited to one use due to risk. Theo emerged from the portal, calmly assessing his surroundings and noting only 12 hours remained. Realizing time was short, Theo concluded traditional fiend hunting wouldn't secure first place quickly enough. He recalled how Axion once took first place through an aggressive tactic, stealing other competitors' bells. Knowing he couldn't outpace Axion normally, Theo resolved to defeat him directly and take his score. While traversing the snowy forest, Theo sensed movement and suddenly stopped in place. A shadowy figure emerged through the trees as Theo smiled faintly, whispering that he had found them. His sudden appearance stunned the enemy, who instantly recognized Theo's face and asked in disbelief. Theo was shocked to find Ragnar staggering through the snowy forest, visibly wounded and exhausted. Seeing her injuries, he questioned whether monsters were responsible, puzzled by how they could harm her. But when he looked closer, Theo noticed something alarming in her expression, something deeply unsettling. As blood soaked Rady's torso, Theo realized the injuries weren't from beasts, they were sword wounds. He suspected she had been attacked by a person, not a monster, and demanded answers. Ignoring his questions, Ray urged him to head west before collapsing from her wounds. Theo caught her and gently laid her down, carefully removing the sword from her side. Activating hatchling synchronization, Theo gripped the sword tightly, initiating a process to access its memories. A system message appeared. He was about to read the thoughts of the sword's owner. Ray elsewhere. Ray's attacker leaned silently against a tree, watching for movements in the snowy woods. His companion reported no updates about Theo, despite their efforts to lure him out. The subordinate hoped their bait would succeed soon. Unaware, Theo was already closing in. The enemy group had planted clues and monster trails, expecting Theo to follow their staged path. Among the captives, confusion and fear spread. One suggested taking a few hostages instead of killing, but the leader rejected hesitation, raising his blade as bloodlust filled the snowy night. As violence erupted near the captives, Ray Ragnar stepped in, commanding the group to halt immediately. The attacker turned to face her, surprised by her presence and questioning her sudden interference. Without hesitation, Ray declared the ambush dishonorable, warning that it had crossed the line completely. Trying to dismiss her concern, the man claimed the matter had nothing to do with her. He urged Reddy to walk away quietly, assuring her that the captives were of no importance. His expression darkened when Reddy refused, marking her as yet another ally of Theo's faction. Without warning, explosive energy burst from Reddy's position, catching the enemy forces off guard mid-action. Waves of light clashed with ominous red energy, creating a violent storm of power between them. The system warned of an unstable soul clash. Theo, watching, panicked at the sudden magical surge. Grabbing Rei by the shoulders, Theo demanded answers. He needed to know what had happened. Weakened, Rhea confessed that Axion had failed to find Theo and resorted to capturing his allies. Theo was stunned. His hands trembled as the realization sank and they had used his friends as bait. Thou Ray didn't intend to provoke him. Theo's rage exploded the moment Axion's name was spoken. Fueled by fury, he declared he would no longer live under their control or fear. Determined, he roared for answers, demanding Rhea tell him where Axion was and where his allies were held. News spread quickly. Theo was spotted near the northern cliff, accompanied by the injured Rhea Ragnar. Subordinate confirmed the sighting, certain Theo would arrive at their location very soon. Axion grinned menacingly, declaring his intent to defeat Theo and prove himself the superior warrior. In the shadows, a voice reminded Axion of his mission not to fight, but to extract intel. The plan was simple: use the hostages to gather relic information, avoiding direct conflict. While others handled Theo, the subordinate was ordered to deploy a summoning orb as a distraction. Rhea cried out, warning Theo not to approach Axion under any circumstances. She revealed the supervisors of the Intelligence Bureau were secretly supporting Axion's operation. Even Theo, despite his strength, would not be able to overcome such overwhelming forces alone. Rhea's voice trembled. This was no test, but a trap designed to kill Theo outright. She begged him to wait and rally support, but Theo refused, worried for the hostages. Despite his gratitude, Theo feared the worst might happen if they hesitated even a moment longer. Determined, Theo demanded Rhea reveal the hostage's location. He couldn't afford another second of delay. Rhea, shocked by his urgency, called him reckless and warned he would die if he rushed in. She pleaded with him to understand even if sacrifices were necessary. He had to survive above all. Theo's voice cracked with desperation. He screamed that he wouldn't lose his people again. He remembered the joyful promise he once made with his friends to pass the ceremony together. Rhea tried to reason with him, shouting that sacrifice was inevitable, especially for a Ragnar. Theo recalled the night they celebrated as one unit, unaware of what awaited them later. His voice trembled in rage. He blamed Rhea for interfering and disrupting everything they had planned. Rhea froze, startled by the sharp accusation, her eyes filled with guilt and pain. Theo stood his ground, accusing her of being too passive in the face of the tragedy. He recalled the chaos, the burning of Rose Palace, and the deaths of servants under enemy blades. All of it, he claimed, stemmed from being the weakest Ragnar, blamed and trampled in every past life. Memories of scorn and powerlessness burned within him as he clenched his fists under the moonlight. He declared he wouldn't suffer again, unable to repeat the same failures from his past. With dark energy rising behind him, Theo demanded one thing: the location of Axion. Theo arrived at a snowy site littered with crates, signs of a recent supply delivery. He recognized the goods items collected by his companion Shell before the ambush began. Then he saw it, a fallen bell and trails of blood leading away from the supplies. Wellington examined the blood-stained supplies in silence, realizing something serious had occurred in this area. He moved swiftly across the snowy trail, sensing an ominous atmosphere lingering among the scattered crates. From nearby rocks, two warriors emerged, Holkus and Erica, both observing the situation with quiet intensity. Wellington acknowledged Holkus, a formidable combatant ranked 5th with 499 points in the ceremony. He then turned to Erica, ranked 4th with 521 points, who stood ready with her weapon. With urgency in his voice, Wellington asked for their assistance, knowing he'd need help immediately. A monstrous white creature roared, lifting its jagged club high into the air with brutal strength. With tremendous force, it slammed the weapon downward, aiming to crush its agile opponent. The impact created a massive shockwave, scattering debris as the figure narrowly dodged the blow. Theo twisted midair, preparing his counterattack while evading the beast's follow-up swing. He stabbed the creature in the side, but it barely flinched, launching another vicious strike. Dodging the blow, Theo retreated quickly as the beast club demolished the icy ground behind him. While running, Theo assessed the situation. Sybil and the hostages were likely still alive. He deduced Axion was acting on orders from E, trying to eliminate him without witnesses. Spotting the supervisors alongside the fiends, Theo confirmed Axion's collusion with the enemy forces. Activating Dragon's third claw, Theo unleashed a devastating red slash at the oncoming monsters. He believed this overwhelming attack would provoke the supervisors to intervene and expose themselves. Without pause, he resumed his charge toward the largest beast standing directly in his path. Theo closed the distance, moving fast while the fiend lunged with manic glee. Thanks to the new variable, his movements had surpassed expectations, catching the monster off guard. Their weapons clashed with deadly force, Theo's cold determination facing the creature's primal rage. Theo launched himself at the white beast with renewed determination. Confident he could bring it down, memories of a peaceful snowy day returned. Someone once told him to come home safely. A younger Theo smiled warmly in the vision, reminding him of the importance of surviving. A bloodied swordsman stood silently, processing everything that had happened in the wake of battle. As snow crunched beneath his feet, he silently made a promise to act differently this time. With firm steps and resolve, he declared he would no longer stand by, he would help. Nearby, two hostages whimpered in pain, their bruised faces a result of violent beatings. Their captor grew irritated, silencing them with a threat and brandishing his sword in warning. Axion appeared, his subordinates confirming they had done as instructed. No witnesses, no mistakes. The group surrounded one man kneeling by a hostage, showing restraint with growing pressure in the air. Suddenly, darkness surged around his face, his emotions boiling as he prepared for confrontation. He clenched his sword tightly, rage building as he glared at those responsible. Overhearing the plan, he learned that prosecutors had been sent specifically to eliminate Theo. He realized his maternal uncle had no faith in him winning against Theo in combat. Furious and humiliated, he shouted in frustration as a mysterious figure approached the gathering from behind. The captured men groaned through their gags, panicking as tensions escalated across the snowy clearing. Axion stood silently, suppressing his emotions, sensing the arrival of the one he had long awaited. Theo's steps echoed through the forest as he approached the group with unwavering presence. All eyes turned as Theo Ragnar entered, his name resounding in the minds of everyone watching. He glared sharply, observing both the prisoners and the armed group standing in defiance. The enemies tensed instinctively, fully aware of the danger Theo brought just by standing there. Theo's expression darkened. Axion's presence confirmed betrayal, and his patience had worn thin. Axion smirked, seated and relaxed, but his gaze locked on Theo's every movement. As Theo neared, a hostage on the ground gasped, caught between two forces about to clash. Axion casually rested a hand on his sword, preparing for what he knew was inevitable. Internally, he recognized the threat Theo posed but remained calm, feigning indifference to hide unease. Knowing Theo understood the stakes, Axion offered to skip the pretense and head straight to combat. Axion taunted Theo, hinting that saving his friends required submission or negotiation. But Theo interrupted, asking bluntly if Axion had hesitated out of fear of losing, stunned by the accusation. Axion flared with anger, denying the claim as absurd and insulting. Theo questioned Axion's motivations, why resort to hostages and schemes if he wasn't afraid of losing. He listed the signs, the gathered enemies, the cold glares, even the humiliating hostage display. With a confident smirk, Theo concluded it all stemmed from one thing: Axion's fear of defeat. Insulted. Axion called Theo's reputation fake, denying fear and suppressing rising anger. Theo challenged him directly to a duel, no tricks, just a sword fight between Ragnar blood. He added a final jab: prove yourself if you still have even a shred of pride. Axion laughed maniacally, accusing Theo of seeking death through such a foolish challenge. But Theo made the terms clear: if he lost, his life and demands were Axion's. However, if Theo won, Axion had to release the hostages immediately without delay. Axion mocked the idea of Theo fighting him. Questioning his arrogance and resolve, advisors warned Axion not to fall for provocation and stick to their planned tactics. But rage overwhelmed him. He refused to be seen as a coward in front of all. Exploding with fury, Axion silenced his advisors, demanding loyalty and obedience. His pride wounded, he stepped forward. Finally accepting Theo's challenge, facing Theo directly, Axion declared his intent: no more talk, only a fight to decide everything. Theo smirked calmly as Axion prepared his stance, undeterred by the bloodlust surrounding them. Observers whispered among themselves. Although chaotic, the duel remained within their expectations until now. As a supervisor reminded others not to interfere, this was an official Ragnar duel, and hostages were the stakes. Axion rushed in first, his footsteps thundering across the snow as he launched a fierce assault. Theo deflected the first strike cleanly, thanking him before immediately counterattacking without hesitation. Their swords clashed violently, sparking light and sound as their duel truly began. Axion pressed harder, angered by Theo's fluid movements and his own inability to break through. He cursed Theo's status, calling him a concubine's child while intensifying his blade strikes. Despite the insults, Theo stood his ground as the flurry of blades echoed across the battlefield. Unleashing his aura, Axion roared that he'd teach Theo the real power of a Ragnar. The sky turned red with power, a phantom dragon roaring behind Axion's devastating attack. But Theo responded instantly, his own aura exploding with blinding blue energy, shocking everyone nearby. Calm and composed, Theo raised his glowing sword as energy swirled around him. He focused his gaze on Axion, unwavering and confident despite the overwhelming energy before him. With a sharp glare, he challenged Axion directly, Are you skilled enough to teach me? Oren Gardner, a scaled Dragon Society executive, panicked as he realized Theo's strength had been underestimated, watching Theo fight fiercely on the snowy battlefield. He started doubting Axion's chances of winning. Frustrated and sweating, Oren debated betraying Axion. Recognizing Theo's rapid rise as a serious threat, thou tempted to switch sides. Oren reassured himself, knowing Central Intelligence Bureau agents were monitoring nearby. He commanded his group to distract the proctors. Avoiding direct involvement in the escalating conflict, the scaled Dragon Society quickly dispersed into the forest, choosing stealth and survival over confrontation. In a flashback, a young Axion was told he must seize the Ragnar throne for his family. His guardians emphasized the clan's prosperity, revealing that the Ragnar name masked their true Trovan lineage. With glowing red eyes, Axion accepted his role, silently acknowledging his twisted duty to the Trovan name. Back in the present, Axion smirked coldly, impressed by Theo's capabilities and persistence in battle. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, roaring Theo's name as he struck with fierce intent. The two clashed violently, steel colliding mid-air in a blinding blur of movement and snow. Axion's blade unleashed a crimson arc, aiming to overpower Theo with brute magical force. Theo narrowly dodged and countered blades grinding in a heated, high-speed exchange of swordsmanship. Calmly, Theo taunted Axion, thanking him for falling into his trap exactly as he had predicted. A council of influential figures gathered inside a stone chamber as critical news reached their ears. They confirmed Theo Ragnar had made contact with Axion Ragnar, sparking urgent reactions among the seated members. Some expressed disbelief over Theo's survival, while others saw this as a chance to execute long-held plans. One leader revealed his hidden agenda to extract relic information through Axion, then dispose of Theo swiftly. He had already positioned high-ranked swordsmen, prepared to kill Theo once he'd outlived his usefulness. As new intel arrived confirming a duel between Theo and Axion, he smiled, knowing the plan had begun. Meanwhile, the duel erupted with blinding speed. Axion's eyes widened, struggling to follow Theo's sudden technique. Theo unleashed gesture footwork, a secret skill, creating unpredictable, chaotic movement patterns across the battlefield. Axion attempted to keep up, but Theo's erratic assault kept forcing him onto the defensive. Recognizing Theo's rapid progress, Axion admitted his opponent's strength had evolved beyond expectations in little time. Despite the pressure, Axion's demonic vision activated, enhancing perception as he glared at Theo mid-swing. He tracked Theo's blade path with precision, believing the challenger's speed still fell short of overwhelming him. With enhanced clarity, Axion read the tension in Theo's muscles and anticipated every movement. Swinging with perfect timing, he countered from above, confident he had gained the upper hand. Yet as Theo shifted mid-air, Axion's confidence faltered. Something was still beyond his full understanding. Theo launched a sword, throwing technique catching his opponent off guard with the unexpected long-range assault. The blade flew at high velocity, spiraling through the air with pinpoint precision toward its target. Nearby enemies froze in shock, unable to react as the sword neared its intended mark. In an instant, the enemy was struck, his body thrown by the impact and technique's force. Theo calmly stood firm, criticizing the reliance on preset movement patterns during high-level combat engagements. He explained that such techniques reveal the user's intentions and allow experienced foes to predict actions. Blood dripped from the sword's edge as the battlefield fell quiet under snowfall. Pools of blood stained the snow, a grim mark of Theo's swift and calculated execution. Axion, now wounded, recognized Theo as the one responsible for past interference and whispered in disbelief. A memory resurfaced. Axion had once been silenced in battle by a powerful figure during chaos. Pinned to the ground, he gasped in pain as a white-cloaked warrior dismissed his final words. That figure had no mercy. Axion's cries went unheard beneath burning skies and crumbling ruins. Back in the present, a hooded man watched as Axion struggled, recalling a fateful encounter. Axion's hatred reignited his killer. The one who ended his life back then was still alive. With searing fury in his eyes, Axion remembered that moment clearly, the exact day he had died. Amid blazing ruins, a younger Axion recalled the fall of Rose Palace and the enemy's overwhelming strength. Helpless and powerless, he believed he would die without uncovering who orchestrated the palace's destruction. Luckily, Rendon had revealed his identity, and Evelyn's investigation linked him to Camellia Palace. Axion connected the dots. It was logical to conclude the Trovan clan had orchestrated his death. He remembered a hooded enemy wielding sword, throwing skills, an uncommon technique not used by ordinary swordsmen. Among the Trovans, only one individual used that move, Axion Ragnar, confirming his deepest suspicions. Axion identified Theo as the same person from his past death, recognizing his sword. Throwing arrogance, only someone overconfident would risk losing their weapon mid-battle in such a reckless technique. Now certain, Axion watched Theo break a sword bare-handed, proving this life wouldn't repeat the past. Back in the present, Axion screamed, demanding to know why so many sought his end. Theo stood silently, shocked by Axion's raw strength and emotional outburst. Yet Theo remained firm, thinking to himself this life would not follow the same tragic script. With bloodied hands, Theo gripped his blade, his will unshaken by pain or memory. He vowed to survive this time, to fight fate and carve his own future forward. As the snowstorm raged behind him, Theo's eyes burned with determination and resolve. Theo's thoughts turned to his fallen comrades as he prepared for a decisive attack. He lunged upward with incredible force, unleashing a powerful technique infused with blue mana energy. Axion watched, unimpressed, questioning the intent behind such an awkward and poorly aimed strike. Suddenly, red energy erupted from Theo, accompanied by a menacing pressure that froze Axion in place. A monstrous presence materialized behind Theo, radiating bloodlust that distorted the battlefield's atmosphere. Axion, startled, realized this wasn't ordinary killing intent. It was an overwhelming beast-like surge of mana. Confused by Theo's transformation, Axion demanded to know why he hid his strength in the first stage. Theo's speed skyrocketed as he vanished from sight, leaving a visible shockwave behind. A thunderous clash followed. Axion barely defended against Theo's strike as sparks flew across the snowy field. Weapons collided repeatedly as Theo pressed his assault, pushing Axion backward with relentless precision. Axion attempted a counterattack, conjuring energy with one hand while preparing a blade strike. Theo, bleeding yet undeterred, locked eyes with him, burning with unshakable resolve. Axion smirked arrogantly, taunting Theo to finally reveal the full extent of his strength. Theo's rage exploded. He charged forward, roaring in fury, mana flaring around his body. Their powers clashed at point-blank range, fists colliding with devastating impact. Axion soared down with a spinning kick, striking Theo with overwhelming momentum and brute force. Theo locked eyes with him, gritting his teeth as the force pushed him back. Roaring, Axion unleashed another blow infused with mana, forcing Theo further on the defensive. Snow scattered violently as both warriors exchanged blows, their movements carving through the frosty terrain. Theo tried countering, but Axion slipped inside his guard and kicked him hard across the chest. Sliding across the snow, Theo steadied himself with his blade, breathing heavily. Yet still alert, Theo raised his sword again, eyes widening as Axion appeared before him in a flash. The enemy's speed had increased, enhanced by another burst of energy flowing around his body. A violent clash followed, their weapons spinning in circular arcs with incredible force. Panting, Theo called out Axion's name, preparing for a decisive strike in the storm. He charged forward, recalling every wound he suffered at Axion's hands in the past. With firm grip, Theo prepared his dagger, determined to show Axion the pain he once endured. Theo snarled, asking if Axion knew the agony of being stabbed through the gut. Blue energy flared as Theo hurled the dagger downward, lightning trailing in its path. Axion's eyes widened in panic as the blade hurtled directly toward his vulnerable abdomen. The group arrived at a blood-stained path, concluding it wasn't a monster attack but an abduction. Examining the trail further, they realized only someone as skilled as Axion could be responsible. Despite Axion being in first place, they suspected he took Theo's subordinates hostage to bait him. One member grew angry, believing Theo should confront Axion immediately and reclaim his people by force. Another calmly stated that ruthless tactics were expected during the blooming ceremony, even if unpleasant. Theo remained quiet, disturbed by the clan's values, calling the situation unacceptable despite it being tradition. Determined, Theo declared he must save his subordinates, believing Theo would have done the same for him. He requested assistance, convincing the others their support would be vital in the rescue. Though one agreed enthusiastically, the red-haired woman, Erica, declined, stating she wasn't interested. Erica admitted she came only to meet Theo and didn't care to save the weak. When insulted, she almost struck back, but Theo gently addressed her, revealing he knew her reason. Caught off guard by his words, Erica's expression shifted, showing that he had struck a nerve. Smiling, Theo guaranteed that helping now would bring her closer to her goal of meeting him. Inspired by his sincerity, the group rushed into action together across the snowy terrain. Leading the charge, Theo's determination showed he wouldn't let betrayal break those loyal to him. As Theo's group approached the clearing, a man blocked their path, drawing his sword to halt them. He warned them not to advance further, his authority clear, backed by a group of men. From higher ground, multiple enemies revealed themselves members of the Goryong society surrounding the clearing below. Recognizing the leader, Theo identified the enemy faction and realized Wellington had a personal history with them. The Goryong member mocked Wellington for leaving their group, jeering at his choice to join outsiders. Angered, the large man snapped back, insulted at being called a dumb brute, while Erica watched silently. Orion, their former comrade, remained silent but firm, showing no intent to let Theo pass peacefully. Theo asked him to move, not wanting conflict with an old friend, but Orion refused coldly. Left with no choice, Theo reached for his weapon, ready to break through the blockade himself. With speed and precision, Theo struck first, swiftly neutralizing Orion's frontline men in a single blow. One of the enemies collapsed, blood spilling as Theo advanced with unwavering focus and practiced motion. Theo's attack forced the enemy line to split, his technique overpowering them in moments. As an enemy tried to recover, he trembled on the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Theo struck again, launching another foe across the battlefield with explosive force. One of their swords flew from their grasp, landing far off as Theo held the advantage. One of the fallen enemies grabbed his sword in desperation, determined to use the opportunity Theo gave. Though wounded, he saw it as a chance to break free and prove his resolve. With trembling hands, he aimed to sever the restraints, gritting his teeth to finish the task. The surrounding battlefield grew silent as night deepened and scattered bodies littered the snow. A squad of warriors rushed forward from the forest, blades gleaming with aggressive momentum. A fierce clash erupted as two combatants met, blades locking with sparks of mana between them. Recognizing the incoming figure, the man gasped Axion had finally entered the fray himself. A cloaked figure, Liam Troyven, expressed regret, saying he'd accept punishment after helping stop the conflict. With blade drawn, Liam committed to battle, defying orders to protect the test's integrity. Liam attacked decisively, striking down multiple enemies to create an escape path for Axion. He ordered his men to secure Axion and escort him from the battlefield immediately. The soldiers obeyed without hesitation, dispersing to shield their young master with synchronized precision. As the clash continued behind them, Liam reminded Axion he had done enough for now. Another subordinate handed Axion his sword, which had been recovered during the retreat. Axion remained silent, expression grim as he grasped the blade and stared toward the battlefield. Liam launched a powerful attack, his blade cutting through the snow with overwhelming force. The strike disrupted enemy formation, throwing soldiers off balance as Liam advanced with precision. In a blur, he struck one of the attackers, with a clean blow neutralizing the threat instantly. As the battle intensified, another swordsman intercepted Liam's strike, meeting his blade with raw power. Despite the resistance, Liam realized the enemy before him was no ordinary opponent in the field. He internally admitted that Theo had surpassed expectations. Even Axion and the elite prosecutors couldn't overwhelm him. But Liam knew they weren't on equal ground. Theo stood apart from the rest of the participants. He accepted this imbalance and reaffirmed his reason. Everything he did was for Ragnar's prosperity. With deadly resolve, Liam unleashed a full-force strike, declaring the end of Theo Ragnar. Just as Liam closed in, his expression changed as blood splattered. He'd been fatally struck. The masked man staggered, stunned, as another combatant dealt a sudden and lethal blow. He gasped for answers, realizing it was a betrayal from someone he called young master. Axion stood over him, eyes glowing red, whispering that he warned Liam not to interfere. Blood splattered across the snow, marking the beginning of a fierce confrontation near the forested cliffside. Theo swiftly incapacitated two attackers, moving with precision while blood dripped from their collapsing forms. One of the fallen warriors stared upward, gasping in terror as pain and fear twisted his expression. Theo continued slashing through enemies, his strikes relentless and clean, cutting down opposition without hesitation. A subordinate panicked and shouted, intervening mid-battle, assuming Axion might lose to Theo's growing power. Axion, insulted by the interference, seethed with anger, stating that doubting him dishonored both himself and the heir. Watching Axion's ruthlessness, Theo clenched his jaw in disbelief, furious that Axion harmed their own kin. Despite acknowledging Theo's strength, a hidden figure expressed that weakness held no value in their world. He reminded Axion that power justified cruelty, and to claim Ragnar's throne, dominance over others was necessary. Axion accepted this harsh truth, vowing that only those stronger than him had the right to oppose. With burning ambition, he declared himself the rightful heir, destined to stand alone at the top. Unsheathing his blade, he readied for the next clash, determined to destroy anyone blocking his path. Channeling crimson energy, Axion roared his intent: everyone before him would be slaughtered without mercy. He launched a massive energy wave, tearing through the battlefield with overwhelming destructive force. Theo's eyes narrowed as the incoming attack loomed, the true battle finally about to begin. Axion's attack collided with Theo's defense, causing a blinding explosion that shook the battlefield with force. Theo was blown back through the air, landing hard but managing to stay on his feet. Amid sparks and slashes, Theo and Axion clashed violently, both refusing to yield as blows intensified. Elsewhere, Liam lay injured while his allies rushed toward him, panicked by his critical condition. Despite the pain, Liam urged them not to worry, insisting they prioritize aiding Axion instead. Driven by desperation, he shouted for them to kill Theo Ragnar, seeing him as the greatest threat. The subordinates hesitated, unsure why Theo fought so fiercely without retreat or hesitation. Won shouted for immediate action, believing everything would collapse if Axion were to fall. As tension exploded, the assassins charged toward Theo, risking everything to stop his advance. Theo countered their ambush with powerful strikes, cutting through multiple enemies in a blur of motion. Watching in disbelief, Axion muttered in shock, unable to accept how overwhelming Theo had become. An observer remarked that with the Ragnar bloodline, even a flicker could erupt into wildfire. Axion recalled underestimating Theo, once calling him talentless and barely worth concern. He had intended to toy with Theo and crush him publicly to affirm superiority. Now, faced with Theo's rise, he realized the gap wasn't shallow, it was collapsing before his eyes. Axion, consumed by rage, screamed uncontrollably as his power spiraled into a chaotic red storm. He declared Theo insignificant, swearing that trash like him could easily be ripped apart. With madness in his eyes, Axion proclaimed himself the future king of Ragnar, unleashing a demonic beast. Theo stood calmly, calling out Axion's ambition as the reason so many had already died. Resolute, Theo vowed to crush that ambition, drawing on his own mysterious, glowing power. Blue energy surged from his blades, summoning a spectral dragon as he prepared to retaliate. Theo charged forward, announcing his technique, the legendary 3 claws of the dragon aimed at Axion. The energy beast roared as Theo's power escalated, piercing the battlefield with overwhelming force. Determined, Theo swore to grow even stronger, slaying anyone who threatened his path forward. Spectators nearby looked on in shock, frozen by the display of explosive power erupting before them. Even distant observers, including allies and enemies, were stunned by the violent clash unfolding ahead. All eyes focused on the glowing veil of red and blue light dominating the snow-covered battlefield. Axion screamed in agony, his pride shattered as Theo's strength became undeniable and overwhelming. Theo launched himself down the slope, closing the distance before the energy clash fully dissipated. With a final surge, Theo's power struck, ending the battle in a massive blinding explosion of light. Theo's final technique exploded downward, tearing across the battlefield in a cascade of blazing blue strikes. As the shock waves faded, dust scattered, revealing broken terrain and splatters of blood on the ground. Through the clearing smoke, Theo's silhouette appeared, kneeling slightly but still standing after the overwhelming exchange. Axion's body slammed violently against the cracked earth, his blood spreading across the shattered stone beneath him. A black mist lingered above him, swirling as his figure twitched weakly amidst the carnage. Unable to rise, his frame lay crushed, pinned beneath the weight of defeat and his shattered pride. Theo approached, walking past the devastation with cold determination, his sword still gripped tightly in hand. He stood tall and silent before his fallen rival, wind blowing around him as judgment loomed. Theo looked down at Axion's motionless form, his face hardened by battle and quiet resolve. From a distance, a wounded subordinate gasped in horror, barely able to comprehend what had just happened. Stunned, he whispered in disbelief, Axion, the once proud heir, was defeated before everyone's eyes. Blood dripped steadily from a blade, its crimson trail marking the end of a brutal confrontation. The blood fell onto a fallen warrior's face, whose vacant eyes remained wide in lifeless shock. A group of cloaked observers looked on with stunned expressions, struggling to comprehend the sudden outcome. One man, bloodied and shaken, uttered a broken word as realization dawned across his pale face. Before him hung Axion's body, impaled and motionless, suspended against a wall of ice and blood. Eyes widened in fear. The man trembled, then gave a single command, low and cold: kill. Panic turned to rage as an officer screamed, ordering the immediate execution of Theo without hesitation. Theo stood calmly, sword drawn, facing the advancing group while Axion's body lay at his feet. Despite their numbers, Theo remained composed, his battle-worn appearance masking lethal precision and sharp awareness. Theo smirked slightly, fully aware of his weakened state and the odds stacked against him. He acknowledged the situation's danger, his mana drained, stamina fading, and multiple enemies surrounding him. Even so, he tightened his grip, determined to hold out. Hoping for a shift in momentum, he scanned the battlefield urgently, counting seconds, knowing reinforcements were due at any moment. Enemies descended from cliffs and tree lines, surrounding Theo with overwhelming force and murderous intent. Yet in the distance, the sound of fast, approaching footsteps signaled that the tide might soon turn. Reinforcements charged from the rear, breaking through enemy lines with force, catching the ambushers completely off guard. Theo's allies launched a coordinated attack, forcing back the surrounding enemies with powerful sword strikes. Shocked, Theo looked up as familiar figures slashed through the enemy ranks, their arrival perfectly timed. He asked how they managed to arrive just in time, still stunned by their appearance. One grinned, calling it natural to help a comrade in danger, addressing Theo respectfully. Another, red-haired and enthusiastic, praised Theo's strength, already declaring admiration mid-battle as swords clashed. Sybil Dre passionately declared their intent to help Theo, refusing to flee after causing trouble. A system display confirmed Sybil's name, age, and unwavering loyalty as his defining trait. Meanwhile, a supervisor warned that assisting candidates directly was forbidden, especially during combat trials. Another opponent cried out that interfering with trials was a serious offense under their code. In panic, subordinates asked for orders, overwhelmed by the battle turning against them rapidly. Their cloaked leader remained silent, weighing the consequences as the battlefield slipped from their control. A grim realization spread: everything had failed. They lost control of the operation and key objectives. They found no trace of the Rose Palace artifacts, and their ambush on Theo failed. Even Axion had died, confirming total defeat and a critical blow to their faction's plans. The remaining enemies realized they had already been caught violating regulations, with witnesses on every side. One operative hesitated, overwhelmed by guilt and fear, stating there was no way to cover this up. Liam coldly replied they must fabricate an explanation. Time was short, and they needed a solution fast. Without hesitation, Liam declared the best course was total elimination. All witnesses needed to be silenced. His command stunned his subordinates, but before they could react, a surge of fiend energy erupted nearby. A mass summoning had begun. Multiple monsters emerged, signaling a catastrophic shift in the battlefield's balance. Liam revealed the plan: trigger a massacre and blame it on a monster-related accident. He unleashed 20 fiend marbles at once, enough to manufacture the illusion of an uncontrollable incident. Subordinates complied reluctantly, acknowledging the deception, believing it was all for Tyrant's sake. As the fiends rampaged, one enemy was struck down mid-action by a sudden overwhelming force. A familiar voice called Liam's name, and he turned in shock as blood spilled from his mouth. Liam recognized the attacker. Frustration filled him as he realized his mistake was repeating yet again. Suddenly, new figures arrived at the battlefield, demanding to know what chaos had unfolded here. 4 supervisors from various palaces appeared, White Dragon, Plum Blossom, and Deep Void among them. Seeing them, the enemy commander panicked. Reinforcements were too early. His scheme was falling apart completely. A masked man halted 3 escapees, threatening them with death unless they chose to follow him. He warned them they'd end up like Liam if they resisted, pressing their loyalty under fear. Meanwhile, Theo's group closed ranks, preparing for the next wave with wounded still behind their line. Seeing the supervisors present, Theo finally felt the pressure lift from his shoulders. Exhausted, he collapsed to one knee, whispering gratitude for their timely arrival. One of the supervisors approached him quietly, acknowledging that they had arrived just in time. Theo thanked her weakly, struggling to stay conscious after pushing his limits in battle. She gently reprimanded him for acting so recklessly, questioning his disregard for his own safety. Theo remained silent, surrounded by fallen enemies and approaching cloaked supervisors observing the aftermath. His allies ran to him, loudly scolding him for taking risks without calling for help. Others laughed and shouted, reminding Theo of their support and demanding a rematch. Unified in spirit, they cheered, claiming they'd faced death proudly since Theo fought for their sake. A comrade held Theo upright, both trembling from fatigue and the weight of the ordeal. Theo exhaled weakly, acknowledging the cost of his decision in silence. Looking into the distance, his ally realized the moment's gravity. It was more than just survival. Theo reflected quietly. His goal was not brute power, but strength that protected those around him. He stood surrounded by allies as remaining enemies were restrained, the battlefield finally under control. With a tired smile, Theo reached for the bell on the ground, claiming first place. Theo remained silent, a gentle look on his face as he leaned against his companion's shoulder. Time passed without words. Snow fell quietly while the forest stood still under the night sky. Elsewhere, the academy building glowed under the moonlight. Soon the aftermath of the battle would spread. In a chamber of authority, a man demanded clarification. Confused by the sudden grim report, the round table sat in silence as the messenger revealed that Axion Ragnar had been defeated. Shocked, a golden-armored figure addressed Axion by name, trying to comprehend the impossible news. The council members, stern, amused, or curious, reacted differently to the death of the once rising successor. Whispers grew louder, but one woman's expression remained unreadable, watching silently as truth settled in. Then came the final word, heavy and surreal: died. The confirmation rippled through the chamber like thunder. Crowds murmured in surprise as the Zenith Dragon made a rare public appearance at the ceremony. He surveyed the group, noting that 45 candidates had passed among 87 examinees, an impressive result. Calling it the most talented generation yet, he praised the valedictorian's extraordinary performance with piercing eyes. The examiner announced that all who cleared the second stage were now officially low-ranked swordsmen. He encouraged them to feel pride, recognizing their efforts in surviving such rigorous and dangerous trials. All present were now granted the right to participate in Ragnar's formal activities as swordsmen. The supervisor began reading the results, starting with the highest score among all participants. Theo Ragnar topped the list with 1,121 points, stunning the group with his unexpected rise. Whispers spread as others questioned how he achieved such a lead, mentioning a clash with Axion. The scores continued. Remeinson second, Erika third, followed by Ray, Hulkus, and Ayla in succession. The examiner praised their efforts, but reminded them the ceremony wasn't finished yet. He revealed a final third stage remained, its nature unknown and likely far more dangerous. Among the crowd, participants quietly discussed their struggles. Many lacked the required demon bells to pass. Some had gathered enough, but failed to unlock the secret of their purpose in time. As the announcement ended, remaining candidates raised their hands, bracing for what the third stage would bring. Theo raised his hand with confidence, signaling his readiness to reveal what he had accomplished. He activated a stored technique, prompting a subtle glow as energy stirred around his outstretched hand. The hidden challenge of the second stage, called elemental breathing, required mastery through fragmented passages. These passages, stored in demon bells, were scattered and complex, making full comprehension extremely difficult. Only those able to decipher the passages could infuse elemental power into their mana. In his previous life, Theo failed this stage, but now a new method gave him hope. Using Hatchling Synchro, Theo accessed the memories of the bells, viewing the scattered passage contents directly. Flashes of light and monstrous visions revealed the essence of elemental power embedded in each bell. Thanks to the system, Theo rapidly absorbed everything. It was an advantage no other candidate possessed. The instructor called for each examinee to present their progress, beginning with Theo Ragnar. Theo stepped forward, determined, knowing Axion's fall had shifted the balance of power in his favor. He reminded himself, though the future had changed, he had no reason to hesitate anymore. With steady steps, Theo approached, confident the future ahead would be brighter than his past. A surge of swirling mana formed beneath his feet, channeling the result of his training. As elemental lightning sparked around him, Theo began to reveal the true strength he had gained. Lightning swirled around Theo as he activated the thunder element, known by its name, Thruma. His mana flowed into the attribute, initiating manifestation, controlling, expanding, and preparing for aura release. With focused intent, Theo summoned the energy, unleashing a thunderous crash that lit up the field. Spectators gasped in disbelief, stunned that Theo not only infused but manifested his attribute so effortlessly. They acknowledged his overwhelming talent, noting how rare it was to reach mastery this quickly. Standing within crackling light, Theo prepared to go even further beyond what most could attempt. Lightning surged within his chest as Theo activated the next step of aura enhancement. He drew out a sphere of power, stabilizing the Thruma energy with perfect form. Onlookers admired his control and charisma, openly expressing their respect for his unmatched skill. The examiner, intrigued, praised Theo's rapid development and noted how rare his level of control was. Another candidate turned in surprise, recognizing Theo's abilities as far beyond normal expectations. A pulse echoed through the area. Theo's aura surged again, stronger than before, catching attention instantly. Theo's body glowed as thunder energy exploded beneath him, shaking the platform with raw force. As the lightning expanded, it revealed a perfectly formed elemental domain centered around his stance. Watching closely, someone's eyes narrowed. They saw not just talent, but the rise of a real threat. Theo charged forward with blazing speed, lightning bursting around him as he activated a thunder-based technique. A colossal thunder dragon erupted from his energy, tearing across the field with unstoppable force. Spectators scattered in awe while the ground trembled. His aura had fully expanded into its final phase. The crowd panicked, thinking Theo was recklessly attacking the examination overseer with full force. Unfazed, the overseer smiled, amused at Theo's progress and thrilled by the overwhelming elemental expansion. He calmly raised his hand, ready to counter, as droplets of water gathered at his command. Unleashing water current breathing, the overseer summoned a focused high-pressure blast named Water Jet Cutter. He declared Theo worthy, acknowledging his performance by agreeing to personally test his strength. Theo stood firm, body sparking with residual thunder energy as others watched in stunned silence. The overseer praised Theo and granted him an extra 1,000 points for his remarkable effort. Spectators gasped. His total now rivaled the highest record ever set during the trials. Participants whispered in disbelief, realizing Theo had surpassed 2,000 points, cementing a legendary standing. The overseer laughed with joy and called the top scorers forward to demonstrate their abilities. Raminston, Ray, and Erica each showcased their respective elemental breathing, earning additional recognition and points. Impressed, the overseer noted this was a truly gifted generation worthy of producing future generals. Theo stood alongside Ray, Erica, and Raminston, each recognized as elite among this year's examinees. The overseer acknowledged their achievement, declaring the presence of 4 valedictorian-level swordsmen this generation. He announced that all others except those proceeding to the 3rd stage could return home and prepare. The chosen 4 gathered before the platform, ready to face the final challenge of the ceremony. As the overseer prepared to speak again, a dark energy began to pulse across the sky. Crimson energy erupted violently behind the mountain, shaking the area and drawing everyone's immediate attention. A shockwave hit the ground, staggering the 4 examinees as they struggled to remain upright. The overseer declared the beginning of the 3rd stage despite the sudden and ominous surge of energy. Theo looked toward the sky in shock. He recognized the energy. It belonged to someone dangerous, Lodbrok. The scene is set for the 3rd stage, where a critical meeting with the clan head is about to take place. Tension fills the air, and everyone understands that this is a pivotal moment. Anything can happen in this meeting where the future of many could change. The meeting is described as one where the outcome is uncertain, and only the clan head holds the ultimate power. The stakes are high for all involved, and the atmosphere is thick with anticipation. In the midst of this high-stakes environment, it is revealed that the meeting is not only about power dynamics but also involves the dangerous responsibility of confronting the formidable dragon in the clan's ranks. The pressure is immense. The atmosphere intensifies as energy surges through the air. A moment of realization dawns on one of the characters as they ponder the true identity of the person who has caused this chaos. The figure grips something in their hand, hinting at a larger power. The light reflecting off the object suggests that this is a key element in understanding the present threat. The question arises, who could possess such power to manipulate energy on this scale? The focus is now on uncovering the true identity of the person who has taken control of this dangerous situation. One character is preparing to take decisive action, motivated by a need to break through the oppressive force of the dragon's aura. There is a visible shift in posture as they prepare for a monumental challenge. As the pressure mounts, the characters are visibly struggling against the force that seems almost insurmountable. Some characters are starting to show signs of exhaustion or frustration. The pressure increases dramatically, testing everyone's resolve. One of the characters grits their teeth, determined to face the challenge despite the overwhelming odds. Despite the immense pressure, a plan begins to form. The characters discuss the need to overcome the dragon's force. There's a sense of urgency in their words, knowing they must act swiftly. A new strategy is proposed, creating a specific type of wave to counteract the dragon's force. This idea brings hope, but the challenges of executing it are immediately apparent. Tension remains high as they debate the feasibility of this plan. One of the characters acknowledges that while the idea may be brilliant, its execution will not be easy. As the conversation continues, the characters begin to understand the full scope of the task ahead. They realize that their only chance to succeed is through mastering the technique and pushing their abilities to the limit. One of the characters looks determined but also apprehensive, acknowledging the difficulty of the challenge. However, they are resolute in their decision to proceed. The group acknowledges the high stakes, and the sense of urgency grows stronger. They know that failure could mean more than just defeat. It could be the end of their chance to confront the clan head. The characters are now discussing the nature of magic power. It is explained that magic power behaves like a wave with specific vibrational properties. The atmosphere is filled with intense concentration as they recognize the importance of understanding how to counteract the immense dragon aura. One character is confused, questioning whether they really just need to generate a counterforce to the dragon's pressure. The complexity of the task is evident, but they begin to grasp the solution. Frustration starts to build as one of the characters blames another for not explaining this plan earlier. Despite the confusion, they all understand that the task is now clear. They need to create an opposing magical wave to neutralize the pressure. A new sense of urgency rises. The magic begins to stir around them as one character moves swiftly, preparing to act. The group watches in awe as the person begins to create a powerful wave of magic. The character's actions astonish the others. They can't believe that the person has already begun creating the counterforce so quickly. The time pressure adds to the tension in the scene. The individual who started the process reflects on their position in the group. It's clear they are acting with the confidence that comes with being a top contender for the clan head, ready to take charge of the situation. The dramatic moment arrives as a character bursts forward, determined to make their mark in the competition for leadership. The clan head will soon be in their reach, and they feel the excitement of the moment. The immediate reaction from the others is mixed, with some showing surprise at the bold move. A sense of competition and rivalry fills the air as everyone realizes this is more than just a strategic move. It's about claiming power. In a swift motion, the person speeds ahead, leaving the others behind. The resolve is clear. They are taking the lead and will stop at nothing to reach their goal. The person who acted first is confronted by a seasoned elder, who suggests that they should not be so hasty. The elder reminds them that in this kind of competition, one must be prepared to face all obstacles, not just rush forward. The tension builds as the elder's wisdom meets the young challenger's ambition. The contrast between experience and youthful zeal is palpable. The young challenger smiles, confidently stating their readiness to proceed regardless of the elder's advice. They are fully committed to their path and will not be deterred. A sense of urgency fills the air as the next phase of the challenge begins. The competition for the clan head is intensifying, and everyone knows that the time to act is now. A new wave of magical energy erupts, signaling the next step in the contest. The air crackles with power as everyone prepares for the inevitable clash. The scene shifts to a grand palace where the powerful figures are beginning to converge. The stakes are high and the competition for the clan head is more intense than ever. As the challengers approach, it becomes clear that only one can emerge victorious. Inside the palace, a lady named Cecilia is seen greeting someone with a broad smile, full of excitement. She seems eager to share her presence and immediately catches the attention of those around her. Another figure, likely Cecilia's mother, reminds her to maintain proper decorum in the palace. It's clear that Cecilia's behavior is too casual for the refined setting, and her mother is trying to rein her in. Cecilia dismisses the advice, emphasizing her more important ambition. She is eager to gain wealth and status, believing that decorum is unimportant in her pursuit of riches. Cecilia continues her conversation with her mother, laughing about her future wealth. She refers to the success that is coming her way now that Theo has become famous. Cecilia's business has reached new heights as a result of his rising popularity. Cecilia gleams with confidence, excited about her newfound success. Her workshop, previously obscure, has become a popular and profitable venture due to her association with Theo Wyatt. A subtle sense of doubt starts to appear on her face. Despite the success, something seems to trouble her. She contemplates her next steps, unsure of what to make of it all. A character is seen looking at Theo, full of concern. This person always believed in Theo's potential, but is now filled with worry as they see him in action. The pressure of Theo's growing fame and the expectations placed upon him weigh heavily on them. This individual begins to voice their concern, questioning if Theo can truly handle the immense attention and pressure. There's a fear that he might crack under the weight of expectations. The character stands helpless, realizing there is nothing they can do except wait and hope that Theo can withstand the pressure. Their worry grows, but their hands are tied. Another figure is deep in thought. This person, seemingly more experienced, ponders the current situation. They question if they could have done more to help Theo in a practical manner, but it seems they are too late to intervene. There is a slight bitterness in the air as the character reminisces about the past, recalling the days when they were only focused on weapon making. The change in direction toward wealth and business is hard for them to accept fully. The individual continues their reflection, now thinking of how they can increase their revenue and expand their reach. They seem ready to shift their priorities to fit the changing world despite their personal reservations. As Cecilia speaks with someone else, her words are full of ambition. She hints at the challenges ahead and the excitement she feels about what the future holds for her and her workshop. A change in mood occurs when another character, possibly an ally or competitor, challenges her. The tension builds as they exchange words about their future prospects. The final panel introduces a moment of reckoning. As Cecilia considers her path, she's determined, but there's a hint of uncertainty in the air. The competition for power and wealth seems more real than ever before. a powerful figure, possibly the antagonist, reflects on the nature of ambition and youth. He acknowledges the unstoppable force of youthful ambition, which drives the current events. He draws attention to the Graveyard of Swords, a place that symbolizes the dangerous consequences of such ambition. He laughs, showing a mix of amusement and cynicism, as he talks about the prosperity of the Ragnar family and the goal to secure its future. Despite the darker undertones, he seems determined. The figure continues, stating that they will take care of anything or anyone who dares to get in their way. A dark presence surrounds him as he prepares for the challenges ahead, determined to push forward no matter the cost. The figure's thoughts become even more chilling as he declares that nothing has been set in stone yet. There is still plenty of time to observe, and the landscape is vast with possibilities. He is in no rush to make decisions, preferring to let events unfold naturally. He mentions his son, indicating a possible future conflict. The phrase, "even if my damn son," suggests a tense relationship, possibly one of betrayal or opposition within the family. The scene shifts as the figure moves forward, a symbol of action, ready to take on any obstacle that stands in his path. The atmosphere around him grows heavier, with his resolve becoming more evident. The scene intensifies as a character, likely Theo, unleashes his powers. There's a dramatic shift in energy as he moves quickly, displaying strength and speed. The figures around him begin to react to his sudden movement, but they are far behind. His confidence is evident as he knows his abilities can help him surpass his foes. The focus shifts to a mysterious figure who observes the action quietly, perhaps someone who is biding their time, waiting for the right moment to intervene. The scene moves to another strategic moment. Different magical elements are introduced. Vayan, representing the water attribute, Fror, the frost attribute, and Eldir, the fire attribute. Each person holds a unique power, adding complexity to the battle. The names of other powerful characters are mentioned, including Firewood attribute and Sveig poison attribute. These individuals represent the breadth of magic in the world, with each character having distinct skills and powers. A powerful presence shook the area as Kyle Ragnar, the head of the clan, awaited Theo. Kyle smirked confidently, calling Theo son while gripping a sword that radiated immense authority. Theo stood breathless and tense, his body strained under pressure before his intimidating father's gaze. Dark aura flooded the field, making the air thick and hostile as Theo stepped into the arena. He recalled the steep climb. It took 4 hours instead of 1, slowed by unnatural pressure. Kyle asked if Theo understood the meaning behind the field of countless shattered swords. Theo recognized it as the Graveyard of Broken Swords, the resting place of defeated challengers. Kyle confirmed, explaining the clan head's path meant standing alone against endless threats and burdens. Only the strong could survive in such a position, rising above all by personal strength alone. Kyle questioned if Theo believed he had the right to inherit that seat of power. Theo answered yes without hesitation, despite warnings not to take the decision lightly. Kyle explained that countless souls were sacrificed for that throne. He asked if Theo could endure it too. Spirits screamed in torment, cursing Kyle, unleashing rage and sorrow from past victims. Even under that pressure, Theo's resolve did not waver. He remained firm. He declared his reason to avenge his past life and reclaim what was lost through death. Theo tightened his grip on the sword, realizing mere words wouldn't satisfy the test laid before him. Drawing his blade, he charged forward, ready to express his conviction through combat alone. With firm resolve, he declared that he would answer his father's challenge with his sword. Kyle accepted the challenge, stating he'd now view Theo not as a son, but as a rival. Theo flinched when Kyle referenced her, confirming Kyle's involvement in stealing Lodbrok's heart. Leaping into battle, Theo launched a direct attack, confronting the man he once called father. As the clash began, Theo's vision distorted, his body flung backward with sudden force. Disoriented, he questioned if he had died, his mind drifting into white space. Suspended between consciousness and memory, he floated helplessly, unsure of his condition. Kyle activated the Heart Sword, a trial of internal conflict triggering visions and regrets. He watched calmly, amused, wondering if the prodigy could overcome the spiritual torment. The crow beside him chirped, while Kyle mocked concern over whether Theo would survive the test. Kyle acknowledged that only those with true resolve could overcome the Heart Sword's mental imprisonment. He explained it was cruel to test a greenhorn mid-ceremony, but weakness had no place. Kyle declared that a half-hearted regressor would only endanger the clan and was better off dead. In darkness, Theo acknowledged death, his consciousness drifting as he accepted defeat at his father's hands. He reflected without regret. Listing victories, Camellia Palace was his, and his rebellion fulfilled. Still, the reality of being cut down by Kyle lingered, marking a tragic yet honorable end. He recalled the revenge taken Rendon and Axion defeated, enemies of his past life erased. Despite everything, Theo saw his achievements as luck, not skill, grateful for this second chance. Believing he had done enough, he prepared to rest, ready to vanish into the void. As his essence faded, he whispered a final farewell, embracing what seemed to be the end. But a firm voice interrupted. Someone demanded he rise, refusing to let him disappear in peace. A mysterious beast, fierce and majestic, appeared before him, shattering the silence of death. Reignited by the voice, Theo stirred, slowly regaining form amidst swirling lights. Grateful, he realized he couldn't let it end here. His promise remained unfulfilled. With clenched fists, he pushed upward, swearing to himself that he'd continue no matter the cost. Despite weakness and pain, Theo braced himself, fully aware of the limits he was nearing. His form twisted with strain, but his will remained firm. He would endure, even if broken. Sword in hand, he rose from the abyss, prepared to defy fate and rise again. A blinding clash erupts in the void as two forces collide, emitting a burst of overwhelming energy. Their blades lock midair, neither side yielding light and darkness twisting around the impact point. The explosion shatters the silence, scattering fragments as one attack breaks through with unstoppable force. Theo's eyes widen in disbelief as he witnesses the final blow strike its mark with precision. Electricity crackles around his armor as he gasps, overwhelmed by the raw energy coursing through him. From a distance, a cloaked figure observes in silence, watching Theo's power unleash its final surge. The observer steps forward, revealing himself with a stern expression and fur-lined cloak. Theo stands tall, battered but proud, as the man evaluates him with narrowed eyes. After a tense pause, the man finally nods and declares Theo has passed the test. A week later, the nomination ceremony gathers crowds within the grand arena of the clan. Two red-haired siblings argue nervously, overwhelmed by the number of powerful figures in attendance. Startled by a noise, the brother demands to know what happened during the third stage. The sister smirks, teasingly withholding the answer, while her brother groans in frustration. She casually mentions her Theo, making the brother pause in surprise and confusion. Grinning, he declares their duty as lengths to bet everything on the chosen Ragnar. A powerful beast loomed over a gathering of warriors, symbolizing a world ruled by strength. A red-haired man admired Theo, believing he possessed unmatched strength, ambition, and leadership. As Theo ascended the stairs, the man declared he'd risk everything to follow Theo's path. Despite uncertainty, the red-haired warrior hoped to serve beside Theo in the same unit. He admitted Theo hadn't agreed yet, unsure of the young man's intentions or future steps. He revealed the clan head rejected Theo from his manor, opening a path to follow him. A loud drum signaled the start of the formal nomination ceremony within the training grounds. An official addressed the gathered trainees, announcing the event to decide future leadership roles with pride. He called out Theo Ragnar as the overall valedictorian, summoning him forward. The crowd erupted into cheers as Theo emerged into the arena under the open sky. Theo walked calmly, his presence commanding the attention of all surrounding him. A whisper rose from the crowd, questioning which unit the acclaimed young master would join. A spectator silently wished Theo would join the white-armored dragon cavalry, though knowing it was selfish. Standing alone in the courtyard, Theo was praised for excelling across all categories. As the announcer prepared to continue, Theo stepped forward, ready to choose his next path. The official's expression shifted in shock as a high-ranking figure unexpectedly entered the ceremonial grounds. The man was revealed as Ed Troyven, director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, also known as Sky Dragon. Spectators whispered nervously, speculating if he was seeking vengeance for someone named Axion. The official tried to maintain order, urging Ed Troyven to sit and not disrupt the proceedings. Theo, watching the situation unfold, recognized the director's presence and his personal connection to Axion's death. Despite the tension, Theo believed even Troyven wouldn't dare cause conflict during such a formal event. To everyone's surprise, Ed Troyven calmly offered Theo the prestigious role of deputy director. Theo, caught off guard by the sudden proposal, stared at him in confusion and disbelief. Theo's achievement as valedictorian carried immense weight, symbolizing a drastic rise from insignificance. Born at the lowest status in the Ragnar clan, his life was defined by rejection and failure. But now, like a creature breaking from its shell, a new force within Theo began to awaken. Despite his humble start, Theo ascended powerfully, breaking limits as though taking flight on newfound wings. News of Theo defeating Axion and almost eliminating a proctor shocked apprentices across the academy. His journey from disgrace to dominance inspired awe among young swordsmen, who now viewed him as a model. Crowds that once scorned him now watched with admiration, stunned by his undeniable transformation. The clan's imbecile title was stripped away forever. As Theo stood victorious before everyone, he was declared the top valedictorian, earning rare rewards, including a powerful ether core. Reflecting on his quest, Theo was surprised by the reward and intrigued by the ether core's value. Its rarity suggested its significance, especially as the Central Intelligence Bureau began to take notice. Another man observed quietly, his red eyes locked on Theo with focused intent. An offer came unexpectedly. He was invited to become deputy director under a mysterious superior. Theo remained silent, cautious, and calculating, unsure of the man named Ed Triven. Activating his system, Theo began observing Ed Triven, determined to understand his true intentions. Theo analyzed Ed Triven's profile, a manipulative strategist using charm to control and achieve hidden goals. Theo realized Ed was targeting ancient relics, and likely aware that Theo already possessed one. With clenched fists, Theo vowed the Triven family's influence would end by his own hands. A furious man stormed in, questioning the central director's sudden offer to Theo Ragnar. He accused the director of plotting revenge for a fallen nephew under a false recruitment pretense. Ed maintained composure, claiming his motive was pure, to recruit the most exceptional talent available. Despite the explanation, the man remained suspicious, calling Ed a snake, hiding behind formality and title. Another official intervened, halting the debate and reminding everyone the ceremony had yet to begin officially. Turning to Theo, he asked if a decision had been reached about accepting any offer. Theo replied with a grin, requesting to first hear what each faction had to offer. He looked up toward the stage, ready to weigh each choice with care and strategy. Raising his hand, he signaled his openness to offers, shifting attention back to the audience. From the stands, Osa Ragnar Plunis rose and declared her proposal directly to Theo. She offered discipleship and the prestigious role of Junior Lord of the Plum Blossom Palace. The crowd buzzed in shock, realizing she intended to adopt Theo as her personal successor. As Theo's influence grew, two of the revered 9 dragons had already extended their offers. Spectators were amazed, recognizing that even high-ranking directors would struggle to match such proposals. Suddenly, a thunderous crash interrupted the moment. Another powerful figure made a dramatic entrance. The Black Dragon, Robert Ragnar, leader of the Black Snow, appeared with overwhelming presence and power. Crowds gasped, recognizing the elite warrior who rarely involved himself in public events. He revealed he'd been watching Theo throughout the ceremony and acknowledged his talent with interest. Robert invited Theo to join Black Snow, offering him the elite title of Null Snow. The title was legendary. Null Snow agents operated openly, combining prestige with the agency's hidden power. Theo was stunned. In his past life, he'd failed to earn it despite years of struggle. Clearing his throat, Pharaoh Ragnar of Zenith Academy joined in, praising Theo's earlier performance. Pharaoh, the Zenith Dragon, hinted at future expectations and extended support from his academy. Spectators counted 4 of the 9 dragons had now officially acknowledged Theo's worth. Then came Julius Ragnar, the Demon Dragon and commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. He refused to give Theo special treatment, valuing merit and fairness above all else. Though he admired Theo, Julius declared that honor must be earned, not given through favoritism. Julius Ragnar clarified he wouldn't offer Theo favoritism, only the full support and pride of a dragoon. Standing alone in the center, Theo silently weighed the implications of every offer he had received. With a calm smile, Theo acknowledged the choices and responded with quiet understanding. Theo prepared to make his decision publicly, a grin spreading as tension thickened in the air. But before he could speak, a voice suddenly pierced his mind, accusing him of being a regressor. A flash of power surged, and Theo's expression tightened in shock at the unexpected psychic intrusion. A powerful aura erupted as Hilda, former clan head, descended before the assembly without warning. Theo was startled by her sudden appearance and feigned ignorance of her regression accusation. Calm and composed, Hilda praised his acting, implying her knowledge of cycles and past lives. Hilda admired Theo's skill, yet subtly exposed his regression, claiming it was not his first cycle. Confused, Theo began questioning if regressions had a limit, and how many others might exist. Stalling, he asked for time to think, and was granted a brief moment to regroup. Hilda revealed her own identity as a regressor, ending her cycles and embracing her final life. Her words unsettled Theo. She had regressed more than once, suggesting a greater hidden truth faced with mysteries and pressure. Theo decided confronting her directly was the only path forward. Theo questioned Hilda's use of the term cycles, wondering if regressors could truly live multiple lives. Hilda realized Kyle never informed Theo about the truth, and she assumed Kyle's bias toward regressors. Her comment unsettled Theo, who began wondering if Kyle's earlier hostility stemmed from hidden knowledge. Still processing, Theo stood silently as Hilda ended the discussion, claiming time had run out. She offered him an invitation to uncover the secrets of their world and the clan. As she disappeared, Theo reflected on the third stage of the ceremony where Kyle told him nothing. All Kyle had given him was the heart sword, which now felt like a cryptic inheritance. Theo recalled sensing a strange energy from Kyle 1 tied to Lodbrok, the ancient dragon. Could Kyle have stolen Lodbrok's heart? Was it due to Lodbrok's rumored favor toward regressors? Defeating a dragon should have been impossible, but for Kyle deemed a demigod, it was just plausible. Theo couldn't deny the possibility and silently resolved to uncover the truth behind Lodbrok's fall. A voice snapped him back. He was asked again if his heart had decided where to go. Theo answered internally he needed to find Hilda and get the answers denied to him. Raising his head with determination, he declared aloud that he had made his decision. With energy renewed and a clear goal, Theo shouted confidently, "I will." Theo listened as Remington chose the Zenith Academy, a decision that surprised many observers around him. Becoming the disciple of the Zenith Dragon marked Remington's alignment with a legendary master. Theo speculated that this choice stemmed from their shared mastery of water current breathing technique. In Theo's previous life, Remington had returned to the Narcio clan to continue his development. There, he launched a rebellion against the Ragnar clan, leading a fierce and destructive uprising. But this time, Remington chose to stay. A shift in fate Theo believed he influenced. Theo and Remington shook hands, parting with a promise to grow stronger and meet again. They acknowledged each other's paths respectfully, ready to improve and reunite with greater strength. Theo smiled quietly, knowing this departure was only temporary for both of them. Ray returned to Daffodil Palace, home of her mother, the powerful ice dragon. Theo watched from afar, understanding that Palace was where Ray truly belonged. Meanwhile, Sybil and other comrades from Training Ground, Number 4, expressed their desire to follow Theo, though it saddened Theo to separate from them. The nomination ceremony had come to an end. He felt confident everyone would continue doing their best, even after parting ways. Just then, a familiar voice called to Theo, revealing a surprising reunion with an unexpected ally. Hulkus and Erica approached Theo with loud laughter, carefree despite the seriousness of the academy setting. Theo acknowledged them calmly, realizing he had unexpectedly made new allies during the earlier stages. He greeted them sincerely, grateful for their assistance back in the second stage of the trials. Erica reminded Theo that he owed her for saving him, making her dominance clear. Hulkus, impressed by Theo's strength, expressed admiration in his own energetic, brash way. Caught off guard by their enthusiasm, Theo wondered why they had grown so attached to him. A shout rang out announcing the arrival of the commander, shifting the mood among the recruits. Despite the noise, Theo reaffirmed his unchanging goal, rising within the clan's ranks. The White Armored Unit, Ragnar's most prestigious group, was the perfect place to begin his ascent. The White Armored Dragon Cavalry's commander arrived, acknowledging the new recruits formally. Theo accepted the moment with resolve, determined to meet Hilda once again when the time came. He stood among his new peers, preparing for the long journey ahead. The commander invited declarations from the fresh recruits, prompting excited responses from the newcomers. Hulkus declared boldly that he wanted to become the strongest and make his name known. He shouted his desire to earn the commander's recognition, setting a competitive tone for the group. The new recruits turned their attention toward Theo, curious and cautious about what he would declare. Theo stepped forward confidently, the sky behind him as clear as his ambition. With firm resolve, he began to speak, declaring his goal with a calm but powerful voice. He aimed to prepare for the great war destined to erupt 5 years from now. Theo boldly declared he would become commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry within that time. His peers were stunned at the ambition, but some admired the courage it took to speak up. The commander laughed heartily, not offended but amused by Theo's daring declaration. He encouraged such big dreams, welcoming Theo to the cavalry without hesitation. The commander stepped forward and offered guidance, reminding them of the one thing they must remember. He told them every drop of sweat and blood would be remembered in Ragnar's history. He emphasized loyalty: shields don't break, swords don't yield, and comrades always stand together. Theo stood with Hulkus and others, taking the vow to protect and support each other. At the end of this blood-forged path, the commander promised, awaited true glory with a grin. He welcomed them officially into the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Theo now stood among them, ready to rise with his new brothers, in arms. A massive black dragon descended from the sky with power and authority, shaking the ground below. The recruits stared in awe as the creature landed, recognized as the commander's personal partner. The commander introduced the dragon as Eula, a living symbol of their elite cavalry strength. Several flying dragons filled the sky, showcasing the full majesty of the white armored dragon cavalry. Eula's footsteps echoed thunderously as the dragon walked across the stone plaza. The recruits braced themselves, realizing the strength and size of the partners they might soon claim. The commander gave orders recruits were to mount their seniors' dragons for the first flight exercise. He announced the start of the admittance test, the first step to forming true partnerships. He told them all to gather at the dragon nest where they'd begin their next trial. Dragons flew overhead, landing as recruits marveled at their presence, excitement bubbling beneath the fear. Theo looked on with anticipation, wondering if he would gain a flying dragon of his own. A woman approached and offered Theo a ride, urging him to follow quickly. Theo was shocked to recognize the woman Evelyn, someone he hadn't expected to see here. She confirmed she had rejoined the white armored dragon cavalry, smiling as she addressed him casually. With a light response, Evelyn admitted her return to active duty had happened rather suddenly. Theo's eyes widened as he noticed something unexpected. Evelyn's right arm looked unnatural, metallic, standing confidently in the sunlight. Evelyn extended her prosthetic arm, revealing it without hesitation. Theo gasped, realizing the truth. Evelyn had lost her arm, replaced now with a mechanical one. Lady Camellia approached with a calm demeanor, expressing gratitude while flanked by Madame Kirsten and guards. Evelyn stood alert, surprised by their presence and unsure why she was being addressed. Camellia praised Theo's talent, but Evelyn humbly deflected credit. Believing his growth required no assistance, Camellia gently argued that encouragement, especially from trusted allies, can empower someone more than they realize. She revealed that Evelyn had played a supportive role in Theo's development, which had been noticed. Evelyn modestly described herself as a retired one-armed swordsman, but Camellia disagreed with her self-assessment. Madame Kirsten compared Evelyn to a light in darkness, unaware of how brightly she shines. She offered to help Evelyn spread that light farther, recognizing her hidden impact and value. Touched by the words, Evelyn silently acknowledged the sincerity, offering quiet thanks to her young master. Theo rode beside another soldier, learning that Evelyn had arranged aid for his return to battle. Though unsure of the details, Theo suspected his mother had acted behind the scenes for him. Remembering her nature, he smiled softly and thanked his mother for her silent support once again. With resolve, Evelyn declared her loyalty, pledging her sword and life to serve Theo faithfully. Theo expressed brief appreciation, recognizing the weight of her words and the loyalty behind them. As dragons soared above distant cliffs, Evelyn asked simply to be looked after in return. The towering cliffs marked the entrance to the nest of white dragons, shrouded in mist and height. Evelyn and her guide explained that this nest was the site of the cavalry's admittance trial. Candidates had to bond with a wyvern, or else they failed a rare but real possibility. As they discussed the Lank siblings' chances, Evelyn remained hopeful they'd manage to adapt. She instructed her companion to explore the area and trust their instincts to find a partner. Suddenly, the ground shook as a massive beast's claws struck the earth. Something powerful had arrived. A monstrous wyvern, an Opterex, stomped forward, its presence dominating the rocky field. Another dragon type, the Viveri, glided above with a whip, like tail laced with deadly poison. Then came the Sigia, a blade-scaled beast, known for ambushing its enemies from beneath the ground. Finally, the Velcroator, swiftest of them all, darted through the skies like black lightning. The wyverns were categorized into 4 species, each with unique combat roles for the cavalry. Despite the variety, one trainee confessed that none of them resonated. There was no natural bond yet. 6 years ago, during the Great War, a massive mutant wyvern invaded the White Dragon's nest. The intruder, later named the Evil Shadow Dragon, massacred hundreds of trained wyverns in a single attack. From that tragedy, the Empire declared it a class calamity threat, ordering its immediate extermination. The Evil Shadow Dragon earned its name for vanishing into darkness, a predator cloaked in shadows. Intrigued by its traits, one trainee secretly longed to gain a wyvern of such rare potential. He recalled memories from a previous life, where the creature's attributes had left a lasting impression. A wyvern soared swiftly between cliffs, gliding with purpose as if following an invisible thread. From high above, it locked onto a location. Its instincts seemed to guide it precisely. It descended toward a remote ledge nestled among jagged mountain walls, surrounded by stillness and stone. There, a knight knelt in front of the wyvern, sharing a serene moment beside blue flowers. Another man approached, observing the unexpected bond forming between rider and beast. The knight admitted his delight. Such a rare partner had come to him without expectation or effort. A woman arrived shortly after, expressing interest in the same wyvern that had just been claimed. She addressed the man Commander Julius and questioned his intent to place Theo in a crucial role. He offered no answer, but his silence revealed more than words ever could. She acknowledged his cautious speech, noting that many men had fallen from speaking too freely. Still, her insight suggested Julius had greater ambitions than he openly admitted. Unflinching, Julius denied revealing anything, but his eyes hinted at a calculated and growing plan. Descending the cliffside, the woman announced her true intention to propose something for Theo's future. Julius questioned her motive, noting Theo had already chosen the white-armored dragon cavalry as his path. Her answer was simple yet bold, a proposal for joint mentorship between their respective institutions. With confidence, she asked Julius what he thought of the idea, catching him completely off guard. Julius stared in silence, struggling to process the unexpected suggestion that challenged existing structures. Meanwhile, wyverns nearby clashed fiercely, their territorial instincts heightened by a strange presence among them. Riding above, Theo and a companion spotted the disturbance, several wyverns chasing a lone figure again. That figure was a bluish-white dragon, persistently targeted due to its unfamiliar nature. It wasn't a wyvern, it was a rare male viper, child of a wyvern mother. Startled, Theo recalled that vipers were class -1 demonic fiends, born from the demon sea's depths. The very idea of one breeding with a wyvern defied logic and biology. His companion confirmed that this creature's existence was unnatural, its birth thought to be impossible. Class -1 demonic fiends were catastrophic beings, each one rivaling a natural disaster in destructive force. Even one crossing the Great Wall could unleash chaos across entire regions without restraint. The evil shadow dragon's powers now made sense. It had inherited the blood of a viper. The viper's birth triggered chaos within the white-armored dragon cavalry, unsettling the entire wyvern hierarchy. Though they allowed him into the nest under supervision, the other wyverns refused to accept him. Isolation became his reality as fear and origin-based prejudice kept him excluded from the group. Moved by the story, Theo asked for the creature's name, hoping to understand it better. Umbra, they replied. The name meant shadow in the ancient tongue, fitting for its mysterious lineage. Theo smiled, declaring Umbra's name noble, and boldly decided to choose Umbra as his personal partner. Shocked, his companion asked for clarification as Theo suddenly leapt from the wyvern mid-flight. He shouted back confidently that he would go ahead, leaving his guide startled in the air. As he plummeted toward the earth, she screamed in panic, watching him descend with reckless resolve. Theo's inner thoughts echoed. He would give Umbra a new life, one unlike his former one. They were alike, after all, beings misunderstood, rejected, and forced into solitude because of their origin. As Theo approached the ground with violent speed, impact and fire exploded beneath him. Theo launched himself from the wyvern's back mid-flight, shouting his intent to advance alone into danger. His companion cried out in alarm as Theo plummeted from the sky without hesitation, or hesitation falling through the clouds. He activated a holographic interface midair, preparing for what awaited below. As Theo descended, dozens of sharp projectiles flew toward him in synchronized precision from all angles. His eyes glowed intensely, reacting instantly as a system message granted him access to psychokinesis. Harnessing the newfound power, he halted the blades midair, bending them away in a spiraling force. Using the redirected weapons, Theo formed a platform beneath him, springing forward with increasing speed. He leapt again, boosting higher by controlling each blade's position through raw telekinetic control. Far below, his ally watched in awe, stunned by his sudden mastery over psychokinesis and mobility. On the battlefield, monstrous flying beasts screeched and circled above, already engaged in brutal aerial combat. A massive dragon roared in rage, eyes glowing, sensing Theo's approach with hostile anticipation. Undeterred, Theo soared directly toward the threat, eyes narrowed, determination burning through his focused expression. Memories of ridicule haunted him, voices mocking his lineage, doubting his worth as a Ragnar. They called him incompetent and illegitimate, fueling the anger that now surged through his veins. With clenched teeth, Theo summoned a blade and launched himself again, defying every insult hurled at him. Lightning surged around Theo as blades hovered mid-air, encircling him like an extension of his will. He activated the Thunder Dragon breathing technique, channeling raw electricity through his aura and weaponry. His entire body crackled with golden arcs as he floated, radiating power and refined concentration. Theo launched himself like a bolt, descending with speed amplified by the Thunder technique's momentum. The ground below cracked as he landed, marking the terrain with the Dragon Mark's impact. Electricity rippled from his strike zone, intimidating all who witnessed the devastating power firsthand. Startled by the energy, the enemy wyverns retreated mid-flight, screeching in fear as the storm calmed. Theo approached a collapsed figure, dismissing the retreating enemies as mere cowards in disguise. Standing before the downed creature, he calmly asked if it was injured or still alert. The injured dragon growled, then suddenly took flight in pain, startling Theo as it tried to flee. He watched it disappear into the sky, realizing pursuit now would require caution and patience. Another warrior advised against immediate approach, suggesting a more measured attempt when the beast calmed. Refusing to delay, Theo insisted on following the dragon, believing it needed support, not distance. He explained the dragon's behavior revealed loneliness, clinging to its nest despite isolation and rejection. With empathy and urgency, he requested help from his comrade, determined to ease the creature's pain. The wounded white dragon staggered alone through the rocky pass. Its breathing strained and shallow, it collapsed near a cliffside. Exhausted, its body marked with visible scars and deep wounds. Startled by distant movement, the dragon lifted its head cautiously, still fearful of being pursued. Theo arrived nearby and spotted the dragon, recognizing its wary expression and guarded body posture. A companion explained that many had tried and failed to tame this dragon in the past. Acknowledging the creature's mistrust, Theo requested food and resolved to earn its trust patiently. As Theo approached, an overwhelming force known as wyvern fear suddenly burst through the sky. A wave of dread washed over the battlefield, causing both drakes and warriors to tremble. But Theo stood firm, resisting the pressure, and took steady steps forward with unwavering eyes. Theo applied a healing potion to the dragon, its magical glow beginning to mend open wounds. He asked softly if the pain had eased, offering care instead of control or force. The dragon slowly opened its eyes, alert but no longer panicked, beginning to recognize his intent. Theo sensed the dragon's feelings rage at its former kin and sorrow from being cast aside. Despite betrayal, the dragon still longed for connection, haunted by loneliness and unresolved pain. Though cautious of Theo, it also wished he would stay a hope buried beneath its mistrust. The dragon stared quietly, sensing the sincerity in Theo's presence and the warmth of his gesture. Theo promised not to abandon it, offering comfort and reassurance through gentle words and a smile. Accessing his inventory, he prepared something more to strengthen the bond between them. Theo presented a radiant gem pendant, knowing dragons favored shiny, rare objects over practical offerings. He held the gem forward with a grin, showing it off like a carefully chosen treasure. The dragon's eyes widened, clearly captivated by the shimmering stone and surprised by the gesture. Theo teased the dragon, asking if it wanted the gem, watching its startled reaction unfold. The dragon flinched but didn't retreat, caught between curiosity and lingering hesitation from past trauma. Its gaze locked on the gem again, emotions swirling behind its cautious but longing eyes. Finally, the dragon wore the gifted pendant, surprised but visibly pleased by the unexpected kindness. Theo invited it to follow, hinting that many more such treasures awaited if it joined him. With a sly smirk, he asked for its decision, confident the bond was now forming. The dragon chirped happily, swayed by the promise of shiny accessories and sincere attention. Theo joked about crafting a flashy saddle covered in gems, even if it meant robbing family. Elsewhere, someone sensed the incoming trouble, shivering as they felt Theo's bold plans approaching. Madame Kirsten sensed trouble as she watched the dragon lean closer to Theo with curiosity. To her shock, the wyvern fully acknowledged Theo, recognizing him as its rightful master. A system message appeared. Theo had acquired a new skill, wyvern taming, increasing power and trust. A distant wyvern flew overhead as Evelyn dragged food supplies toward Theo's location on foot. Her footsteps halted as she noticed someone standing calmly, observing the area in silence. She gasped in disbelief at the unexpected sight that greeted her beyond the rocks. Theo stood casually while the once hostile dragon cuddled up to him in playful affection. Evelyn was speechless, amazed that the beast who trusted no one had bonded so easily. Theo welcomed her return and thanked her for bringing the meat that the dragon now devoured. Still in awe, Evelyn asked how Theo had accomplished something no one else could. Theo simply replied he healed the dragon's heart first, then sealed their bond with a gift. Evelyn watched silently as the wyvern peacefully feasted, comforted by the warmth Theo had offered. Theo teased her about eating the meat too, though he'd already had his fill earlier. She chuckled, recognizing this kind of carefree charm as typical of her young master. Inwardly, she noted Theo's rare gift, not just swaying people, but even taming a lonely wyvern. Evelyn stared in awe as the wyvern lowered its body, offering Theo its back and trust. She clapped, congratulating him on becoming a recognized partner, a rare bond among wyverns. But panic struck when Theo prepared to mount the dragon without saddle or training. Theo calmly stated the wyvern invited him to ride, showing no hesitation or concern. Evelyn warned that without training or equipment, taking flight was reckless in life. Threatening, smiling confidently, Theo brushed off the concern, trusting his instincts and methods instead. The wyvern taming skill activated automatically, compensating for Theo's lack of formal riding ability. As they ascended into the sky, Evelyn could only stare in disbelief at the sight. She exhaled in resignation, watching the duo vanish among the clouds in graceful flight. Above the icy mountains, Theo held tight as the wyvern flew swiftly through narrow peaks. The dragon's urgency grew. He clearly wanted to show Theo something important without delay. Theo steadied himself, smiling, ready to follow wherever the dragon's instincts would lead them. Suddenly, Theo's expression turned serious. Something about this situation didn't sit right with him. He questioned how such a pure-hearted dragon could gain the title Evil Shadow Dragon. As they flew deeper into the valley, a hidden waterfall emerged, hinting at secrets below. Theo leapt through a wall of cascading water, launching from the cliffs above without hesitation or fear. Piercing the waterfall's veil, he discovered a hidden drop leading into a mysterious underground chamber. Landing softly, Theo muttered that even with his past knowledge, this area was entirely unfamiliar to him. He noted a glimmering cave of crystals beyond the falls, previously unknown despite years in the region. As Theo explored, he spotted an armored beast sniffing around, its attention fixated on glittering stones. He suddenly froze as he noticed strange flowers growing nearby, realizing the dragon had been consuming them. Theo identified the plant as the ghost spirit flower, a rare species that feeds on demonic energy. He pondered how a dragon absorbed demonic traits, noting the flower's powerful but dangerous magical properties. Wary of the threat, Theo resolved to destroy them later, calming the dragon and avoiding the crystals. Further inside, Theo sensed something and stepped cautiously, his gaze locked ahead in confusion and tension. Across the field, a skeletal figure dangled from chains, unmoving but oddly lifelike in posture and position. Approaching with care, Theo's eyes widened. He realized this wasn't an ordinary corpse suspended in this cave, thou humanoid in form. The creature was clearly long deceased, its skin shriveled and skeletal face twisted. Theo noted the body's minimal decay, estimating it had been dead for over a decade. The preservation suggested great magical power, with the freezing temperature only slowing the inevitable process of rot. Theo examined the bound skeleton, suspecting it was a high-level martial artist who died mysteriously. Deciding to return later for investigation, Theo turned his attention back to the ghost spirit flowers. Suddenly, the corpse moved, screaming, "Kaya!" As its eyes ignited with burning red hatred. Shocked, Theo reacted instantly, recognizing the corpse had come to life and spoken his father's name. The reanimated corpse lunged, forcing the dragon Umbra to intercept the violent strike. Theo called out to Umbra, who roared in pain from the enemy's brutal blow. The creature snarled again, fixated on Kyle, repeating the name with increasing rage and bloodlust. Theo realized the monster had identified Umbra as a target and rushed to intervene. Leaping between them, Theo delivered a powerful kick to halt the corpse's rampage. The corpse screamed both Kyle and Robert's names, vowing eternal vengeance on them both. Theo was stunned the names matched his father and the black dragon once allied with him. Determined to end it, Theo prepared his shared combat technique with the white-armored dragon cavalry. Evelyn appeared mid-air, launching a blade barrage that rained down steel upon the skeletal foe. The corpse was overwhelmed, pinned as Theo collapsed, weakened from the clash lying on the ground. Theo admitted to Evelyn that he had made a mistake this time. Theo screamed in agony as a demonic toxin coursed through his veins, overwhelming his body instantly. The corpse's poison was heavily laced with dark energy, designed to sap strength and vitality. Unable to resist, Theo collapsed while Evelyn prepared to transport him to headquarters for urgent treatment. Evelyn called to her beast companion, Umbra, assuring she meant no harm to the injured man. Umbra hesitated, growling protectively while Evelyn tried to move Theo's limp body for emergency aid. As tensions rose, a calm voice told Evelyn to wait, halting her actions immediately. The speaker asked Umbra for a solution. Confident the beast possessed knowledge beyond brute force, Theo placed his trust in Umbra, accepting the risk and surrendering his fate to the creature. Despite urgency, Evelyn warned Theo of the poison's severity. Corpse toxin mixed with demonic power. Theo explained the poison's lethality, revealing survival odds under 30% with even proper medical care. He shared that Umbra, now a class -2 demonic fiend, had devoured ghost spirit flowers for resistance. Having previously encountered such toxins, Umbra had learned how to neutralize their dangerous effects effectively. Evelyn shouted in concern, but Umbra began the process, stepping forward with clear purpose. Umbra crushed ghost spirit flowers underfoot, activating their properties as crystals and petals scattered. The scattered pieces shimmered, signaling the start of the purification process guided by Umbra's instincts. Evelyn hesitated as Umbra signaled her not to blend the crystals and feed them directly. Confused but attentive, she paused, trying to understand the beast's silent instructions. She looked toward the scattered crystals, then at Theo, who was barely conscious and unmoving. Clenching her fists, Evelyn made her decision and swiftly moved toward the ingredients on the ground. Harnessing her magic, she concentrated energy into the gathered crystals and flowers, forming a luminous mixture. With urgency, she poured the glowing liquid into Theo's mouth, praying it would take effect quickly. Theo remained still, the mixture slowly running down his lips, showing no immediate response. Evelyn and Umbra watched anxiously, waiting for any sign that their desperate attempt might succeed. Tension filled the air as moments dragged on, and Theo's condition remained unchanged. Suddenly, his chest pulsed with a glowing light, and Theo's body jolted upright with force. Evelyn was stunned as the glow intensified. Blue energy radiating from his form, the poison's grip loosened. Theo was truly recovering against all odds and expectations. A surge of golden energy erupted as Theo's magic exploded outward, illuminating the area violently. The radiant force condensed, forming the image of a golden dragon around his recovering body. Evelyn stared in disbelief as his energy shifted from gold to black. An unknown transformation was occurring. Evelyn watched in confusion as Theo's body was engulfed by an explosive burst of energy. A system message declared the initiation of body cleansing and purification protocols within Theo's core. His body convulsed as internal restructuring began, and the trait of the evil shadow dragon activated. Far away, in Commander Julius's office, a report about Theo's transformation had just been received. Julius questioned its authenticity, demanding confirmation from Black Snow, the intelligence verification unit. His subordinate reported that after checking, there was 89% certainty the information was reliable and true. Julius reacted with violent frustration, shattering nearby equipment in disbelief and rage. He gritted his teeth, acknowledging that bad news often came when least expected. Despite his anger, Julius tried to regain composure and think through the situation carefully. Still reeling, Julius admitted the news had completely shattered his expectations and predictions. The report stated that Captain Izan and 15 soldiers from the Dragon Cavalry had perished. Their camp was annihilated, leaving behind blood, rubble, and signs of a devastating magical onslaught. Theo underwent an ancient cleansing ritual designed to eliminate impurities and restructure the body's magical foundation. This ritual, requiring immense effort from skilled mages, transforms the body into a mana-absorbent vessel. Only effective for children under 5, this rare method was somehow performed on Theo successfully. His transformation was not intentional, but resulted from multiple coinciding events and dangerous circumstances surrounding his body. Theo had been poisoned with a substance containing vast magical power, merging with demonic ghost flower energy. With Umbra's help discovering an antidote, his body reached a strange balance between death and survival rather than succumbing. Theo's body absorbed the core essence of the deadly magical poison. He awakened suddenly, overwhelmed by the change, gasping as his consciousness returned to him. Evelyn rushed to his side, relieved to see him alive and stable after the ordeal. Smiling weakly, Theo apologized for worrying her, slowly sitting up with regained clarity and strength. As Evelyn laughed in relief, Theo's system revealed a new awakening. His dragon-based constitution had evolved. He now held the dragon constitution, unlocking hidden power passed through past incarnations and great trials. Reading the stats, Theo noted the increase. Level 16, major attribute growth, and rare dragon abilities. He realized the crystals around them were pure energy, aiding in the transformation process. With the poison now diluted, Theo viewed the ghost flower's power as beneficial rather than deadly. Theo acknowledged that trusting Umbra had paid off as the dragon's guidance proved reliable and wise. His body had evolved beyond human limits, gaining traits from both the Ragnar bloodline and dragons. With newfound confidence, Theo clenched his fist, eager to explore his explosive growth potential. He turned to the real mystery, the unknown man whose presence had sparked the recent events. Evelyn noticed strange writing etched on the cave walls, suggesting hidden knowledge or a journal. They wondered how such precise carvings were made, concluding the author must have been highly skilled. The carvings revealed a message the author once hid there, defeated by Kale and Robert. The message hinted at future revenge, written by someone with deep hatred and possibly undead nature. Theo, startled, saw a flash of memory and realized the voice belonged to a vengeful entity. The wall continued. The writer was losing their mind but begged fate to grant them vengeance. Theo and Evelyn both realized this wasn't just history, it might connect to current threats they face. They speculated this could be the origin of a greater conflict tied to ancient grudges. A vision appeared, showing a warrior controlling wind, an old rival of the current clan lord. This man, Hector Ragnar the Wind Lord, had once contested leadership 40 years ago. Thou believed dead, his presence was confirmed, shocking Evelyn as realization settled in her eyes. Evelyn braced herself, stepping forward as if to challenge fate and take responsibility for actions. Theo questioned her sudden movement, while recalling that even the Wind Lord was once a rightful heir, despite being cast out. The Wind Lord was a Ragnar who had claimed to succession. Evelyn spoke emotionally, pointing out that harming a rightful heir by a vassal was a grave offense. However, Theo countered her worries, clarifying the man wasn't a Ragnar anymore, but a corrupted madman, smiling. He told her she had no choice but to act, even if the principle remained. Theo stated that everything that happened inside the cave must remain a secret from others. He handed her the Wind Lord's vision, asking her to accept it despite her shock. The vision was said to rival the 9 dragons, a gift she couldn't understand receiving. Theo urged Evelyn to become the Wind Lord's successor, gain strength, and accept the hidden inheritance. Once she received it, the Wind Lord could rest peacefully, leaving no burden behind. Stunned, Evelyn realized the meaning of Theo's gesture and the legacy now entrusted to her. Theo reminded her of her vow to become his sword, reinforcing her purpose and duty. She hesitated but remembered her identity: Evelyn Nereville, Ragnar's senior inspector. With renewed resolve, Evelyn knelt with conviction, fully accepting her role and responsibility moving forward. Evelyn formally pledged allegiance to Theo, declaring herself his loyal vassal with unwavering conviction. She asked Theo to accept her oath, humbling herself before him as her chosen monarch. Theo smiled gently, acknowledging her adherence to principle and preparing to honor her loyalty. Theo placed his sword before her, formally accepting Evelyn Nereville as his sworn companion and ally. He vowed to walk forward with her, welcoming her strength on the long road ahead. Their smiles affirmed a mutual respect, sealing the new bond between vassal and master. With their pact complete, Theo mounted Umbra, soaring away from the cave alongside his dragon. They passed mountains and skies, heading toward the vast lands of the central continent. Their destination loomed White Dragon Squad headquarters, a prestigious military base within the Empire. At headquarters, a red-haired warrior mocked Theo's absence, belittling his worth compared to their squad. His laughter was cut short by a heavy tremor, alerting everyone to something approaching fast. He turned, stunned as a massive dragon's shadow loomed behind him without warning. Gasps erupted as Theo arrived atop Umbra, shocking the squad with his grand entrance. They questioned how a disobedient dragon like Umbra would follow someone like Theo so obediently. Among murmurs, many realized something monumental had happened. Theo was no longer the same as before. Evelyn and Theo formally reported their return after completing the aptitude test, standing before their comrades. They requested to see the captain, but were informed he had left due to urgent news. The squad members revealed that he received a critical message and had returned to the office. Suspicious, Theo questioned the nature of the urgent message, sensing something unusual in the timing. Suddenly, an explosion erupted nearby, violently shaking the entire base and alerting everyone to danger. A powerful enemy landed, launching an unexpected assault that forced the squad into immediate defense. The commander appeared, issuing apologies and declaring the need to conclude the entrance ceremony. He ordered all present soldiers to prepare for a deployment mission to Fort Blanky. Hearing this, Theo was stunned. It was an actual deployment, not a routine drill. Theo sensed something ominous, approaching an event he remembered vividly from his previous life. The deployment connected to the series hostage crisis, a pivotal event destined to spark chaos. It marked the beginning of the treason led by Ed Troyven, a catastrophe that shaped fate. The commanding officer declared that everyone present would be immediately deployed to Fort Blanky. The sudden announcement caused unrest among the gathered soldiers, many of whom were still new recruits. One soldier stepped forward, questioning the urgency of deploying inexperienced troops on such short notice. They were informed that Platoon 5, led by Captain Trainer Eisen, had gone completely missing. The news shocked the assembly. Trainer Eisen was known for his unmatched skill and leadership, respected even by top commanders. Eisen's disappearance suggested a threat far beyond normal expectations. A young warrior speculated whether this event resulted from changes he caused in the timeline. A grim report stated there was a 98% chance the missing platoon was already dead. The commander appointed even Nereville as captain of a replacement unit to continue the mission. Despite the odds, the commander expressed his belief that the missing unit might still be alive. Regardless of survival, he vowed their deaths would be avenged without hesitation or mercy. Airships launched into the sky, carrying the newly formed platoon toward an uncertain battlefront. Earlier, the Black Skull bandits attacked a merchant guild, seemingly causing no casualties. However, The true objective wasn't bloodshed, but the theft of a powerful artifact. Their mission was to steal and relocate the Dragon Slayer's sword Balmung from its secure vault. He recalled that in his past life, Ed Troyvon used the stolen Balmung during his coup. Now events seemed to diverge from what he remembered, making him question his timeline's impact. Feeling responsible, he resolved to confirm the situation directly and recover the sword himself. 3 days later, the troops reached a snowy mountain pass under Fort Blanky's harsh conditions. One soldier complained about the cold, struggling to adapt to the region's extreme weather. Suddenly, he noticed the moon's strange glow and realized the white-armored dragon cavalry was arriving. Guards stationed at the outpost spotted the incoming force and quickly raised the alarm. An enemy magic blast shook the tower, triggering immediate chaos within the fortress. With swift command, the female knight led the aerial cavalry to drop explosive bombardments from above. Bombs rained down, engulfing the base in violent flames and widespread destruction. One guard cried out for retreat, warning others to flee before being struck down. Survivors scrambled to escape, overwhelmed by the intensity and precision of the aerial attack. A splash of blood marked the beginning of full-scale combat against the fortress defenders. White, armored troops charged forward with unrelenting momentum, swords drawn and ready for execution. Their leaders shouted to make an example, demanding vengeance and total destruction of their enemies. A distant explosion lit the sky as a lone soldier fled the battlefield into the snowy forest. He grumbled that the white-armored cavalry was supposed to be handled by others. Believing his mission complete, he laughed, unaware of a mysterious cloaked figure approaching with a massive weapon. A destructive attack pierced the landscape, signaling an overwhelming power in play. A robed swordsman silently observed, awaiting the confirmation of a successful item transfer. Another figure presented the retrieved sword respectfully, stating the goods were now in their possession. The cloaked leader inspected the sword, confirming its identity as the real Balmung. With success achieved, he ordered preparations for the plan's next phase without delay. As dawn approached, the group stood ready. Only one step remained to complete their operation. The final phase was clear: exterminate all surviving enemies without mercy. Their forces charged, initiating a brutal assault to wipe out the remaining resistance. The battlefield quieted as a soldier reported the enemy's subjugation was complete. One knight laughed at their victory, calling the fight easy and unchallenging. But another warrior grew suspicious, doubting how Platoon 5 could have fallen in such a place. Activating a special ability, he began synchronizing with the fallen to read their memories. Theo realized the soldier had heard about the Balmung theft, but never saw the sword directly. He found it odd that even higher, ranking enemies lacked first-hand knowledge of the stolen weapon. While pondering the inconsistency, a comrade interrupted, asking if something was wrong. Trying to dismiss suspicion, Theo pretended he was just nervous on his first mission. The others teased him for his reputation as the Flash Tiger despite his apparent nervousness. With the hostages rescued, they agreed to regroup with the main force and leave quickly. Suddenly, Theo broke away from the group, moving urgently in another direction. Confused, his teammates wondered what triggered his sudden movement. Theo rushed forward with grim determination. Having sensed an imminent threat approaching, a volley of energy blasts struck down, confirming Theo's instincts about an ambush. His allies, startled by the attack, demanded answers about his strange behavior. Before he could respond, someone discovered a hidden pile of explosives set throughout the area. Realizing the enemy intended to destroy the base and everyone inside, panic spread. Theo ordered an immediate evacuation while others confirmed the urgency of the situation. With time running out, the team began evacuating civilians and comrades from the danger zone. Amid chaos, a commander screamed orders as fire and explosions engulfed the battlefield. Flames erupted violently from the base, signaling the enemy's calculated attempt to level the area. Elsewhere, a cloaked leader coldly instructed his troops to reload and prepare for another assault. A second barrage of bombs fell, consuming structures and defenses in intense, synchronized destruction. The enemy commander growled that not a single target was to be spared. He muttered about avenging someone, revealing a personal vendetta tied to the battle's purpose. Far away, in an elegant estate, a woman calmly cradled an injured boy in her arms. Speaking sweetly, she asked if her child, Axion, had suffered much during the conflict. With a twisted smile, she vowed vengeance, declaring she would bring her son the enemy's head. An entire battalion deployed into a vast arena, the cracked ground echoing with the chaos of battle. At the front, a fierce warrior led the charge, slicing through enemies with swift, decisive blows. A commander barked orders to the troops. Demanding no survivors, her soldiers launched forward in perfect formation. A soldier observed the aftermath, questioning how this enemy force overwhelmed Captain Trainer's elite platoon. 5. The realization struck hard something didn't add up, and doubt clouded her usually sharp judgment. As she scanned the battlefield, her eyes narrowed, suspecting a hidden force manipulating the outcome. Suddenly, an explosion consumed a leading officer in flames, shocking nearby troops who screamed out in horror. Another warrior leapt into action, dashing through the flames to engage the unseen enemy. Clenching his teeth in frustration, he cursed under his breath as the situation spiraled into chaos. Dozens of fiery projectiles descended from the sky and aerial bombardment had begun without warning. The leading warrior shouted for everyone to take cover as the flames approached rapidly. Explosions erupted across the battlefield. Soldiers screamed as the onslaught engulfed their positions in fiery devastation. Injured soldiers cried out as they scrambled for cover, dodging flames and debris in desperation. One group sprinted toward a nearby exit, responding instantly to the captain's urgent call. The captain regrouped with reinforcements, urging a quick retreat before the bombardment overwhelmed the entire force. Theo realized the true enemy strategy lured them outside toward waiting artillery. He resolved to counter it directly, pushing past his mental limits. Theo unlocked the mind gate, dramatically enhancing perception and decision. Making speed, as light surged through his mind, data flooded in. He entered a new mental space of accelerated thought. Theo's eyes glowed with focus, perceiving everything at once. Yet, he stood frozen, lost in thought. A comrade snapped at him, urging movement. The battlefield still raged, and delay could mean death. They called for retreat, telling him to run outside, but Theo already knew. Escape wasn't an option. Theo's ally demanded an explanation, growing frustrated by his refusal to flee. Time was running out. Ignoring panic, Theo insisted they head inside, his tone calm but firm with growing clarity. Though uncertain, his comrade paused, beginning to trust his confidence despite the chaos around them. The squad dashed back into the fortress, barely dodging collapsing rubble as explosions shook the walls. The others questioned the logic, afraid they'd be buried alive. Fear overtook rational thinking. Theo explained the truth outside held only more traps. The real ambush waited beyond the gates, activating hatchling synchro. Theo accessed the building's memory, mapping its structure through mental visualization. Enemies had assumed no one could survive within the fortress. Theo intended to prove them wrong. With the mind gate opened, Synchro's capabilities expanded, granting him total awareness and a new plan to win. Theo's mental mapping revealed deadly traps on all sides, explosives to the left, bombardment to the right. Realizing only one safe path remained, he led the group down the central staircase without hesitation. Trusting Theo's insight, the unit rushed downward, the narrow corridor echoing with urgent footsteps. The squad reached the lower levels, but alarm spread as they encountered a sudden blocked passage. Confusion surged, some questioned whether Theo's plan had failed. Facing what seemed like a dead end, panicked voices demanded answers, desperate for a way forward as the entrance behind them was sealed. Suddenly, the roof began collapsing above them, stone and debris rained down without mercy. Soldiers looked up in terror, unable to escape as cracks split the ceiling above. With nowhere to run, they braced for impact, relying entirely on Theo's judgment and timing. From the rubble, Theo emerged alive, pushing forward through the destroyed path with unwavering resolve. Far away, enemy forces observed the crumbling battlefield, reporting that their artillery supplies had been depleted. Despite the chaos, their leader remained focused. This battle was personal, and vengeance was still unfinished. A cloaked figure reminded the group of their mission. This was to avenge their fallen comrade, Axion. No matter the state of the corpse, they were to bring back the head at all costs. As orders echoed, a lifeless body lay among the wreckage, the mission's next target already marked. After the floor collapse, Theo's squad landed safely below, shaken but alive thanks to his plan. Relief turned to shock when hostile soldiers spotted them and demanded answers on their sudden appearance. Recognizing the emblem of the Black Skull, Theo realized they'd stumbled into a hidden enemy stronghold. Theo's eyes widened as he spotted someone chained in the far back of the underground prison. Behind thick metal bars, a group of prisoners stirred, one of them responding to his call. It was none other than Captain Trainer Izin Long, presumed dead alive but imprisoned in chains. None of Theo's allies expressed disbelief, while approaching Trainer's cell cautiously and relieved. She couldn't fathom the betrayal. The Central Intelligence Bureau of their own clan was responsible. As chains hit the floor, it became clear that something far deeper was unfolding behind the scenes. More prisoners were released, furious over the betrayal and eager for justice after surviving the trap. One voiced suspicion it was impossible for the ambush to occur without internal cooperation. They concluded it was outright treason, and tempers flared as some called for immediate retribution. Captain Trainer calmed the group, urging restraint and strategy over rash revenge despite their justified anger. He emphasized their weakness, warning that the enemy had planned this from the start with overwhelming force. Theo explained that the Black Snow hadn't responded because they were already intercepted, validating his decision to retreat inside. Despite the grim odds, hope returned. As one member stated, they still had a chance to survive. Theo explained that the enemy sought to bury the truth, eliminating even their own operatives. He predicted the enemy would return soon, assuming they'd be dead, giving them a strategic opportunity. Theo proposed using the debris for a surprise counterattack, ambushing their foes at their most careless moment. His tone remained sharp and unwavering. He believed this tactic was their best path to victory. Captain Trainer's silent gaze showed respect. The young warrior's courage renewed his own worn resolve. Trainer realized Theo had achieved what few could, unlocking his mind gate at such a young age. He reflected on how age had made him hesitant, while Theo tackled crisis without hesitation. Trainer watched as the younger generation began taking action with clear focus and adaptive instincts. With new motivation, Trainer declared their unit, the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, would move with Theo's plan. The squad steeled themselves, rising to meet the challenge. As allies rallied under Theo's leadership, above ground, enemy scouts approached the ruins, unaware their intended victims now lay in ambush. The battlefield is a desolate wasteland where the remnants of war lie scattered. Broken rocks and scorched earth create a grim landscape. Several figures in the distance walk across the destruction, their postures showing a lack of hope. A lone figure, dressed in black, stands still amidst the wreckage. He grips his sword tightly, staring into the horizon, consumed by the destruction around him. His face shows signs of pain and weariness, as if the war has taken everything from him. On the ground, a man, gravely injured, pleads for help. His voice is faint, struggling to reach anyone's ears. His face is filled with terror, knowing that his fate is sealed unless someone comes to his aid. The black-clad figure turns his head, hearing the plea for help. His cold expression remains unchanged, as if unaffected by the desperate cries of those around him. The figure steps forward, his boots crunching against the broken earth. In a single motion, he swings his sword, a decisive sound of metal cutting through the air, signaling an action that leaves no room for mercy. A voice from behind interrupts, asking about the whereabouts of the missing group. The figure remains unfazed, calmly reporting that the search for the ambush team continues, with no results yet from the western side. As the search continues, one of the soldiers questions the situation. The bodies of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry are the only ones unaccounted for, and a sense of unease begins to take root. The man in the black cloak, who seems to be in charge, orders a halt to the investigation. His gaze is stern as he asks about the whereabouts of the missing cavalry. The questioning soldier, noticing the increasing tension, is interrupted as the air becomes thick with impending danger. Something is amiss, and all eyes turn to the unfolding events. A sudden movement shatters the stillness, and an ambush is launched. A flurry of shadows and swift movements come to life as the figures engage in a fierce battle. The cloaked figure reacts immediately, his sword raised in defense. His posture reveals his experience in combat as he faces down the attackers with cold determination. Amidst the chaos, the figure catches a glimpse of something familiar. His face hardens as the realization dawns: the White Armored Dragon Cavalry is involved, and their presence is a dire threat. The figure leaps into action, sword slashing through the air with a loud, powerful cry. His movements are calculated, precise, as he moves to engage the enemy. Another figure appears from the shadows, clashing blades with the man in black. The battle intensifies, both warriors displaying formidable skill in their deadly dance. As the battle rages on, the man in black calls out, recognizing the enemy's identity. The White Armored Dragon Cavalry is not just a threat, they are the ones orchestrating this attack. The situation grows increasingly dire as the ambush unfolds around him. As the battle intensifies, the leader of the opposing forces orders a change in formation. His voice cuts through the chaos, signaling a shift in tactics to face the unexpected ambush. The sound of clashing swords and steel reverberates in the air as the warriors shift, their movements synchronized in response to the change in their formation. The ground trembles beneath the force of their steps. Among the chaos, a figure reflects on the situation. He had hoped this wouldn't involve the Central Intelligence Bureau, but the laws of Ragnar must now be upheld. His resolve is clear even as the fight rages on. The figure in black faces his opponent, his sword raised. He watches with intensity as his enemy prepares to strike, their weapons glowing with deadly energy. The figure's movements are fast, sharp, and precise. As he clashes with his opponent, sparks fly. The tension in the air palpable as they engage in a fierce battle, neither willing to yield. In the midst of the chaos, One soldier questions how their enemies survived the bombardment. The battlefield is filled with smoke and debris, but the enemy's resilience seems unnerving. The figure in black is taken aback by the question. His face reveals a mix of confusion and disbelief. He can't comprehend how his opponents, seemingly unscathed, could survive the earlier onslaught. The enemy's leader, a formidable warrior, charges forward with renewed ferocity. His eyes burn with rage as he faces the man in black, their swords meeting in a clash that shakes the ground. The two warriors exchange blows, their swords cutting through the air with such speed that the battle seems to blur around them. The man in black struggles to keep up with the intensity of the attack, his focus razor sharp. A sudden, devastating strike comes from the enemy, sending the man in black staggering back. The sound of metal against metal echoes as his opponent presses forward relentlessly. As the battle intensifies, the figure in black grimaces in pain. He narrowly avoids a lethal blow, his survival instincts kicking in as he uses his agility to evade the enemy's next strike. He realizes that the tide of battle has shifted. The enemy's strength is overwhelming, but he refuses to let go of his resolve. He must fight on. No matter the odds, the man in black steels himself for another clash, his sword raised, his eyes burn with determination as he moves to strike his opponent once again. With a swift and brutal attack, the two warriors collide, their swords flashing in the sunlight. The sheer force of their battle causes the ground to quake beneath them. The enemy leader, grinning maniacally, taunts the man in black. Resistance is futile. He exclaims, confident that the fight is nearing its end, but the man in black refuses to surrender, his resolve unshaken. The battle rages on as the enemy leader stands over the defeated soldiers. He sneers, boasting that their ambush was a success. The moment he speaks, his eyes gleam with a dark promise. He grins viciously, telling his enemies they never stood a chance. With a cruel tone, he offers them a chance to live if they surrender, but it is clear this offer comes with no mercy. He raises his hand, signaling that the secret technique will be used. His voice grows louder, allowing his soldiers to unleash this forbidden power in the fight. The air grows heavy with dark energy. The enemy soldiers, now with their new power, move with speed and precision, charging at their opponents. Their movements are terrifyingly synchronized as they prepare for the next strike. The man in black watches them, realizing the threat of the secret technique. His eyes narrow as he processes the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, the leader of the enemy forces calls out, questioning the man in black. What is this secret technique? His voice is filled with anticipation as he prepares to see the destruction unfold. The man in black watches his enemies, his face tense with concentration. He sees the brutal results of the secret technique being unleashed, and he knows that this battle will push him to his limits. As the enemy's bloodlust grows, they charge in again, and the sound of the battle intensifies. The air is thick with the force of their attacks. The man in black prepares himself, drawing on every ounce of his power. He knows that this fight is not over yet, and his resolve hardens. He cannot lose. The enemy leader launches an even more vicious attack, unleashing his full strength. The clash between them sends shockwaves through the battlefield as their swords meet in a moment of devastating force. The tension builds as the two warriors lock eyes, both pushing against the other's strength. The ground beneath them trembles, their power overwhelming everything around them. The man in black grits his teeth, pushing back despite the enemy's overwhelming power. He will not let them win. His body aches, but his spirit remains unbroken as he counters with a force of his own. The battle reaches a critical point as the man in black grits his teeth in frustration. The scene opens at the Rose Palace, a majestic stronghold under looming twilight hiding tense conflict. A woman lies pinned to the floor, gasping in shock as a strong hand grips her throat. Theo glares down at her with glowing eyes, his rage barely controlled after what he discovered. Theo hurls her to the ground, demanding justification for her reckless and unauthorized actions. She cries out in pain, while Theo slams a classified document onto the floor beside her. The document reveals a kill order targeting Theo and the White Dragon Squad. A high crime. Theo throws the document aside, fury rising at the plot that endangered him and his allies. She screams, revealing the plan originated from Triven, a powerful figure whose ambitions were now shattered. Consumed by anger, she demands vengeance for Axion and cries for the traitor's head to roll. A second woman appears, shouting that all recent failures trace back to a single interfering enemy. Driven by grief, she orders Theo and his allies to be torn apart in retaliation. Theo hears Axion's name and questions their connection to the chaos unfolding around him. The wounded woman screams Axion's name, overwhelmed by shock and loss in the crumbling plan. Theo coldly declares the plan dead with the loss of the dragon sword. She's no longer Triven's daughter. Realizing his identity and power, she trembles in horror, finally recognizing him as her true father. Theo orders the woman taken away, deeming her no longer useful and a liability to the mission. She panics, pleading for mercy, offering anything in exchange for her life to be spared. Unmoved, Theo watches coldly as the guards drag her away, reflecting on how his careful plans unraveled. Blaming everything on Theo Ragnar, he curses the setback and vows to personally take revenge. Burning with rage, he declares he'll kill Theo himself for ruining everything he built. Elsewhere, Theo examines the dragon sword, reading system information confirming its locked, divine, sealed state. Holding the massive blade, Theo quietly acknowledges its identity. This is the mythical dragon sword. A strange pulse activates from the sword, reacting violently as it clashes with Theo's energy. The blade releases a shockwave, throwing Theo back and shaking the entire chamber with force. Recovering, Theo notes the sword's power undeniable and worthy of its legendary name. He confirms it represents the polar opposite of the Ragnar clan's power, balancing darkness with lights still sealed. The weapon cannot be used until Theo finds a way to release its divine lock. The sword is a divine relic from ancient myth, able to grant power of heroic magnitude. Only after releasing the seal can its true strength be accessed. As few ever have, Theo recalls that in his past life, Trivan unlocked its power, and now a clue resurfaces. Theo reflects on the dragon sword, concluding it's powerless until the divine seal is unlocked. He senses someone approach as footsteps echo through the hallway, turning toward the sound. Evelyn enters respectfully, requesting a moment of Theo's time despite the late hour. A grizzled soldier informs another man that the captain has summoned him for a private talk. He welcomes the man back alive, relieved but heavy-hearted as he prepares for an important conversation. With visible sorrow, the captain asks if he intends to retire from active service. The man confirms with regret, explaining he lost both his dragon companion and leg in battlage and injury have taken their toll, and he feels his strength fading with time. He shares plans to return home and honor the fallen, which the captain accepts with a smile. Sipping tea, the captain shifts focus to Theo Ragnar, revealing surprising information about his potential. At a young age, Theo had already opened the rare and powerful Thunder Gate. Though not born with it open, Theo somehow unlocked the gate, astonishing even experienced veterans. They suspect Theo forced open the sealed gate, an act of raw will and strength. As a result, his internal capacity has grown wider, exceeding expectations drastically. Though it defies logic, Theo's growth proves that the impossible can indeed happen. With determination, the commander declares they must fill the vast potential Theo now possesses. The elder man offers final advice as a senior. His guidance ends here. From this moment forward, Theo must walk his path and face challenges on his own. The commander tells Theo that true growth can't be taught, it must be experienced directly. Theo listens silently, the snowy wind brushing past as he prepares to take that responsibility. Their quiet exchange ends as the commander walks away, leaving Theo alone in reflection. The commander praises Theo's recent success, asking how far his martial skills have progressed. Theo humbly credits his comrades and hesitates to assess his own strength. When asked about his martial level, Theo appears confused, unsure how to answer clearly. The commander clarifies he's not referring to fighting ability, but Theo's current sword realm. Surprised, Theo admits uncertainty, unsure of how far he's progressed beyond imitation. He only focused on copying the head family's style, not realizing his own sword identity. The commander remarks that many say the same, failing to understand their true potential. Without warning, he attacks, forcing Theo to defend with instinct as energy clashes violently. Theo is launched backward by the unexpected strike, caught off guard by the sudden test. Theo finds himself in a strange space filled with floating shards of red glass, like energy. He realizes he's entered the demon dragon glass domain, an unusual and dangerous spiritual realm. This domain is unlike what he previously encountered, perhaps reacting to his evolving martial identity. Theo concentrates, declaring this as his dream sword, his own mental and martial world. He attacks swiftly, clashing repeatedly with his opponent in a blur of swords and power. Each strike reveals intensity. As the commander pushes back, testing Theo's will and technique, Theo senses a disturbance as violent red energy bursts through the realm toward him. Caught in a vortex of pressure, he braces himself as destructive forces swirl violently around him. A colossal strike lashes toward him, demanding immediate response or overwhelming defeat. The commander steps forward calmly, asking Theo what he learned from witnessing that sword's power. Theo answers truthfully it was overwhelmingly strong and entirely destructive in nature. The commander affirms it, explaining that such is the true nature of demonic martial arts. He describes the path of demons as intuitive, direct, and ruthlessly violent in achieving dominance. The philosophy centers on pure force breaking obstacles, shattering death, and embracing destruction as a form of strength. Then he shifts the question, asking about the sword style of the Plum Blossom Palace's lord. Theo responds, recalling the sword of the Plum Blossom Palace lord as beautiful and awe-inspiring. The commander acknowledges the description, affirming that such beauty aligns with that martial philosophy. He explains the sword style represents life's growth, beginning as a seed, blossoming into indomitable strength. Even when damaged or delayed, that style's essence never stops evolving, symbolizing resilience and life itself. Theo realizes this interpretation reveals the true nature of martial arts from a new perspective. The commander questions if Theo sees contradiction between the violent demon style and the blossoming sword. Without giving a direct answer, the commander avoids spoiling the lesson and initiates a shift in tone. He suddenly throws a thick book at Theo, catching him completely off guard. Theo reads the cover. It is a recorded debate between the Plum Blossom Palace and Demon Dragon Masters. Stunned, Theo understands what this means. He's been entrusted with something extremely rare. The commander confirms it, though uncommon. Theo has been accepted as the joint successor of both legacies. Theo now carries the weight and teachings of both the Demon Dragon and the Sword Dragon styles. The battlefield is silent as a lone figure stands amidst the desolation. The man, wearing a patch over one eye, looks out over the chaos of the battle. A faint scratching sound echoes as he writes something in a small notebook, seemingly unfazed by the destruction around him. He closes the notebook with a swift motion, his fingers gripping it tightly. His face remains unreadable, and the wind rustles his hair. The air around him is tense, as if he's contemplating the weight of something monumental. The camera focuses on his hardened expression. The subtle furrow of his brow hints at the deep thoughts racing through his mind, yet he says nothing, lost in his quiet contemplation. The scene shifts to a woman, her dark, striking features marked by an air of possessiveness. She stands beside another figure who towers over her. Both share a complicated bond as the woman's voice drips with a tone of jealousy as she speaks about their shared disciple. Theo, she stares defiantly at the larger figure who calmly listens, unperturbed by her words. The woman's grip on the object in her hands tightens, but there's no visible threat, only a deep-seated rivalry that runs beneath the surface of their conversation. The larger figure responds coolly, pointing out that Theo's growth outpaces the expectations set for other disciples. He comments that although Theo is advancing rapidly, he will inevitably encounter a point where his progress stagnates. The conversation carries an undercurrent of strategic planning. The woman looks down, still holding the object in her hand, as she ponders the situation. Her expression is a mix of concern and intrigue. Her words show that she's aware of the potential limitations Theo will face if not properly guided. The man standing with her seems to take a moment to consider her thoughts, then slowly reveals his belief that the solution might lie in overcoming this barrier. His voice implies that this wall Theo faces can be conquered with proper support, his tone implying a larger hidden agenda. They stand together, watching the path ahead with a knowing look. The woman's face darkens as she contemplates the possible consequences, and the man hints that their teachings may carry more dangerous weight than they first anticipated. The woman looks at the man, realizing the implications of his words. She nods slightly, the situation growing more serious as she wonders if they're truly prepared to guide Theo through this. The shadow of a growing conflict looms over them. The man's expression turns grim, revealing his awareness of the risks. He suggests that if history repeats itself, their teachings could lead to more bloodshed, especially with the Ragnars involved. The burden of the decision weighs heavily on them both. A deep tension fills the air. The woman, though seemingly cold, understands the gravity of the situation. Her face betrays a hint of doubt about the true nature of their intentions, yet she remains resolute in the decision they must make. The man's voice becomes more certain, revealing his belief that Theo's path is inevitable. He hands over something of great importance, entrusting it to the woman. His trust in her to carry out this task is clear, even as she looks on with a mixture of resolve and caution. The woman accepts the item, her grip tightening as she silently vows to protect Theo, understanding the full weight of her responsibility. The man gives her one last piece of advice, to watch over Theo until she's sure of his readiness, leaving her with a heavy burden to carry. With a final, knowing glance, the man turns away, confident in his decision. The woman's gaze lingers, filled with a mix of uncertainty and determination. She watches as he walks off, the future of Theo now in her hands. The scene opens with the man holding out the book to the other figure. His face shows a mix of seriousness and a slight trace of amusement. He speaks with firm resolve, instructing that the book is only to be passed to Theo after a specific moment, suggesting a deeper purpose behind the timing. The other figure, a person of interest with sharp features and dark eyes, looks down at the book. His expression shifts, eyes glowing with a mix of ambition and eagerness. He notes the importance of becoming a joint disciple to two of the most powerful figures in the sword world, the sword dragon and the demon dragon. A grin spreads across his face, his eyes lighting up with excitement. The weight of the responsibility and honor doesn't faze him. Instead, he welcomes it as an opportunity to prove himself worthy of this prestigious title. As the other figure holds the book, doubt creeps in. He wonders aloud if he is truly worthy of such an honor, questioning his abilities. His words are filled with humility, yet there's an underlying desire to earn the recognition he seeks. The man responds reassuringly, urging the figure not to be so humble. He stresses that the book is being passed to him because he truly believes in his worth. The reassurance is calm yet decisive, leaving no room for further self-doubt. The other figure nods, a small, satisfied smile curling on his lips. His pride takes a moment to shine through, understanding that he has the potential to rise to the occasion and live up to the expectations laid before him. The conversation shifts, and the man begins reflecting on his own journey. He recalls how he had been able to grow only because of the help of others. His past is tinged with gratitude and self-awareness, as he acknowledges the sacrifices made for his success. He thinks back to pivotal moments such as the Rendon incident, where the figures around him had supported him unconditionally. Despite not having done anything for them in return, their help had been instrumental in his rise. The other figure listens closely, his expression one of deep contemplation. The man's gratitude fills the air, and he promises to repay the debt of loyalty and trust, knowing that his journey is far from over. Suddenly, a rush of energy fills the air. The man's expression hardens, and he feels a surge of determination. The time has come to fulfill his promises, and his resolve intensifies as he focuses on the task ahead. With a burst of energy, the scene shifts into motion. The man, filled with anticipation, challenges Theo, ready for a duel. The air crackles with tension as he announces that the real lessons are about to begin. The other figure grins, his eyes full of excitement as he steps forward. The atmosphere turns electric with the challenge, both warriors ready to test their strength against each other in a fight that promises to shape their destinies. The battle begins with a clash of swords, and the sound of their weapons ringing through the air fills the scene. The man presses forward, urging Theo to fight harder, pushing him to his limits with each strike. Theo, equally determined, responds with speed and precision, his every movement calculated to match his opponent's strength. His opponent urges him to go faster, creating a brutal back and forth of combat that tests their skills and resolve. The battle reaches a fever pitch as Theo struggles to keep up with the onslaught. The clash between master and disciple is intense, the sound of metal and the rush of energy filling the air, signaling that both are fighting for something far greater than just a duel. In a vast training area where chains rattle as someone, presumably a prisoner, struggles, the sound of metal scraping fills the air as the figure moves through a corridor, heading toward the inevitable confrontation. The tension is palpable, marking a significant moment of suspense. The camera shifts to reveal a young master standing in a stunned posture, his face marked by exhaustion. He stares blankly, his breath heavy, as if still processing what just happened in the previous fight. His body language shows his inability to fully comprehend the intensity of his training. A concerned voice calls out to the young master, but the only response is silence. A figure rushes to his side, asking if he's okay, showing signs of worry and distress. The young master, still dazed, weakly responds that it wasn't as bad as it seemed, trying to downplay the effects of the intense lesson. The scene shifts to a more serious atmosphere as the young master and his concerned ally make their way to an underground detention cell. The ally reassures the young master that the situation is under control, but questions linger about the methods being used to train and contain Theo. The young master pauses for a moment, contemplating whether it is truly okay to leave things as they are. There's an air of concern about how far the methods have been pushed, but the strategy behind it all is beginning to unfold. The older, more experienced figure confidently reassures the young master that everything is going according to plan. He insists that although Theo is tough and unlikely to break, they must ensure nothing goes wrong. He urges the young master to trust the process, though there is an undeniable darkness to his words. The young master looks at the situation from a new perspective. In the dimly lit underground cell, the man they've been working to contain sits, chained, and awaiting the next stage of the plan. His eyes gleam with an unsettling calmness, as if fully aware of his situation. The figure who has been speaking with the young master looks back with cold resolve. His face reveals a hint of anticipation for what comes next. He motions the young master to come closer, preparing to explain the final pieces of their scheme. The man smirks, knowing that the setup is nearly complete. He assures the young master that they are on the verge of achieving their goal, even as the chained figure remains motionless, seemingly unperturbed by the ongoing manipulation. The young master is led to a grand palace with an impressive view. The training ground is expansive, bordered by the grand structure of the Plum Blossom Palace, symbolizing a place where intense training and discipline meet. The scene feels poised for something significant to unfold. The camera angle widens, showing the palace in its full glory. The massive stairs lead to the palace doors where the young master steps onto the training grounds, seemingly ready to take the next steps in his journey. A voice welcomes the young master, inviting him to the training area. The voice belongs to a figure standing at the top of the stairs, dressed in elegant attire. The scene is set for the next phase of the young master's training, his future awaiting him in the grand palace. A tall, imposing figure in dark clothing stands at the top of the staircase, greeting the young master with a calm but assertive presence. The atmosphere feels charged, as if the next interaction will set the stage for something monumental. The figure descends the stairs gracefully, looking at the young master with a knowing smile. The young master replies that the gift given by the demon dragon has indeed been useful to him, hinting at the connection between the two. The sense of mutual respect grows between them. The figure's expression softens slightly, showing a more personal side with a quick flash of energy. He makes a powerful movement that sends ripples through the air, as if preparing to demonstrate just how far his skills have come and what lessons lie ahead for the young master. The air grows heavy with the sound of a sharp blade cutting through the air. A single strike is made, with a flurry of petals trailing in its wake, creating a beautiful but deadly visual. The sword's blade glimmers under the light, and the skill of the one wielding it is evident. The figure wielding the sword reveals a calm yet confident expression. The movement is deliberate, and he addresses his student. His words convey a sense of purpose as he prepares to teach the young disciple about the fundamental aspects of swordsmanship, the root that holds everything together. As the petals swirl in the air, he speaks once more, hinting that the journey of understanding the sword will not only be about technique but also about blossoming life through mastery. He emphasizes that this path will be difficult but rewarding, setting the stage for what is to come. Julius stands ready, listening intently. The instructor, holding the sword, instructs that they will begin by focusing on the most basic aspect, the sword itself. He speaks with conviction, stating that mastery starts from the root, and everything stems from this. Julius receives the sword, now fully understanding the gravity of the task at hand. The scene shifts slightly as they both begin to move, demonstrating the flow of their movements, their focus unbroken. The instructor emphasizes the importance of not just learning to wield the sword, but to understand it deeply. The instructor, still calm and composed, smiles slightly as he watches Julius begin to grasp the initial teachings. He muses on how Julius has potential, ready to blossom into a true master, but the journey ahead will be filled with challenges that will test their resolve. Julius looks down at the sword, contemplating the instructor's words. He stands tall, his posture firm as he begins to see the path unfold before him. The instructor's teachings are clear, and now the weight of what lies ahead feels more real. The instructor leans closer, his voice quieter but filled with intent. He asks if Julius is truly prepared to walk this difficult path. The disciple, determined, nods, understanding that this journey will be one of the greatest challenges of his life. With a slight smirk, the instructor agrees, knowing that the disciple's potential is vast. Yet, he warns that only those who truly dedicate themselves to the sword can hope to rise above the rest. The next phase of training will be even more demanding. A quiet, beautiful place as Julius walks along a path lined with blossoming trees. The vibrant colors of the flowers contrast with the somber mood that fills the air. There is a sense of tranquility, but also an underlying tension as Julius contemplates what's to come. Suddenly, a voice calls out to the disciple, interrupting his thoughts. A figure appears, stepping forward with confidence. The man addresses him directly, confirming that he is indeed the new recruit of the white-armed cavalry, Theo Ragnar, with a sense of recognition in his tone. Theo, slightly taken aback, acknowledges the question. He stands firm, his resolve clear. The encounter seems to hold greater significance, but for now, the path he walks is the one he must follow, facing whatever challenges are thrown his way. The figure in the distance continues to walk toward Theo, his expression serious yet curious. He stops just short of Theo, giving him an assessing look. The air is thick with the sense that Theo is not just any recruit, but someone marked for something greater. Theo remains still, his gaze unwavering. The figure speaks again, this time offering a slight challenge, his tone hinting that there's more to come for Theo. The question lingers in the air, marking the beginning of a new test for him. The scene ends with a final, weighty question. The figure asks Theo if he's ready for what lies ahead, urging him to prepare for what will be a challenging but necessary path with determination in his eyes. Theo steps forward, Knowing that every step will test his abilities in ways he has yet to imagine, the atmosphere is tense. As Theo stands facing the figure in front of him, he responds coldly to the challenge, dismissing the accusation with a simple, "So what?" His eyes are sharp, showing that he is not intimidated by the words of his supposed senior. The figure's eyes narrow, clearly frustrated by Theo's lack of respect. He scolds Theo for not adhering to the basic courtesies expected of a disciple, especially now that Theo is a member of the Plum Blossom Palace. The figure warns Theo to show the proper respect toward his seniors. Theo stands unfazed, the faintest trace of a smirk on his face. He brushes off the reprimand, unwilling to be swayed. The figure, however, doesn't seem ready to let it go, making it clear that Theo needs to learn his place before things go any further. Theo scoffs at the figure's words, his demeanor growing more defiant. He sarcastically remarks that the whole situation seems like an immature attempt to protect fragile egos. The challenge from the figure is met with disdain, showing Theo's clear disregard for authority. The senior figure's face flushes with anger at Theo's words, but the group of bystanders grows tense, unsure how to react to the growing confrontation. The senior figure demands to know why Theo is challenging their authority, questioning his understanding of the situation. Theo takes a step forward, smirking as he casually dismisses their titles and ranks. He points out that none of them are his direct superior officers, and as such, their ranks don't mean much to him. His words spark disbelief among the group, and they begin to question his attitude. The group is visibly shaken by Theo's blunt dismissal. The senior figure becomes even more agitated, asking what Theo thinks he is doing, considering he's now a disciple of the Plum Blossom Palace. They wonder how Theo can act like this when he's so new to the position. Theo responds, his tone calm but sharp. He reveals that he rejected Lady Plum Blossom's offer to become her disciple. His words hang in the air, and the shock on the senior figure's face is evident. This revelation adds another layer to the conflict. The group is stunned into silence. The senior figure stands speechless, not knowing how to respond to this unexpected declaration. Theo's boldness and rejection of such an opportunity leave the group in disbelief, unsure how to proceed with this rebellious disciple. Theo knelt respectfully as the man offered him both the Plum Blossoms technique and Heaven Dragon Sword, surprised yet honored. Theo questioned why he was being valued, despite feeling undeserving of such trust. The man gently helped Theo up, saying there was no grand reason, just a deep instinct. He admitted Theo reminded him of Kyle, the clan head, not in looks but in spirit. Stunned, Theo asked if he truly resembled the clan head in his youth. The man affirmed, recalling Kyle's former idealism, ambition, and unshakable pursuit of his dreams. Kyle once faced relentless challenges but refused despair, fighting through every day's hardship with unyielding will. Despite countless battles, he never gave in or compromised his principles, becoming stronger with each step. Seeing that same drive in Theo reignited memories, making it impossible for the man to ignore him. After hearing this, the man asked for Theo's answer to the inheritance offer. Though grateful, Theo declined, explaining he already had too many teachers guiding his path. He stood firm, believing taking on more mentors would only blur his current direction. Theo listed those who taught him, Lady Plum Blossom, Demon Dragon, Julius, and others he respected. He named friends, commanders, and comrades, each playing a role in shaping his strength and growth. Even former rivals like Axion and Ed Triven all counted as teachers in Theo's journey. Theo explained that the hardships inflicted by both allies and enemies shaped who he was today. He acknowledged that his growth, strength, and transformation were born from those painful and challenging experiences. Yet because of that, he doubted his ability to uphold the school's tradition for future generations. The man reflected on Theo's evolving nature, admitting that his ever-changing sword was both admirable and tragic. Despite Theo's refusal of discipleship, the man still expressed his desire to keep him close. Moved by the bond formed, Theo smiled sincerely and declared he'd gladly become the man's son. Under the cherry blossoms, Theo and his new parent shared a quiet, peaceful moment by moonlight. With wine in hand, the man appeared relaxed, savoring the bond now deepened between them. When asked about his affection for Theo, he simply replied with certainty that it was genuine. He confessed that fate had denied him a child, but Theo's promise brought him joy. Now, having someone to call his son brought a sense of fulfillment he'd long been denied. Grateful, he requested a letter be prepared so he could share the news with his husband. The assistant asked what message to include. The topic turned to Theo's upcoming promotion exam. Concerned, she pointed out Theo had only just completed his awakening and was still very new. She feared drawing too much attention too quickly might endanger him, reminding Lady Osa of past risks. Lady Osa clenched her glass, determined to act quickly before chaos consumed the Ragnar clan entirely. She swore to give Theo everything she could before the coming storm reached them, far away. A chained man sat quietly in a dark prison cell, waiting for someone's arrival. The prisoner's eyes widened as his visitor approached. He repeated the words, "You're finally here." Behind the mask, the figure explained that everything was unfolding according to a greater will. He swore loyalty to that unseen will, refusing to question or oppose its divine path. The captive man stood defiantly demanding the visitor kill him without hesitation. But before any decision was made, a sudden attack erupted from above the prison. A powerful slash exploded forward, catching the masked figure off guard with a flash of steel. A warrior crashed in from the ceiling, Evelyn Nerevel, announcing she had been waiting for this moment. The masked enemy panicked, realizing it was a trap all along. As multiple fighters closed in, the battle intensified as the ambushers attacked from all sides in a coordinated assault. Evelyn's relentless offense overwhelmed the masked figure, who questioned her sudden improvement in combat ability. Knowing retreat was the only option, he tried to escape, planning to strike again later. Before he could flee, Evelyn lunged forward, vowing not to let him walk away so easily. Evelyn unleashed a powerful wind-based attack called Squall, tearing through the chamber toward the escaping enemy. Wounded and coughing blood, the masked assassin realized being captured would compromise everything. Desperate, he activated a self-destructive spell to erase all evidence before fleeing again. Evelyn confronted him mid-escape, questioning why enemies always resorted to the same tactics under pressure. As the assassin collapsed, she declared such tricks would never work on her a second time. Outside, night blanketed the fortress, unaware of the covert battle and silent victory inside its walls. At 1:15 a.m., Evelyn captured the assassin alive, confirming his allegiance to the Serpent Season organization. Serpent Season was a known extension of the powerful Eastern elite, the Trivan clan. Their link to Sky Dragon Ed Trivan revealed deeper infiltration and confirmed a mole within their ranks. To prevent leaks, leaders gathered at a secret location for an urgent strategy meeting. Their intel revealed the enemy's base was hidden in the Kahelium region's ancient castle. They planned a swift ambush within 3 hours before the enemy could destroy evidence or retreat. Agent Cleve, a null snow rank, formally concluded the mission. Briefing with tactical precision, surprised to meet a null snow agent, the commanders respected the gravity of the operation. One commander added a final note: the mission would double as Theo Ragnar's official promotion exam. Theo asked if he had truly earned the right to take a promotion exam. Cleve confirmed it, but warned that the difficulty would be significantly higher than standard tests. The mission assigned to Theo was so dangerous it could potentially ignite a civil war. Another commander revealed Theo had preemptively ordered Evelyn to prepare for the assassin's arrival. Because Theo initiated the operation independently, they demanded he now see it through to completion. Though he apologized, Theo was reminded of his responsibilities even as an heir. Acting alone had consequences. Cleve struck Theo's forehead as encouragement, demanding he earn solo mission rights through this trial. Theo smiled, realizing the entire situation was now revolving around him more than expected. Suddenly, a system alert notified him of a designated quest titled the Snake Clean-Up Mission. The quest required him to eliminate the Serpent Season faction before they burned key evidence. Despite the pressure, Theo accepted the mission without hesitation, vowing to complete it no matter what. With the council assembled, they gave the command initiating Theo Ragnar's Snake Cleanup mission. A large estate stood isolated under a moonlit sky, surrounded by dense forest concealing all movement. 3 figures gathered in a snow-covered clearing distance from the estate, their meeting shrouded in secrecy. The leader explained that due to a suspected mole, the mission team was reduced to 3. He clarified their objective: a dangerous assassin from an opposing organization with unknown capabilities. As swordsmen, they held the advantage in close combat but lacked numbers against a larger force. Before separating, he warned the group to remain alert and never drop their guard under any condition. Inside the estate, 2 operatives finalized paperwork, concluding administrative tasks tied to their mission. They planned to depart once their 3rd member returned, unaware of the danger closing in. Suddenly, a spherical device rolled across the floor, triggering panic as smoke and explosions erupted. Masked assailants stormed in through the smoke, launching a swift and brutal surprise attack. One operative tried to defend, slashing at the attackers, but sustained multiple wounds in the assault. Bleeding and coughing, a survivor realized the ambush aimed to eliminate them all swiftly. Amid the chaos, the leader arrived, eyes scanning through the smoke for any remaining threats. He charged forward, stepping over fallen enemies and scattering papers in the wake of his advance. After finishing the last attacker, he declared the area cleared, confirming temporary safety had been regained. With the area secured, the team split up. Evelyn stayed above while Theo was sent below. Theo acknowledged the command, noting how swiftly his ally had neutralized 3 enemies in mere seconds. Without hesitation, Theo dashed toward the basement entrance, determined to fulfill his assigned role. Recalling the mission blueprints, Theo estimated the basement stairs were directly ahead. While running, he instinctively noticed a sudden shift in the surroundings and sensed danger nearby. An arrow streaked toward him, forcing a split-second reaction as he dodged and focused on the threat. Channeling energy, Theo enhanced his body, preparing to evade further traps hidden throughout the passage. He leapt across pressure points on the floor, avoiding tripwires and darting through the corridor at high speed. Landing with precision, Theo pushed forward, aware the real threat likely lay beyond the immediate obstacles. Activating his skill, Theo used Hatchling Synchro to scan the basement's interior layout and hidden threats. His vision revealed enemies lying in wait, surrounded by traps meant to immobilize intruders. Summoning his power, Theo unleashed Thunder Dragon breathing, amplifying his body and weapon with electricity. The ambush zone erupted with explosive energy, shattering the formation of hidden enemies in an instant. One survivor, wounded and shocked, questioned how their trap had failed so disastrously. As the smoke cleared, Theo emerged from the stairs, eyes focused and ready to press forward. Theo infiltrated the heavily guarded facility, suspecting something critical was hidden in the underground basement. Descending deeper, he sensed a strange aura and froze as a red glow began to spread. A masked figure appeared, declaring the impurity's stench and condemning the intrusion during sacred rites. The enemy labeled Theo as an impatient heretic and raised his corrupted staff with intent to strike. Theo recognized the red markings and uttered the name of the group he feared most. The Holy Demon Church, a fanatical cult preaching apocalypse, divine swords, and manipulating masses with fear. Theo remembered their role in causing the Great War, a conflict that shattered the Empire's stability. The priest realized Theo knew him. Grinning with twisted amusement and revealing a celestial emblem activating Hatchling Synchro, Theo tapped into the mana flow to analyze the enemy's mysterious energy. Theo was stunned as unnatural mana poured from the priest's broken gate, violating mana's natural laws. He wondered if this was the rumored graces granted to the blood priests through rituals. The priest confirmed Theo's disbelief, but dismissed it, preparing to initiate a deadly ritual. The priest offered Theo as a sacrifice, calling it a divine honor for the one god. Theo countered the attack, clashing midair as divine energy burst violently between them. He caught the priest's blow and questioned the inhuman hardness of a hand cloaked in madness. Theo clashed violently with the priest, steel meeting strength in a rapid exchange of deadly blows. Each strike sent shockwaves through the chamber, water vapor bursting as their powers collided at full force. The priest was flung backward, tumbling through the mist, but quickly recovered and raised his bloodied hand. Bystander watched in disbelief, stunned that Theo blocked a full-powered strike with raw force. The priest retaliated, aiming a crushing blow that cracked the floor beneath Theo's feet. Theo held back, realizing the triple dragon's claw would collapse the structure if used here. Gripping his sword, Theo hesitated, unsure how to overcome the enemy without triggering destruction around them. He recalled teachings on the foundation of swordsmanship strength that embodies both death and life. Visions of past masters reminded him that death and violence were not always opposites to life. The priest raised his arms, declaring Theo a sacrifice and calling upon his god with fanatic cries. With a thunderous roar, the ground shattered beneath the priest's feet in a powerful shockwave. Theo braced himself, standing firm as the enemy's ritual exploded with malicious force. Rushing through the debris, Theo's blade glowed, lightning surrounding him as his resolve solidified. He realized the two swords weren't opposites. Life and death formed a natural, eternal cycle. Infusing his blade with balance, he advanced, wielding death not to destroy, but to nurture life. The swordsman concentrated his power, merging two energies into a single focused stream of destructive light. He soared through the air, sword raised high, lightning swirling as he gathered the ultimate strike. The cloaked enemy calmly mocked him, declaring the sword ineffective, certain of his own invincibility. With no hesitation, the swordsman unleashed Dragon Flash, his blade tearing forward in a flash of energy. The wave of force struck the enemy, engulfing the area in explosive light and devastating pressure. Unfazed at first, the enemy taunted the effort until a sudden, unexpected impact broke through his defense. Wounded and shocked, the enemy realized the attack moved unpredictably as if it had a will. Slashed repeatedly, he stumbled back, the relentless assault forcing him into complete defensive retreat. A final burst hurled him across the battlefield, blood trailing as the swordsman watched coldly. A new foe emerged, condemning the swordsman as a dangerous seed born from war and blood. Charging fiercely, he attempted to eliminate him in one strike, anger driving his movements. The swordsman countered cleanly, gripping the enemy and activating a skill to read his memories. Determined, the swordsman began probing the foe's mind, seeking the truth hidden within. He searched for the origin of the Holy Demon Church's strange and overwhelming power. The enemy's thoughts twisted chaotically, revealing a storm of secrets locked within dark, distorted memories. Suddenly, everything shifted. The swordsman found himself floating in darkness, separated from the physical world entirely. He realized this memory reading was unlike any before. His presence felt transported to another realm. Before he could process it, a glowing system warning declared he had entered a dangerous area. An intense alarm activated as red alerts surrounded him, urging immediate retreat from the mysterious threat. The area distorted, and a voice echoed, questioning his intrusion into something far beyond comprehension. A monstrous eye opened, joined by many more, glaring with fury as it cursed the interruption. Theo stared into the starry void, troubled by the entity worshipped by the Holy Demon Church. Glowing blue eyes emerged from the darkness, and a deep voice demanded to know Theo's identity. The swirling void writhed as Theo realized he was face to face with the cultist god. The colossal eye opened, recognizing Theo with familiarity, causing the young warrior to tense in shock. It called him Theo Ragnar, revealing its awareness of his name and purpose without hesitation or doubt. The entity declared it had been searching for him, tightening its grip on the space around. The eldritch creature proclaimed Theo the blight of the world, its body pulsing with hostile energy. Startled, Theo jumped back as the being surged forward with overwhelming force and demonic rage. Massive tendrils lashed out, nearly engulfing Theo as the creature prepared to strike without mercy. The creature's body coiled inward, building pressure before releasing a tremendous burst of explosive energy. A golden beam pierced through the center, disrupting its form and halting its deadly momentum. A radiant warrior descended from above, crashing down like a divine spear of light and fire. Lodbrok stood before Theo, his towering presence unwavering in the void of cosmic battle. Theo shouted in disbelief, asking how Lodbrok could be here at this critical moment. Lodbrok warned that the enemy was beyond sword-level beings, one even he couldn't ensure victory against. Theo gasped in disbelief as Lodbrok declared she would face the enemy alone. She soared into the sky with powerful wings, leaving Theo falling as the battle began. Theo shouted her name while plummeting, realizing he was being forcibly removed from the battle. Theo crash-landed on solid ground, dazed and confused, unsure of how he returned. He struggled to rise, muttering disbelief at suddenly being back in the physical world. As the realization set in, Theo wondered how long Lodbrok had been enduring the battle alone. Nearby, a cultist trembled, shocked that a non-believer like Theo had seen the god's presence. He screamed in frustration, unable to understand why his devotion had never earned divine recognition. Theo replied coldly, stating that even he wouldn't want a god like that. Theo recalled Lodbrok's warning about the god the Holy Demon Church worshipped in secret. He now understood it was the nameless sovereign she had spoken of. For 1,000 years, Lodbrok had remained behind, guarding the world from that ancient threat. Theo revealed that Lodbrok was dying, her heart lost, leaving her with little time remaining. He remembered the prophecy within 5 years. A great war would erupt around the Holy Demon Church. Realization dawned everything was linked. Lodbrok's fall, the war, and Ed Trevan's uprising were all connected. Theo was greeted by his allies, one of whom praised his success with a respectful smile. Another member approached, explaining they had rushed over due to reports involving a dangerous blood priest. A close-up glance from a female officer showed that she was closely observing the situation and Theo. They confirmed Theo had taken down the priest alone, stunned by the feat he accomplished. His allies, both surprised and impressed, acknowledged Theo's name and his rising combat capabilities. The masked officer declared that defeating a blood priest proved Theo had met the needed standard. Inside a secured room, they reviewed stacks of documents gathered from their investigation. Though evidence was collected, none of it directly exposed the enemy's plans without further proof. Theo revealed an item he discovered in the basement and asked them to examine it. One companion recognized the box immediately, shocked at what Theo had saved all this time. It contained secret trade records linked to the Ceres Merchant Guild and the Trivan clan. Realization struck the object had been planned for use far earlier, revealing Theo's foresight. They opened the records, confirming the Ceres Guild's connection to Ed Troivan with an official seal. Acknowledging Theo's work, the officer praised him for recovering such decisive and incriminating evidence. With this, they could now prove Ed Troivan's treason and the Holy Demon Church's involvement. With enough evidence secured, Theo and his allies prepared to report and strike the Ceres Guild. As they moved swiftly, the team set their sights on dismantling the source of corruption. Theo glared forward, thinking of Ed Troivan, determined that now Ed would be the one crushed. In a secure hall, officers discussed Ed Troivan's betrayal, one shouting that he knew it all along. Thou one insisted, Ed was still just a suspect. The accusations were growing louder. The elder commander angrily dismissed caution, unwilling to accept further doubt after the years of suspicion. Another leader reasoned that Black Dragon sharing intel confirmed the situation was far beyond speculation. He urged the others not to waste time debating and subtly accused them of prior awareness. Then he called Theo Ragnar's name aloud, preparing to make a firm decision regarding the boy's future. Referencing Cleve's report, the elder revealed Theo had slain a blood priest alone. A rare feat, he requested Theo be transferred to the Black Snow unit, calling him uniquely suited for it. He praised Theo's deduction skills, noting how much they resembled those of the elite Black Snow. Another commander jokingly pushed back, having already claimed Theo and refusing to give him up. As they reminisced, laughter broke out, recalling their sworn sibling bonds: Kyle, Osa, Julius, and more. Despite the nostalgia, the warning was clear: no one would take Theo without a serious fight. The masked man teased his comrade, saying it was only natural for a big brother to take, startled and caught off guard. The older man sat frozen, unable to argue with the gesture. With a smirk, the silver-haired figure walked away, wine in hand, requesting something pricier next time. He left whistling confidently, ignoring the angry shouting echoing behind him through the hall, despite the drama. He was relieved to confirm there was no traitor within the White Cavalry. He felt safe leaving the mission in Theo's hands, knowing the young man could handle it. He vanished with speed, noting that the attackers would soon reach the Ceres Guild on this day. From afar, the chapel of the Ceres Merchant Guild's central branch stood quiet, unaware of the coming storm. Inside, preparations for a formal betrothal ceremony were underway among gathered guests and nobles. Navin Bacchus introduced himself formally, seeking to unite his family with the Ceres clan. Guildmaster Quodrak Ceres presented his daughter Lily, the chosen bride for the political union. The crowd watched as both families prepared to seal the alliance through a public marriage proposal. Quodrak proudly declared the families would now be bound by blood, signaling the ceremony's beginning. Excited footsteps echoed across the floor, as if someone was rushing to stop the arrangement. Quodrak's eyes gleamed after years of planning. Everything he desired was finally within reach. The noble's hand clutched a crest, declaring his name as one belonging to elite nobility. He seethed with ambition, vowing to crush the Ragnars who had once looked down on him. Eyes wide with madness, he screamed that vengeance was near and his retaliation would soon begin. Navin Bacchus, the second son of the powerful Bacchus family, is introduced during a formal gathering. Quodrak Ceres, leader of the Ceres merchant group, appears and boldly proposes a political marriage alliance between his daughter and the Bacchus family. He presents his daughter, Lily Ceres, as the candidate, seated calmly and poised in ceremonial attire. Quodrak declares the union official, stating the two families will now be connected by blood. Navin reacts violently, smashing the ground in frustration at the humiliating offer from a merchant. Despite his anger, he restrains himself, recognizing the marriage as a lifeline for his crumbling family through the dowry it brings. A stern elder dismisses Navin's feelings, emphasizing that an illegitimate child's fate is irrelevant. Another observer watches Navin, amused by how transparently desperate he appears. He wonders if merchants who are so calculating can truly be trusted in this alliance. Quodrak silently questions whether the Bacchus family even realizes the risk they're taking. Navin kneels solemnly, accepting the situation under pressure. He reflects grimly that the merchants, unaware their store is collateral, won't survive long anyway. Navin is determined to witness the downfall of the cursed Ceres family from within. He formally greets Lily, claiming he will treat her well as both husband and son-in-law. Lily coldly questions his promise while Navin remains unsure how to respond. Navin speaks bluntly, declaring that he understands Lily wants something in return. He admits his family is bankrupt and that he is essentially being sold, yet offers her the Bacchus family seal. His words enrage the elder, who internally curses Navin's boldness as an illegitimate child. Lily responds coldly, lifting her sleeve to show the damage done to her arm with fierce emotion. She demands the head of Theo Ragnar, the one who crippled her. Navin, observing her request, recognizes she is not an ordinary woman, willing to publicly call for an heir's assassination. Whispers and tension spread among the onlookers after Lily's outburst. Her father scolds her quietly, urging her not to speak like that in public. Without hesitation, Lily calmly agrees, surprising even her father with her obedience. Navin smiles slyly, affirming that if his bride desires Theo's head, he will retrieve it. Elsewhere, a flying vessel approaches as guards notice something alarming from above. Panic spreads as they realize people are leaping from the ship straight into their midst combat. Ready warriors land with force, scattering the soldiers below. One man recognizes an insignia on the attacker's cloak and gasps. He shouts in fear it is Ragnar, their feared enemy, making a sudden move. A cloaked warrior bearing the Ragnar insignia declares the beginning of a justice campaign under Ragnar's authority. His men announce that the attacker of Ragnar has connections to the Ceres merchant group. They proclaim that interference will be punished as treason, and violators will face immediate execution. Tension fills the hall as the warriors demand Ceres submit to an official investigation. Quadrax Ceres panics internally, realizing the possibility that Ragnar has already discovered something. Forcing himself to stay composed, he denies guilt and tries to appear strong despite his anxiety. An enforcer calls for Quadrax Ceres to come forward as the atmosphere grows heavier. His subordinates look to him for guidance, but he deflects with anger. Refusing to comply, he yells in frustration, claiming that documents can be forged and shouldn't be trusted. Ceres shouts that their family is being framed and demands the right to prove loyalty to Ragnar. He orders his soldiers to take action, escalating the situation into open conflict. With a roar, he commands his troops to eliminate all who oppose or disrespect Ragnar. The Ragnar envoy warns that refusal to cooperate is equivalent to denying the investigation's authority. He grabs Ceres aggressively, stating that the marriage proposal is now invalid. The envoy accuses Ceres of treason, declaring the situation too far gone for escape. A Ragnar soldier reminds Quadrax Ceres of the gravity of treason, warning him as a member of the Six Pillars. Ceres defiantly claims he won't fall alone, convinced that Ragnar wouldn't come with just a few soldiers if they had proof. He points out the attacker's small numbers, interpreting it as weakness and urging his men to resist just once to survive this crisis. Naven mocks Ceres from across the room, pointing out his frailty and lack of credibility. He provokes one of the elders, sarcastically questioning if this isn't a better situation than expected. The elder is enraged by the insult, but Naven maintains his smug expression, unfazed by the rising tension. Naven unsheathes his sword. Using the chaos as an opportunity to act, he launches forward swiftly, declaring the move a wedding gift for his bride. An elder is caught off guard by Naven's sudden charge, surprised by his speed and timing. The elder curses Naven, realizing his involvement now drags the entire faction into the conflict. With a grim expression, he orders his forces to support the Ceres family in battle. The soldiers confirm, preparing to engage as a wave of projectiles rains down from above. Both sides clash across the courtyard as troops rush into formation. A Ragnar commander issues a final warning, leave now or be executed for treason. Despite the threat, hesitation spreads through the enemy ranks as Ragnar forces tighten their hold. As Naven descends into the enemy ranks, his arrival startles the surrounding warriors. Smiling darkly, he notes how Ragnar's people are always eager to carry out executions. Lily watches nervously as Naven locks eyes with an approaching enemy, the tension intensifying. A mysterious warrior speeds toward the battlefield, exuding immense pressure as he clashes with Ragnar's forces. He greets Ragnar's unit with sarcastic respect and specifically calls out Theo, recognizing him as a deadly figure from the past. Theo is shocked by the encounter, recalling painful memories. A flashback reveals that during the Great War, this man brought destruction to Ragnar alongside Ceres and Triven, identified as the infamous ghost sword Naven. He declares his intent to take Theo's head. As he strikes the ground with overwhelming force, fear spreads across the battlefield. Theo reacts swiftly to the attack, engaging Naven in fast-paced combat amid flying sparks. Reflecting on his past life's knowledge, Theo sees an opportunity to unleash his full power. Lily tries to warn Theo about Naven's danger, but Theo insists he'll handle it. Theo's allies agree to trust him, realizing the enemy might be buying time to destroy evidence. As Theo launches into action, his comrades focus on wrapping up their objective quickly. Facing off, both Theo and Naven exchange sharp words, each confident in their strength and ready for a decisive clash. Theo pauses the battle to ask a pointed question, suggesting that drawing a sword at Ragnar is an act of treason. He accuses Naven of being a traitor, possibly acting out of revenge for his mother's mistreatment. Naven's expression tightens, and he prepares to strike, disturbed by the memory Theo has brought up. Naven smirks, stating he now has one more reason to take Theo's head. Instead of attacking, Naven suddenly offers his help, proposing an alliance to destroy the Bacchus family. As his offer is revealed, a hidden quest notification appears. Recruit Ghost Sword Naven as your ally. Naven Bacchus, known as the unofficial strongest sword of the Bacchus family, stood unmatched in power. Despite his overwhelming abilities, the family denied him recognition, fearing his strength surpassed their control. His mother, unable to protect him from political pressure, was forced to leave the world forever. A new figure plotted to use Navin's resentment as a weapon against the Bacchus family. He offered support, promising revenge and information about Navin's mother in return for an alliance. Navin, clutching his head in pain and conflict, listened as a sharp sound and light struck. Without hesitation, Navin parried a sudden attack with explosive force. Revealing his combat instincts remained sharp, the attacker was thrown across the courtyard, slamming against the wall as Navin calmly held his ground. Navin rejected the offer. He had no reason to ally with someone for revenge. Even without help, he stated, the Bacchus family would fall due to their own corruption. The other man agreed, realizing the family's destruction was inevitable, even if he joined Navin. Navin, reflecting on his past, said he didn't fear dying alongside that cursed family. The truth behind Navin's childhood illness was revealed. He suffered from ether fever due to his talent. It was a rare disease curable only in early stages, left untreated. It shortened life dramatically. The Bacchus family chose to neglect him, ignoring the illness until it became a death sentence. Navin's illness had progressed too far. His life expectancy was reduced to only 5 remaining years. The other man, aware of Navin's condition, revealed he had done background checks on his illness. With rage, Navin charged forward, declaring that the Bacchus family would fall even if he died. The enemy smirked, asking what if there was a way to cure the disease completely. Navin dismissed it as nonsense, shouting that ether fever was incurable once it reached its stage. Their blades clashed violently again, as the battle continued to escalate across the open grounds. The man confirmed the disease was once cured in the past, shortly after Navin's former death. A device embedded in his chest symbolized new technology or knowledge tied to the discovered cure. Now in possession of the knowledge, he claimed only he could save Navin from certain death. He confidently stated there was a 100% chance of curing Navin's ether fever permanently. With that, he reminded Navin that even without him, the Bacchus family would still fall. However, if Navin chose to accept his hand, they could change the future together. He offered Navin a chance not just to survive, but to live on as a hero afterward. The hero who destroyed the Bacchus family and helped raise the name of the Ragnar clan. As soldiers moved in the distance, Navin silently considered the offer that could rewrite his destiny. A commander shouted, "Fire!" As a volley of arrows launched toward the center of the battlefield. In the middle of the chaos, Navin blocked attacks while blue energy erupted between colliding swords. Watching from a distance, 2 armored observers grew irritated by the delay and questioned Theo's progress. Across the square, another observer noticed figures communicating amidst the chaos and suspected a secret exchange. A lone assassin watched from afar, frustrated by the drawn-out situation and tightening his grip silently. He contemplated breaking orders, driven by bloodlust, and whispered a chilling thought: killing everyone might be easier. A voice warned the assassin not to act recklessly, reminding him to hold back his urges. Their real objective was not battle, but to analyze Navin's capabilities and confirm his combat level. They planned to recruit Navin, but first had to validate reports that he had captured a priest. Orders were clear. Securing further evidence fell to Theo, while Cleve had to assess Navin's potential. Cleve acknowledged the task but questioned what would trigger intervention, especially if cult forces were involved. He was granted permission to engage only if enemy strength surpassed that of a bishop or higher. Despite his frustration, the assassin accepted that delaying action meant delaying his mission's end and rest time. Meanwhile, Theo caught sight of a fast-approaching threat, eyes narrowing as tension spiked across the street. A swordsman, recognizing his target, shouted Navin Bacchus's name with full force, charging straight at him. A stunned soldier watched the battle unfold, questioning if their young master had truly lost to Navin. Panic set in as Navin's opponent charged forward with determination, aiming straight for his target. The soldier tried to retreat, but the confrontation was too fast. Navin was already closing in. Blades clashed with speed and force as Navin engaged both the warrior and support behind him. He deflected the dual attacks, countered swiftly, and forced the enemies to scatter defensively across the street. Navin turned to the observing women, apologizing briefly before moving with focused urgency toward his objective. The masked man grinned, stating they were now allies. Just as the system marked a quest complete, a notification confirmed Navin had been successfully recruited as an ally, changing the course of the conflict. Soldiers yelled in confusion, ordering others to stop the fleeing group before they escaped their perimeter. Arrows rained down as the order to shoot was shouted, targeting Navin mid-air in a leap. A commander believed Navin couldn't dodge in the air, urging the gunners to fire without hesitation. But Navin flipped with agility, spinning through bolts and releasing a burst of blue energy on descent. Ropes holding the ballistae snapped violently as Navin's energy slash tore through the battlefield infrastructure. A soldier reached up too late, witnessing the mechanical rig collapse and ropes whip chaotically around him. The siege weapons shattered into debris, knocking soldiers back and collapsing their formation into disarray. As shadows fell in red light, Naven cleaved through attackers who still called him traitor. A soldier shouted in disbelief, demanding how Naven could raise a sword against his own family. Naven's eyes remained cold as he questioned whether such people ever treated him like family. He leapt down from the air with determination. His sword ready to strike at a commander elsewhere, a red-haired enemy mocked him, calling him a filthy, illegitimate child unworthy of family loyalty. Weapons exploded, screams rang out, and soldiers panicked as the remaining defenses crumbled under pressure. Watching from a distance, one ally noted Naven's strength, rivaled even Lord Thorkel's reputation. The young master claimed he only gave Naven what he truly wanted to earn his loyalty. Without hesitation, they moved, issuing a command to capture someone named Quadrax Ceres immediately. At the estate, a man stepped onto a balcony while chaos echoed from the battlefield below. Inside, a subordinate rushed in to report their forces were being overwhelmed by enemy retaliation. The panicked man shouted that they had no time left and needed to act quickly. The family head urgently ordered the destruction of documents related to the Troivan operation. But as fire preparations began, he screamed to stop, panicked and irrational, fearing critical secrets would be lost. His aide, stunned, tried to reason with him, urging calm and warning of unnecessary casualties. The family head raged, refusing to destroy financial records tied to investments, obsessed with retrieving lost wealth. He accused his aide of surrendering to panic, unwilling to abandon profits even amidst looming ruin. But suddenly, a dark figure entered the hall. The family head's expression shifted, recognizing a powerful presence. A cloaked warrior emerged from the shadows, red eyes glowing. The family head welcomed him in desperation. Without warning, the cloaked man slaughtered a soldier nearby, blood spurting as the blade pierced cleanly. With confidence, the killer declared the end was near. He advanced, eliminating resistance with swift brutality. Outside, the battlefield rage forces clashed as a unit was ordered to push forward toward the cathedral. A heavily fortified gate suddenly opened, catching an allied warrior off guard as reinforcements surged from within. A masked commander declared the time had come, commanding his army to unleash everything they had. A high-ranking bishop from the Holy Demon Church descended from the temple, condemning mankind's greed and short-sightedness. An older, burly man recognized the bishop's appearance and showed surprise, but also relief in his expression. With hands raised in welcome, the man smiled and insisted the bishop had arrived just in time. The man praised his luck, believing fate had sent the bishop to save him in a crisis. Knowing the bishop's connection with the Troivan clan, he assumed they were aligned in mutual interest. He begged earnestly, arguing they shared the same predicament and pleading for immediate assistance. The bishop agreed to help, stating that they would need the man's involvement when the end arrived. However, before offering aid, the bishop demanded access to confidential documents tied to the Troivan clan. The man deflected, claiming he had hidden the documents securely, treating them as his most profitable secret. In a swift and violent motion, the bishop grabbed the man's face, his patience completely exhausted. He berated the man as arrogant and blind, accusing him of mocking the divine agenda, calling him a worthless non-believer. The bishop dismissed him and ordered his subordinate to execute the man. The man thrashed in fear and pain, his face contorted as the bishop's grip tightened brutally. Tears welled up as panic overtook him, and his body trembled under the force of the bishop's wrath. Screaming desperately for forgiveness, his cries were silenced as red energy erupted from his mouth and eyes. The bearded man, panicked and trembling, apologized profusely for his earlier behavior, begging for mercy. Desperate to survive, he argued that killing him would only raise more suspicion around Troivan. The bishop paused silently, then casually raised his hand before tossing the man aside with force, turning away. The bishop commanded his men to burn every document connected to the Troivan name. He warned the others not to flee, suggesting their only salvation lay in obedience. With a cold tone, he reminded them that the all-seeing Lord watched their every move. Some began to flee in fear, their cries echoing down the halls of the fortress. Meanwhile, another group of soldiers prepared to charge, pushing forward toward the main entrance with urgency. The frontline fighter narrowed his eyes as he noticed something ominous beyond the gate up ahead. Inside the cathedral, the bishop raised his hand to the ceiling, rallying the faithful to war. A massive army of believers, clad in crimson, marched forth in unison under his command. Watching from a distance, a dark-haired warrior locked eyes on the bishop, prepared for confrontation. The bishop of the Holy Demon Church began chanting, invoking a ritual for divine bloodshed. The faithful joined him in frenzy, their war cries rising as one unified voice across the plaza. The enemy forces clashed with defenders, the battlefield erupting as one side screamed for their lord. Amidst the red mist of battle, the black-haired warrior confirmed his suspicions about the church's presence. However, the unexpected arrival of a bishop revealed the situation to be far more serious. Locking eyes with the enemy forces, he prepared to cut through the front line without hesitation. Blade drawn, he rushed forward and began slicing through the holy demon church soldiers with precision. A flurry of steel clashed as he cut down multiple enemies, each movement swift and controlled. Despite their numbers, the resistance was overwhelmed by his relentless advance and tactical aggression. Another warrior nearby shouted in frustration, struggling against the unending stream of fanatical enemies. Observing the scene, a calm but serious swordswoman silently assessed the situation from behind. She acknowledged the bishop's appearance, realizing this fight would not end quickly or easily. The woman steadied her weapon, stepping forward now that the battle had escalated into chaos. She decided that this disturbance was reason enough to intervene directly in the conflict. Acknowledging that things had come full circle, she moved forward with determination to act. She launched a powerful technique, unleashing a blast that scattered the enemy ranks in a single motion. As soldiers were thrown into the air, her blade struck the ground with tremendous impact. Dark energy swirled around her form as she declared her intent to lead the battle from now on. Theo stood firm with his blade drawn, swearing to eliminate anyone blocking Ragnar's path. However, a female ally shouted a reminder, urging him to focus on retrieving the hidden documents. Frustrated by Theo's recklessness, she muttered that she had overestimated his judgment and priorities. As Theo prepared to strike again, he justified that the church's presence was already enough proof. He unleashed another powerful attack, cloaked in energy, stating that further evidence was no longer necessary. But another voice countered his view. Running toward the front lines, unwilling to abandon the mission, the running warrior emphasized that the enemy's interference confirmed the critical value of the hidden documents. The female swordswoman paused in thought, asking what strategy he intended to follow next. He insisted that no matter the odds, they must break through immediately or risk losing everything. While others doubted success, the black-haired warrior sprinted forward, preparing to execute his last resort method. He declared that he had a solution, activating an advanced ability to extend his detection range. By linking to the terrain with hatchling synchro, he aimed to locate and retrieve the evidence fast. The battlefield shimmered as his scanning technique illuminated pathways hidden among enemy lines. Another ally chose to wait and observe, despite lacking complete proof. Trusting the Black Dragon's warning, suddenly, a cloaked enemy descended with fury, unleashing a trap of magical threads to strike. The woman, after hesitating, decided to trust Theo's judgment for now and gave him permission. She agreed to focus on retrieving the evidence while he held off the enemy forces alone. With determination in his voice, Theo leapt into the fray, prepared to carve a path forward. Theo descended into the heart of the battlefield, surrounded by red-eyed fanatics of the Demon Church. Harnessing the power of wind and lightning, he launched a sweeping strike across the enemy ranks. Energy surged violently as his sword danced through bodies, and his allies watched his advance in awe too. Voices echoed in his mind, guiding and supporting him with encouragement from unseen allies. Activating a glowing blue technique, Theo charged deeper into enemy lines with renewed strength. Lightning crackled across his blade as he activated his signature technique, Thunder Dragon Breathing. Dragon Mark, he reasoned that someone as vital as the Guildmaster would be entrusted with destroying the documents. Scanning the battlefield, he spotted a distant figure, someone too important to be part of the crowd. His eyes locked onto the enemy leader, the Guildmaster Quodrax Series, confirming the true target. A man with red hair introduces himself as Navan Bacchus, the first sword of the Lord. His confident posture and composed aura reflect his high status and belief in his superiority. Another warrior stands before him, unconvinced by Navan's title. The tension between them rises as the claim is questioned. The man doubts Navan's ability, suggesting that the title of First Sword might be exaggerated. Assessing Navan's reaction, the warrior realizes he is indeed the First Sword. With a calm yet determined expression, he accepts the situation. Observing Navan's strength, he states he would be content with being second if that man truly holds the top spot. Navan, provoked by the comment, asks if the opponent truly believes he is stronger. His eyes narrow, showing the rising heat of pride and challenge. Without hesitation, the challenger confirms his belief and charges forward. His movements are quick and precise, catching Navan slightly off guard. The clash begins violently, blades flash in rapid succession, with both warriors exchanging fierce strikes. Blood flies as each man pushes the other to the limit, their skills on full display. Amid the fight, the woman suggests deciding the rightful First Sword by the number of enemies defeated. Whoever performs better earns the title. She casually states her disinterest, claiming she's on a mission and avoids engaging in trivial matters. Her tone is dismissive, yet strategic. Suddenly, one of the fighters launches a surprise attack. He strikes swiftly, catching his opponent and others off guard, forcing immediate retaliation. The battle spreads across the field as new enemies rush in. The first sword now faces multiple foes at once, fending them off with brutal efficiency. Despite being outnumbered, Naven's strikes remain deadly. With every motion, his blade finds its mark. His face remains steady, even as the pressure increases. Fueled by pride, he declares he will prove why he is the first sword. His body surges forward, carving a destructive path through the battlefield. The opposing warrior prepares for a counterattack, his weapon drawn with unwavering focus. Energy builds around him, signaling another deadly engagement. As the battle reaches its peak, he rushes forward with explosive force. The speed and impact shock those around him, scattering enemies in his path. The scene shifts to a quiet tavern, contrasting the chaos. The calm interior hints that the true story of the Sword Clan's battle is only just beginning. Late at night, a hidden staircase beneath the tavern reveals a secret passage. A bald man descends carefully, his steps cautious in the quiet darkness. He reaches a locked room and opens it, holding a torch. The flames flicker as he enters a concealed archive chamber lined with documents and items. Lighting the torch further, he steps inside and surveys the room. The space is filled with files and a single chest. The purpose of his secret visit is now clear. Inside the chest, the man finds a stack of documents. He confirms they contain evidence of illegal transactions involving a faction named Trowen. Realizing the danger the documents pose, he contemplates burning them to escape possible charges of treason. He lifts the torch, hesitating. Torn by greed, he questions whether to go through with destroying them. The records are valuable, and recovering them would be nearly impossible if lost. His greed grows stronger as he calculates the total worth of the documents. Each file connects to other secret dealings, including business with a group named Sky Dragon. His eye reflects a mixture of greed and desperation. He clenches the torch, struggling to let go of the documents that made him rich. But suddenly he senses someone. The expression on his face shifts to fear. A shadow looms behind him, and the mood in the room becomes tense. With a resigned breath, the man prepares to burn the evidence, concluding that survival outweighs profit. He tosses the torch forward. Before the fire reaches the chest, a figure crashes through the roof with explosive force. The floor shatters as he lands. The man gasps in shock, recognizing the intruder Theo Ragnar. Theo steps forward from the rubble, intense and unwavering. Theo approaches with crimson eyes glowing. He taunts the man, referencing the uselessness of a previous deal involving his daughter's sacrifice. Terrified, the man falls back. Sweat pouring down his face, he stammers an apology, completely caught off guard by Theo's arrival. Begging for his life, he promises to do anything if spared. Fear has fully replaced his earlier greed, as Theo stands over him, silent and firm. Theo Ragnar unleashes a powerful energy slash that tears through the room, leaving destruction in its path. The force is overwhelming and swift. Standing firmly, Theo declares the punishment. One shall be executed for the crime of rebelling against the Ragnar family. His expression is cold and merciless. As the room settles into silence, the remnants of the destroyed scene remain. A system message appears confirming that the scenario quest Ties of Evil from a Past Life has been completed. In a quiet study, another character reflects on the events. He questions if mobilizing the demonic cult was truly worth it in the grand scheme. He examines the secret ledger that had been handed to Cleve, noting that it contains enough information to implicate Ed Triven. Still, he realizes the Sky Dragon is expendable, merely a tool that can be discarded. His true target is not the Sky Dragon, but Triven himself. He shifts his focus to a stack of documents. These files, if used wisely, could take down the entire Triven network. Understanding the value of each record, he contemplates what to take first. Every file is crucial, and he must be precise in his choices. While scanning the shelves, he pauses, his gaze locking onto something unfamiliar. A specific book catches his attention. Pulling the book out, he discovers it's titled Rose Palace Investigation Report. He flips through the pages rapidly. His eyes widen in shock. It's a handwritten document by Ed Triven. The content confirms involvement with relics and hints at surveillance by the Black Dragon. The report mentions 2 relics already acquired, and the rest believed to be hidden inside the Rose Palace. This changes everything. He ponders the significance of the relics mentioned. Could this be why so much blood was spilled in his previous life? Reading on, he finds a disturbing plan. Both Cecilia and Theo Ragnar are marked for elimination. The reasoning behind it ties back to relic recovery. Furious, he slams the book shut. All of this betrayal, murder, conspiracy because of a relic that might not even exist. He curses Ed Triven's name with rage. The man silently closes the report, his hand firm but hesitant. He seems deep in thought, weighing the value of what he has just read. He remains quiet, staring at the closed report. After a pause, he sighs and puts it away, coming to a clear decision about what must be done. With calm resolve, he admits to himself that reading further will not change the reality he faces. The time for information has passed. Action is now required. His eyes narrow with determination. He quietly states that revenge must be taken slowly, step by step, with precision and patience. To carry out his revenge, he sets his next objective, stealing the relics that his enemies have worked so hard to collect. The relics glow faintly on the shelf, powerful and mysterious. As he seizes them, a message confirms the discovery. You have discovered 2 relics of the ancient dragon. From above, a city square is flooded with enemy soldiers, their formation tight as they press forward with unwavering momentum. The sky, swirling with energy, hints that something extraordinary is about to descend. Tension fills the air, and every street corner is packed with advancing troops. A devastating shockwave cuts through the crowd, scattering bodies in all directions. Dust and blood fill the field as the initial strike leaves hundreds motionless. At the center of the chaos, one lone figure stands tall, unharmed, their blade lowered but aura burning. The man advances, stepping over corpses with calm determination in his mind. The name Navan Bacchus resurfaces, a name once buried in the past. The battlefield quiets momentarily as the remaining soldiers pause in fear and recognition. He recalls a time when Navan Bacchus was branded a heretic for rejecting the sacred rites. That same man now stands before him, recognized not as a criminal, but as a fearsome force who had once turned away from power yet lived unmatched. Navan moves with deadly speed, slicing through enemy ranks as if weightless. Blades clash in a whirlwind of force as both sides engage. The rhythm of battle favors him, his movements a blur against a sea of red armor. Despite the odds, the warrior facing Navan speaks, acknowledging the struggle. He realizes that if Navan's pace continues, he may truly deserve the title of First Sword. With that, he charges again, unwilling to surrender the position so easily. Suddenly, the wind howls violently. A green tempest forms above, spinning into a vertical vortex. The air distorts as the technique is unleashed. God of Tempest's secret manual, Squall Tug drawing enemies into its spiraling core. The battlefield is torn apart as soldiers are flung through the air, debris scatters, and the ground itself fractures under the weight of the attack. Both warriors brace themselves to not be consumed by the storm's pull from. Behind a wall of dust, a voice calls out, declaring the fight even, bloodied, but standing. One of the warriors acknowledges the balance of power has shifted once more. Catching his breath, the man nods grimly, admitting that the assessment is correct. The battle is no longer one-sided, and both are now fighting on equal footing. A fist clenches, tightly charged with blinding light. Power radiates upward as the man gathers the last of his strength. His expression hardens, sweat dripping down his face. Raising his arm high, he prepares for the final strike. His opponent watches cautiously, eyes widening in anticipation as the clash reaches its climax. With explosive force, the warrior crashes down, creating a crater beneath his feet. The ground ripples, sending shockwaves across the plain. Dust erupts like smoke from a volcano. A dark figure rises from the aftermath, shouting with rage. His cloak billows as he curses the interference. Across the field, Navan stands motionless, sword lowered but unbroken. The cloaked man denounces their rebellion. Furious, he claims they dare to oppose divine will itself, declaring their resistance a direct challenge to the great god's plan. 2 red-haired warriors observe the battlefield, their attention locked on a single enemy. With resolute expressions, they silently agree, it's time to end the fight by defeating the one before them. They leap into action, charging with synchronized speed. Wind magic surrounds one, while the other channels energy into his movement. Their eyes stay sharp, their coordination unbroken. Their target, cloaked in shadow, braces for impact. As both attackers descend, the air crackles with tension and the decisive clash begins with ferocious force. The red-haired duo strikes the ground with explosive might, sending tremors through the city. The shockwave tears the earth, dust engulfing everything nearby. Their opponent reacts instantly, flipping backward to escape the shock. He lands lightly, but the pressure from the collision shakes his footing. He realizes the force behind their attack was greater than anticipated. Before he can regroup, a second wave of destruction follows. Rubble flies and he's pushed back violently, disappearing into the debris as the ground collapses beneath him. From the chaos, a new figure bursts forth, a grinning warrior filled with playful pride. He raises his fist and boasts about his perfectly timed arrival to the fight. With exaggerated confidence, he praises himself for making a dramatic entrance. He glances toward a female officer, expecting admiration and applause for his efforts. Instead, she and another ally rush forward, visibly angry. Their yells are filled with fury as they demand to know why he interfered, frustrated that he dared to touch their opponent. The man freezes, confused and startled. Elsewhere, arrows rain from above as the battle escalates again. Projectiles cut through the sky like streaks of lightning, targeting strategic locations across the city. The city streets erupt as units drop into the battlefield from above. Explosions and shockwaves ripple outward, marking the full deployment of elite cavalry. A commander rides forward, shouting orders to the 5th Platoon with urgency in her voice. She commands the annihilation of both the Ceres Merchant Guild and the Holy Demon Church forces. The city is thrown into chaos as dragons and cavalry crash into enemy formations. Blood splashes across the walls, and the dragon-mounted units rip through resistance lines without pause. Inside the stronghold, silence contrasts the devastation outside. A lone figure enters the ruined hallway bearing the marks of earlier conflict, with doors shattered and debris scattered. Smoke rises faintly through the broken entryway. Someone or something awaits deeper inside a new confrontation ready to begin as the dust continues to settle. A robed figure addresses a darkened hall with a prophetic tone. As the blood-red sky looms, he declares the approaching end, urging followers to embrace fate with unwavering faith. He continues his ritual with calm authority, asking them to accept the sacred blood as their guide. He invokes peace through submission to their faith's violent vision. Elsewhere, a soldier sits silently in a sunlit cathedral, head lowered. Though the chaos outside continues, the calm expression on his face suggests relief or perhaps resignation. The soldier stands and stretches, his demeanor casual. He admits that careful planning never suited him, especially after surviving such a wild confrontation. Behind him lies the defeated cultist, swords impaled across his form. Smoke and ash swirl as the battle's aftermath settles, the threat temporarily subdued. The soldier lets out a quiet thought. He finally feels a burden lifted from his chest below. Order returns as forces begin gathering outside for post-battle organization. Within a busy camp, survivors form lines and submit identification for processing. One fighter asks to leave, eager to escape the bureaucratic maze. Clerks manage the flow of people, barking out instructions. The platoon leader is bombarded with reports and complaints, trying to manage damage claims and accountability. In the chaos, someone reports a strange incident. A cargo horse meant for supplies was eaten. The platoon leader's frustration builds as the situation becomes increasingly absurd. Multiple voices pile onto the overwhelmed leader, calling his name repeatedly. Paperwork, reports, and administrative demands threaten to crush his patience. Exploding in frustration, he shouts for everyone to handle it themselves. He admits that bureaucracy isn't his strength and storms off in a fury. In a separate tent, a senior officer reviews critical documents. They hold evidence about treason, theft, and infiltration related to the Ragnar family, shocking revelations that shift the stakes. A woman details the intel, further documents confirming stolen property, secrets leaked, and a plotted betrayal. All the evidence is recorded clearly in front of her. She praises the one responsible for uncovering this information. With a firm hand, she stamps approval, officially acknowledging the operation's success. The report names its key contributor, mid-rank swordsman Theo Ragnar. Theo stands, surprised by the recognition, silently absorbing the significance of this moment. In a quiet moment, the officer thanks Theo Ragnar for his efforts. She praises his competence, noting how naturally he fits with the Black Sword ranks, and offers a position among them. Theo reacts shyly, stammering at the offer. The officer laughs and reveals she was joking, although her tone still holds a hint of sincerity. The mood lightens slightly. She leans in, saying she has good news to share. Her tone shifts back to serious as she prepares to deliver important intel. She reveals that the Sky Dragon arrest operation is currently in motion. Silhouettes of those involved hint at the high-level nature of the mission. The officer confirms that the evidence Theo helped recover a ledger was enough to convict the Sky Dragon faction of treason. She adds that the elite arrest unit from Black Snow is already en route with the prisoners, likely on their way to the capital. The tides are clearly turning. Just as things seem to stabilize, a panicked soldier rushes in, interrupting the conversation with urgency. His face is pale and breath short. Another officer turns sharply in surprise. The soldier shouts out a name that shocks everyone: Ed Triven. Wounded but imposing, Ed Triven appears through a veil of smoke. His aura is now overwhelming, far stronger than before, and someone realizes he had been hiding his full power all along. Ed strikes with vicious precision, unleashing devastating blows on the battlefield. His technique is brutal yet efficient, cutting down all resistance in his path. He speaks calmly. declaring that only a fool reveals all his cards. His assault continues as he clears the field with unmatched ferocity. Amidst the destruction, he grins through the smoke. Bloody but composed, he looks straight ahead and congratulates his adversary, Theo Ragnar, as if acknowledging a worthy rival. Theo walks forward, his path marked by blood and broken bodies. Each step resonates with the cost of the choices he's made. A voice lists the names and places tied to Theo's Mission Camellia Palace. Axion, the Dragon Slayer's sword, Ceres acknowledging all that has been dismantled. A mysterious figure rages, consumed by loss. With blood on his face and madness in his eyes, he declares Theo's work as absolute everything destroyed with no trace left behind. In the aftermath of the bloody confrontation, a long-haired man walks calmly through the snow, his body battered but his expression defiant. The bitter wind cuts across the field as he speaks quietly to himself. He concedes the chaos around him, stating that others may go wild as they please. Yet beneath his calm acceptance lies a deeper confidence. Trivan's larger plan remains intact and is still unfolding. Despite the loss of the Dragon Slayer's sword, the man clutches a mysterious object. He declares it more than sufficient for their purpose. As he disappears into the forest, his voice echoes the time is coming soon. A message spoken not to comrades, but to his unseen father, hinting at a greater ambition yet to unfold. The Grand Camellia Palace stands proudly, its architecture towering over the people below. The scene is bustling with activity, a reflection of the grandeur that resides within. Inside the palace, people are gathered, discussing designs with a sense of excitement. A woman in a beautiful dress admires a design, clearly impressed by the quality. The hostess, dressed elegantly, guides the guests to the appropriate areas with a professional demeanor. The palace is filled with conversations and bustling preparations for something important. A character, likely a business person or manager, discusses the arrival of fabric. Referencing the recent shipment, the place continues to fill with more people as the excitement rises. A young woman, looking determined and focused, is seen observing the activity. She questions her mother's business, curious about the tailor's involvement and the purpose behind the growing crowd. The woman's mother explains, revealing they are starting a new business venture, an exclusive brand dealing with luxury fabrics and accessories, signaling a bold new step in their lives. The older woman, with a hint of nostalgia, stares off as she remembers something from the past. There's a brief moment of silence before she lets out a small sigh. She continues, her expression growing softer as she recalls the time that has passed. Her words reflect a long history, a connection between the past and present. The memories come flooding back and her face lightens, revealing a faint smile at the realization that time has changed them, for better or worse. As the conversation continues, the two women exchange a tender moment. One of them mentions how her smile shines brighter than any jewel, hinting at an emotional connection. The light-hearted tone shifts when the conversation turns to the payment. The woman confidently assures that the matter of payment won't be a problem. The other woman smirks playfully, remarking how quickly her counterpart catches on. The light teasing gives way to the growing camaraderie between them. The conversation takes a serious turn when the older woman reveals there is another reason for her visit. She's not just here for business, there's news to share. She pauses, leaving the younger woman intrigued. The tension builds as she asks about the news regarding the Rose Palace, making the younger woman anxious. The younger woman's concern is visible as she reacts with urgency, questioning if something has happened to her son. The emotional atmosphere intensifies as both women await the revelation that could change everything. The woman, clearly distressed by the news, struggles to keep calm. Her worried expression shows her anxiety. The older woman reassures her, urging her to relax. She mentions that the situation is actually the opposite of what she fears, trying to ease her mind. The woman's concerns intensify when she hears that it involves a woman named Emil, whose name has a significant impact on her. A look of realization dawns on her face. The scene shifts to a gloomy castle under a dark, ominous sky. The atmosphere is heavy, filled with an unsettling presence. A shadowy figure emerges in the darkness, walking with purpose. The eerie sound of footsteps echoes through the castle halls. A group of people stands solemnly, watching the figure with a mix of concern and dread. They are anticipating something significant. As the atmosphere grows more tense, the gates of the castle loom large, their red hue casting an ominous glow. A large crowd of people gathers in front, waiting for what comes next. A sense of unease fills the air as a woman stumbles, clearly affected by the heavy tension. A concerned person rushes to her side, asking if she is okay. She apologizes to her mother, expressing her worries. The fear of the unknown weighs heavily on her, and she tries to explain the distress she feels, barely holding herself together. In a moment of vulnerability, the woman gazes into the distance, unsure of what has happened but seeking reassurance. She turns to her mother, her voice filled with doubt, asking if everything that has transpired is truly real. The emotional weight of the situation is clear. The older woman, maintaining her calm, looks at her daughter and asks a rhetorical question. She reassures her, confident in the truth of their situation. The bond between them is strengthened by the reassurance. As the realization sets in, the woman breaks down, her emotions overwhelming her. The weight of the situation hits her all at once. She remembers everything: the constant struggles, the plots, the accusations, and the constant fear for her son's life. The past seems to weigh her down. She clings to her mother, recalling how she always prayed and begged for her son's survival, despite the trials they faced. The tears in her eyes reflect the pain and the sacrifices they've endured. The woman, her face filled with emotion, asks if everything is truly over now. She seeks reassurance, trying to process everything that has happened. The older woman confirms that it's all over, her tone firm yet comforting, as if she has seen this moment coming for a long time. The weight of the situation lifts slightly as the woman realizes that, despite the pain, it's finally concluded. Her relief is palpable, though tinged with uncertainty. A new scene unfolds with a person walking confidently down a grand hallway, their posture exuding authority. A man addresses a younger man, praising his resilience. He commends him for enduring the challenges alone. Recognizing his strength, the conversation shifts to the younger man's newfound fame, noting how he has become a recognized figure, earning attention and respect from all. The younger man, seated casually, listens as the other speaks. The weight of the conversation seems to hang in the air. They discuss the dissolution of the Bacchus clan, with a pile of paperwork, the consequences of their actions, and the forfeiture of titles being mentioned. The pile of documents stretches long, symbolizing the fall of the powerful clan, and the new era that is about to unfold as their titles and power are stripped away. The conversation turns to the younger man's future role in this new world. There's talk of positioning within the Bacchus clan with a sense of finality and change. The idea of rebuilding from the ground up arises, with the younger man tasked with a major responsibility in leading this change. The plan to shift the power dynamic is set. There's a glimmer of excitement as the younger man prepares for the challenges ahead, ready to take the next step in this rapidly changing world. The older man makes a bold proposition, suggesting that the younger man should lead the Bacchus clan. The offer is serious and the stakes are high. The younger man is taken aback, surprised by the suggestion, unsure of the path laid out for him. He struggles to understand the implications of such a move. The older man pushes further, hinting that the younger man must prepare for what's ahead. There's an undercurrent of ambition in his tone as he mentions joining forces for an impending war. The conversation turns serious as the figure sitting at the table reflects on the power struggle that has now become public knowledge. It's clear that the fight for power between them is no longer a secret. The looming possibility of war with Trayvon is discussed, a conflict that now seems inevitable. The consequences of this impending war are unavoidable. Documents detailing the involvement of Trayvon and the Holy Demon Church in the Sky Dragon Rebellion are presented, confirming their roles in the escalating conflict. The atmosphere grows tense as they question each other's motives in the north. A shocked expression fills the face of the man, who realizes the magnitude of the situation. He calls it practically a declaration of war as the reality of the situation sinks in. He reflects on the implications of this exposure, knowing that now that Trayvon and the Holy Demon Church are revealed, they will surely retaliate. Their silence will not last long. Despite the looming war, the character remains detached. He muses that, given his limited time left, the war won't affect him much personally, but he will need something in return for his involvement. The tension builds as a device is presented, sparking the man's curiosity. He questions its significance, unsure of what it entails. The response is quick and matter of fact. This device can cure a disease he's been suffering from. He's taken aback, not expecting such an offer. The device's capabilities are explained further, emphasizing its ability to stabilize his internal mana flow. The man's disbelief shows as he processes the unexpected solution to his condition. A sheet of paper is handed to him. The recipe for curing aether fever. The paper reveals that the cure requires an aether core, a crucial ingredient for healing his condition. The man reacts with shock as the significance of the information hits him. This secret cure had been hidden, and he is now exposed to this crucial knowledge. He's impressed but skeptical, understanding the power this recipe holds but questioning why it was kept from the public. The man expresses his thoughts on his treatment. He wonders if the offer to cure him is simply a means to control him, to ensure his obedience and keep him on a leash. He contemplates the possibility of taking what he wants and running away. The thought of breaking free from these constraints fills him with determination. The other man, unfazed, responds with a nonchalant attitude. He doesn't mind if the man tries to escape, acknowledging that both of them are victims of the same power-obsessed culture. A powerful declaration is made as one of the characters explains his desire not to dominate through strength alone. His intent is to build something based on trust, not oppression. The conversation continues, emphasizing the importance of trust in leadership and relationships. It is clear that this character seeks more than just control or power. With a contemplative look, the character reaffirms that trust is the foundation he wants to establish. The notion of power built through mutual trust instead of fear hangs in the air. The other character listens intently, though his expression hints at doubt. He comments on the young man's idealism, calling it immature, yet he's intrigued by the sentiment. He chuckles slightly, clearly dismissing the naivety of youth. He seems to think of it as an idealistic fantasy, unaware of the real stakes at play. The younger man, undeterred, presses on with his vision, undistracted by the jaded outlook of his counterpart. The mood shifts as the younger man reacts to the situation unfolding before him. His seriousness returns as he realizes the stakes are far higher than he initially thought. A moment of sudden tension follows as he struggles to grasp what's at stake. His face hardens, realizing that inaction or underestimation would be dangerous. An unexpected action breaks the moment of tension as a gesture is made to symbolically emphasize the gravity of the situation. The air grows thick with anticipation. The younger man takes a drink, allowing the moment to settle before the next action unfolds. The scene is charged with a quiet intensity, as though every action is being carefully weighed. A subtle shift in the conversation reveals the tension that has been building, culminating in a demand for loyalty or an oath. As the conversation reaches its climax, the younger man is asked to swear his loyalty, solidifying his place in the larger scheme at play. His response, however, is met with a knowing look. The younger man swears to serve, acknowledging the weight of the commitment and the path he must now follow. His resolve is clear, but there is a slight hint of doubt. He swears to serve as the sword of Theo Ragnar, recognizing the gravity of the role he's about to take on. There's no turning back now. The declaration echoes in the room as the finality of the decision settles in. The younger man's destiny is now irrevocably tied to a higher cause. The character reflects on the ongoing conflict, muttering under his breath about the war with Trivan. His words are filled with a sense of inevitability, as if the war has been a long time coming. As the scene shifts, a chaotic and intense battle unfolds before him. Explosions rip through the landscape, and bodies are scattered, marking the destructive cost of the war. The character watches in grim silence, processing the unfolding devastation. With a calm expression, he approaches a large treasure box, reaching out to open it. The action seems almost symbolic, as if he's preparing to deal with the consequences of his decisions and revealing what lies ahead in this conflict. A man dressed in ornate armor stands with confidence before a treasure box, his expression calm but focused. He intends to begin with this artifact, already aware of its potential power. His grip tightens around the box's edge as anticipation builds. Inside the open treasure box lies a mysterious object emitting a faint glow. This is a primordial dragon relic, one of several rare and potent items he has been collecting throughout his journey. He reflects on the relics he has already absorbed, the essence of a lesser drake and a griffin. The effects of both had been undeniably powerful, enhancing his combat capabilities significantly. Now, he prepares to claim another. The man equips the new relic a ring into his inventory with a smirk. Instantly, a system notification confirms its activation. Primordial Dragon Relic, Thirsted Ring has been equipped. He appears confident and ready. Without delay, the system initiates the next phase. A new notification flashes entering the dungeon. Moments later, a burst of light engulfs the scene as the man is teleported into an unknown zone. The light fades, revealing a harsh desert landscape. Scorching sun and rocky terrain stretch endlessly. He stands alone, scanning the barren environment, uncertain if this is the location he had previously read about. The intense heat quickly overwhelms him. Sweat beads on his forehead, and he expresses surprise at how much hotter it is than expected. The temperature is far beyond his tolerance. He begins to question his purpose in the desert. Before any plans can form, a new system message appears in front of him. You've entered Guardian's territory, survive for 72 hours. The severity of the challenge dawns on him as he looks into the scorching distance. He feels the early signs of heat stroke. To survive for 3 days under these conditions seems nearly impossible. Determined, he starts to run through the sand. His steps are quick but heavy, the desert heat sapping his strength with each movement. Still, he pushes forward, scanning for shelter or threats. Suddenly, a massive force erupts from the ground behind him. The explosion of sand and debris throws him off balance, and he reacts instantly to the danger. Something enormous has emerged. He leaps aside just in time as a monstrous figure bursts from below. His eyes widen in disbelief. He hadn't expected to encounter such a threat so soon into the trial. ASA system alert appears again. Boss, desert worm has appeared. The monstrous worm reveals its full form, towering with armored scales and sharp fangs. The air trembles with its arrival. The worm lunges at him with terrifying speed, its segmented body slicing through the sand. The creature labels him as an intruder, signaling it has begun to attack with full hostility. With a deafening roar, the worm opens its massive jaws. The man stands ready below, dwarfed by its size but unwilling to back down, knowing that this is only the beginning of his survival test. The man channels intense energy into his arm, lightning crackling along his blade. His aura surges, signaling the activation of a high-tier combat skill. He unleashes the technique head on at the massive worm. Electricity spirals forward with tremendous force as he shouts the name of the skill Thunder Dragon Breathing. Dragon Mark, a powerful stream of lightning, strikes the ground, creating a blinding explosion. The energy rips through the battlefield, targeting the towering monster with devastating precision. As the dust settles, a crater forms where the impact landed. The attack appears to have hit directly, but there is no sign of injury to the worm. The man's expression tightens as realization dawns the attack had no visible effect. His strongest skill had failed to inflict damage. Still midair, he notices a glow of lightning charging up again, but his focus shifts to the worm, which remains entirely unfazed. Panic begins to creep in. A violent discharge of golden lightning surrounds the worm. Its body sparks with energy as if absorbing or reacting to the earlier attack. The worm charges at him with its own surge of speed. He barely manages to stay ahead, forced to evade rather than confront. His earlier confidence fades under the creature's sheer power. It becomes clear the boss is not only tough but also capable of absorbing magical energy. He hears it declare him an intruder once again, intensifying its aggression. An explosive blast hits the ground nearby, sending rocks and sand flying. He dodges by leaping off a cliffside, barely avoiding being crushed. As he lands, a wall of debris rises behind him. He tries to catch his breath, but the monster is closing in again with terrifying speed. Surveying his surroundings, he realizes his escape path is blocked. The battlefield has turned into a trap, and the worm controls it completely. The desert worm coils and charges forward, its gaping maw tears through the terrain, forcing the man into desperate retreat. He stares up as the monstrous beast descends, jaws wide open. The ground behind him erupts, cutting off another escape route. With nowhere to run, he is pursued relentlessly across the sands. The worm burrows and resurfaces in a deadly rhythm, pushing him to his limits with each strike. The man sprints across the desert terrain, pushing his body beyond its limits. Sand trails behind him as he desperately tries to escape the relentless chase of the worm. Panting heavily, he glances at the timer on his wrist. Only 5 minutes have passed since entering the dungeon. The realization drains his hope, with nearly 72 hours remaining. He admits he cannot survive like this. The worm's underground movement makes it nearly impossible to land a decisive strike. Another attack from the worm tears through the sand as he dodges again. Lightning crackles uselessly around him, his main technique proving ineffective. He deduces the Thunder Dragon technique does nothing because the enemy is aligned with the same elemental type. The terrain itself gives the worm a massive advantage. A thought occurs to him. Perhaps the problem is his reliance on elemental attacks. He grins, a possible new tactic forming in his mind. He pulls a glowing crystal from his inventory. The energy pulses in his hand, a relic obtained during a previous mission, one he hadn't used yet. He stares at the artifact, wondering if this is the right time to use it. Behind him, the desert worm barrels forward, ready to strike. With determination, he leaps into the air, facing the charging monster. He prepares to activate the relic, declaring it's time to gamble everything on this moment. The man acknowledges the risk. This is a gamble with unknown consequences. Still, he has no better option left. He pushes the relic into his chest, allowing its power to fuse with him. A radiant flash marks the moment it activates. The system confirms activation. Primordial relic, Ice Bloom Butterfly, has been equipped. His body glows with new energy as he descends, ready to retaliate. Suddenly, a red warning flashes. He's in the middle of a dungeon mission and cannot initiate another. The system flags a conflict between dungeon permissions. He grits his teeth, accepting that he won't receive full support from the system. Still, he presses forward, summoning the power regardless. A chilling storm erupts around him. Snow and frost pierce the desert heat as the worm's advance slows. For the first time, the terrain begins to shift in his favor. The relic's icy power explodes skyward, engulfing the battlefield in frost. A system message confirms the successful activation of Ice Bloom Butterfly's full potential. The ice begins to crack open, revealing a golden eye behind it. A message appears. The Grand Dungeon's boss is about to emerge. The ice shatters, and from within it rises a large, elegant dragon with shimmering wings. Its presence alone shifts the atmosphere entirely. Hovering in midair, the dragon calmly observes the situation and remarks that it has been a long time since it saw a chosen one. A system message identifies the new arrival, Relic Guardian Fey Fairy Dragon. The beast's demeanor is composed yet commanding. The fairy dragon warns the protagonist, noting that his method was reckless. Despite that, it appears ready to act. With sharp intensity, the dragon glares and declares that the man must now pay for his arrogance. Energy pulses from its wings. The man is launched into the air, startled by the sudden escalation. Electricity and magic swirl around him from all directions. Below him, the fairy dragon spreads its wings wide, releasing radiant ice energy that fills the battlefield in spirals of frost and light. He crashes to the ground with shards of ice scattered around him. Gritting his teeth, he rises, wounded and frustrated. Breathing heavily, he mutters that things aren't going as he planned. His expectation of support has turned into a trial. Suddenly, he senses another presence approaching. The sound grows louder, and he braces himself for what's next. The desert worm reemerges with a violent roar. The man prepares his stance, realizing this might be his final confrontation. The man reflects bitterly. It seems this is truly the end. He stares at the towering worm and the sparkling wings of the fairy dragon. As he recalls the 72-hard challenge, he realizes he may have misjudged the situation. He wonders if he should have relied solely on himself from the beginning. The man stands in the storm of battle, lightning flaring around him. He knows he's reached a breaking point. All he can do now is make one final move. Lightning and fire swirl violently as he charges toward the center of the storm. At its core, he senses the power of the relic and the enemy clashing at once. In a blinding explosion, fire and frost collide. The battlefield is consumed by radiant energy, and at the center, a protective barrier of blue magic barely holds him safe. From the shadows, the desert worm glares and hisses with rage. Its voice echoes in the air, demanding the intruder's death with pure hatred. Before the man can react, the fairy dragon responds coldly, stating that two champions cannot exist in the same space. Its voice is calm, but absolute. Confused, the man looks between the two powerful entities. Suddenly, both the worm and dragon attack simultaneously, each declaring their intent to destroy the other. A massive worm-like monster bursts from the ground, its body crackling with energy and raw menace. It rampaged through the rocky wasteland, shaking the earth and towering above crumbling ruins in the distance. A lone warrior stood calmly nearby, watching the chaos unfold, admitting he felt chills imagining being involved. Gripping his glowing blade, the black-haired swordsman remained composed as power surged around his weapon. Dark energy gathered behind him, taking the form of a monstrous aura reacting to his call. He whispered to his sword, calling it White Moonlight Blade. Noting the battle was nearly finished, an explosion of light shattered the battlefield as golden lightning surged through a powerful mechanical enemy. The armored creature flailed violently under the assault, arcs of electricity ripping its limbs apart mid-combat. A serpent-like figure observed from afar, eyes glowing, its gaze fixed on the destruction raining down. A silver dragon growled in response to the chaos, its stance defensive and instincts sharpened. A fleshy, otherworldly monster lunged forward, its mouth opening grotesquely wide to unleash a devastating attack. The dragon's eye gleamed with ferocity, signaling it had chosen to engage without hesitation. With a powerful surge, the dragon released a wave of glowing energy, freezing everything in its wake. The battlefield transformed into a frozen wasteland, pillars of ice erupting from the earth in every direction. The monstrous enemy was pierced through the chest by ice spikes, black blood splattering as its body convulsed wounded. But still moving, the grotesque beast stumbled backward, its body pierced and leaking purple-black fluid. It coughed violently as icy air swirled around, struggling to maintain balance in the freezing terrain. Its wounds began glowing faintly, signs of slow regeneration, but its strength was clearly faltering. Sensing an opening, the dragon lunged forward at full speed, targeting the monster's weakened body. Skimming across the frozen surface, the dragon closed the distance rapidly with precision in its movements. With fangs bared, the dragon clamped down fiercely, driving the enemy to the ground with force. The enemy struggled to fight back, slashing wildly as the dragon pushed it across the icy field. The terrain shattered beneath their battle, sparks and fragments, flying from every impact. Locked in brutal melee, both creatures clashed mid-air and slammed into the ground with explosive power. The dragon emerged first, snarling as it broke through rock and dust, undeterred by the terrain. With one swift motion, it flung the enemy into the air, exposing its vulnerable underside. From the ground, the dragon stared upward, locking eyes with the falling target, preparing for the final blow. High above, the swordsman descended with his glowing blade, choosing to eliminate the target midair. He accelerated like a comet, blade extended, aiming straight for the enemy's exposed core. The attack connected cleanly, bisecting the monster in one stroke, ending its threat in a single motion. With a command to unleash chaos, the swordsman launched skyward, lightning surging through his form. He summoned Griffin midair, a powerful beast of wind and light that responded with roaring force. Together they descended on the next threat, a massive worm with an ominous glowing eye. The grotesque creature reared up, its mouth wide open, preparing to devour anything in its path. The dragon and worm collided mid-charge, causing a tremor that cracked the icy battlefield. Shocked by the outcome, the dragon questioned what strange force had caused such chaos to unfold. Footsteps crunched in the snow as the swordsman approached the fallen worm's carcass with steady confidence. A blue quest notification confirmed the worm's defeat, marking progress toward conquering the two relics. He muttered that defeating the beast counted as conquest, implying the other dragon was next, sensing danger. The remaining dragon urgently pleaded with the swordsman to negotiate instead of fight. The swordsman calmly asked what they needed to discuss. Confused by the dragon's sudden shift in tone, the dragon declared itself the wisest of all guardians, created solely to test the chosen one's wisdom. It claimed to be the orchestrator of the entire battle, having pitted the beasts against each other. The swordsman scoffed, asserting that his actions had already proven his wisdom and qualifications as the chosen. Charging forward again, he challenged the dragon's claim of wisdom, demanding to see its riddle firsthand. With no patience left, the swordsman demanded the dragon's surrender, his blade still drawn and ready. The dragon began to protest, hoping to delay its fate, but was struck before it could finish. A violent explosion erupted in the distance, followed by confirmation that the fairy dragon had fallen. Back in the resting chamber, two relics hovered in the air, pulsing with completed energy. The swordsman extended his hand, now able to claim both relics without further interference. With a satisfied grin, he declared the mission completed without setbacks as the system confirmed full success. He finally relaxed, ready to enjoy a brief rest after the intense ordeal across the snowy fields. Suddenly, something disturbed the atmosphere. His blade pulsed, reacting violently as something unnatural approached. A shadow loomed near his throne, and the swordsman called out in confusion, sensing something was wrong. A corrupted entity with glowing red eyes emerged from the darkness, whispering the swordsman's name with malice. In a chilling voice, it revealed its desire not power or conquest, but to devour his heart. Reacting swiftly, the swordsman dodged the sudden ambush, drawing his weapon against the surprise threat. Frustration filled him as he realized his earlier overconfidence had left a fatal blind spot. He cursed himself for lowering his guard, especially knowing the white moonlight blade's monstrous thirst for battle. Now clear-headed, he pieced it together on their return. The sword had secretly absorbed the guardian's powers. The black tendrils of corruption surged forward, wrapping around the swordsman as he attempted to retreat. Realization struck the force had become even stronger after consuming two entire dragon's powers. He panicked, knowing that if it continued, he would become the next one devoured. A sinister voice echoed from the darkness, declaring its intent to consume him immediately. In that moment, a memory surfaced of chasing the moonlight of something once lost. A single red eye opened within the corruption, now fully awakened as it engulfed the throne room. The swordsman suddenly jolted awake, overwhelmed by a sharp sensation and the terrifying realization he was falling. He crashed into a strange, dark, liquid realm, recognizing its bizarre stillness as something deeply unnatural. Looking up in horror, he realized the place was inside the creature's stomach, trapped with no exit. A massive shadow loomed over him, one of the guardians. Speaking with cruel clarity about his fate, it mocked his weakness, stating Griffin, another guardian, had already been devoured, and he would be next. The warrior questioned his chances, wondering if resisting was even possible as fear began to surface. Another beastly voice answered his thoughts coldly, declaring that death awaited once his heart was consumed. They explained that only he would perish, guardians being eternal, would simply wait for a new host. Unbothered, they stood tall, preparing to discard him and return to relic form, indifferent to his demise, remaining silent. The swordsman steadied himself and met their gaze with a chilling, focused expression. He reminded them of the primordial dragon's mission, which bound them to aid the chosen one. Without him, the world would collapse. Again, his death would unravel the guardian's duty and fate. The guardians flinched, startled by the mention of the primordial dragon, unsure how to respond. With a bitter smirk, the warrior accused them of being no different than Griffins, selfish and cowardly, enraged by the insult and the bold invocation of the dragon's name. The guardians roared in fury. The guardians unleashed a furious barrage of energy, surrounding the swordsman in a storm of lethal shards. Trapped but defiant, he stood unwavering, repeating his challenge for them to kill him if they dared. One guardian, momentarily startled, questioned his intent, uncertain whether to dismiss the threat or act upon it. The warrior met their hesitation with scorn, demanding they strike him down without delay if they could. Red eyes glowing, he declared he would rather die than serve those who abandoned duty. Mocking their pride, he reminded them the world would collapse while they remained sealed in their relics. Tension cracked the air as the barrier of ice began to fracture around them. Shifting the mood, one guardian stepped forward, impressed by the Chosen One's nerve and clarity amidst looming death. With a surge of light, the guardian prepared to open a path offering escape from within. Golden energy enveloped the space as the guardian invoked a gate, chanting the word "open" repeatedly. As swirling vortex appeared, tearing through the space and forming a tunnel toward the outer world. Now the path was opened. The guardians admitted their power ended there. The outcome now rested on him. With determination in his eyes, the warrior smiled and leapt into the swirling light without hesitation. He rocketed forward, declaring his intent to crush the arrogant beast that dared to consume him. Falling into the heart of the vortex, he vanished in a flash, prepared for the fight ahead. Deep within the shifting void, a glimmer of light emerged, revealing the powerful core the beast sought. The dark guardian dove toward it, triumphant, declaring his victory as he finally located the sacred relic. Gripping the orb tightly, he believed swallowing it would secure dominance over the Chosen One's power. With a crazed glare, the beast prepared to absorb the orb, shouting that the body would be his. Before he could act, a sudden strike pierced through him, interrupting the ritual with violent force. The warrior reappeared, mid-air, blade drenched in blood, having launched a surprise counter from within. The guardian crashed into the water, stunned as the swordsman landed safely beyond the blast radius. Clutching his wounds, the monster roared in disbelief. Furious, the Chosen One had escaped his stomach. With rage in his voice, he demanded an explanation. Unable to understand how the escape was possible, the wounded guardian turned toward the others, accusing them of aiding the Chosen One's sudden reappearance. He berated their betrayal, demanding to know where their pride as ancient guardians had gone. Before he could finish, the warrior interrupted with a mocking grin, reminding him of their first encounter. The enraged beast tried to reason, asking to talk, but the warrior showed no interest in negotiating. Calmly, he explained that he wasn't requesting cooperation, only highlighting who truly held the power now. As his words sank in, the watching guardians fell silent, their gazes fixed warily on the victor. The swordsman warned the guardians to act wisely and avoid further conflict, asserting control through calm authority. Just then, a new guardian named Blake appeared from the shadows, catching the warrior by surprise. Blake explained that others had used similar strategies, forcing guardians into rivalry to maintain dominance. The swordsman asked if Blake referred to previous Chosen Ones who had done the same. Blake avoided the question, stating it wasn't time for the answer but that support would be given. As the Chosen One ascended from the realm, Blake's voice followed, promising to observe his next moves. Blake's words echoed, expressing high expectations as the Chosen One returned to the material world. New enhancements activated Fairy Buff for protection and Worm Eater for increased resistance against monster energy. Emerging in his chamber, the warrior reappeared fully clothed, restored, and aware of his regained strength. Sitting down, he reflected on the shocking revelation that the relics had housed living guardians all along. He now understood that their spirits had remained within him since the beginning of his journey. Gripping his sword tightly, he acknowledged how far he had come, no longer just a vessel. Relaxed at his desk, he asked the room if things had finally calmed down. He admitted the experience helped him grasp the true nature of the primordial dragon's influence. Striking the table with resolve, he declared that regardless of choice, the burden now rested on him. Standing by the window, the Chosen One ended his reflection with resolve, placing trust in his allies. Snowstorm winds howled outside as someone approached the field where ancient weapons were displayed like gravestones. Amen questioned whether the family truly intended to prepare this regressor as their next hope. The silver-haired elder admitted the candidate showed promise, strong enough to rival the other 5 heirs. When asked if he feared the boy for being a regressor, the elder responded affirmatively without hesitation. He had previously eliminated every regressor linked to Ragnar, believing them threats to the clan's order bathed in red. He admitted to killing them all but had different plans for this particular one. Clutching his sword tightly, he expressed his desire to test the new regressor's resolve firsthand. The other man was taken aback, recognizing a sharp shift in the elder's usual unwavering judgment. In the distance, a figure approached wielding a blade coated in an ominous crackling blue aura. Although tradition required candidates to pass official trials, one observer noticed the sword posed a greater issue. It was the sword of a regressor previously slain, one far too dangerous to be ignored again. The sword once belonged to the Mad Dragon Emperor, a regressor the Elder himself had executed. From his office, the Elder issued a direct command summoning Theo Ragnar to the graveyard of broken swords. Theo was caught off guard by the sudden order, unsure of what awaited him next. Snowfall covered the vast wasteland, silent and cold, as swords jutted from the earth like gravestones. A lone battlefield stretched endlessly, each blade a memory. Each one a remnant of a forgotten fight. Footsteps pressed into the icy ground. A man with dark hair and piercing eyes arrived, gaze steady. He walked through the sword-laden ground, feeling the weight of countless battles press on his body. Sweat trailed down his cheek as he whispered internally how unusually heavy the atmosphere had become. The land's karmic pressure grew unbearable, perhaps because he was still young and incomplete in this timeline. A memory surged forth. A man once warned him not to answer lightly, especially when carrying a son's grudge. No understanding had finally arrived. He grasped the meaning of those words through the burden he now bore. A voice broke the silence. Another swordsman stood nearby, formally identifying himself as Theo Ragnar, offering respect. From the shadows, a powerful man appeared, cloaked in lightning. He told Theo to abandon formalities. The man listed betrayals one by one, first the sword instructor, then Theo's own brother Akion. He continued coldly. The head of Rose Palace had fallen, and now the merchant guilds were gone. He revealed that even the intelligence bureau was destroyed, and in their last moments all called one name: stunned. Theo's eyes widened as a sword suddenly struck near him, nearly grazing his face. The man struck with fierce judgment, declaring there was no room for excuses. This was the burden of the clan head. Snow fell steadily over a silent, desolate field. The winds howled above the frozen landscape, untouched by life. Dozens of swords were buried blade first into the snow. Covered earth, each one a remnant of warriors long gone. A black-haired man stepped forward, eyes sharp and expression firm. He had returned to this place again. He walked through the field slowly, each step heavy. The blades around him whispered of past burdens. Sweat formed at his temple despite the cold. He muttered to himself that the weight felt unbearable. The graveyard's karma pressed down more than he remembered. It was likely due to his younger body's limits. A memory surfaced. An older man once told him not to answer lightly when carrying the grudge of his son. Only now did the meaning become clear. With time reversed, the truth of those words finally made sense. Suddenly, another figure approached. The swordsman knelt with respect, introducing himself as Theo Ragnar, mid-rank warrior of the clan. From the dark haze, a tall, authoritative man emerged, wrapped in lightning. He told Theo to drop the formal tone. He reminded Theo of his failures, how the sword instructor abandoned him, and even his brother Akion fell. The man continued without pause. The Rose Palace's leader had been defeated, and the merchant guilds annihilated completely. He added that the Intelligence Bureau agents had all perished, and every one of them called out the same name. Theo reacted with shock just as a sword cut through the air, narrowly missing him with violent force. The man shouted, declaring that excuses meant nothing. Bearing such loss in silence was the duty of a clan head. A man shrouded in red energy issued a challenge: overcome the blade's grudge, and he'd be acknowledged. The black-haired swordsman stood in silence, eyes sharp as the implications of the offer sank in. But the condition came with a warning: only the human version of Theo Ragnar would remain, not the regressor. The man explained further. Everything the regressor version of Theo had gained would vanish entirely from existence. Images of those Theo had saved or befriended flashed in his mind, people he'd never have met otherwise. As the cold wind howled, Theo took a step forward and firmly rejected the demand without hesitation. His answer was met with defiance. The man declared Theo had no right to decline the condition. He reminded Theo of his oath to eliminate all regressors, reinforcing that this applied to him as well. The choice was binary: surrender his identity as a regressor or die where he stood, blade in hand. With his sword grounded, the man declared that only by abandoning his past could Theo become the sixth heir. He urged Theo to make his decision quickly, emphasizing that this was his one chance at recognition. Theo admitted he once craved that acknowledgement, but the price was now too steep to accept. Raising his weapon, Theo declared that if this was the only way to be acknowledged, he would refuse. Power surged through him as he lunged with force, striking down the offer with both words and blade. But the man countered fiercely, striking back while questioning whether Theo truly believed he deserved such a title. The red aura flared violently as the older man mocked Theo, questioning his lack of sacrifice or resolve. Theo was struck mid-air, his body overwhelmed by pressure. tossed aside in a surge of red power. As he fell, the man stepped forward, deeming Theo's decision foolish and no different than others before. He accused Theo of relying too heavily on regression, assuming he could restart again without consequence. Theo's glowing hands trembled as energy rippled. He was being pushed beyond his limits by the assault, but the man clarified, this regression, this journey, and everything Theo had become would end here. With blood on his face and fury in his eyes, Theo declared his intent to take responsibility. He screamed, vowing to carry the burden of all who had fallen due to his past failures. Charging through a burst of power, Theo swore to surpass the man, not for acknowledgement, but for justice. Their clash intensified, red and blue lights collided as both figures exploded across the snow-covered battlefield. Theo, now fully empowered, lunged upward against a massive blast, refusing to retreat or hesitate. Power surged through his blade as he accelerated toward the red energy core, prepared to strike with finality. The sky shattered with bursts of gold and blue as Theo launched through volleys of magical attacks. He weaved past sharp energy blasts, twisting through the air as a deadly formation closed in. With determination in his gaze, he pierced through the enemy's defense, sword drawn, closing the distance fast. Theo coughed blood as the force of the strike sent pain surging through his chest and shoulder. Thrown back across the battlefield, he crashed into the ground, shattering blades embedded in the soil. Though wounded, he pushed himself upright, sword still clenched. The enemy observed quietly, measuring Theo's endurance. The enemy took a slow step forward, reflecting on how unusual Theo's charge had been. He admitted it had been a long time since anyone challenged him directly without schemes or allies. While most regressors used others like pawns, Theo fought alone, willingly placing himself in harm's way. The man watched with interest, recognizing that Theo didn't follow the typical regressor's pattern of manipulation. Despite the blood and exhaustion, Theo's determination only intensified. Eyes locked on his opponent with burning resolve. The man chuckled, entertained by a regressor who carried his failures with a sword. Not excuses, he called out Theo's full name, this time with a tone of recognition that hadn't been there before. With a firm voice, he declared Theo the sixth heir and acknowledged his strength and conviction. To seal the moment, he broke open a stone structure, revealing a powerful blade once owned by his father. The sword of the Mad Dragon Emperor, a weapon with a legacy of regression, was now offered to Theo. The man compared Theo to his father, both regressors, yet clearly walking divergent paths shaped by different ideals. As a radiant light burst into the sky, he smiled, curious to see where Theo's story would lead next. Darkness faded into light as Theo found himself staring at an unfamiliar yet modern city skyline. Tall buildings, crowded streets, and clear skies stretched before him far from the battlefield he last remembered. Stunned, he glanced down to find people walking peacefully, unaware of his presence or confusion. He raised his hand, staring at the strange world in disbelief, unsure if this was real. Theo's eyes widened as the city reflected clearly against the glass, blending past and present. A voice echoed in his mind, soft, calm, declaring that everything was now over. The struggle concluded. Theo woke in a lavish room, sunlight streaming through windows, his body recovering in a soft bed. Still disoriented, he sat up, rubbing his head and questioning whether everything had been a dream. Just then, a warm voice called to him. Turning, Theo was surprised to see his mother. Tears welled in his eyes as he called out to her, unsure if she was real. She smiled and teased him for oversleeping, clearly unaware of the torment he'd just endured. She gently revealed that the clan head had carried him in personally after he collapsed the previous night. Memories of his test replayed in his mind. Was everything the clan head said meant to test him? As he walked through the hallway with his mother, voices called out to him with joy. Julius and Evelyn greeted him with smiles, congratulating him for passing the clan head's challenge successfully. News of Theo Ragnar's recognition spread quickly, surprising even Theo as people gathered to speak of his test. In the bustling streets, messengers shouted headlines: a sixth official heir of Ragnar has been born. Somewhere in a distant room, a figure smirked as they read the headline, intrigued by the sudden development. Under the blood, red moon, a mysterious swordsman observed silently, murmuring about the emergence of a new heir inside. The same cathedral-like structure. The figure stood motionless, reflecting silently on the announcement's implications. Far away in a snowy wasteland, a cloaked commander marched forward, soon to hear the same news. A subordinate sprinted up to the commander, delivering urgent news that Theo Ragnar had been made an official heir. The female officer cried out regretfully, lamenting that she hadn't recruited Theo into the Black Iron Cavalry sooner. The commander, calm and direct, reminded her that external interference had been the reason for their failure. He repeated Theo's name with a smirk, his curiosity now fully awakened by the boy's rising status. Staring into the distance, he stated his intent to meet Theo. Personally intrigued by the new rival heir as the wind howled, the man stood firm. The caption revealed his identity, Thorkel Ragnar, head of Black Iron Cavalry. A biting wind howled across the snow-covered plains as the corpse of a messenger disintegrated mid-air. Flesh torn away. In the distance, crimson blood led a trail from the courtyard to a fortified structure soaked in silence. Bodies lay collapsed beyond the gates, untouched by mercy. An official edict carved into stone declared that Trivan had failed to respond within the allotted time. From that moment onward, war was formally declared, no appeals, no delays. Far from the chaos, within the High Council of the Nine Dragons, tension stirred among powerful elders seated in a ring around a glowing chamber. Reports of the Northern Continent's warlords aligning with Trivan sparked unease, suggesting this conflict had been in motion long before. Preparations were too calculated. As voices clashed, one elder dismissed the threat. Another pointed to the empty chair, proof that their internal structure was already cracking. Succession talks could no longer be avoided. A sharp-eyed man with white hair leaned forward. He declared this moment was perfect for choosing a new successor while there was still time. He warned that hesitation would breed infighting, just as external war loomed. Eliminating internal variables was critical to their survival. Before voices rose further, a calm figure silenced them. He insisted all relevant members be gathered formally. Without full consensus, any decision would be unstable. He would lead the coordination standing up. One elder recalled an upcoming event, a martial competition where all heirs would gather under one roof. Instead of declaring a successor through votes, they would attend the event in secret, observing candidates firsthand in real combat scenarios. In a distant mountainous region, fire torches illuminated a colossal arena surrounded by stone pillars and weapon-studded training fields. The battleground for evaluation was already set. A lone warrior with long black hair stepped into the arena. Muscles tense, expression unreadable. He carried only a single blade. Suddenly, an enemy's spear hurtled toward him. With lightning reflexes, he kicked off the ground and dodged, ascending mid-air. He landed atop a flaming torch pillar surrounded by dozens of embedded weapons. Lightning danced beneath him as he readied himself to face multiple attackers. His trial had begun. Dark thoughts echoed in his mind, whispers commanding him to destroy, steal, and seize without hesitation. Despite the heavy pressure flooding his senses, he narrowed his gaze and resisted the overwhelming temptation. With precise control, he struck the target with lethal accuracy, suppressing the dark force clawing at him. As silence returned, he stood motionless among shattered training pillars, surrounded by sparking embers of power. The man took a deep breath, brushing a hand against his scarred chest, eyes reflecting hidden pain. A voice broke through the calm, noting how the weight of his past still lingered over him. A woman stepped forward, her presence ethereal. She addressed the root of his suffering, the Mad Dragon Emperor's curse. She called him Guardian Dragon Lodbrok. He silently confirmed, aware the residual grudge still influenced his state. Though time had passed since receiving the half-sword, its cursed origin continued to disturb his soul's balance. Despite its dark origin, the sword had offered him one glimpse into the Mad Dragon Emperor's realm. The name echoed through his mind like a scar that would never heal, one he could not forget. He drove the blade into the ground, forcing himself to remain anchored as the curse continued to stir. The woman revealed the truth behind her earlier actions. He was the one who had stolen her heart. He remembered her words. It was that bond which had made him hesitate to accept the blade. She urged patience, reminding him that rushing forward recklessly had once brought him to the brink of ruin. The horned woman in black asked casually whether his severed arm had healed after the last battle. He confirmed it had. Thanks to immediate treatment by the high priest, a flicker of silence followed. She noticed his intense gaze and changed the subject, ending the conversation and hinting that someone else awaited him. As he left, she scolded him playfully for disturbing her residence every time he visited. He quietly accepted her complaint. Outside, Camellia Palace stood grandly against the clear sky, the next location in his journey. There, a sealed letter awaited on the table. It revealed the true reason he had been summoned. Inside the palace, an older man addressed the young Lord Theo. Surprised by his quiet muttering, Theo held up the envelope, confirming it was an official invitation addressed to him. It was a formal invite to a banquet at Daffodil Palace, celebrating Lady Ragnar's 18th birthday. The elder questioned the logic behind a banquet during such unstable times, especially one hosted with such grandeur. Theo countered that the grandeur was precisely the point. Ragnar's internal balance had been destabilized by Trivan's betrayal. The shift in succession, once supported by Trivan, had been interrupted. Theo now stood as the sixth successor, filling a vacuum left by a fallen traitor among the 9 dragons. He explained that the banquet was not a simple birthday celebration but a calculated political move. It was meant to reassure allies and intimidate enemies, a show that Ragnar still held power and influence. The event would also serve as a chance for successors and the 9 dragons to evaluate each other face to face. The old man grinned, realizing the banquet's true strategic purpose. Theo confirmed his attendance, smiling confidently. If the nobles were so eager to meet him, he would not refuse. With determination, he declared his intent to participate, understanding full well the importance of being seen. That evening, snow gently fell as Daffodil Palace loomed ahead, its grandeur lit by the night's celebration. Inside the grand ballroom, nobility mingled beneath golden chandeliers, murmuring with interest at the long-anticipated arrival. Guests whispered as Theo Ragnar entered. To many, this was their first time seeing the newly named sixth successor. His presence silenced the crowd briefly. Walking forward with confidence, he was formally announced as young Lord Theo Ragnar. Theo could feel the weight of attention pressing on him. Just as expected, all eyes were watching. He knew the birthday celebration was merely a cover. The banquet had become a stage for political evaluation. If he wished to assert dominance, now was the moment to make an unforgettable impression. A man approached Theo casually, remarking that his bold entrance had stirred the room. Theo turned to see Naven. An old acquaintance, their greeting was formal, though tinged with familiarity and surprise. Theo noted Naven still wore a beard since their last encounter at the wedding. Naven awkwardly blamed the hectic day. Rumors circled Naven, once the lone survivor of the Bacchus family purge, was now head of the fallen house. Despite Bacchus's decline, his presence carried weight. Naven's timely alliance with Theo was now the focus of every conversation. With the atmosphere established, Naven stepped back. Another man stepped forward, addressing Theo directly. The real confrontation was about to begin. A sudden shift in the banquet atmosphere drew all eyes as tension sparked between 2 heirs. Their expressions hardened and sweat formed not from fear, but from the unspoken weight of status. Breaking the silence, the stranger politely acknowledged it was their first meeting and prepared to introduce himself. He identified himself calmly as the 5th successor, voice steady and composed, commanding attention from the room. Theo had anticipated the approach, recognizing the man's timing and intent. The newcomer revealed his name with pride: Thorkel Ragnar, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry and a seasoned warrior. The gathered nobles whispered, intrigued by the face-off between the fallen leading heir and the newly risen 6th. Thorkel kept a relaxed smile, stating he merely came to assess the man who replaced him. Theo remained composed, though wary. This was no friendly greeting, it was an evaluation in disguise. Theo responded with dry humor, relieved his rival wasn't the immature Axion, but he understood Thorkel's reputation. Praise followed his rise had been exemplary so far. However, Theo knew reputation meant little without power. In Ragnar, where strength was the only currency, no one truly welcomed a rival unless they could be controlled or crushed. The 2 heirs exchanged a firm handshake, each weighing the other with subtle pressure behind their smiles. Theo declared himself a representative of the White Dragon squad, drawing a clear division between them. Thorkel laughed, amused by the bold move, but in the background, an overwhelming energy suddenly erupted, halting all interaction. A heavy red aura erupted as Thorkel's energy surged, shaking the ground beneath his feet with raw force. He mocked Theo's formality, stating there was no need for titles or distance between them. With a twisted grin, he extended an offer laced with pressure, telling Theo to simply call him brother. Theo's eyes narrowed. He didn't flinch as his own power exploded outward in brilliant blue lightning. Matching Thorkel's tone, he accepted the invitation to familiarity but not submission. His voice sharpened with defiance as he raced forward, matching energy for energy, replying, "Then I shall." "Brother?" The banquet hall sparkled with the glow of chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, radiating grandeur. Nobles and warriors were gathering for an important event, the atmosphere formal and tense. A young man winced as he tugged at his collar uncomfortably. He clearly wasn't used to formal attire and struggled with its tightness around his neck. 2 brothers from the Rake family rushed down the hall. One complained loudly about the outfit, while the other scolded him, blaming their uncouth behavior for the family's barbaric reputation. As they arrived at the main gathering area, the brothers noticed that most of the guests were already present. They looked around nervously, trying to blend in. From the stairs, a silver-haired man named Wool appeared with confidence. He greeted the group warmly, asking how everyone had been, his presence clearly well known and respected. Wool's arrival drew attention. A noble joked about his growing fame in the western lands, claiming he was nearly on par with the Ascendant Dragon. A known powerhouse, Wool humbly brushed off the compliment. Wool casually inquired about Lord Theo, curious about his whereabouts. He mentioned wanting to ask Theo about the White Dragon Squad's latest movements. Another guest, confused, looked around in search of Theo. The mention of his name caused visible tension, as if the mood had shifted slightly. A woman in a dark gown quickly approached Wool and apologized for not addressing him properly earlier. Wool, unfazed, reassured her and noted he understood the real reason behind the gathering. A hand elegantly raised a glass of red wine, pausing as if in anticipation. The setting was calm for just a moment more. Suddenly, two opposing forces of intense magical energy exploded in the hall. One crimson red and the other icy blue. Guests turned their heads in shock as the atmosphere ignited. The collision of auras dominated the room. As the two colors surged and clashed, eyes turned toward the source. Someone muttered in disbelief, wondering if the one behind it was truly Theo. The power was unmistakable. Causing such chaos in a formal event was unthinkable. Yet no one could deny the signature energy. Only one man could create such a storm. Lord Theo. The energy waves revealed two figures at the center of the maelstrom. Theo stood locked in a confrontation with another man, both radiating immense pressure, their powers distorting the very air. Theo smirked confidently as he advanced. With a roar of unleashed power, the hall was engulfed in light and force, all eyes fixed on the deadly clash that had just begun. After an intense confrontation, the dark-haired man raised his hands in mock surrender, laughing and admitting defeat. His tone was playful, but the atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension. Theo turned away, stating calmly that the surrender was unnecessary. His opponent had simply let him win. It was not a victory earned through skill, but given with a smirk. The other man confirmed Theo's suspicion. He admitted it without hesitation, revealing a deeper layer behind his earlier concession. There was a reason for it beyond the fight. Lifting a glass of wine, the older man warned that excessive modesty could be insulting to one's opponent. Despite his earlier surrender, he emphasized that his compliment had been genuine. Looking up at the chandeliers in the hall full of nobles, he reflected that if his younger self had fought Theo today, he would have lost without question, acknowledging Theo's immense growth. Theo raised his own glass in response, recognizing the praise as sincere. But the older man's expression hinted that his words carried more than just admiration, they had purpose. With raised voices and smiles, the older brother praised Theo publicly, calling him a magnificent younger sibling. His words rang through the hall, drawing the attention of the other nobles. He called for a toast, lifting his glass to honor the new Ragnar. The crowd quickly followed, their voices echoing as they raised their drinks in unity and celebration. Glasses clinked together as a cheer erupted for Ragnar. The toast sealed Theo's recognition, but also subtly shifted attention back to the man who initiated it. Smiling, the older brother asked Theo how it felt to debut as the next successor. Theo thanked him, but behind the thanks, he began to understand the older man's true intent. Internally, Theo realized that the praise and ceremony served a strategic purpose. The man wasn't just elevating Theo, he was securing his own position in the eyes of the public. By creating a spectacle of power and then gracefully yielding, the man both reaffirmed his own strength and earned respect from the crowd by acknowledging a rising rival. Theo's thoughts turned to the broader consequences. What began as a banquet had become a carefully orchestrated stage for political positioning and manipulation of public perception. Now fully aware of his brother Thorkel Ragnar's tactics, Theo realized that the friendly and social exterior masked a calculating strategist who knew how to shape opinion. As conversations resumed, others confirmed what Theo already suspected: his magical outburst had left an impression. His peers looked at him with awe, cementing his status, just as Thorkel had intended. The banquet hall buzzed with admiration. Guests whispered in awe of Theo's strength and maturity at such a young age. His reputation had grown instantly. Among the crowd, an ambitious noblewoman saw an opportunity. She schemed aloud, wondering if Theo, unmarried, might become a good match for her daughter, hinting at political ambitions. Overlooking the entire hall from above, a hand slammed down in frustration. Hidden from the crowd's praise, someone clenched the balcony rail, unable to hide their growing resentment. The man on the balcony, an elder of the Ragnar clan, gripped his wine tightly. He had planned to use Theo's low birth status as a reason to expel him from the clan's affairs. His scheme had been simple: provoke Theo into misconduct and use it to justify his removal. But another had unexpectedly stepped in, disrupting his plan. The elder seethed in silence. Watching Theo gain admiration and authority made his stomach churn to him. Theo was still an outsider, and his rising influence was intolerable. Suddenly, his attention shifted. His expression tensed as he looked out the window, catching sight of something unexpected outside on the balcony. Two young women stood together under the sunlight, one of them holding a glass of wine. Their quiet moment contrasted with the tension inside the banquet hall. They laughed together warmly. Unaware of the elders' glare from inside, their calm and natural interaction stood out in a place dominated by political undercurrents and strained civility. The elder erupted in fury, shouting in disbelief at the sight. He was offended that someone would act so casually during such a formal event, his rage barely contained. Meanwhile, under the clear night sky, one of the women complimented the other's appearance. The festive setting shimmered around them, calm and serene. The one in the red dress smiled shyly at the praise. Although uncertain at first, she was clearly flattered by the genuine compliment, slowly warming up to the atmosphere. The woman who gave the compliment reassured her friend, saying she never gave false praise. She insisted the other looked both pretty and cute, something rarely said to the team leader. Blushing and flustered, the girl in red muttered the word cute under her breath. She had not expected to feel this embarrassed at a formal event. Suddenly, she panicked and tried to run, insisting she would change back into her uniform. Her friend grabbed her, scolding her playfully and refusing to let her leave in the middle of the banquet. A sudden sound shattered the moment. Glass burst around the girl in the red dress as her expression froze in shock. Something dark had entered the banquet's edge. A sinister presence crept in, overwhelming her with dread. Her breathing faltered as a voice echoed in her mind, dripping with disgust towards someone she couldn't yet see. The atmosphere shifted sharply. From the entrance, a towering man cloaked in shadows began descending the stairs. The girls, sensing the threat, immediately turned and began to flee. The older man, clearly enraged, roared down at them with venom in his voice. His words weren't just loud, they were targeted and demeaning. Aimed at the girl in red, her friend. Though frightened, attempted to intervene and speak up. She mentioned the man's high status among the 9 dragons, but questioned whether such abuse of power was acceptable. Despite the scolding, the team leader pulled her companion back. She had made a decision to avoid conflict, but her face was marked by the pain of humiliation. Still shaking, the girl told her friend, Arin, that she was okay. She tried to smile, but her face was pale, and blood trickled from her lip. Arin hesitated, clearly not convinced, but the girl repeated her words, insisting she was fine though. Tears welled in her eyes. She begged her companion not to act on her behalf. Despite the injustice, she didn't want to escalate the situation. Her whispered plea carried desperation and a deep fear. Arin stood silently, stunned. She had never seen her team leader like this, so genuinely terrified. It was as though something deeper, something hidden, had been triggered. As she clenched her fist, Arin's mind raced. She wondered what unspeakable history existed between her friend and the terrifying man now confronting them. From across the open snow-covered grounds, the man barked out a final warning. His command was clear: she was never to appear before him again. The weight of those words lingered heavily. A strange energy began to stir as the man narrowed his eye. Sensing something unusual, his expression turned from fury to confusion. Glowing orbs of power began swirling around the red-haired girl's arm, responding to her distress. She didn't seem to fully understand what was happening. Arin gasped in realization. She recognized the surge of magic and shouted the words that confirmed her shock. This wasn't just a show of power. It was the mark of the prime dragon. As power erupted between them, the man struck without hesitation. Electricity surged as he advanced, and the girl barely managed to shield herself from the onslaught. He closed the distance in a blink, smashing her to the ground. Her attempt to defend with magical energy failed to slow him down. Towering over her, the man mocked her resistance. He ridiculed the idea that a mere display of power could undo the past or reclaim a former life. His eyes glowed with contempt as he barked out cruel declarations. To him she was beneath notice, mere trash unworthy of standing. He warned her with finality: if she ever appeared before him again, he wouldn't just cast her aside, he would destroy her completely. Shaking, she staggered back down the steps, holding in her pain. Arin's voice called out behind her, but the team leader kept moving, wounded not just in body but spirit. Arin, trembling, stepped forward and vowed to report the assault to the Office of Law. She believed that justice would be served. The man scoffed at her resolve. The very mention of law amused him. To him, such systems were meaningless within Ragnar. With chilling calm, he reminded her of Ragnar's philosophy: only the strong survive. He warned that she would soon understand what that truly meant. Outside, the snow had begun to fall again. The girl in red ran across the icy path, her footprints vanishing in the slush. She grit her teeth as the memories overwhelmed her. Her pace quickened as if she could outrun the pain, but her thoughts spiraled. Regret filled her chest. This place was never meant to accept her. The warmth of the banquet had vanished. In her heart, she screamed, "I never should have come." She collapsed to the ground in the dark, unable to hold back the flashbacks. Her childhood, filled with pain and rejection, came flooding back. The same man once loomed over her in a memory. He spat venomous words, threatening to rip her apart if she ever dared to call him father again. Crying, the younger version of her had begged to be acknowledged. But his hatred was absolute. His final command echoed in her mind, "Never appear before me again." The snow crunched beneath her feet as Evelyn ran aimlessly through the cold night. Her breath was heavy, and her mind echoed with old memories that refused to fade. Her thoughts spiraled. Everything that had just happened felt exactly like her past. No matter how much she tried to escape or grow stronger, she realized nothing had truly changed. She stopped abruptly, her body trembling. Just as she lifted her gaze, a familiar figure appeared ahead, a man whose face she knew all too well. The man smiled sharply as he greeted her by name, pretending to be casual. His tone was mocking, hiding malice behind a friendly effeitad. He commented on her direction, reminding her that the banquet hall was the other way. His words, though polite, were laced with condescension and quiet amusement. Evelyn froze, tears welled in her eyes as she realized she had run straight into another nightmare. The false kindness in his tone cut deeper than any open hostility. Inside the banquet hall, the celebration continued. Laughter and chatter filled the air as nobles exchanged pleasantries beneath the golden chandeliers. Suddenly, a sharp scream echoed from outside, piercing through the noise. Conversation stopped and heads turned toward the entrance, confusion spreading among the guests. Theo and the others turned toward the noise, alarm flashing across their faces. The once festive hall grew tense, the sudden sound sending waves of unease through everyone present. Outside, the older man Julius Ragnar snarled in rage as energy surged around him. His booming voice filled the courtyard as he screamed accusations at someone unseen. He ranted about his authority and status as the captain of the White Dragon Squad, his fury consuming all logic. His pride had been wounded, and he demanded recognition through violence. Rage twisted his face as he bellowed his own name, Julius Ragnar, into the air, asserting his dominance to everyone nearby. His roar echoed into the hall, marking the beginning of another conflict. A warrior radiating uncontrollable fury stood with glowing red eyes, his face contorted in rage. The force of his anger caused the surrounding air to tremble as he bellowed a name that shook the room, Julius Ragnar. Without hesitation, he lunged forward with full strength. His movements were aggressive and unrestrained, driven by personal vengeance. The crackling energy from his hands showed he had no intent to hold back. Inside a grand coliseum filled with high-ranking observers, the warrior launched himself across the floor. His landing sent shockwaves through the hall as Julius Ragnar stood at the center, ready for confrontation. With a cold expression, the attacker reminded Julius of a past promise to drag him into the same abyss of destruction. His voice was low, but his intent was clear and unwavering. In response, shadows moved swiftly through the hall. Guards rushed in, swords drawn, having received urgent orders to neutralize the now labeled traitor. From all directions, armored knights converged on the enraged man. He was declared a threat to the clan and had to be restrained immediately. The hall turned into a battlefield under official command. Weapons gleamed as blades were unsheathed and aimed toward the intruder, each knight positioned with precision, ready to follow the directive of higher command. With expert coordination, the knights surrounded him, forming a defensive circle. The pressure escalated as silence fell over the observers. A commanding voice announced the Law Council's intervention. The captain of the White Dragon Squad, Julius Ragnar, was to be detained for injuring the Elder Dragon Head Counselor, signaling formal judgment. Julius stood unflinching as an officer requested his cooperation. His response was defiant, questioning the consequence if he refused. An elder narrowed his gaze but remained silent, holding back his reaction. The room awaited his response with tension. Another elder firmly reminded Julius of the clan's sacred doctrine. All sworn oaths must be honored, even in the darkest times of Ragnar's decline. Julius looked back at the past, recalling his vow made 4 years ago before the clan elders. A pledge not to stand idly by. His eyes fixated on a young girl standing helplessly in the crowd, rage built within him once again. Igniting his aura, Julius surged forward in a blaze of red energy, declaring that if harm touched the child again, he would make them suffer the same fate he once endured. Amid the chaos, murmurs echoed through the crowd. One observer asked what had happened, and another revealed the shocking news. The demon dragon had broken the elder dragon's arm. Panic started to spread. An inspector, clearly unprepared for the scale of violence, questioned whether they should even stay. The danger felt far beyond their authority. A young man, disturbed by the turn of events, realized something was different. In his previous life, this moment had never occurred. He couldn't understand why things were changing. Now, as his gaze landed on Evelyn, clarity began to form. Her presence was somehow central to this shift in fate, and it all began to make sense. He recalled her name, Evelyn Nereville. A suppressed memory resurfaced, linking her to something he had overlooked before. A vivid flashback struck him. He saw a fragile hand reaching out in desperation. That moment buried in his past had finally resurfaced with weight and purpose. Evelyn Nereville, he remembered, was the illegitimate child of Wolfgang Ragnar. Her birth was kept secret to preserve the family's reputation. Wolfgang, a firm believer in pure bloodlines, saw Evelyn as a shameful stain on the family's honor and did everything in his power to keep her hidden. He had once planned to cast her out of the clan entirely, but then the demon dragon intervened, disrupting those plans and protecting the girl. Recognizing her potential, the demon dragon brought Evelyn into the White Dragon Squad, reshaping her future entirely. As she proved her strength and rose in rank, Wolfgang's secret was at risk. His fear of public disgrace turned into desperation. To erase his shame, Wolfgang attempted to kill Evelyn, his own daughter, using a fabricated mistake as justification. Though gravely wounded, Evelyn survived the attack, but the experience left her scarred and cautious, forcing her into isolation. She chose to live quietly, avoiding public events. It explained why she was absent from all major moments in the previous timeline. Now, everything was different. The current crisis, the public violence, Evelyn's return, none of it existed before. He finally understood this was all caused by his regression. Standing amidst the tension, the young man recognized the chaos unraveling before him was a consequence of his regression. Realizing his role in these events, he vowed to make things right. With determination burning in his eyes, he launched himself toward the center of conflict, unleashing a burst of red aura that pierced through the guards, heading straight for his enemy. An elder stepped forward, mocking the act as reckless. He called attention to the demon dragon's aggression, labeling it a threat to the very figures who once protected Ragnar's legacy. Another elder accused the demon dragon of abusing the sacred authority of the 9 dragons, a power reserved for the family head, using it against his own kin in open defiance. His words stirred murmurs among the crowd, many beginning to question whether such behavior could be considered treason under the clan's rigid code. Julius, furious at the hypocrisy, exploded in anger. He rejected the accusation, demanding to know how someone who manipulated power for personal gain dared speak of justice. An elder finally raised his hand, calling for calm. The room fell silent as he reminded both sides of the disruption they were causing. He turned to the crowd, lamenting that what should have been a joyous celebration had been turned into a battleground of fear and hostility due to their feud. Glancing between the guests and the disgraced warriors, he proposed a resolution through Ragnar's traditional method of conflict, one that had settled countless disputes before. A formal dual trial. The protagonist accepted without hesitation, his voice steady as he invoked the ancient rite of the dual trial, a challenge of strength to resolve the matter. The injured elder rejected the proposal, shouting that there was no need for a trial since he had already been attacked. Despite his protest, the proposal was acknowledged, the chaos needed resolution, and the dual trial would restore order. The protagonist calmly asked for agreement to proceed. Suddenly, attention shifted as the doors burst open. All eyes turned to a regal woman in black, her presence commanding instant silence. Gasps spread through the crowd as they recognized her. She interrupted the ceremony with authority, demanding answers about what was occurring at her daughter's birthday celebration. Her identity became clear: Ice Dragon, Neil Ragnar Tun, Lord of the Daffodil Palace. Her arrival marked a new, unexpected turn in the escalating conflict. An elder attempted to protest, urging Neil Ragnar Tun to acknowledge Julius's violence, but she remained unmoved. She dismissed the conflict as petty and not worth her time. With clear disdain, she agreed to the dual trial proposed by the boy. Her icy demeanor commanded obedience, and her words were final. With a chilling glare, she declared that this would be the last mercy her patience would allow, sending a sharp warning through the entire hall. Observers questioned the fairness of the dual trial, noting that even the elders' representatives were seasoned veterans. Giving them an advantage, they acknowledged only the demon dragon had any real chance against such elite opponents. But even then, his allies were too few and too weak. The rule was laid out. The first 2 rounds would be fought by selected representatives, while the final and deciding round would pit the plaintiff directly against the defendant. An elder's internal thoughts betrayed his confidence. He looked over at the demon dragon's side, questioning who could even represent him. All he saw were a one-armed woman and a young man of low birth, individuals he deemed incapable of surviving even the first match. Smirking to himself, he believed the trial wouldn't last long enough for the final round to even happen. In his mind, their side had already won. The elder plotted to end the match decisively in the first 2 duels, removing any chance for a comeback. He was confident in their overwhelming advantage. Despite the growing noise, another voice calmly accepted the rules. He believed the outcome would reveal the truth through combat, not words. Theo Ragnar stood in silence, the weight of the coming battle heavy in his gaze. Some among the crowd began to realize he might be more than what he seemed. In hindsight, the chaos was inevitable. The demon dragon's temperament was too volatile, and a confrontation bound to happen. Had Theo not intervened, the Elder Dragon could have used the event to politically dismantle the demon dragon's standing. In a single decisive act, Theo found a way to halt the collapse, offering a solution that both sides' enemies and allies could agree to. Theo stood silently, watching the preparations unfold. His thoughts remained unreadable, but his slight smirk hinted at confidence. For him, this might prove to be entertaining. Under the supervision of the Law Council, the arena was declared ready. With snow gently falling, the duel trial was officially announced to begin. To ensure fairness, all participants were prohibited from using mana. The council decreed that every action within the arena would fall under Ragnar's protection and judgment. Before the matches began, an oath was taken. Both sides promised no acts of revenge or lingering resentment would follow after the duel, regardless of the outcome. Julius and his rival made the pledge in front of the council. Despite tension in the air, both sides agreed to abide by the law. With formalities complete, the council called for the first combatants to step forward, marking the official start of the trial by combat. Theo entered the ring with steady steps. His presence drew silence from the crowd, and even his opponents took note of the tension he carried. In the stands, allies and observers questioned his condition. They acknowledged that his opponent appeared formidable even among elite fighters. Questions quickly followed: was this opponent truly that powerful? Why were people so concerned? The answer lay in the opponent's reputation. Theo's opponent was revealed to be Gale Sword Beta, a powerful aide to the Elder Dragon. Known for his exceptional swordsmanship, he ranked among the top-tier inspectors. Even those allied with the Elders agreed Beta's skills, though not as dominant as the main council members, made him more suitable for the fight than any Elder. A command was issued. Beta was told to hold nothing back. This duel wasn't to prove a point, it was a direct order to kill, a warning masked as strategy. Some hesitated, questioning whether it was wise to kill Theo, a successor candidate. The Elder dismissed the concern with chilling indifference. He reminded his aide that anything done during the duel trial was legally protected. Victory was all that mattered, and injury, even death, would be tolerated. Looking toward the field, a voice asked if Theo was truly ready for what lay ahead. The silence in his expression gave no answer, but the trial had already begun. The observers, standing on the sidelines, speculated openly. They were confident the duel wouldn't last long and assumed the outcome was already determined in their favor. Among them, Theo remained calm. As he stepped forward, he reflected on his purpose not just to survive the trial, but to restore the honor stolen from those like Evelyn. With conviction in his stride and determination in his eyes, Theo leapt into the arena. The duel had officially begun, not only for victory but for justice. The night sky looms above as the lamps lining the street shine brightly, casting long shadows on the ground below. The atmosphere is quiet, filled with tension. A lone figure, Theo Ragnar, is seen leaping from a high point. His sword is drawn and his eyes are focused, prepared for what lies ahead. As Theo descends, a powerful motion of his sword cuts through the air, the blade gleaming in the night, signaling the start of a fierce battle. Theo's sword strikes with incredible speed, creating a sharp sound as it clashes with an opponent's weapon. His stance is fierce, yet his focus remains unwavering. Sparks fly from the impact of their swords, and the force of the strike sends shockwaves through the air. The battle has escalated. Theo's opponent, equally determined, pushes back with tremendous strength. The air is filled with energy as the fight intensifies, and Theo's face shows his resolve. The intense battle continues, as Theo and his adversary exchange rapid blows, each strike reverberating through the surroundings. Theo moves swiftly, dodging an attack and countering with a powerful slash that slices through the air, the sound echoing. A loud explosion erupts as their weapons clash once again. The ground beneath them cracks from the force of their strikes, signaling the high stakes of their battle. As Theo and his opponent move in a blur, their swords collide again, sending debris flying in all directions. The environment trembles from the sheer power of their confrontation. Theo's blade cuts through the air once more, narrowly missing his opponent, who counters with a swift slash of his own. The fight seems to have reached a crucial point. Theo, despite the heavy onslaught, stands his ground, his expression showing determination. The battle has reached a deadlock. Theo, realizing the growing tension of the fight, focuses his energy. His grip tightens on his sword as he prepares for the final strike. A flash of recognition crosses Theo's opponent's face. The battle has been testing both their skills, but the realization dawns that this confrontation is nearing its end. In a decisive moment, Theo swings his sword, sending his opponent reeling. Though victorious, he maintains his resolve, ready for whatever comes next. Theo's sword slashes through the air with lightning speed, aiming directly at his opponent. A tense silence follows the sudden movement. The opponent, shocked by the opening in Theo's defense, realizes that a gap has been left. This moment of hesitation creates an opportunity for him to strike. However, Theo's eyes narrow with a sharp awareness. He appears to have intentionally left the gap open, drawing his opponent into a trap. As Theo watches his opponent move in for the attack, he reflects on the danger he was in moments ago. He is well aware that if his opponent hadn't hesitated, the outcome could have been fatal. The battle momentarily pauses, leaving the question of why Theo had stopped his attack lingering in the air. His opponent wonders why the fight did not continue as expected. The focus sharpens on Theo's contemplative expression. His internal monologue questions the sudden pause, reflecting on the battle's unpredictable turn. A flicker of dark thoughts crosses Theo's mind as his eyes flash with intensity. Memories of those who mocked him and abandoned him begin to surface. These memories drive him further, fueling his desire for vengeance. He mutters words of anger under his breath, contemplating killing everyone responsible for his past suffering. Theo's resolve hardens, his emotions shifting. He will not let the past define him, but it seems his inner fury is starting to guide his actions. Theo struggles with the conflicting thoughts that rush through his mind. The battle continues as his opponent attempts to predict his next move. Despite the chaos, Theo remains calm, analyzing his every move. He contemplates how to deal with his opponent, who he now sees as predictable. His enemy's confidence begins to waver. Theo is clearly prepared to turn the tables, his sharp focus now fully directed at his adversary. The intensity of Theo's resolve becomes evident as he faces his opponent, who seems to have underestimated him. Theo is ready to take control of the situation, once and for all. As his opponent makes a move, Theo's sword slices through the air with calculated precision, his strikes quicker and more decisive. Theo's inner monologue resurfaces, echoing his defiance. He is not interested in the taunts or doubts of others. He will take control of his fate and eliminate his enemies. Theo's blade moves through the air, his attack swift and precise. His opponent's face twists in anger as they react to Theo's relentless assault. In a moment of frustration, his opponent raises his weapon, yelling at Theo, but Theo's calm expression suggests he has the upper hand. The clash of steel rings through the air as their weapons meet. Theo's skill and focus are apparent, his opponent realizing the vast gap in their abilities. Theo effortlessly dodges his opponent's strikes, his movements fluid as he counterattacks with a speed that leaves his adversary stunned. A blast of energy erupts from Theo's sword as he channels his power, causing the surrounding area to tremble. The impact is immense, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Theo stands confidently, the air around him crackling with energy. His opponent is thrown back, struggling to recover from the force of Theo's attack. As Theo watches his opponent falter, he senses the gaze of someone else in the distance. He feels the weight of their judgment. The feeling is unfamiliar, as if some unknown force is guiding his actions. It is a strange sensation that Theo can't quite place, but it is undeniably powerful. He allows himself to give in to the sensation, letting it guide his movements. His attacks become faster, stronger, and more precise than ever before. The power that Theo has tapped into surges as he strikes again. His blade moves with an unstoppable force, the energy around him pulsing violently. His opponent staggers back, barely able to react. The power Theo has unleashed is overwhelming, shaking the very foundation of the battlefield. Watching the destruction unfold, Theo's eyes glow with intensity. There's no turning back now. He has fully embraced the power within him. As Theo delivers the final strike, the battle reaches its climax. The dust settles as his opponent is left defeated, unable to rise again. The spectators watch in awe, their voices murmuring in disbelief. Theo has shown his true strength. With his opponent lying defeated, Theo stands tall, his name echoing across the battlefield. Theo Ragnar, the victor of the duel. Theo stands confidently, a slight smirk on his face. His thoughts are focused as he realizes his potential has grown immensely, and he now has the ability to double his strength. A loud voice calls for both fighters to step forward. The second round is about to begin, and the stakes are higher than before. The announcer declares that the second round will begin, and the fight will continue under increasingly tense circumstances. Theo's opponent, a man known as the Sword of Mystics, enters the arena. The crowd murmurs in anticipation, knowing his reputation as the former Dragon Gate swordmaster. The Elder, a powerful figure, raises a massive sword that gleams under the moonlight. His strength is undeniable, and it's clear that his skills will challenge Theo. Observers in the crowd are astonished at the size of the sword and the intensity of the battle about to unfold. Theo's adversary's power is overwhelming, yet Theo remains focused and ready. The fight is about to reach a critical point. The air grows heavy with tension as both fighters prepare themselves for the next move. Theo's opponent taunts him, speaking confidently of the battle's outcome. He believes that his experience and strength will easily overcome Theo's power. The battle intensifies as the fighters lock eyes, both aware that only one will emerge victorious from this confrontation. The elder looks on, his face serious. His concern is evident, though his words seem calm. He warns others not to underestimate Theo, sensing his growing strength. The crowd reacts, recognizing the gravity of the moment. The elder's words suggest that Theo is a force to be reckoned with, even if his opponent is a seasoned veteran. The elder knows that the battle may not be as simple as it seems, and that Theo's abilities might tip the balance of power. Theo, undeterred by the elder's words, stands tall. He declares confidently that he will prove himself worthy and that he knows what is coming next. With a smile, Theo acknowledges the overwhelming odds and reveals that he has already analyzed his opponent's moves, knowing full well what to expect. Theo's taunt echoes through the arena as he readies himself for the final confrontation. The elder watches, understanding that even without a fight, Theo's skill and strategy are formidable. Theo's sword slashes the air with a force that reverberates through the arena, signaling the beginning of the third and final round. The tension is palpable as the crowd watches in suspense. His opponent steps forward, ready for the final clash. Both fighters are determined, their eyes locked in mutual understanding that this round will determine it all. The air is thick with anticipation as they prepare to face off in the ultimate test of strength and strategy. This is where everything will come to a head. Theo, standing tall, has a calm and confident expression. His thoughts race as he reflects on his progress. He feels the power surging through him, knowing he's ready for what comes next. The scene shifts to his opponent, whose expression is fierce, though the weariness from the previous rounds is evident. The fight isn't over yet, and he must push through. Theo's voice echoes as he taunts his opponent, hinting that he has already calculated the outcome. His opponent is undeterred, yet the growing sense of impending defeat is unmistakable. The two fighters meet with explosive speed, their weapons clashing in a series of rapid strikes. Sparks fly as their blades meet with tremendous force. The fight rages on with no clear victor, but it's clear that Theo is in control. His speed and precision outmatch his opponent's brute strength. In a tense moment, Theo anticipates his opponent's move and counters effortlessly. The crowd gasps, impressed by the sheer skill on display. Theo's opponent, now clearly on the defensive, struggles to keep up despite his best efforts. He is slowly being overwhelmed. Realizing that the end is near, his opponent makes a desperate move, hoping for one last strike. However, Theo's skill allows him to stay one step ahead. As the final strike lands, Theo's opponent falters, unable to recover. The fight is over. The crowd erupts into applause, recognizing the victory Theo has earned. Theo, standing victorious, reflects on his journey. The fight has been long and difficult, but he's reached the pinnacle. He smiles to himself, satisfied with the outcome. His opponent, though defeated, nods in acknowledgement, understanding that Theo's victory was well earned. There are no hard feelings, just respect. The announcer declares Theo Ragnar the official victor of the duel. The crowd cheers, but Theo's eyes are already on the next challenge, knowing that this is only the beginning of his journey. The tension in the arena grows as a new fighter enters the scene. The old man grits his teeth, muttering about the dire situation. His regret is evident as the third round approaches. He curses the current state of the battle, knowing they have no choice but to proceed. There is no turning back, and with that, the fight is set to continue with no room for failure. The announcer declares that the defense will change their third-round fighter, signaling a shift in the battle's dynamic. The crowd is filled with murmurs as they wonder what this change will mean. A new fighter steps forward, and the atmosphere shifts. The woman's presence is commanding, her eyes locked with the elder's, creating a tense moment of silence. The elder scoffs, dismissing her with a laugh, but there's an underlying tension. He recognizes the dangerous determination in her gaze. The woman's voice cuts through the air, her challenge clear. With unshakable confidence, she declares that her opponent will be the one begging for mercy, turning the tables with her words. The elder's face hardens as he recognizes the opponent's identity. His daughter, who had remained hidden in the shadows until now, steps forward, a sword in hand. A revelation stirred the arena. Evelyn, known as the elite commander of the White Dragon Squad, was rumored to be the daughter of the powerful noble Wolfgang. Whispers spread rapidly, questioning the truth behind her lineage and noting the lack of resemblance. Speculations deepened. Some wondered if she was an illegitimate child, while others recalled Wolfgang's lawful wife, fueling doubts about Evelyn's origin. It became clear that her claims might not be lies after all. A powerful presence descended, his aura heavy with fury. Wolfgang himself emerged, his voice thundering with denial. He dismissed the possibility of being her father, declaring it as utter nonsense and attacking the accusation head. Evelyn confronted him without fear. Her calm expression masked years of pain. She reminded him of the past, how he nearly killed her, all to silence the truth of her identity. She recounted the brutal moment when he beat her half to death, enraged at her claim of being his child. She emphasized how even her position in the White Dragon Squad hadn't shielded her from his violence. Her voice rang out in the silent field as she accused him of trying to erase her to maintain the purity of his house. Wolfgang, overwhelmed by fury and guilt, roared in rage, denying her right to exist as a Ragnar. The crowd gasped as Wolfgang staggered, visibly shaken. The blow to his reputation was as fierce as any physical strike. His authority cracked under the weight of truth. Onlookers whispered amongst themselves, mocking the irony. The man who once upheld the sanctity of noble bloodlines now stood accused of fathering a child in secrecy. Veteran nobles criticized him, pointing out his recklessness. One warned that his refusal to acknowledge Evelyn had only worsened the situation. Another questioned why he hadn't ended it sooner, if he truly saw her as a threat. Wolfgang clenched his teeth, rage and regret clashing in his eyes. The consequences of his past decisions were now unavoidable. In the distance, Evelyn stood firm. She was no longer alone. Allies flanked her comrades who had accepted her regardless of lineage. One of them reassured her gently, but she refused to retreat. Her resolve was unwavering. Another comrade stepped forward, urging the others to trust her and observe what came next. The arena trembled as Evelyn launched forward. Her movement was fast, calculated, and filled with years of restrained power. Wolfgang met her assault, but Evelyn had already seized the initiative. Her weapon clashed against his with overwhelming momentum. The battlefield erupted in energy. Light power and speed surged between father and daughter, not as kin, but as enemies whose history had led to this inevitable clash. Gasps erupted from the spectators as one elder recognized the technique Evelyn had just unleashed. His expression turned to disbelief, realizing it was no ordinary strike. The ground split beneath the speed of her movement. She had activated the Wind Thunder God technique, a long-lost martial art thought to be extinct. Veteran warriors watched in awe, naming the signature form Wind Thunder Dog. To them, it was unmistakable. Her mastery of such a technique was something they couldn't comprehend. The crowd struggled to understand how Evelyn, with her lineage questioned, had acquired one of Windstorm's legendary techniques, a style presumed to have vanished. The sky above twisted violently as Evelyn summoned a swirling cyclone of spiritual energy, her aura pushing Wolfgang back across the battlefield. Whispers turned to awe. She wasn't just defending, she was overpowering him. Even against a top-tier swordsman like Wolfgang, she held her ground and more. Observers began questioning who truly held superior skill. Yet not everyone was surprised. One observer, calmly analyzing the duel, noted the sealed format of the match allowed Evelyn to display her full capabilities without restriction. He emphasized that Wolfgang, despite his reputation, had relied too much on family status. Without a solid foundation in training, he would have never reached such heights on his own. As blades clashed again, Wolfgang's rage boiled over. He charged in, but his movements lacked the refinement of Evelyn's storm. Forged rhythm, the gap between them was becoming obvious. Evelyn endured the pressure, parrying one heavy blow after another. Her expression was tense but unwavering as she maintained focus through the onslaught. Suddenly, she broke through his defense. Sparks flew as her blade collided violently with his, forcing Wolfgang to retreat under the weight of her counterattack. Their swords locked again in a dramatic exchange. Evelyn held her ground, forcing Wolfgang to acknowledge her strength for the first time. Her presence on the battlefield could no longer be ignored. Wolfgang growled with disdain, shouting his dominance. He threatened to beat her down until she submitted, unwilling to let her escape his grip or defy him further. Evelyn's eyes narrowed with fiery resolve. She refused to yield, declaring her own intent with every strike. Her attacks came faster now, each one carrying a message he couldn't ignore. Staggering back, Wolfgang's confidence cracked. A sudden burst of power from Evelyn's next blow caught him off guard, forcing his eyes wide in disbelief. His once unchallenged control was slipping rapidly. With her sword raised high, Evelyn met Wolfgang's assault without hesitation. Her stance was no longer defensive, it was a clear challenge. Wolfgang staggered in disbelief as her strength forced him back. Her voice, calm and resolute, reminded him of the fear she once had and how it had faded. No longer controlled by fear, Evelyn revealed her inner resolve as a child. He had been her world. Now she was standing against him with clarity and purpose. Evelyn declared she had changed. She now had allies, people who stood by her, trusted her, and believed in her completely. Flashes of familiar faces appeared, comrades, friends, and mentors who had walked with her through adversity. They were her foundation now. The image of her younger self cowering in the shadows faded. She was no longer the broken girl who once clung to Wolfgang for protection. Her strength was now her own. Evelyn charged in with explosive power, slicing through Wolfgang's defenses. The battlefield lit up as sparks rained from their clashing blades. Wolfgang reeled back, unable to match her momentum. His expression twisted in disbelief at the strength she had achieved. Evelyn roared her final declaration. She was no longer weak. Her voice rang with confidence as she struck with unrelenting force. The duel ended in a resounding declaration. Evelyn Nereville had defeated Wolfgang. Witnesses stared in shock, unable to deny what had just happened. Gasps and disbelief spread among the spectators. For many, Wolfgang's defeat was unthinkable. His aura of dominance had shattered. Yet even in defeat, Wolfgang refused to accept the outcome. Rising slowly, he growled in frustration, clinging to his pride despite the crowd's verdict. He roared defiantly, claiming the duel wasn't over. Ice cracked beneath his feet as he prepared to strike again, unwilling to yield. But a commanding voice stopped him. A high-ranking figure stepped forward, calling him out directly for dishonoring the results of the match. She stood calmly before him, her presence heavy with authority. She reminded him of his duty if he still claimed to be one of the 9 dragons. He had to uphold honor, not disgrace it. With the battle concluded, the verdict was declared. Evelyn Nereville stood victorious in the 3rd duel trial, her name called aloud for all to hear. The judgment followed swiftly, not guilty. Her honor, long questioned, was finally restored in front of the full tribunal and audience. Evelyn, battered but proud, took a steady step forward. She stood upright and reported her return not as a disgraced warrior, but as one who had proven herself through strength and truth. Her allies awaited her return. One of them acknowledged her effort with few words, simply stating that she had done well, words she had longed to hear. She turned to face them, lips trembling slightly as the warmth of acceptance washed over her. There was no applause, only genuine respect. Tears welled in Evelyn's eyes, not from pain, but from relief. The recognition she had fought so hard for had finally come. Elsewhere, members of the council rushed to support their injured leader. Though Wolfgang had been defeated, they focused on stabilizing the situation. The sword was recovered, but Wolfgang's condition remained dangerous. He was wounded, but his fury was still unchecked, burning beneath the surface. Without warning, Wolfgang's rage exploded once more. He cast off those assisting him and rose in defiance, darkness swirling around him violently. His voice thundered with hatred as he screamed Evelyn's name. Madness fueled his movements as he charged at her again, ignoring all reason. His attack, driven by humiliation and fury, tore through the battlefield. He vowed to kill her himself, regardless of the judgment or audience. Evelyn stood her ground as Wolfgang lunged, ignoring the damage he had already suffered. He was beyond logic, consumed entirely by vengeance. Just as his attack was about to land, a sudden blur of movement stopped him mid. A powerful strike intercepted him with devastating precision. Wolfgang was frozen in shock. The same hand that once supported him now restrained him. A warrior's voice pierced the tension, offering a final warning. "Do you want me to rip off your remaining arm too?" The figure growled. Wolfgang's rampage had finally reached its limit, and the consequences were now inescapable. Before the celebration could settle, sudden tremors shook the ground. Flashes of light burst in the sky as enemy forces launched a surprise attack. Soldiers reacted instantly. Alarms rang out as panic spread. The name of the attackers echoed. The Troven family had initiated an invasion. Commanders issued orders. All units were told to fall back and return to their posts. The battle may have ended, but war had just begun. Theo turned sharply toward Evelyn. The transition from duel to battlefield left no time for reflection. They were being summoned. An officer relayed orders with urgency. Both Theo and Evelyn were to return to the White Dragon Squad immediately. There was no room for hesitation. While others moved swiftly to respond, Wolfgang remained defiant. He shouted to stop them, insisting the duel was not finished, unable to let go of his shattered pride. As Wolfgang bellowed across the courtyard, a powerful presence silenced him. A command rang out from above. Cold and absolute, Lord Ice Dragon descended, his aura chilling the battlefield. His words were clear. Wolfgang was not to disgrace the 9 dragons again. Shocked and humiliated, Wolfgang stood frozen. His title meant nothing in the face of higher command. For the first time, he was openly ignored. The Ice Dragon's second in command reinforced the message. She stated clearly that Wolfgang's actions no longer represented the honor of the Elder Council. Even onlookers began to murmur. The court of public opinion had turned. A leader who defies judgment and clings to ego could not speak for them. Wolfgang's fury flared again, but now it was hollow. His authority was stripped by the very people he had once ruled beside. With the battle over in Evelyn standing triumphant, Wolfgang's figure collapsed to the ground. The war within the court had ended. From the shadows, another figure watched silently. The finality of the moment settled in. The struggle for power had passed. Under the cold light of the moon, the scene was set in stillness. What remained was the broken form of a man defeated not by strength but by his own pride. Within, a dimly lit war chamber, Ed Troyven sat in silence. His calm demeanor masked the fact that his forces had just seized control of the central plateau, a major tactical victory. His officers delivered the news. Castle Harmon was close to falling. With the central region under control, the momentum was now entirely in the Troyven family's favor. Attention shifted to the Ragnar forces. Reports indicated that both the Lord's cavalry and the elite Pillar's private troops were converging on the plateau, exactly where Ed wanted them. Ed Troyven leaned forward, his expression sharpened. He muttered that the Ragnars were acting predictably, as if playing directly into his trap. He rose from his seat with confidence, declaring that the central plateau was merely bait. His real objective lay elsewhere, hidden beneath layers of deception. With malicious glee, he struck the board. The true target was unveiled, not the plateau, but a different stronghold entirely. With the enemy concentrated in one place, he would strike where they least expected. There. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the territory of the Bacchus family, one of the 6 pillars, stood silent under the crimson sky. The estate appeared grand, but its stillness betrayed the decay within. Guards patrolled the high walls, but even they seemed burdened by discontent. Their movements were slow, their expressions blank, as if duty had long since lost its meaning. One guard commented on the new head of the house, criticizing his reclusive behavior. Ever since assuming leadership, the man had done little but drink himself into isolation, raising concerns over his competence during unstable times. As night deepened, gossip spread among the guards. They mocked the Lord's absence, claiming that everyone of value had already abandoned the house, leaving behind only debts and forgotten oaths. The loyalty of knights and vassals had dissolved. With their departure, there was little left to defend, and the notion of leadership had become almost symbolic, void of power or purpose. Talk turned to the so-called reinforcements sent by House Ragnar. The soldiers scoffed at the idea, recalling how the newcomers did nothing but laze around and drink. To them it seemed like another farce. Their suspicions were not unfounded. The so-called reinforcements were routinely found passed out drunk, even when assigned to critical night watch duties. Some claimed Ragnar had only sent the detachment to feign support while ridding themselves of their most useless men. Any hopes of salvation from outside help were quickly dashed. Meanwhile, outside the estate, 2 figures hidden beneath the trees confirmed what they heard. Internal morale was shattered, and the Bacchus family was defenseless from within. The enemy commander observed the situation calmly. To him, the mission was already a success. The estate was ripe for the taking with little resistance expected. He signaled his men confidently, shouting to motivate them as a massive force of armored soldiers surged forward from the woods. They marched swiftly toward the weakened stronghold, eager to finish the assault quickly and return before dawn. The timing was perfect, and the defenders were unprepared. One drunk guard lay slumped near the outer wall, snoring loudly, unaware of the invasion already in motion. A shadow passed over him as enemy forces darted along the snowy path with alarming speed. No alarm was raised. A soldier glanced at the unconscious guard and sneered, though annoyed. He admitted it was easier this way. No struggle, no delay, only silence as they moved in. The silence of the night was pierced by a single shout as one of the infiltrating soldiers mocked the drunk guards, expressing no sympathy for their ignorance. With a cruel grin, he declared that the leftover liquor was better finished in hell. Without hesitation, the soldier stabbed his blade down, killing the unconscious guard instantly. The enemy was moving swiftly and without mercy, exploiting the complacency within the walls. Elsewhere, a stern officer denied a subordinate's request to act independently in the war effort. The rules were clear. During wartime, central command took precedence, and no exceptions would be made. A different agent, determined and prepared, insisted that his request was tied directly to the war effort. He presented a sealed report, urging the commanding officer to examine it before dismissing him. Upon reading its contents, the officer's expression turned serious. The report revealed that Troyven's visible advances were merely a decoy. The real focus wasn't on Castle Harmon or the Central Highlands. The agent pointed to another section on the map, insisting that Trivan's actual target was the floating archipelago and the weakened Bacchus territory. The map was slammed with urgency as the man emphasized the two territories that were vulnerable yet vital. He pointed out the strategic significance hidden beneath their perceived insignificance. The Bacchus territory and the floating archipelago were far more than they appeared critical locations that could alter the war's direction if seized. The commanding officer considered the analysis and agreed. The theory aligned perfectly with the enemy's recent movements and explained Trivan's sudden surge in war resources. Reviewing prior operations, they concluded that the Black Skull mercenaries were working with Trivan. This was evident from their coordination during earlier crises. The agent connected the dots, citing the maritime trade routes of the floating archipelago as the source of Trivan's financial strength and alliance building. With new understanding, the commanding officer agreed with the assessment. The revelation changed everything. Bacchus territory was no longer a backwater, it was a key battleground. The strategic map was reassessed due to its position. Bacchus territory posed a direct threat if ignored. Its vulnerability had become a liability. One soldier stressed that fortifying Bacchus should now be their top priority. Ignoring it any longer would allow the enemy to breach their core defenses. However, reinforcing it was no simple task. Trivan had already committed major forces to the diversion fronts, and Ragnar's troops were stretched thin. The balance of the war was teetering. Theo formally requested independent authority to act, outlining a bold strategy: first, to reinforce the defenseless Bacchus territory, and second, to uncover the true financial source behind Trivan's expanding influence. He pointed to the archipelago suspected to be the economic backbone of Trivan's war effort. The operation demanded direct involvement, and Theo vowed to carry it out personally. His determination was evident. The commanding officer, recognizing the calculated ambition behind the proposal, began to realize this had been Theo's objective from the very beginning. Without further resistance, the officer slammed his hand on the desk and gave his approval. The justification was sound, closely tied to the broader war effort. He cautioned Theo not to overextend himself. Knowing full well the risk involved in what he was about to attempt, Theo accepted the approval with composure. The room fell silent as his plan was now official. He would move under his own command. The commanding officer reviewed the materials Theo had submitted. The documents held highly sensitive intelligence, details that had never been disclosed to any formal intelligence divisions. The fact Theo had chosen him over the Black Dragon Intelligence Corps made the officer pause. It was no longer just about approval, it was personal initiative. To the officer, the act of granting command was now just a formality. Theo had already set his plan into motion, and nothing would stop him from executing it firsthand. The officer grinned almost with pride. If it was Theo leading the charge, then action was already underway. Sure enough, at that very moment, blades flew across the battlefield as Theo's strike team ambushed the enemy, catching them off guard. The enemy soldiers were overwhelmed in an instant. Surprise and precision left them unable to react, and panic began to spread as the tide turned. One attacker shouted in confusion the drink they'd smelled wasn't alcohol. Instead of being drunk, the soldier had been faking. Theo grinned mid-combat and confirmed the suspicion. He had only pretended to be a drunkard, his cup filled with orange juice, not liquor. Revealing the truth with satisfaction, he declared he never drank. As stunned enemies reeled, Theo launched forward, seizing the upper hand with total clarity and readiness. Blood splattered across the ground as the last of the enemy vanguard was taken down. The ambush had ended in success, with Theo's unit clearing the path. With the area secure, the order was given to light the signal beacon. It was time to announce the victory and alert the rest of their forces. The soldiers were in disbelief. None had expected their blades to overcome Trivan's elite. One commented that they hadn't trained to die. They were trained to win. One of the soldiers approached the beacon with fire in hand. Nearby, another laid unconscious, a casualty of the previous fight, or perhaps still pretending. Suddenly, an enemy assassin lunged from behind, blade drawn, aiming for the one holding the fire. The attack was swift and silent. The moment was tense. Multiple allies noticed the movement just in time, eyes widening with alarm as the ambush unfolded. But Theo moved faster. Blood sprayed through the air as he cut the attacker down mid-strike. Saving his comrade from certain death, Theo scolded his troops with a smirk, warning them not to be reckless. Their safety was his responsibility, and he wouldn't let any harm come to them. Under his command, Navin Bacchus, the official head of the Bacchus family, appeared. Grinning with pride, he signaled readiness. The family that had once been shamed now stood armed and united. Navin laughed, telling them to relax. His tone was light, but his leadership firm. He reminded Theo that one last task remained before celebrations could begin. With torch in hand, One soldier asked Theo to personally light the beacon, a symbolic gesture showing their return to strength and unity. They needed the world to see their signal. The flame would not just summon reinforcements, but declare that the Bacchus family still stood with pride. Theo approached the beacon quietly. He paused, glancing back with a subtle smile, then stepped forward with purpose. One soldier joked nervously, fearing Theo might make him do it instead. But Theo drew his sword, ready to take action himself. The beacon roared to life with brilliant flame. The fire symbolized more than victory, it was a message to all of the 6 pillars. Bacchus had risen again. Along the castle walls, signal beacons were lit in a synchronized pattern. The flames stretched across the battlements, alerting the fortress and surrounding territories of impending conflict. From atop the wall, one soldier paused, watching the light travel. He couldn't help but wonder aloud just how much their lord had foreseen in orchestrating this defense. Now on the battlements below, Theo observed calmly. The flames weren't just warning signals, they were part of a plan he had prepared far in advance, expecting this exact situation. As the enemy troops approached through the snowy terrain, Theo's forces readied themselves. Despite the overwhelming numbers, their formation held firm. The castle defenders took their positions with swift discipline. Orders echoed from the walls. Troivan's invaders had arrived. The command to protect Bacchus Castle was issued without hesitation. With a rallying cry, soldiers launched into action. Steel clashed, war horns blew, and the defenders surged forward to meet the attacker's head. On volley after volley of arrows rained down on the intruders, piercing the enemy ranks as they charged through the snow-covered approach. From above, dragon-like creatures took flight, elite aerial reinforcements equipped with riders, prepared to dominate the skies and disrupt enemy momentum. On the ground, Theo stepped forward with magical force swirling in his palm. The activation of his spell lit the sky with brilliant energy, one that would change the tide of the battle completely. The peaceful twilight sky stretches over a battle-worn field. The calm contrasts sharply with the sound of footsteps approaching, a lone figure standing tall, holding a gleaming sword. A sense of completion fills the air as a man reports to his commander, confirming that the mission, which was carried out under Lord Theo's orders, has been successfully completed. Theo Ragnar stands resolute as his subordinate approaches, a sense of pride in their accomplishment evident in the soldier's voice. The man's eyes shine with admiration as he reflects on Theo's leadership. Theo's stern expression softens briefly, but he motions for his subordinate to lower his voice. The soldier, clearly elated by the recognition, clutches his sword tightly in his hand. His eyes gleam with emotion as he relishes the acknowledgement. Theo, still serious, offers a small, knowing smile, though his attention quickly turns elsewhere, focusing on the horizon as if pondering the next move. Theo walks alongside a trusted comrade, reflecting on the recent success. As they stride toward the gathering, his companion compliments him on his leadership. Theo humbly accepts the praise, though a sense of mystery surrounds his unspoken thoughts. The 2 men share a moment of camaraderie, their bond clearly strong. Theo's comrade reveals that he once trained with the soldiers who had just completed the mission. A sense of pride fills the air, as they both acknowledge the strength of the men who had fought valiantly. With a grin, Theo's comrade reveals that these soldiers had joined the prestigious Camellia Palace Guard. The pride in his eyes matches the pride in Theo's heart. It's clear that the past training and dedication of these soldiers had transformed them into trusted allies. The 2 men pause as they look at the soldiers gathered before them. Theo reflects on their journey, admitting that initially he did not expect much from them. He recalls their modest beginnings as mere intermediate inspectors, with little experience to back their capabilities. Theo's comrade, the inspector, smiles thoughtfully. He mentions how, after days of working together, he realized these men were capable of being trusted. Their skills may have been rough, but they had proven themselves reliable and dedicated. Theo gives a knowing nod, proud of the men's growth. With this new understanding of their strength and loyalty, he smiles and acknowledges their progress. He now sees them as an asset, someone he can trust in the future. With a serious expression, Theo turns to his comrade. Navin, he speaks of a new request, an important task that will require his expertise. Navin's curiosity peaks, waiting to hear what Theo has planned next. Theo, looking at the night sky, suggests that Navin train the soldiers, these trusted men, to become part of the Bacchus Knight Order. The responsibility of training such capable soldiers is now in Navin's hands, and Theo trusts him to prepare them for what's ahead. Navin listens intently, recognizing the weight of the task. He knows the importance of this new endeavor, and as Theo continues to elaborate on his vision, Navin's mind begins to formulate the next steps. The scene shifts to a grand view of the Bacchus family's estate, now empty with the departure of knights and vassals. Theo stands at a distance, his gaze fixed on the vacant grounds. The silence speaks volumes as the position for the Bacchus Knight Order remains unfilled. Theo's expression hardens as he proposes that Naven take charge of training the soldiers, preparing them to fill the gap left by the departed knights. The responsibility is immense, but Theo believes in the potential of these soldiers. Naven's eyes sharpen with resolve, understanding the magnitude of the task ahead. With a sense of determination, he nods, ready to undertake the responsibility. The future of the Bacchus Knight Order now lies in his hands, and the foundation for greatness is beginning to form. Theo stands on the balcony of the palace, gazing at the horizon. His expression is calm, but a slight hint of excitement lingers in his demeanor. He speaks to his comrade, acknowledging the anticipation he feels. The first in a long time, his eyes shine with resolve as he prepares for what lies ahead. His comrade nods in agreement, understanding Theo's excitement. He gives a small smile, showing respect for Theo's leadership. With a deep breath, the man responds with a firm, "I'll count on you," reaffirming their bond and readiness for the tasks ahead. The anticipation in the air is palpable as they prepare for their next challenge. Theo, turning away from the balcony, begins walking toward the next destination. His comrade, slightly surprised, calls out to him, questioning whether he's leaving already without missing a beat. Theo casually acknowledges the question, revealing that he has another mission to attend to, setting the stage for their next move. As Theo walks, he reflects on his journey. He speaks with quiet confidence, revealing that his current stop was merely a brief one. His true purpose lies elsewhere, and he is ready to continue his journey with a sense of unwavering focus. With an air of mystery, Theo divulges his true mission, an investigation into the floating archipelago. His comrade looks shocked, clearly not having expected such a task. The weight of Theo's decision hangs in the air, leaving no doubt about the gravity of the situation. Theo's comrade, still taken aback, can't help but comment on his lord's boldness. Though accustomed to Theo's daring moves, he is still surprised by the audacity. Theo, however, remains calm and resolute, already focused on the steps ahead, dismissing the remark with a confident smile. The scene shifts to the bustling port city of Dion. The view is breathtaking. With ships coming in and people going about their daily business, the sound of activity fills the air. But Theo's thoughts remain elsewhere as he is still focused on his mission. Theo's comrade watches him as he surveys the city, and Theo speaks with quiet determination. He reveals his methods are unconventional but effective. His confidence in his plans is unwavering, and he knows exactly how to approach the challenges ahead. In the midst of the conversation, the quiet atmosphere is interrupted by a loud voice from behind. Someone shouts out to Theo's comrade, a burly figure who seems to be more focused on a different matter. The scene takes a brief moment of levity, breaking the tension of the previous discussion. The large man, clearly irritated, shouts at Theo's comrade, calling him Shorty. The playful yet aggressive tone is at odds with the tension of their mission. His words strike a humorous note, bringing a light-hearted moment to the otherwise serious environment. Theo's comrade responds with a casual, somewhat apologetic attitude, acknowledging the man's complaint. He tries to diffuse the situation with a hint of humor, lowering himself to the man's eye level in a mock display of politeness, adding a bit of levity to the scene. The large man, still irritated, glares at Theo's comrade, ready to retaliate with a comical threat. The tension between the two is palpable, though their playful exchange doesn't overshadow the underlying seriousness of their purpose. The scene shifts to a lively tavern filled with the clamor of drunken revelers. The mood is chaotic, with people laughing and shouting amidst the noise. A few figures are seen in the background looking content with their evening. Theo's comrade steps into the tavern, greeted by the raucous crowd. Someone in the back calls out to him, asking when he'll be joining them. The atmosphere is light-hearted, contrasting with the tense preparations Theo has been making. In the middle of the noise, Theo's comrade smiles and responds, indicating he's on his way. The scene shifts as the festivities continue, but in the background there's a hint of the larger mission at play, with plans moving forward despite the distractions. The scene opens with tension rising in the room. A character identified as Antonio Spinola, the next head of the Spinola family, slams a document on the table. His words are sharp as he demands that the dragon sword be returned, no matter the cost. The situation is critical, and the weight of his decision is clear. One of the characters in the room responds, expressing frustration at the idea of it being just a request. The tone of the conversation is heavy with the realization that this is no mere request but rather an ultimatum. The situation has escalated beyond simple negotiation, and now it feels like a bloody threat. Antonio clenches his fist, his expression filled with disdain as he listens to the response. The words rental fee ring through the room, and the concept is mocked as absurd. The feeling of betrayal and the mounting pressure from the situation are palpable as the character's resolve hardens. In a luxurious office, a few members of the Spinola family sit at a table. deeply concerned. The tension in the room is thick, and one character laughs bitterly, calling the whole situation a joke. But despite their frustration, they know that there's little choice but to comply with the request for the dragon sword. As dire as it may be, one of the family members speaks seriously, now acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Without the dragon sword, their hold over the floating archipelago will weaken. Their very survival is at stake, and they are left with no better alternative but to accept their fate. The camera zooms in on Antonio's face as he glares at the others. The sinking realization that they are in a losing position is evident in his expression. The mention of the archipelago, sinking underlines just how much is at stake, signaling a pivotal moment in their plan. The scene cuts to a more personal moment, where one of the characters in the Spinola family grapples with despair. He asks whether there is truly no hope left for their archipelago, and the weight of that question hangs in the air. It's clear that the family is cornered, and their options are running out. Antonio, ever the strategist, seems to snap out of his grim contemplation. He lets out a loud laugh, a mix of bitterness and realization. He's figured out a way to turn this around. Even though the answer may be ruthless, the sound of his laughter echoes in the room. Signaling a turning point, with a wild gleam in his eyes, Antonio shouts in exhilaration. His idea is absurd but brilliant. He proposes a violent course of action to take back control. He's willing to use whatever means necessary, including force, to retrieve the dragon sword. His outburst shocks everyone in the room. A chaotic scene erupts in the tavern as the mood shifts dramatically. A group of men is embroiled in a fierce brawl, smashing chairs and breaking tables in their struggle. The tavern is filled with the sounds of crashing wood and angry shouts as the violence escalates. In the midst of the chaos, a figure steps forward, clearly unimpressed by the ruckus. The leader, whose face is partially obscured by a hood, stares down the combatants with a mix of amusement and irritation. It's clear that this person has been watching from the sidelines for some time. The leader reveals himself, his voice calm but authoritative. His words cut through the noise as he addresses the fighters, telling them to calm down. The way he commands attention, despite the madness around him, shows his strength and control over the situation. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room where Antonio stands, speaking to two silent figures beside him. His voice is firm, revealing his plans to confront the threats against his family. His allies, though silent, stand ready to follow him into the next phase of his bold strategy. Antonio makes his request clear. He wants to go to the floating archipelago. The implications of this decision are enormous, and the weight of the request hangs in the air. The two men beside him listen intently, understanding the danger but also sensing the importance of this mission. The two figures exchange a glance, and one of them speaks, confirming Antonio's request. They're willing to assist him in this dangerous journey. They nod in agreement, accepting the responsibility of helping Antonio in his mission to retrieve the dragon sword and secure the fate of the archipelago. In a dimly lit room, two men are discussing their plans. The conversation shifts to a dangerous topic as one character, speaking with a smirk, mentions the increasing presence of sea monsters in a particular route. His companion seems unbothered, responding confidently that the situation will be handled. The dialogue is filled with tension, suggesting that they are about to embark on a risky journey. The discussion turns towards skill and capability. The speaker taunts the other man about his earlier display of strength, subtly implying that it proved his worth. However, the response is immediate. There's no denying the urgency of their situation, and the speaker admits that while manpower is low, the skill gap might actually work in their favor. The conversation grows more pointed. Antonio Spinola, still on the defensive, points out that while their manpower is lacking, they might have found a solution. The other character presses further, stating that despite their shortage, the outcome is still beneficial, though a sense of doubt lingers in the air. The conversation becomes more personal as Antonio turns to examine his companion closely. He remarks that, for a mercenary looking for work, the other man's appearance is too clean. It's clear Antonio sees through the other man's facade, and he presses him about his true intentions. The other man remains unruffled, keeping his composure. The discussion shifts as Antonio notices something amiss. He sarcastically mentions how the man seems to have conveniently placed himself in a position to know about his ship. He confronts him directly, wondering if the mercenary knew about the ship's destination or if it was a coincidence. The tension rises. Antonio, still skeptical, looks at the man, waiting for an answer. The mercenary, unfazed, responds nonchalantly, confirming his suspicions. Antonio smiles, signaling that the game is now on. He has no intention of backing down, and the deal is about to take a more serious turn. The two men, now fully engaged in their high-stakes conversation, start considering a more serious offer. Antonio speaks confidently, proposing a deal. He suggests that they make a bargain, one that benefits both sides. The mercenary listens carefully, his expression unreadable as he weighs the offer. Antonio presses further, revealing his hand. He explains that the Black Skull Group is heavily involved in the conflict, and their influence could be valuable. The mention of this secret organization only adds weight to the deal, making it clear that this is a high-risk, high-reward proposition. The mercenary's eyes narrow as he tries to decipher Antonio's true intentions. He questions how Antonio knows about the Black Skull Group, but Antonio doesn't answer directly. Instead, he leaves the mercenary with a cryptic remark about the important part of the deal. What Antonio knows is more valuable than how he knows it. The atmosphere shifts dramatically as Antonio continues with his offer. He speaks in a low, menacing tone, revealing that he's aware of the dragon sword, a powerful weapon the mercenary seeks. His words strike a nerve, and the mercenary visibly tenses up, his expression turning to one of fury. Antonio smiles smugly. Knowing he has struck a nerve, he presses his advantage, suggesting that the mercenary is desperate to get the dragon sword back. The mercenary's response is immediate, a sharp, angry outburst, calling Antonio a bastard for bringing up the sword. He accuses Antonio of being part of the greater conspiracy surrounding its theft. The tension in the room is palpable as the mercenary, now furious, lunges toward Antonio, ready to strike. However, Antonio remains calm, prepared for the reaction. The atmosphere crackles with the potential for violence, but neither side makes a move yet, waiting to see who will act first. The situation escalates as Antonio quickly regains control of the room. He calms the mercenary down with a few sharp words, asserting his authority. He tells the mercenary to compose himself, as the foundation of any deal is calm, collected thinking. The mercenary steps back reluctantly, knowing the deal is still in play, but his anger is far from quenched. Antonio's calm demeanor contrasts sharply with the intensity of the situation. He reminds the mercenary that even with all the pressure mounting, composure is key to striking a good deal. The room becomes quieter, with only the sound of their breath filling the space. The mercenary grudgingly agrees, aware that Antonio is in control. Antonio presses on, revealing the next phase of his plan. He lays out the terms of the deal, signaling that they're one step closer to achieving their goals. The mercenary, though still skeptical, can't deny the importance of the offer. They both know that this negotiation will shape the fate of the floating archipelago. The tense atmosphere in the room continues as Antonio speaks with cold confidence. He points out the absurdity of the current situation, questioning the mercenary's hesitation. Antonio reveals that, like him, the mercenary is also just a pawn in a much larger game. The realization hits the mercenary hard as he understands that their fates are tied together. The mercenary, taken aback by the boldness of Antonio's words, begins to reconsider his position. Antonio continues, noting that even with the fate of the archipelago at stake, the mercenary had failed to see the bigger picture. Their judgments were clouded by their own interests, and Antonio suggests that the mercenary has nothing left to lose. Now, the mercenary's eyes narrow in frustration, but there's a shift in his demeanor. Antonio, sensing the change, smiles slightly and presses further, urging the mercenary to hear him out. The stakes have risen, and the mercenary now stands at a crossroads, with a choice to either back down or engage in the high-risk game that Antonio is laying out. The mercenary, after a brief pause, finally agrees to listen. Antonio, knowing he has the mercenary's attention, begins his story. He explains that it all begins with the legend of the hero, Kriemhild, whose tale is tied to the floating archipelago's very existence. This is no ordinary legend. It's a story of immense power and responsibility. As Antonio speaks, the camera pans to reveal a book in his hand. He gently places it on the table, signaling the importance of the tale within. The mercenary looks on intrigued, as Antonio hints that this story will reveal the true reason behind their mission. Antonio's eyes gleam with the weight of the knowledge he's about to share. The mercenary leans forward, captivated by the mention of Kriemhild and the floating archipelago's mystery. Antonio hints at a connection between the hero's power and the current state of the archipelago. The mercenary now realizes the significance of what they're dealing with. Antonio smirks, sensing the mercenary's growing understanding. The scene shifts to an underwater perspective, where Antonio continues his tale, describing how the hero, Kriemhild, used his power to protect the archipelago from threats that arose from the sea. He explains that Kriemhild was not only a hero, but also a symbol of the power that holds the islands afloat. The mercenary listens closely, understanding that the story is more than just a legend. Antonio describes how Kriemhild's influence over the seas kept the islands safe for centuries, but all of that changed when the dragon sword was stolen by Trivan. The theft disrupted the balance, and now, the sea's mana currents are unstable. The mercenary begins to piece together the truth. The theft of the sword caused the chaos that threatens the archipelago's very existence. Antonio's expression darkens as he stresses the urgency of the situation. The archipelago is on the brink of destruction, and without the dragon sword, it will eventually sink back into the sea. The mercenary, now fully understanding the stakes, looks out of the window, contemplating the gravity of their mission. They have no time to waste. The focus shifts back to the present as Antonio and the mercenary stand together, looking toward the sea. Antonio reiterates that, if the dragon's sword isn't returned, the archipelago will sink. The mercenary, now fully committed, realizes the dire consequences of their failure. Time is running out, and the mission has become a race against the elements. The mercenary, a hardened veteran, speaks with determination. He acknowledges the importance of the dragon's sword but also expresses the complexity of the situation. He knows that the task ahead is fraught with danger and uncertainty, but he is resolute in his decision. The fate of countless lives rests in their hands. Antonio nods in agreement, recognizing the mercenaries' resolve. Together, they turn toward the horizon, understanding that they must act quickly. The scene shifts to show the immense distance they must travel, with the looming threat of Traven's forces standing in their way. The mission ahead is fraught with peril, but failure is not an option. Antonio's voice cuts through the silence as he warns the mercenary that if the dragon's sword isn't returned soon, the consequences will be catastrophic. The archipelago will sink, taking everything with it. The mercenary's grip tightens around his weapon, fully aware that the stakes are higher than ever. The mercenary looks back at Antonio, his expression serious. He knows that returning the sword is the only way to prevent disaster, but there are no guarantees. He is ready for the challenge, knowing that the road ahead will be fraught with danger. The mercenary now understands that their actions will determine the future of the floating archipelago. The mercenary and Antonio share a final look before setting off on their dangerous mission. They have no choice but to face the challenges ahead and retrieve the dragon sword. The fate of the archipelago and everyone within it rests on their success. With no time to waste, they embark on their journey into the unknown, determined to fulfill their mission. The room remains thick with tension as Antonio and the mercenary exchange words. Antonio, his eyes burning with determination, reveals the harsh reality. Returning the dragon's sword would mean sacrificing it forever. He knows that this isn't a mere exchange, it's a permanent decision. The weight of his words lingers in the air as the mercenary absorbs the gravity of the situation. The mercenary, his face set in determination, listens intently as Antonio continues. Antonio, ever the strategist, urges the mercenary to stay focused on the deal. He reminds him that money is no longer the driving force. This is about saving the archipelago. He reassures the mercenary that the cost of the dragon's sword is far greater than they initially thought. Antonio's words grow even more serious as he dismisses money as a solution. He tells the mercenary that he is already prepared for this moment, suggesting that the true cost is not monetary. There's something more at stake, something much bigger than either of them anticipated. The mercenary is forced to confront the reality of their mission. The mercenary, fully aware of the stakes, listens as Antonio begins to reveal a shocking proposal. Antonio explains that there's a way to keep the dragon sword while still saving the archipelago. This is a revelation, and the mercenary's expression changes, his interest piqued by the possibility of a different solution. Antonio leans forward, his eyes glowing with intensity as he presents his plan. He tells the mercenary that all he needs to do is take him to the floating archipelago. The simplicity of the request contrasts with the complexity of the situation, leaving the mercenary in a moment of confusion and suspicion. He's not sure if Antonio is offering a real solution or if there's something more hidden beneath the surface. A large vessel sails swiftly across a vast ocean. Cutting through the waves under clear skies, its trajectory is steady and focused, aimed at a distant destination. On board, Theo Ragnar observes the horizon intently. The ship's crew stands prepared, their eyes fixed ahead. The tension in the air suggests an important goal is near. As the coastline appears, it reveals the floating archipelago, an unusual collection of isles that defy natural arrangement. Towering cliffs, docks, and structures mark it as a place of power and history. The floating archipelago is described as a massive trade hub where various information and goods are exchanged. Advanced and densely packed, it supports bustling commerce across its sectors. Below the water's surface lies a powerful source, an immense whirlpool that rotates with controlled force. This structure is the secret behind the island's floating mechanism. Theo reflects silently on his strategy. He doesn't seek trade, but rather domination of the islands. His method is simple in theory: to move the islands by controlling the core that fuels their position. The ship breaks through the ocean barrier as Theo stands firm, confident in his ambition. He believes this plan is achievable despite its danger. Deep below, the primordial dragon's guardian is revealed to be protecting the island's relic. This guardian is the key to accessing the floating system's power. Theo and his companions arrive before the Guardian. Before them lies a relic, a sword embedded with power that emits ancient energy unfamiliar but potent. The sword is the Dragon Slayer, a weapon with a guardian spirit. But strangely, the spirit has abandoned it. Theo deduces that the Guardian ran from its duty. This kind of event isn't unprecedented, though rare. The beast itself looks conflicted and unsure, seemingly suppressing knowledge of its past role. Theo questions whether such a desertion is possible. The beast hesitates but confirms, though warns the price is steep and the task nearly impossible. Only one man in the past had escaped the relic's grasp and lived. The dragon confirms that no ordinary individual can replicate that feat. Realizing this, Theo connects the past incident to a man named Roan. His name alone once struck fear across the archipelago for surviving such an ordeal. Theo, now focused, considers an alternative, overpowering Roan and resealing him to gain control. But the dragon cautions that such a task would test every limit Theo possesses. Despite losing much of his strength after escaping the relic, Roan remains among the most formidable guardians. His presence alone evokes caution, even among beings of power. Theo Ragnar, undeterred, confirms he has a strategy to reach the ocean floor and subdue Roan. His confidence signals that he is prepared for what lies ahead. Back aboard the ship, the crew speculates about a massive submerged statue rumored to have the power to save the islands, an artifact so secret even the locals are unaware of its true purpose. One crew member voices concern over the plan. Even after seeing the legendary Dragon Slayer's sword, his worry stems from the stakes. His homeland's survival rests on this mission. Theo's confidence reassures the crew. He only asks to be delivered to the right place, promising to fulfill his part once there. Regardless of the risk involved, a system notification appears. Revealing a subquest, Theo must return the Dragon Slayer's sword to its original resting place, face the Guardian, and earn the right to wield it. A new squad of soldiers is briefed. Their mission is clear: escort Theo to a massive structure known as the Colossus of Kremwald. Theo Ragnar reminds the squad that the enemy, Roan, has heavily fortified the route. Standard entry is impossible without stealth. With resolve, the soldiers acknowledge the challenge. Their collective spirit unites under the cause of protecting the floating archipelago. Theo leaves the operation in the soldiers' hands, trusting them to fulfill their duties. The team splits and begins the infiltration under the cover of night. The large fortress looms in the distance. Its massive stone structure is guarded, but the team remains hidden in the shadows as they advance. Using a side entrance in the darkness of night, the group infiltrates the interior. Inside, they blend with the sounds of nature, avoiding detection. Theo enters the main structure, silently observing the path ahead. His senses stay sharp for any movement or hidden traps. As the group descends deeper into the fortress, they confirm they've successfully breached the defenses without alerting the enemy. Thanks to the echoing sound of a nearby waterfall, their movements remain masked. Still, caution remains vital. Theo prepares the sword as they approach their goal. As Theo grips the awakened Dragon Slayer's sword, he informs the others to stay behind. He walks forward alone, knowing that what lies ahead must be faced without aid. The others are stunned by the sword's energy. Its sheer presence confirms its authenticity. This is the real Balmung, and it is reacting more strongly the closer they get to the Colossus. Theo gazes up at a towering dragon statue. The power intensifies, confirming the sealed relic's location. His next steps will decide the fate of the floating archipelago. Without hesitation, Theo dashes toward the structure. Lightning-like bursts of energy erupt around him as he charges through the enemy perimeter. Allies behind watch in awe as Theo ascends the stairs. His control over the relic gives them hope. Hope that the legend can still be rewritten. Just then, betrayal strikes. Hidden enemies within the group reveal themselves, striking down unsuspecting soldiers. The real threat was inside all along. The traitors make their move. Their goal is clear: retrieve Balmung and prevent Theo from sealing the relic once more. Amid the chaos, Theo presses onward, aware that reaching the Colossus is only part of the challenge. Securing the relic is one task, surviving what comes after is another. The Dragon Slayer's sword glows brighter. Theo raises it high, determined to finish the ritual despite the danger closing in from all sides. The sword is placed into its pedestal, triggering a violent reaction in the surrounding terrain. The ground splits, awakening a deeper mechanism beneath. As Theo tries to recall the conditions required to activate the relic fully, an ambush interrupts his focus. A swift blade lunges toward him from the shadows. The attacker strikes without hesitation, pushing Theo to defend. Their movements are fast, their intention clear: to eliminate him before the seal completes. The enemy is shocked when Theo vanishes mid-strike. For a moment he is lost from view, disrupting their momentum. Theo reappears behind them, using speed and stealth to counter. His precise movements catch the enemy off guard, turning the battle in his favor. With a powerful strike, Theo drives his opponent into the ground. The fight is far from over, but the seal has begun, and Theo shows no signs of backing down. Gray and his unit regroup after the sudden attack. Though injured, Gray holds his composure and warns the others not to rush. The enemy is skilled and reckless charges would be fatal. Meanwhile, Theo tightens his grip on the relic and prepares a potion, signaling he's ready for the next stage. His movements are calm but deliberate. A loud cracking sound echoes from within the Colossus. Soldiers stationed outside glance around, puzzled and alert, sensing something ominous approaching. Suddenly, panicked shouting breaks out. One soldier points toward the massive structure. Eyes wide in horror, the outer walls of the Colossus of Kremwald begin to crack. As the others turn to look, disbelief turns to fear. The once immovable fortress is now crumbling before their eyes, stone and dust raining down violently. The Colossus begins collapsing entirely. Chaos spreads among the onlookers as the legendary structure, long thought indestructible, starts falling into ruin. Outside a fortress wall under the night sky, guards stand alert, growing uneasy as time stretches on. The upper walls are manned by watchful sentries, but something feels off. There is a silence too deep for comfort. Down below, a group of men begin to sense that something is wrong. They question the long delay, unsure of what's unfolding inside the structure. The atmosphere grows heavier with each passing second. A soldier stumbles out of the gate in panic, reporting chaos inside. Allies have suddenly turned on one another, attacking guests. A higher-ranking officer immediately suspects treachery. Someone had infiltrated far deeper than they thought. High above the ground, Theo swiftly descends down the outer wall with agility, dodging projectiles aimed to slow him down. The area shakes with the force of the ambush. As he lands, Theo notes the odd behavior of his enemies. They're not fully committing to their attacks. Instead, they only react when pressured. Something in their strategy reveals hesitation. Realization dawns on him. The enemy is intentionally stalling. Reinforcements are likely on the way, and they've already seized control of key strategic locations to block his escape. Theo charges forward, refusing to yield. His momentum is driven by purpose, not desperation. He knows he must reach the relic before the enemy secures it. A box with ancient engravings emerges through shattered debris. Its sudden appearance catches the attention of the opposing warrior, whose face tightens in shock. With a surge of energy, the mysterious cube emits a pulse. The enemy stares, alarmed, realizing what this artifact might awaken. As Theo pushes forward, a group attempts to stop him. He dodges their blades, eyes focused beyond the skirmish, driven by something only he understands. His thoughts confirm the urgency. The artifact, known as the Dragon Slayer Sword, has initiated a subquest. He must return it to its sacred resting ground and earn its recognition. He approaches a shrine of blades where the sword once belonged. According to legend, this is where the weapon chose its wielder, and where its true strength can awaken once more. Theo lunges with precise force, pushing aside resistance. His eyes remain on the location he believes hides the relic's final key. As he nears his destination, time feels suspended. He is certain this spot holds what he has been seeking. His instincts guide his every move. An explosion of power bursts outward as the relic reacts to his presence. Blinding light engulfs the area, forcing both enemies and allies to halt in awe of what is unfolding. A violent burst of energy erupts from within the tower, shaking its structure. The explosion cuts through the night, leaving those stationed outside startled by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Guards near the base of the structure flinch and look around, unsure of what they heard. The loud cracking sound resembles a structure failing under pressure, prompting immediate concern. One soldier catches sight of a massive figure in the distance. His eyes widen in panic as he recognizes the mythical being, the Colossus of Kriemhild, a creature thought to be dormant. Fear spreads as the towering Colossus reveals its form, looming ominously in the shattered remains of its chamber. Shouts of disbelief echo as chaos begins to take hold. As the entity awakens, the very walls tremble. The Colossus, unable to maintain stability, begins to collapse in on itself, sending debris and shockwaves throughout the structure. Amid the destruction, Theo lies unconscious before slowly regaining awareness. The surrounding glow hints at a transition. No longer in the previous realm, he now finds himself somewhere unfamiliar and alive. Theo rises from the scorched ground, assessing his surroundings. Though disoriented, he quickly deduces that he is inside the relic dungeon, a place believed to test the worthiness of its entrance. From the treetop vantage point, he surveys the ruins and senses a powerful presence nearby. An unfamiliar being watches him closely, signaling this place belongs to someone or something significant. A group of peculiar entities appears with unusual forms. One of them explains that Theo's magical energy was used as a medium for manifestation. His power has drawn them here, altering their appearance. One of the creatures reflects on Theo's influence. It is rare for a relic guardian to feel such strong emotion, admiration, even compassion toward a human. This anomaly sets Theo apart. Theo processes the possibility that Cranheld, the guardian, may have been human once. The guardian's thoughts left lingering in the relic hint at a deep connection between the two beings. With the guardian now gone, Theo takes a moment to explore. He grips his sword tightly, understanding that whatever trials remain in this relic dungeon, they will test more than just his strength. From the shadows, a cloaked archer releases a powerful shot. The arrow pierces the air, aimed directly at Theo with deadly precision, confirming that hostility still lurks within the dungeon. Theo reacts instantly, eyes locked onto the threat. He moves swiftly to intercept or evade, fully aware that his journey through this place has only just begun. As the projectile explodes behind him, another figure steps forward from the flames. The man mutters, puzzled by the strength radiating from the structure, wondering why such a place even needs a master. As flames illuminate the ruined battlefield, a group of skeletal warriors march toward Theo's position. Their focus is clear. They view him as an intruder in sacred ground. The skeletal guardians recognize Theo as a threat to their master's will. For them, the relic known as Balmung belongs solely to Krienheld, and they intend to preserve that legacy. From above, branches shake as the soldiers mobilize. Their orders are absolute: eliminate the intruder at all costs. Theo, however, watches from the shadows, assessing the ancient loyalty that binds them. An enemy lunges at Theo from behind, prompting a quick reaction. Theo twists to counter the attack, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow after. Dispatching the attacker, he surveys the scene. Though outnumbered, he senses the enemies aren't particularly skilled. They move with routine, rather than tactics. Despite their predictable movements, Theo is warned by a summoned spirit that the challenge ahead won't be so simple. Something about these undead soldiers is far more dangerous than it seems. Theo studies the advancing enemies. Their glowing eyes and rigid coordination confirm that they're not standard undead. Something more potent drives them. His companion identifies them as immortal warriors, dragon-bone soldiers. Their bodies are infused with lingering power capable of relentless pursuit and resistance to destruction. One of the bone soldiers steps forward, its red eyes locked on Theo. The presence of these elite guardians signals the seriousness of what lies ahead in the dungeon's heart. Despite the growing threat, Theo remains confident. He engages with a smirk, showing no sign of fear or retreat as the battle intensifies around him. Explosions burst through the battlefield as enemies are blown back, but his summoned companion warns him that this cycle of fighting will continue unless he changes tactics. Theo asks for a better strategy. The spirit proposes a radical idea to challenge the current master of the dungeon, Krienhild, and claim dominion by force. Theo hesitates. He sees Krienhild as a legendary figure and questions how she could still be alive or human. After such a legacy, the spirit mocks his arrogance, calling him too ignorant to understand the depth of the dungeon's trials or its origin. Still, something about Theo sparks potential. Suddenly, a system prompt appears before him. The dungeon is revealed to be the final gift Leviathan. His objective is clear: retrieve ownership of the dungeon from Krienhild herself. Theo breaks through a horde of skeletal warriors, each strike of his sword radiating with raw energy. He begins to suspect that the enemy's movements are tied to a central source. After creating distance, he leaps into the air and locks onto a pattern among the undead ranks. The realization hits him mid-air. He's close to identifying the controlling force behind the assault. Descending swiftly, Theo strikes with fierce determination, targeting what he believes is the lead. The impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield, knocking enemies aside in all directions. As the dust settles, Theo activates a hidden system known as Hatchling Synchro. The interface reacts instantly, amplifying his senses and vision far beyond human capability. Using the newly synchronized view, he scans the battlefield. Among the countless skeletal forms, he pinpoints an energy signature, one that stands out from the rest. A tunnel of energy forms, channeling Theo directly toward the signal's source. Within it, he sees the faint shape of his true target. His eyes narrow. He's found it. Theo charges through the air, reflecting on Krienhild's connection to the dungeon. Her presence still lingers in the depths, and he now moves with a renewed sense of purpose. As he nears the core, lightning sparks from his sword. The runes etched into his blade activate, proof that his synchronization has awakened a dormant power within it. With a roar, he releases an advanced technique, Thunder Dragon Breathing. The resulting surge drives him down with terrifying force aimed directly at the dungeon's anchor point. Descending with unstoppable momentum, Theo unleashes Thunder Stab. The attack pierces through layers of resistance, delivering a critical blow to the dungeon's heart. A system message confirms it. He has recovered a piece of Crayon-Hild's remains. 1 out of 206 components necessary to complete the process has been secured. He lifts the artifact, a bloodied relic glowing with power as it pulses in his hand. Another prompt appears. It validates his theory. The remains are vital to restoring Crayon-Hild's legacy. Theo declares his plan aloud. He will continue collecting the remains one by one until the dungeon yields completely. His voice echoes confidently across the ruined terrain. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, a rainstorm sweeps across the maritime district. The scene shifts to a quiet dock where guards patrol under the cover of night. Inside a glass-walled command center, an officer greets a returning agent who arrives later than planned. The man shrugs off the concern, dismissing the delay as nothing serious, unaware of the chaos that just unfolded below. Rain pours heavily over the dock as soldiers rush to a moored ship in confusion. Panic rises when they notice something unusual. The passengers are missing without a trace. One soldier stares at the empty vessel in disbelief. The reality of what occurred begins to sink in. Someone has taken something important right under their watch. A figure cloaked in shadows watches from afar. He mocks the incompetence of the archipelago's guards, furious that they allowed the Dragon Slayer sword to be stolen. The masked man reveals his indifference to who possesses the sword. His goal remains unchanged. He states that the floating archipelago is already under their control, identified as Noil, number 9 of Trivan's noble servitors. He confirms their silent conquest has begun. Dust exploded around Theo's clenched fist as he unearthed the final piece of Crayon-Hild's remains. The force of his action cracked the rocky ground beneath him. The momentum from days of pursuit culminating in this decisive moment. A glowing system window confirmed the completion of his task. You have recovered all of Crayon-Hild's remains. 206. 206. The air around him shimmered faintly with residual mana, responding to the awakening of a relic bound by myth. Theo exhaled in disbelief and fatigue. He had finally gathered them all. He looked at the interface, confused by one strange entry. The stirrup bone, he muttered aloud in irritation, questioning where that obscure part even was. A new message appeared before Theo, asking if he wished to view the memories etched into Crayon-Hild's remains. He stared at the screen silently, mind torn between curiosity and caution. Without hesitation, Theo tapped the glowing yes option to him. There was no reason to refuse. Answers, secrets, perhaps even warnings, they could all be hidden within. Standing alone amidst the ancient ruins, Theo murmured his thoughts. He wondered what the legendary hero, the one from old myths, actually looked like. He didn't expect to be taken back in time through memory. A system message signaled the memory projection's activation. Blue strands of energy flowed upward as the vision began to take shape before Theo's eyes. The scene shifted to a peaceful coastline. Seabirds flew over the horizon as waves lapped gently at the shore. A distant voice called out a name. Levy, echoing across the beach. Footsteps appeared on the sand, growing closer. A child's voice cried out again, louder and more urgent. Levy, I'm here. The memory had become vivid, almost real, embedded in the rocky shore. A large, majestic sword stood upright. It shimmered under the sunlight, partially buried, as though resting in deep slumber. A small hand tapped the sword's hilt gently, trying to wake it. The voice repeated the name again, more softly now. Levy, wake up. The sword began to pulse with an eerie blue glow. Energy built up around it, reacting to the voice and touch, signaling something ancient was about to stir. A colossal blue dragon erupted from the blade, coiled in a torrent of energy. The creature radiated power and menace. Its eyes burning with rage, the dragon's voice thundered, scolding the child. It identified itself as Leviathan, guardian of the primordial dragon's relic. It demanded respect, furious at being awakened so casually. But the child only laughed and clung to the dragon's snout. Your name's too hard to say, the child said simply. I'll just call you Levy. The memory faded with warmth and a sense of old friendship. The dragon Leviathan, still coiled around the sword, begrudgingly accepted the child's chosen nickname. His voice rumbled with disinterest, dismissing the young human's antics as bothersome. Despite his cold demeanor, he allowed her presence. The girl, cheerful and carefree, sat beside the dragon with a smile, holding a piece of bread. She laughed, joking about how often she received bread from the innkeeper, showing no fear in front of the ancient creature. Leviathan observed her idly, noting how she rambled endlessly. Still, he listened. The girl's excitement bubbled over as she eagerly began to recount the events of her day, completely unbothered by the dragon's looming presence. A beam of light from above cast a warm glow over the cave. The dragon rested silently as the girl shared her thoughts, laughing alone, while Leviathan simply looked on, unamused yet unmoving. Suddenly, the girl stood with pride, spreading her arms wide as she revealed a flower crown she'd made from gathered blossoms. Her joy was uncontained, the innocence of her world still untouched by hardship. She wasn't alone. Another young woman stood behind her, likely the same one from earlier, holding a basket of goods. The moment was serene. The two humans visiting regularly, even when not invited. Night fell, casting a cool blue light over the cave's mouth. The sword remained fixed in the stone, untouched and unmoved. Silent under the moonlight, footsteps echoed from above. The dragon stirred inside the blade, slightly irritated by the persistent visitor. He recognized the approach even before seeing her. With a sigh, Leviathan emerged partially and muttered annoyance. No matter how many times he warned her not to come, she never listened. Yet he waited all the same. His annoyance quickly shifted to concern. On the ground lay scattered red flowers, stained with blood. Leviathan's eyes narrowed in alarm. The girl burst into the cave, panicked and bloodied. She screamed his name, pleading desperately for help. Her cries were filled with terror. She had been attacked. The town above had fallen into chaos, and she had fled, barely escaping. Her fear was real, and Leviathan's attention sharpened instantly. As she ran, she shouted about armed strangers who had stormed the town, hurting innocent people. Her voice trembled with urgency. Before she could finish, a scream rang out. A pursuing soldier closed in behind her, his grip swift and aggressive. She was caught mid-sentence. The armored man dragged her back, mocking her. Her tears welled up, the terror and helplessness consuming her as she struggled in vain. The soldier tightened his grip on the young woman, mocking her with condescension. He claimed their emperor's influence was expanding to remote areas like hers, pretending this brutality was a form of mercy. Leaning closer, his voice darkened. He admitted the truth. This invasion wasn't just about conquest. It was also for his own amusement. His sadistic smile betrayed his real intentions. Behind them, the blade of Kriemhild stood upright and silent. Its presence pulsed faintly as if awakening to the girl's suffering. The soldier didn't notice the name Kriemhild being spoken aloud. A sudden, violent surge of energy burst from the sword. Leviathan's eye flared open, filled with fury. A presence within the relic stirred, no longer dormant. Blue lightning tore through the cave, shaking the ground. The rocks split and a beam of pure mana erupted skyward, piercing through the cliff above. Far above, the peaceful town had become a battlefield. Fires blazed across rooftops as chaos swallowed the streets. The eruption had begun. Civilians flooded the streets in panic, fleeing from flames and the merciless advance of enemy troops. One man shouted urgently, warning others to move or die. A town guard, confused by the crowd's reaction, tried to regain control. He called out, demanding to know the cause of the panic. The answer arrived in silence. A single figure in dark armor landed amidst the crowd, causing gasps and stunned expressions. The enemy had arrived. The armored intruder snarled and gave the order to eliminate the threat. Dozens of arrows and weapons were launched toward the source of their fear. From the sky, a massive shadow descended with devastating force. Crimson blades and black wings cleaved through enemy lines in an instant, tossing bodies aside. The soldiers fell back in terror. One of them shouted, unsure where the monstrous power had come from. The battle had completely turned. A soldier's eyes widened in disbelief. A young woman rode atop the beast that had just decimated their ranks. Her presence stunned the battlefield. Panic set in among the enemy ranks. They assumed she was controlling the monster and immediately marked her as the priority target. A barrage of magical attacks flew toward her. Enemy forces screamed to kill the woman first, seeing her as the source of their destruction. Rain poured over the battlefield as the young woman wept beside the sealed dragon. Her voice trembled with guilt. She apologized, blaming herself for interfering with the destiny of the chosen one. She sobbed, believing that because of her, Leviathan had awakened prematurely. Her sorrow echoed through the storm as she admitted she had altered the course of fate. A calm voice responded within the rain. Leviathan reassured her, telling her not to mourn, despite the deviation from destiny. Everything had turned out just fine. Encased in water, the girl clung to the dragon's side. The scene was tense, but her eyes widened as a glow began to form around her. A protective sphere surrounded her as Leviathan activated his magic. She looked up in shock, seeing the surrounding attacks deflected with ease. Leviathan's voice, steady and warm, told her she didn't need to apologize. The crowd below began shouting her name, Kriemhild, as they realized what had happened. The villagers gathered, gazing up in disbelief. They now understood that the dragon who saved them had come at Kriemhild's call. They praised her, calling out her name and expressing gratitude. One villager proclaimed that she had saved them all with the dragon's help. Though accused of abandoning her duty, Kriemhild quietly acknowledged it. Still, she confessed to feeling an unfamiliar peace, not one imposed by prophecy but by her own will. A memory surfaced, Kriemhild and Leviathan in happier days, sharing laughter and warmth. It was that bond she now cherished. Far away, in a royal chamber, an imperial noble sneered at the news. The great army had been defeated by a single barbarian girl riding a sea dragon. Unwilling to accept failure, the noble commanded his elite guard to reclaim the land. He would crush the rebellion swiftly and personally. Elsewhere, a commander studied the battlefield under pouring rain. He observed the defeated dragon, intrigued by its endurance. Smirking, he turned to the captured Kriemhild. If she was truly its master, then she would know how to kill it, and that knowledge was what he sought. Standing tall above her, he demanded answers. The girl remained silent, the rain masking the fear and determination battling within her eyes. Leviathan's voice rang calm through the storm. He reassured Kriemhild, telling her that he wouldn't die. As a guardian, he would simply enter a long slumber, not an end. Kriemhild crouched on the battlefield, drenched and shaking. Leviathan explained that with the remaining magic sealed within the relic, she would be able to return him to rest. Nearby, the enemy commander watched in silence, visibly affected. Though he said nothing, his expression shifted, suggesting that the dragon's words unsettled him. The executioners prepared the prisoners. The bound villagers knelt in the rain, and the moment seemed to stretch endlessly. Leviathan looked on solemnly. There were no words for the grief or helplessness in his expression. The dragon finally spoke again, his tone heavier. He admitted regret they hadn't been given much time together. The weight of parting settled between them. Kriemhild, now desperate, grasped the sword with both hands. Rain streaked down her face as her voice cracked in disbelief, calling out to Leviathan. She pleaded with him to stop, claiming she couldn't go through with it. But Leviathan reminded her that their fate was sealed the moment he broke the rules. He urged her not to feel guilt. Protecting her people was reason enough for one final time. He promised to lend her his power, not out of duty, but by choice. Kriemhild trembled hearing Leviathan's final words. He told her he had fun. It was a rare, honest expression from the ancient dragon. She raised the blade high. Energy erupted, tearing across the sky. The silhouette of her small form contrasted against the overwhelming power being summoned. Across the field, soldiers and officers stood stunned. They could sense something monumental had shifted, but couldn't comprehend what was about to unfold. The commander smirked initially, thinking the girl's theatrics were overblown. But that confidence quickly faded as an unnatural pressure descended. His expression turned to confusion. A sound, like distant rumbling, reached his ears. His men paused mid-battle, glancing around nervously. The soldiers began to panic. Something was wrong. The power building in the air wasn't just magic. It was a force that could change everything. "What's happening?" one muttered. The sky darkened as a monstrous tidal wave surged from the ocean. Energy spiraled from its center. Leviathan's magic had awakened in full. The soldiers screamed in terror. The wave towered above them, massive and unstoppable. Chaos erupted as they tried to flee from the tsunami's wrath. Sucked into the vortex, men were hurled into the air. Screams echoed across the battlefield. Kriemhild called out desperately, her voice swallowed by the roar of water. In the aftermath, Theo stood alone, reflecting. His gaze settled on the sea as he processed the memory he had just witnessed through the relic. He acknowledged the truth. Kriemhild wasn't a fabled heroine. She wasn't someone forged by destiny or prophecy, just a girl caught in misfortune. Suspended in glowing memory light, Kriemhild floated in the water, tearful yet brave. She was just someone who had wanted to be friends with a guardian. The light surrounding Theo flickered as a familiar figure appeared before him. Kriemhild, in the form of a memory or spirit, greeted him with calm eyes. Recognizing her, Theo was stunned. She confirmed it herself. She was the reason Leviathan had waited so long, choosing loyalty to her over his divine duty. With a sorrowful smile, she admitted her guilt. Because of her, Leviathan had failed his greater purpose. That truth haunted her even in memory. She stood before Theo, offering a plea for him to make Leviathan happy. It was all she asked, the only thing she couldn't do herself. Theo looked down at the blade in his hand. A soft glow pulsed through it. The relic still carried Leviathan's presence, but he replied with a gentle smile. To him, it didn't seem like Leviathan needed anyone to do that. The dragon already looked content. Theo raised the sword toward the sky, a sense of peace surrounded him. He knew this creature had found happiness in its final moments. He turned back toward her and concluded calmly. "This guy looked happy enough to me." "You see?" he said, voice steady with understanding. Kriemhild looked at him with quiet astonishment. No words were spoken, but in her eyes, a long-held sorrow finally began to lift. Kriemhild stood alone in a glowing white space, her hands clasped together and a soft smile on her face. The light around her was fading, signaling the end of the memory or her lingering presence. Her expression was calm, as though her part in this story had come to a close. Back in the real world, soldiers and observers gathered around the collapsed crater. The terrain was unstable, and warnings echoed from officials urging the crowd not to approach any closer. Fearing further collapse, one of the guards on watch noticed a figure among the dust and rubble. At first, they dismissed it as debris, but then someone shouted, "There was a person down there." Confusion and urgency rippled through the group as they scrambled to identify who it might be. The crowd tried to make sense of what they saw. A group of villagers looked on from a distance, squinting to catch a glimpse. One person asked what was happening, but the figure was too far away to confirm. Through the mist and light, a lone figure could be seen standing with a weapon in hand. The light beamed down through the clouds, illuminating him clearly now. He was calm, composed, and unmistakable. Whispers turned to cries of recognition. Some doubted at first, but others gasped. The realization spread quickly among the crowd. "Kriemhild has appeared," someone exclaimed. Their voice carrying over the rubble, the memory of the girl and the dragon had not ended after all. A new chapter had just begun. A secret underground meeting is held beneath the floating archipelago, where masked figures gather in a grand hall lit by a towering stained glass ceiling. As the gathering stabilizes, one of the figures steps forward. Noil, the ninth servant of Troyvin, walks calmly into the center of the chamber with unwavering confidence. Tension rises as another figure questions Noil's calm demeanor, highlighting a recent disruption in their carefully arranged plans. Concerned voices point to the stolen dragon, slaying sword, which was believed to be safely hidden within Troyvin's territory. A foreigner, now wielding that very sword, emerges as a growing threat, rumored to be the legendary hero Kriemhild. With the population rallying around Kriemhild, the three dominant shipping clans fear they will soon lose control of the archipelago's power and influence. The shipping clans express outrage, declaring this outcome as a betrayal of the promises made in exchange for their loyalty. Noil coldly reminds them that they willingly handed over the sword to preserve their positions. Frustration peaks as one clan leader accuses Noil of underestimating the value of their alliance, shocked by his indifference. In a swift movement, Noil unleashes a violent display of dark energy, asserting his power before the assembly. He declares the clans as nothing more than insects beneath him, fully confident in his ability to destroy them at any time. Kneeling in fear, a clan leader calls out Noil's treachery, accusing him of betraying his own country for personal ambition. Noil blames their failure on disobedience, claiming that had they followed orders, the current crisis would not exist. He mocks their ambition, suggesting their greed would have dragged the floating archipelago into ruin. Grabbing one leader by the collar, Noil warns that without Troyvin, the archipelago itself is meaningless. Noil delivers a final threat, warning the assembly that anyone who defies him will be destroyed on the spot. He glares coldly at the trembling representative before ordering absolute obedience to his commands. With disdain, he calls them trash and demands the dragon-slaying sword be returned if they wish to survive. As Noil prepares to leave, a voice interrupts, requesting permission to ask one more question regarding the sword's retrieval. Noil acknowledges the concern, but states that current conditions prevent him from personally retrieving the weapon. He reveals the reason. A powerful figure, one of Ragnar's 9 dragons, the hegemony dragon, has appeared, and restraining him must take top priority. In the city below, a massive crowd gathers at the central plaza, focused on Theo near the steps of a platform. The name Kriemhild echoes across the space, called out repeatedly by the crowd, their voices filled with awe. Theo, standing at the forefront, is surprised by the scale of reverence Kriemhild commands, far beyond what he imagined. Theo reflects on his memory of Kriemhild, not as a god or warrior, but as a kind, ordinary girl with gentle eyes. He notes that the dragon-slaying sword she carries is no ordinary weapon, but a sacred relic of the primeval dragon, usable only by those of Ragnar blood. A sudden plea from the crowd interrupts his thoughts, as someone urgently requests Kriemhild's help to save them. One man steps forward to speak for the people, blaming Troyvin's betrayal for the looming collapse of the archipelago. He pleads for Kriemhild to save those who cannot escape, appealing to her compassion. Moved by the moment, Theo raises the sacred sword and addresses the gathered crowd with resolve. Theo raises the dragon, slaying sword high, declaring his intent to save the archipelago and lead them to salvation. His bold vow echoes across the city, rallying the onlookers whose cheers shake the plaza in overwhelming support. From the shadows, a figure watches and addresses Kriemhild directly, revealing their anticipation of this moment. The priest of the Kriemhild temple steps forward, introducing himself as Marti, the one entrusted with overseeing her legacy. He formally pledges his service to Theo, recognizing him as the one chosen by destiny to carry on Kriemhild's will. The gathered crowd follows as Marti leads Theo toward the temple grounds, located on a sacred bridge suspended in the skies. Inside the temple, Marti explains that they have preserved this sanctuary across generations in belief of the prophecy's fulfillment. Theo's curiosity rises as he is led to an artifact resting on a pedestal, described as a necklace once worn by Kriemhild. The item, known as Kriemhild's Pearl, is a magical key with a direct connection to a powerful gateway system. Marti states that the pearl is the only key to reaching the deep-sea dragon and continuing their mission. Theo accepts the item, but before moving on, he turns to Marti with something personal to say. To Marti's surprise, Theo calls him out by his real name and reassures him not to worry, referring to him as Lord Ragnar. Marti is shocked and asks how Theo discovered the truth, but Theo had already pieced it together. Marti confesses he recognized Theo's sorrow, the same pain Kriemhild once carried when forced to harm others for the greater good. Acknowledging the spirit of Kriemhild within Theo, Marti declares that Theo deserves the respect and treatment worthy of her legacy. Theo and Marti arrive at the temple's final chamber. Marti explains that by placing the necklace atop the stairs, a gate to the sea dragon will open. He further states that the necklace will allow Theo to breathe and move freely underwater once the gate activates. With solemn eyes, Marti extends the necklace and pleads with Theo to save the archipelago. Entrusting him with the sacred duty, Theo accepts the task. Drawing his sword with resolve, he prepares to face the danger below with no hesitation. The people gathered on the bridge stare in silent hope as Theo prepares to descend into the unknown. Whispers of Kriemhild echo from the crowd one by one. The citizens chant her name with reverence and prayer. Suddenly, a thunderous voice commands the crowd to stop and disperse, followed by armed forces storming the area. The authorities claim that Theo is a terrorist falsely impersonating Kriemhild, shocking the confused citizens. The military declares that an operation is underway to recover the dragon, slaying sword from Theo, forcing the crowd to evacuate. Umberto Spinola, head of one of the shipping clans, justifies the operation, fearing for his life more than his reputation. In his panic, Umberto decides that any resistance must be met with force, even if it means mass violence. He issues a brutal command to eliminate anyone who opposes their forces and recover the stolen sword at all costs. As chaos erupts above, Theo quietly descends the stairway alone, far from the commotion and panic on the bridge. He reaches the bottom of the stairwell, where the portal's magic begins to ripple through the ground. Standing before the shimmering gate, Theo calmly wonders if this is the true place where his battle begins. Theo carefully holds the necklace and releases it into the center of the gateway, just as instructed. The moment the necklace touches the surface, magical energy erupts, forming a glowing spiral as the water shimmers and swirls. The portal activates with tremendous force. Waves explode outward as a vortex appears, and Theo steps forward into its center. He plunges into the sea through the vortex, his figure swallowed by swirling water and shimmering light. Sinking deeper into the abyss, Theo adjusts to the pressure, his eyes scanning the dark ocean floor. Strange shadows emerge in the distance. Theo tightens his grip on the sword, realizing he's not alone. He steadies his breath before him. Multiple glowing red eyes pierce the water's darkness. Sea creatures surround him. Dozens of monstrous beings twist through the deep, all fixated on the lone intruder. Theo calmly observes the encroaching threat, his focus unwavering. If these are the keepers of the dragon's domain, I must defeat them. Armed soldiers from the three maritime families storm the temple plaza, forming ranks as they push forward under strict orders to capture every suspected supporter. Confusion spreads among the civilians as accusations of terrorism echo through the courtyard, and doubt rises about whether the claims against Kriemhild hold any truth. A young defender steps forward and challenges the justification for this sudden siege, drawing the attention of both the advancing troops and the frightened crowd. Facing the armed formation alone, the youth questions the basis of the charges and denies the claim that Kriemhild's reincarnation is a fabrication. Temple priests gather behind him and declare their long guardianship of the sanctuary, asserting its sacred status and demanding accountability from the attackers. Tension sharpens when the name Troivan is raised, shifting suspicion toward a mercenary faction allegedly connected to the missing Dragon Slayer sword. Rumors spread rapidly through the bystanders as some recall that the maritime families once clashed violently to obtain the legendary blade. Accusations intensify between civilians and soldiers, with claims that siding with Traven would mean surrendering Kriemhild's honor to outside control. Anger unites the townspeople, and they rally together with a shared resolve to defend Kriemhild and prevent any forced transfer of power. Sir Spinola observes the swelling unrest with a hardened expression, aware that the operation is spiraling beyond its original mandate. Aya's subordinate urges caution and suggests retreat, warning that excessive force will damage their standing and provoke wider backlash. Instead of withdrawing, Spinola summons the Traven mercenary squad and prepares to suppress resistance without hesitation. Mercenaries descend into the plaza and launch a coordinated assault, cutting through defenders as panic erupts across the stone ground. Blood stains the courtyard while screams and clashes echo, revealing the brutal consequences of choosing force over negotiation. An advisor attempts to steady Spinola's judgment, reminding him that harsh reprisals will only deepen opposition and weaken their position. Sir Romeli's warning is brushed aside as Spinola refuses to reconsider, convinced that hesitation now would mean betraying the archipelago a second time. Bitterness hardens his resolve, and he concludes that yielding would reduce them to Traven's obedient hounds, stripping away what little authority they still possess. With that decision made, orders are given to eliminate anyone who interferes and reclaim the Dragon Slayer sword regardless of the cost. Steel clashes across the plaza as priests and townspeople stand shoulder to shoulder, resisting the mercenaries who attempt to force a path forward. Although urged to withdraw, the young priest refuses to retreat and chooses instead to fight beside the civilians protecting him. Determination spreads through the defenders as they brace themselves, locking shields and preparing to confront the advancing line head-on. Amid the chaos, a powerful strike crashes down, scattering sparks and sending one combatant sprawling across the stone pavement. Another fighter follows through with relentless momentum, driving his opponent back with sweeping blows that carve bright arcs through the air. Spinola watches the unfolding resistance with mounting frustration, unsettled by the unexpected strength opposing his mercenary squad. A new warrior steps into the fray and calls out Antonio Spinola's name, revealing a long-buried connection that halts the commander momentarily. Recognition flashes between them as the newcomer condemns the abandonment of former duties for what he views as a disgraceful course. Their confrontation ignites fresh fury, and weapons collide with explosive force as past grievances resurface in the midst of battle. The challenger stands firm and questions whether this so-called choice truly means betraying their homeland and slaughtering innocent civilians. Spinola falters briefly under the accusation, yet pride overrides doubt as he signals for reinforcement. At his command, the Black Skull members tighten their formation around the plaza, surrounding the lone warrior and preparing to crush the uprising. Theo cuts through the mercenaries while ordering his allies to subdue the enemies and shield the civilians trapped within the burning plaza. Despite admitting that he raised his blade too soon and placed everyone at a disadvantage, he refuses to retreat while others risk themselves. As reinforcements surge forward, Theo senses a presence watching from above and leaps into the air, drawn toward a vast power gathering overhead. Suspended within a swirling column of water, Theo confronts a colossal sea serpent whose crimson eyes study him without immediate hostility. Realization strikes when he recalls that Leviathan's energy resides within the Dragon Slayer's sword, explaining the creature's restrained behavior. Instead of attacking, the serpent acknowledges him, and a radiant aura envelops Theo as recognition forms between Master and Sea Beast. System messages flare before his eyes, confirming that the sea serpent accepts him, and that a taming process has begun. Memories of his previous Wyvern contracts surface, allowing him to steady the rushing currents and interpret the emotions flowing from Leviathan. Curiosity, fear, and awe ripple through the oceanic bond, yet none of it carries killing intent toward Theo. Understanding the serpent's hesitation, Theo assures the creature that he will bear the responsibility for the power it safeguards. He offers himself fully as the vessel, inviting Leviathan to choose him rather than remain bound to a fading relic. At his acceptance, the waters spiral violently upward, and Theo descends deeper as radiant streams of energy converge around him. Currents intensify and lightning, like veins of light wrap around his body, signaling that the synchronization is nearing completion. Pressure crushes against his limbs, yet Theo endures, recognizing the distortion of surrounding mana as proof they are drawing closer to unity. A final notification ignites within his vision, announcing the activation of hatching synchronization as his eyes blaze with transformed power. Theo descends through the deep current as Leviathan's immense body coils beneath him, its form beginning to dissolve while the surrounding mana grows unstable. As the sea serpent's physical shape fades, its essence compresses and transfers toward Theo, causing his internal mana circuits to expand beyond their former limits. Despite the successful synchronization, Theo senses that something within the ocean has shifted, and a darker presence begins stirring nearby. Moments later, Leviathan's manifestation vanishes completely, leaving Theo suspended underwater alongside smaller sea spirits observing the disturbance. A warning presence lingers as Theo becomes aware that the energy now residing inside him is reacting to another corrupted force. Recognition dawns when he realizes that the foreign power resembles the demon shadow toxin he encountered before. Memories of a fallen dragon surface in his mind, connecting the toxin's corruption to a creature that once lost control under its influence. Far above, a massive dragon convulses as violet veins spread across its scales, its reason consumed by the spreading contamination. Understanding the cause, Theo concludes that the demon shadow toxin has driven the dragon into madness, setting the stage for another inevitable clash. Waves crashed violently against a jagged cliff beneath a dark sky, while a lone tower stood at the summit, isolated from the restless sea below. Inside the ruined hall, broken stone and scattered debris covered the floor, suggesting a recent battle or forced intrusion within the abandoned stronghold. A masked commander with long braided hair observed the destruction calmly, acknowledging that war between nations was inevitable but hinting at a more urgent matter. The injured overlord dragon, Dante Roll of Trovin's ninth noble servitor, lay against shattered stone as he recognized the masked figure before him. The commander reminded the dragon of their agreement, emphasizing that Ragnar would be fought in the north while Trovan's true objective remained concealed. Dante Roll sensed something unusual in his own body, realizing that his powers were returning in a way that felt unstable and unnatural. Theo Ragnar, the black-haired outsider, suddenly intervened, drawing attention as the masked commander questioned his involvement in the confidential meeting. Suspicion grew heavier when the commander demanded honesty, implying that Theo's presence threatened the fragile balance established by their secret pact. A surge of red energy erupted outward, and the commander declared that any deception would immediately terminate their alliance without hesitation. Theo's sharp eyes widened as he recognized the ominous aura spreading through the chamber, connecting it to the forbidden demon shadow toxin. Darkness gathered behind the dragon's massive form, its body twisting as reason faded beneath the influence of the corrupting substance. The creature roared violently, its transformation accelerating as the toxin consumed its senses and replaced restraint with destructive fury. Shock crossed Theo's expression as he considered whether Trovan had orchestrated this chaos by poisoning a guardian meant to defend the archipelago. Floating droplets shimmered around him while demonic energy spread through the dragon's veins, proving that the corruption had fully overtaken its will. Now driven beyond reason, the massive Leviathan prepared to descend into complete berserk rage, forcing Theo to confront an uncontrollable catastrophe. Theo descended rapidly through the water-filled chamber as the berserk Leviathan moved unpredictably, its massive body twisting while corrupted energy distorted the surrounding currents. Recognizing a brief opening, he accelerated without hesitation and activated Hatchling Synchro, attempting to strike before the dragon fully noticed his presence. A cold realization struck him when he sensed the demon shadow toxin spreading further, saturating the creature's veins and intensifying its unstable transformation. The Leviathan's eyes glowed violently as purple corruption gathered along its scales, concentrating into a volatile point near its upper body. Theo identified the source of the spreading toxin and resolved to destroy that focal point before the contamination overwhelmed the dragon completely. With decisive force, he drove his blade downward toward the concentrated mass, aiming to sever the energy that sustained the berserk state. The strike collided against hardened scales and erupting lightning, sending shockwaves through the chamber as fractured energy scattered in every direction. Water and debris spiraled violently while Theo was thrown back by the recoil, barely maintaining balance amid the dragon's thrashing counterattack. Despite the impact, he steadied himself on broken stone, understanding that reckless assault alone would not subdue the rampaging guardian. Blood trickled from Theo's brow as he charged again, refusing to retreat even while the Leviathan lunged with relentless speed. The dragon pursued aggressively, closing distance with crushing force and attempting to corner him within the collapsing underwater ruins. Recalling past battles, Theo targeted the creature's forehead, knowing that precise strikes there had once disrupted its defenses. Frustration flickered across his face as he realized the corrupted energy shielded the vital point, preventing him from approaching safely. The Leviathan gathered a sphere of concentrated power within its jaws, compressing demonic energy into a destructive blast. An immense beam erupted forward, swallowing the chamber in blinding light and forcing Theo to endure the overwhelming surge head. Theo was hurled backward by the overwhelming beam, his body cutting through dark water as the Leviathan surged after him with relentless momentum. A massive sea serpent, like form, twisted through the ruins, jaws snapping as it attempted to seize him before he could recover control. Regaining focus midair, Theo analyzed the situation and concluded that only a direct strike to the wounded forehead could end the rampage. He forced his body forward despite the pressure, noticing that dense demonic energy shielded the crystal embedded near the dragon's brow. Understanding that hesitation would doom the archipelago, Theo gathered power into a single decisive charge aimed at piercing that corruption. Light erupted around him as he committed fully, disregarding the violent recoil building between his blade and the dragon's defenses. Red light flared within Theo's eyes as he activated Griffin Talon, amplifying his dominance against the frenzied guardian. Additional traits followed instantly, reinforcing his resistance against demonic influence while pushing back the crushing magical pressure. Empowered by layered abilities, he drove himself straight through the torrent of energy guarding the corrupted crystal. With a fierce shout, Theo unleashed Quintuple Dragon's Claw, splitting his attack into multiple converging strikes. Blades of concentrated force descended simultaneously, tearing through scales and shattering the hardened surface protecting the forehead core. The crystal fractured under repeated impact, releasing violent bursts of light that scattered across the collapsing chamber. An immense explosion engulfed both combatants, sending fragments and shockwaves through the surrounding waters. As the energy dissipated, Theo's body drifted downward, exhausted yet still conscious amid fading debris. Opposite him, the dragon's massive form slackened, its berserk aura weakening as the corrupted power finally began to break apart. A pillar of light pierced the depths as the fractured crystal released its final surge, illuminating the Leviathan's massive body suspended in the water. The dragon's crimson eye flickered uncertainly, no longer burning with madness, but trembling as awareness slowly returned to its gaze. Theo steadied himself nearby, watching carefully as the violent aura faded, and the guardian's breathing gradually stabilized. Through the dispersing light, a distant memory surfaced before Theo's eyes, revealing a solemn woman who once bore the title of Chosen Protector. Her expression carried quiet resolve, suggesting she had faced the same burden and accepted a duty that demanded sacrifice. The vision implied that Theo now stood where she once had, inheriting responsibility rather than merely surviving the battle. The Leviathan lowered its head, acknowledging that all it had prepared for its true master could no longer be fulfilled. Regret weighed heavily as it admitted that demonic influence had clouded its judgment and nearly reduced it to a mindless destroyer. Theo listened in silence, realizing the guardian had been deceived and stripped of its role at the crucial moment. With solemn intent, the dragon addressed Theo directly, recognizing his strength and resolve demonstrated throughout the desperate confrontation. It declared its decision to entrust the remainder of its power to him before corruption or fate could claim it again. Theo accepted without hesitation, meeting the guardian's gaze as mutual understanding replaced hostility. The Leviathan extended its remaining energy, asking that the power be used to protect those the former guardian could no longer defend. Theo raised his sword upright within the calm water, silently vowing to uphold that responsibility from this moment onward. As the dragon's massive form dimmed, gratitude lingered in its fading presence while Theo remained alone beneath the quiet sea. The Leviathan's remaining essence surged upward in a spiraling current, its massive body dissolving into streams of blue energy that encircled Theo beneath the sea. Fragments of light poured into him as the guardian entrusted its final strength, while violent tides churned from the sudden transfer of power. Caught within the raging vortex, Theo struggled to stabilize himself, realizing that the surrounding sea currents were rapidly spiraling out of control. The expanding whirlpool threatened the floating archipelago above, pulling enormous volumes of water into a single rotating force. Refusing to allow disaster, Theo seized control of the inherited power and forced his body to rise through the torrent. Harnessing the Leviathan's authority, he redirected the surging currents outward, beginning the impossible task of moving the entire floating archipelago to safety. Theo senses the sea current sustaining Leviathan fading rapidly, realizing the massive creature is losing the energy required to support the floating archipelago above. Understanding the danger, he concludes that without someone to absorb Leviathan's overwhelming power, the entire chain of islands will eventually collapse into the ocean depths. Resolute and calculating, Theo declares inwardly that he will seize Leviathan's power himself and use it to move the vast floating archipelago. A surge of concentrated blue energy erupts as Theo draws the force toward himself. Pressure tears through his body, veins straining and skin cracking under the immense burden, forcing him to confront his earlier overconfidence. Memories of the Guardian's warning surface as he recognizes that Leviathan exists on an entirely different level of power. An explosive clash of energy spreads across the sea, pushing Theo backward as he admits he underestimated the creature's true strength. Assessing the situation quickly, he realizes his body will fail if he continues recklessly and shifts his focus toward another solution. With sharpened resolve, Theo reaches for his sword, deciding to channel the overwhelming force through his blade instead of enduring it directly. The ocean churns violently, while a massive sphere of condensed water forms in the sky, compressing Leviathan's scattered energy into a single core. Observing the transformation, the Guardians acknowledge that the beast's true form is stabilizing through the vessel Theo has forced upon it. Amid the roaring tides, Theo steadies his stance, accepting that the final outcome will be decided by whether his body can endure the strain. High above the dark sea, Theo hovers before the luminous sphere, though the Guardians urge caution. He understands that Leviathan's power is finally contained, granting him the chance to relocate the islands. Extending his hand despite the pain coursing through him, Theo prepares to command the captured force and complete the movement of the archipelago. Theo plummets through the sky with Leviathan's condensed power suspended above his raised hand, guiding the massive energy mass toward a destination he has already chosen. Confidence steadies his expression as he confirms internally that he has selected the perfect place to relocate the overwhelming force. A blinding eruption of light engulfs the sea as he directs the sphere toward Ragnar's northeast bay, the place he once used in his previous life. The compressed energy detonates in a controlled burst, tearing open space above the ocean while maintaining its spherical structure. Far below, the surface of the archipelago trembles violently, waves rising as if the entire sea is being lifted from beneath. Citizens stagger in confusion as the island's foundation shifts, struggling to understand the sudden tremor shaking their world. Panic spreads among onlookers who initially believe the archipelago is sinking into the ocean's depths. Moments later, astonishment replaces fear when the shoreline visibly drifts, revealing that the landmass itself is moving. From a distant vantage, the massive archipelago slowly changes position across the water, carried by Leviathan's contained power. Towering waves crash against the outer walls as the relocated energy reshapes the surrounding currents to support the island's movement. Within a shattered hull, armored figures sense the disturbance, realizing that the sea's balance has been forcefully rewritten. A masked warrior concludes that the archipelago has not been destroyed, but instead transported through an unprecedented manipulation of power. High above, a dragon, like Overlord, observes the aftermath, acknowledging that even he failed to foresee Theo Ragnar's decision. Calculating the consequences, he reflects that the Dragon Slayer's sword's burden may have found resolution through this reckless gamble. Determination hardens among his faction as they resolve to eliminate Theo and reclaim the sword, rather than remain passive observers. Citizens stare toward the shifting horizon as the archipelago steadily changes position, disbelief spreading when they realize the islands are truly moving across the sea. Relief replaces panic among the guards as they understand the danger of sinking has vanished, and the chaos that consumed the streets begins to settle. Before order fully returns, a sudden strike tears through the air and crashes into the gathering, shattering the fragile calm that had just formed. An armored warrior drives his blade forward, forcing Theo back across the stone pavement as sparks and debris scatter from the impact. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the plaza, drawing alarmed cries from nearby soldiers who scramble to regain formation. Theo regains his footing mid-motion, cape snapping behind him as he steadies his massive sword and faces the unexpected attacker. Recognition spreads among the onlookers as they realize Theo has returned after lifting the Sea Dragon's seal and securing the archipelago. An older knight approaches him with visible relief, reassured that the islands will no longer sink under Leviathan's fading strength. Theo accepts the acknowledgement calmly, dismissing gratitude while keeping his focus on the unstable atmosphere around them. The camera of war widens to reveal fallen bodies and blood-stained stone, evidence that conflict erupted during Theo's absence. Turning away from the exchange, he states his intent to handle the remaining threats personally, stepping forward with controlled resolve behind him. Several warriors hesitate in confusion, unsettled by his composure, despite the Dragon Slayer's sword hanging at his side. A squad of armed men charges directly toward Theo, determined to seize the weapon before he can react. Observing their reckless advance, he notes how drastically circumstances have shifted while he was gone. Sensing a lethal attack descending from afar, Theo orders everyone to take cover as a crimson beam slices through the sky toward the battlefield. Theo stands amid collapsing waves and scattered soldiers as the aftermath of the sudden assault leaves the plaza flooded and bodies strewn across the blood-stained ground. A sweeping current curls around him while stunned nobles and guards lie defeated, revealing that the attackers overwhelmed the island's defenses during his absence. From a distance, an older man witnesses the devastation and realizes that internal disorder, not external invasion alone, allowed the catastrophe to unfold. Theo advances through the silent crowd, ordering the civilians to withdraw while he assesses the scale of betrayal that destabilized the archipelago. Behind him, his father steadies himself despite visible wounds, acknowledging that the archipelago's survival now depends on Theo's resolve. A tense stillness grips the square as hostile intent gathers from beyond the smoke, signaling that a stronger enemy has entered the battlefield. Crimson energy erupts across the plaza as a pirate leader steps forward, his presence warping the air with violent pressure. Dark power surges around the newcomer, declaring open hostility toward Theo and mocking the strength that moved the islands. Unfazed by the threat, Theo tightens his grip on the Dragon Slayer's sword, preparing to confront the rising menace directly. Theo stands on a ruined battlefield as red energy coils around a towering armored warrior, realizing the enemy was engineered to rival the legendary 9 dragons. Memories of the Great War surface in his mind, reminding him that these reinforced humans once fought equally against Ragnar's strongest forces and survived countless brutal campaigns. Doubt forms as he senses something different in this opponent, suspecting the soldier has already advanced beyond known limits and become far more dangerous than records described. The armored warrior launches forward with explosive speed, crossing the distance instantly and forcing Theo to raise his blade, while struggling to track the sudden movement. Steel collides in midair as Theo is driven backward, his defense barely intercepting the descending strike that carries crushing weight and precise control. Pressure intensifies when the enemy continues attacking without pause, each swing faster than the last and steadily overwhelming Theo's footing. Across the shattered ground, a brief opening reveals the crimson glow within the soldier's helmet, confirming to Theo that this foe stands among the highest-ranked elite of their forces. Realization settles heavily as he evaluates the widening gap in strength, concluding that direct confrontation will inevitably end in defeat. Even while retreating through the air from another blow, Theo forces his thoughts to focus on the source of that unnatural power. The armored warrior raises his sword beneath a blood-tinted sky, invoking the dragon-slaying power that radiates outward in violent waves. Theo counters by channeling his own energy into his blade, refusing to release his grip despite the destabilizing force pressing against him. A massive collision erupts between them, blasting debris upward as their conflicting powers tear through the battlefield. Smoke spreads across the ground while Theo steadies himself, refusing to yield despite the enemy's warning gesture. Gathering his remaining strength, he concentrates it into a focused strike that pierces through the swirling shockwaves. The armored warrior staggers as Theo's blade finally breaks through his defense, shifting the momentum of the battle at last. The masked commander studies Theo with calm certainty, treating the battle as a lesson while measuring the potential of Ragnar's next generation. Blood runs across Theo's face as he absorbs the insult in silence, recognizing through repeated clashes that this opponent was sent with specific intent. A violent shockwave erupts between them, confirming to Theo that the enemy understands his growth and considers him a threat worth eliminating. Elsewhere, a silver-haired strategist recalls prior warnings that Theo Ragnar would become a decisive variable capable of shifting the balance of war. Cold resolve settles in that chamber as the order is given to remove Theo immediately before his influence spreads further. Back on the battlefield, a sweeping strike carves a circular trench into the ground, isolating Theo at the center of fractured stone. The masked warrior evaluates the situation and concludes that allowing Theo to survive will only strengthen the enemy's future campaigns. A blade stained with fresh blood lowers toward the broken terrain, signaling a finishing move meant to erase him completely. System messages flicker before Theo's eyes, revealing that external support abilities have failed and critical cooldown time still remains. Despite limited options, Theo steadies his breathing and accepts that retreat would only confirm the enemy's expectations. A final calculation forms as he considers borrowing the Dragon Slayer's sword's unstable power once more. Even at personal risk, both figures dash across the waterfront settlement, their pursuit scattering debris and sending waves crashing against the docks. A crimson arc descends from the sky and tears through rooftops, detonating in a column of force that splits the harbor. Fragments of wood and stone rain down while Theo evades the collapsing structures, refusing to fall before the decisive strike lands. The masked warrior drives forward again, blade extended toward Theo's chest, determined to end the threat before the remaining seconds expire. Theo is hurled across the harbor rooftops, barely stabilizing his body mid-air, as the masked warrior pursues without hesitation. A compressed burst of force detonates behind him, shattering walls and sending splintered beams raining into the narrow streets below, sliding across broken tiles. Theo channels blue energy into his sword, preparing a counterattack despite the tremor running through his arms. A concentrated beam of power erupts from Theo's blade, carving a luminous path through stone and forcing the enemy to evade upward. The impact splits the ground apart, hurling debris into the air while the masked warrior lands beyond the fractured zone unharmed. Dust clears to reveal the armored figure standing firm, red energy coiling around him as if mocking the failed assault. Theo charges again, weaving between collapsing structures while red arcs sweep across the harbor in wide, destructive crescents. Clashing strikes collide mid-air, producing violent shockwaves that ripple over the docks and scatter anchored ships. Another explosion sends Theo crashing downward, his body cutting through smoke before slamming into the frozen shoreline. The masked warrior descends from above and drives a blade into the wooden pier, splintering planks as Theo narrowly rolls aside. Fragments scatter across the waterfront while both fighters regain footing, the battlefield now reduced to wreckage and drifting frost. Theo's breathing grows heavier, yet his grip tightens as he calculates the few seconds remaining before stabilization completes. The enemy advances with measured steps, convinced that exhaustion will finish what brute force began. Blood trails down Theo's face as he steadies his stance, focusing everything on one decisive exchange. With only moments left on the unseen countdown, Theo prepares to unleash the borrowed power once more, gambling everything on a final strike. Red energy erupts outward as the masked warrior decides to end the fight, releasing a crushing wave meant to erase Theo where he stands. Theo senses the lethal surge approaching and realizes that a direct clash now would result in immediate defeat. Instead of retreating, he shifts tactics, preparing a distraction that might buy him the final seconds he desperately needs. With deliberate intent, Theo throws an object toward the waterlogged pier, drawing the enemy's attention away from his true objective. A system command activates as he initiates wyvern taming to connect with the sea serpent lurking beneath the harbor surface. The masked warrior notices the sudden disturbance in the water but dismisses it as a futile attempt to change the outcome. Multiple serpentine heads burst from the sea behind Theo, their massive forms rising along the pier with glowing maws gathering power. Blue torrents fire forward in unison, forcing the masked warrior to brace against the concentrated barrage racing toward him. Despite the overwhelming display, the armored figure counters with sweeping strikes, cutting through waves and pressing forward undeterred. The warrior's chain blade arcs violently, shredding water and wood alike while Theo maneuvers among the collapsing planks. Suspicion flickers within the masked gaze as he questions Theo's confidence amid apparent disadvantage. Crimson energy gathers once more around the warrior, signaling a final descending blow intended to finish the struggle spectacularly. A luminous timer reaches 0 as the Dragon Slayer's sword, Balmung, finally stabilizes within Theo's grasp. New system confirmation resonates through his mind, assuring him that the unstable power has fully aligned with his body. As the masked warrior lunges in surprise, Theo raises the stabilized blade to meet the attack, ready to reverse the battle's conclusion. A system notification confirms Theo has acquired a skill embedded within the sea serpent as a radiant emblem forms above him. From the shattered harbor, a colossal blue serpent surges upward through spiraling water, its power merging with Theo's stabilized blade. Energy floods his body as the summoned creature roars beneath him, signaling that the battle's balance has finally shifted in his favor. Theo Ragnar activates a devastating technique, unleashing a wave of energy with immense force. The attack, Dragon Slaying, slices through the battlefield like a divine judgment. The attack manifests into the form of Nibelung, a massive energy dragon crashing from above. As the technique finishes, Theo is seen falling from the sky. Having exhausted his strength, his body crashes into the frozen sea, swallowed by the massive whirlpool left behind. A hand emerges from the water, Theo gasping for air, barely conscious. However, his opponent stands on solid ground, bruised but alive, smirking at Theo's struggle. The enemy rises, fueled by rage and resilience. His body still carries deep wounds, but his fury keeps him upright. He mocks Theo's attack as futile, boasting about his endurance and heritage tied to powerful bloodlines. Theo, still submerged and struggling, observes his enemy from afar. He acknowledges the opponent's strength, recognizing him as a formidable foe, not one to be easily destroyed. Theo steadies himself and raises his sword once again. Despite being weakened, he summons energy, readying another strike. The air crackles with magic as power surrounds his blade. With a burst of force, Theo launches his final attack, causing water to explode upward. The enemy tries to react, but is caught within the massive torrent that pulls everything down. The impact creates a swirling vortex that drags both warriors into the depths. Water floods the battlefield as Theo's power consumes the sea floor, ending the clash in a massive underwater collapse. Theo, still standing amid the ruined battlefield, forces his final command. With all remaining strength, he casts a binding technique, triggering a whirlpool meant to bury his enemy for good. The whirlpool grows massive, roaring louder as it sucks everything beneath. Theo's technique gains full power, dragging his enemy toward the ocean depths. The enemy resists, but the force is overwhelming. Theo finally collapses to one knee, breathing heavily. The battlefield quiets. Meanwhile, another ally activates a magical device, shifting the platform beneath. Their plan to redirect the island is now in motion as the spell circle glows beneath her feet. Far ahead, the island begins drifting toward the mainland, A floating fortress slowly approaches shore, its path carefully measured. The crew watches nervously, unsure if Theo's calculations were correct. Onboard observers confirm the island is moving steadily and safely. The risk of collision is low and relief spreads among the crew. One man praises the effort as Theo calmly looks on, another soldier expresses disbelief at the sight, still stunned that an entire island was moved. He questions why such a drastic move was necessary rather than sealing the sea dragon directly. Theo answers with certainty. Though sealing the dragon was possible, the floating archipelago would have remained at risk. Preventing future threats required a permanent solution. He explains that by stabilizing the island's location, peace could last. People wouldn't live in fear of the sea dragon reawakening. With the island now safe and anchored, Theo looks toward the horizon. The danger is past. He smirks lightly, mentioning that they might need a new name. The island no longer floats. A high-ranking officer approaches Theo in silence, unsure how to begin, surrounded by guards and crew. Tension lingers in the air. The officer finally bows his head deeply and begs for forgiveness. The man confesses the Alliance's shared guilt in earlier decisions. Even though they were coerced by threats, he admits responsibility for allowing the Sea Dragon threat to escalate and regrets their passive role in the chaos. In tears, the officer asks Theo for judgment. He acknowledges that their alliance can no longer stand by without consequence. If needed, he is willing to pay with his life for the damages they allowed to happen. Theo calmly tells the man that responsibility must be taken, but not in the way he fears. The man braces for punishment, eyes wide with dread. Theo requests that he take leadership of the Northern Maritime Alliance. The announcement stuns the officer and those around him. Instead of execution, he is handed an opportunity to lead and restore order. The man is overwhelmed, unable to comprehend the trust being placed in him. Theo stands firm, signaling that rebuilding must come through accountability and courage, not more bloodshed. Theo explains that the collapse of the Ragnar Merchant Guild has left the northern region without large-scale trade. A new alliance must fill that role to ensure stability. He declares confidence in the floating archipelago's alliance to take on this responsibility. The officer hesitates, believing himself unworthy, but Theo turns to the crowd for judgment. Theo publicly calls on everyone for their opinion. The people cheer, showing support for the humbled officer. A new chapter for the North begins, built on unity, not fear. One citizen raises their hand and declares support for Antonio's leadership. They affirm that everyone saw his honesty and regret, and that he deserves the chance to lead. Others raise their hands, one by one, voices call out in favor of Antonio, acknowledging the courage he showed and the lives he helped protect. Shouts of agreement rise as more people raise their hands. Many recall how Antonio stood up for the citizens during the crisis. By majority will, the people accept him as the rightful leader of the Maritime Alliance. Theo watches the crowd's response with calm satisfaction. With the people's trust confirmed, he prepares to seal the decision with a declaration of terms for the Alliance's future. He announces the condition: the Northern Maritime Alliance must invest its resources into Ragnar. In return, he promises to protect the floating archipelago's autonomy and safety. Theo publicly swears his commitment in the name of the Ragnar clan. His voice carries authority, reassuring everyone that a new era of cooperation and peace is now underway. Antonio remains silent at first, overwhelmed by the crowd's acceptance. After a pause, he steps forward, moved by Theo's trust and the people's support. He accepts the role with humility, declaring his loyalty to the House of Ragnar. On behalf of the Maritime Alliance, he promises to uphold the agreement and safeguard peace. As the sun rises behind them, Theo and Antonio clasp hands firmly. The alliance is sealed, not by fear or force, but by mutual trust and shared responsibility. Cheers erupt across the courtyard as the people celebrate the new alliance. Theo and Antonio stand at the center, now united by purpose. Their handshake signals the beginning of a new era for the North. As rumbling echoes in the distance, both men glance toward the sea. Theo smiles slightly, knowing the long journey is finally over. The floating archipelago has reached its destined place far off the shore. The archipelago settles into its new resting point. Anchored to a secure landmass, it becomes the new permanent home for its people, protected and stable at last. Elsewhere, under the moonlight, stormy waters crash against jagged rocks. A single hand claws out of the ocean, breaking the surface with force. The enemy from before gasps for air, his body trembling as he drags himself ashore. Coughing violently, he clings to life through sheer rage and desperation. He collapses on the wet stone, coughing uncontrollably. His survival, however, brings no peace, only the fire of vengeance that still burns within him. Rising with hatred in his eyes, the man curses the name of Ragnar. He swears revenge, vowing to tear Theo apart and reclaim his pride. Just as he speaks, an ominous presence appears. A dark figure watches him from the shadows, the Overlord Dragon. The man falters, recognizing the overwhelming aura. He pleads desperately, offering to serve and begging for help to complete his revenge. But the dragon dismisses him coldly, calling him foolish. The tides of power are shifting, and not in his favor. The Overlord Dragon's aura darkens as he reveals his true motive. He never intended to help reclaim peace. Instead, he had wanted the archipelago for himself all along. The fallen enemy, shocked and betrayed, realizes he had been manipulated. The Overlord Dragon had only seen him as a tool to weaken Ragnar and claim the floating island without resistance. The dragon mocks his failed expectations. He admits the enemy wasn't even able to eliminate one of Ragnar's pests. His grin widens, cold and ruthless, as he steps forward with disdain. The Overlord Dragon refuses to be cast aside. In defiance, he unleashes a final surge of energy and declares his intent to destroy the 9 dragons. He draws a cursed weapon with blood-red energy crackling around it. The blade pulses with corrupted power, twisted by his fury. He charges recklessly at the Overlord Dragon, determined to show the strength of the noble bloodline he believes still matters. He leaps into the air with wild eyes and hateful shouts ready to strike. But his desperation and arrogance cloud his judgment, pushing him toward a fight he cannot win. The Overlord Dragon watches calmly. Unimpressed, he mocks the enemy's bluster, calling out the futility of words and shows of power without substance. As the enemy rages below, the dragon muses aloud, wondering if his antics would work on the elders, or perhaps on Theo Ragnar. His tone remains casual, almost bored. A wicked grin forms as he whispers Theo's name. With eyes glowing red, he issues a new challenge, eager to face the only one left who might be worth his time. The cold battlefield was silent as heavy snowfall veiled the frozen terrain. From atop the cliffs, armed troops gathered, eyes fixed downward as a lone flag trembled in the wind. At the center of the lower field stood a white-haired commander, Ed Troyvin, his presence firm and commanding. Around him, his soldiers formed ranks bracing for the clash. The atmosphere crackled with restrained violence. As a few enemy warriors charged with confidence, Ed remained still. His opponents hurled threats, unaware of the difference in power. The commander's calm gaze didn't flinch, despite their taunts. Without hesitation, Ed unleashed force with terrifying precision. His attackers fell instantly, their last words echoing. Words Ed had heard too many times before. Annoyed by the repetition, Ed stepped forward, sweeping aside their charge with lethal ease. His frustration wasn't with their attacks, but the predictable arrogance each foe carried, always ending in the same failure. A subordinate rushed to him with urgent news. The operation at the floating archipelago had failed. Ed's expression darkened as he asked about Noel. The reply was grim. Contact had been completely lost. Elsewhere, a man cloaked in dark armor listened to the report. He mocked the fallen comrade as defective, showing no concern. The archipelago was a key supply hub. Its loss could shift the war's outcome. One of his elites, Ain, offered to resolve the issue himself. He was no ordinary soldier. He stood among the 9 servitors of Troyvin, dangerous, and loyal. Ed, however, refused. The archipelago was already lost. He wouldn't risk further assets, though he called it a pity. His eyes remained fixed on the war ahead, not backward. De Troyvin, surrounded by the aftermath of battle, issued calm orders to regroup forces at the center. He revealed his larger scheme. This war was merely a distraction. With glowing eyes and firm resolve, Ed reminded his subordinates of their singular purpose. All their actions, victories and losses meant nothing compared to this one goal. The true aim behind their operations was finally spoken, the resurrection of the Mad Dragon Emperor. Deep within a sacred chamber lit by flames and shadows, their ultimate mission loomed in silence and secrecy. Far from the battlefield, the coastal city bustled with life. At the docks, ships were prepared and cargo moved, unaware of the deeper currents of war. Several figures sat inside a dimly lit office considering routes through the Ceres Merchant Guild's rails. The lack of communication from the Southern Guild raised concern. Antonio, seated and exhausted, leaned over his desk. Papers surrounded him, and his silence revealed the weight he carried. Before he could gather his thoughts, someone entered the room, sensing his unease. Theo entered, asking about supply issues. Antonio tried to downplay his stress but quickly admitted his fears. He confessed that even after being freed from Troyvin's control, safety was not guaranteed under Ragnar's rule. Looking at Ragnar's flag, Antonio admitted his vulnerability. A mere gesture from Theo could end them. Just as Troyvin once did, gratitude mixed with dread in his voice, though he regretted speaking so openly. Antonio couldn't ignore the fear. He questioned whether they were truly safer now or merely trading one danger for another. Theo explained that it was natural for a leader to fear being overthrown. However, Theo expressed a different philosophy, one not built on isolation but strength through readiness. Antonio listened intently as Theo explained that the floating archipelago had been defenseless precisely because of its separation. With no constant threats, the people grew unaccustomed to war, leaving them unprepared when conflict finally arrived. Theo warned that relying on others for national defense is a flawed strategy. He moved confidently across the room, reminding Antonio that survival could not be guaranteed through trust or distance alone. Holding a pendant with the Ragnar insignia, Antonio admitted the truth. Self-defense, though risky, was necessary. Theo didn't argue. Instead, he shifted the topic to Ragnar's white-armored dragon cavalry. Antonio confirmed the unit is renowned and acknowledged their airborne wyverns. Theo nodded knowingly, implying that similar beasts had once existed in the archipelago, hinting that their forgotten power could be reclaimed. Antonio, realizing the implication, connected Theo's words to the sea serpents, once native to the region. Their reappearance always caused panic, and now memories of their rampages returned with unease. Suddenly, chaos erupted outside. Reports of sea serpents at the docks spread quickly. Civilians were ordered to flee while fighters scrambled to respond. Antonio panicked, but Theo remained composed. He revealed that the serpents had not come by chance. They had been summoned deliberately. Shock crossed Antonio's face. Emerging from the waters, a colossal sea serpent loomed. Theo stood calmly beside it, proving he held command over what others feared. Antonio was stunned by Theo's revelation. Summoning sea serpents sounded reckless, something only a madman would attempt. Yet Theo remained calm, petting one of the creatures as if it were a trained hound. With a confident smile, Theo proposed an idea, teaching others to tame the serpents. Just as Ragnar had formed their own airborne cavalry, the archipelago could forge a new force, Riders of the Sea. As serpent riders charged through the waves beside the docks, Theo's vision took shape. Though Antonio chuckled at the absurdity, comparing it to a fairy tale, the beasts now answered to Theo. Theo embraced the comparison to fantasy. He recalled a legend where a knight rode a sea serpent into battle and suggested naming the new force the Kriemhild Knight Order. Antonio's shock grew as one of the sea serpents responded positively to him. The bond between man and beast wasn't impossible. Just then, Theo was informed that someone awaited him. His name echoed across the pier, Theo Ragnar, and a guest's arrival hinted at a new twist in this evolving mission. Inside a warehouse, a visitor stood in awe at the growing forces. She couldn't believe Theo had orchestrated it all in just a few days. The scale of his operation defied belief. Theo dismissed the astonishment casually. But the guest, wearing black snow armor, hinted at deeper knowledge. This operation wasn't as spontaneous as it seemed. She revealed that Black Snow had been investigating the floating archipelago, suspecting it to be a vital supply hub for Ed Troyven. Theo's eyes widened unknowingly. He had stepped into a far more dangerous game. Theo stood still. Processing the truth, Black Snow had been investigating the archipelago all along. If they knew its strategic importance, he couldn't understand why they had allowed its collapse without interference. Before he could reflect further, a new voice called out. A towering man entered the scene, mocking Theo's reputation and appearance. His presence was loud and arrogant, someone used to dominance. This was Overlord Dragon Dante Roll, one of the Great Nine. Though he spoke casually, his tone carried a dismissive edge. He questioned Theo's handling of the archipelago, hinting at deeper tensions among allies. Dante introduced himself fully, brushing aside formalities and approaching Theo with familiarity. He spoke as if he owned the space, analyzing the situation with open disdain. Theo remained quiet as the female agent from earlier criticized him for not reporting to Black Snow. Her accusation revealed deeper implications. Black Snow had plans Theo had unknowingly disrupted. With realization, Theo understood the secrecy wasn't just to protect the archipelago but to hide Black Snow's operations there. His unexpected interference had brought unwanted attention to classified dealings. Suddenly, Dante's mood shifted. Red energy erupted violently as he declared the situation troublesome. He mocked Theo, questioning his readiness to deal with consequences far beyond expectations. The outburst wasn't a threat, it was a warning wrapped in challenge. The explosion of power caught even seasoned warriors off guard. Shaking the entire dock as Dante's crimson force surged through the area. Theo stood firm. Despite the overwhelming pressure, this confrontation wasn't one he intended to back down from. Theo gritted his teeth as Dante's overwhelming power surged. The air cracked under pressure, and Theo could barely hold his ground. He had expected strength, but not this. Realization struck hard. His eyes widened in shock as he understood the scale of Dante's force. It wasn't just raw power, it was intent burning with purpose. Dante's fury wasn't without reason. Ragnar had failed to protect the floating archipelago, and now it all made sense. This storm of strength was unleashed to prevent its complete colonization. Theo unleashes a fierce counterstrike, his blade erupting with crimson force that cuts through the air. Theo realizes that brute strength alone is not enough. His enemy's swordsmanship surpasses anything he expected. He recalls his previous life's failure, his inability to stop the downfall of a critical region. Now, it becomes clear. His enemy had always been manipulating events beyond direct confrontation. The mission wasn't just about personal revenge. He had to stop the colonization of the floating archipelago. He charges toward a towering figure cloaked in authority. Dante Roll laughs boisterously, brushing off any tension. He had ignored reporting the enemy's movements, letting them operate freely until now, claiming it was all part of his plan. Dante admits he knew everything but chose not to act. He believed the 9 dragons shouldn't waste effort on minor threats and preferred to let the enemy grow before wiping them out completely. However, his plan was derailed by Theo's interference. Theo had acted before the threat reached its peak, disrupting Dante's strategy. Theo silently assesses Dante Roll, the Overlord Dragon. Among the 9 dragons, Dante is feared and respected, but his ambitions exceed even their authority. The mysterious power source hidden in the depths becomes the centerpiece of his goal. Theo recalls stories of it, an ancient relic granting immense strength to those who dare claim it, and Dante clearly intended to. Despite his aloofness, Dante reveals he's kept a close eye on the situation now. He's ready to act, not for the clan's sake, but to play with Theo directly, hinting at a looming confrontation. Theo bows his head respectfully and acknowledges his deviation from orders, expressing regret for acting independently. Despite the solemn atmosphere, Dante Roll responds with casual laughter. Dante unexpectedly praises Theo's character and status, recognizing him as the 6th heir candidate of Ragnar. Dante seems genuinely impressed by Theo's poise and strength. Theo is left stunned by the sudden shift in tone. The exaggerated friendliness and unexpected admiration from the mighty Overlord Dragon contrast heavily with the serious tone moments ago. Theo humbly deflects the praise. Dante, still jovial, admires his modesty and even hopes his subordinates can learn from Theo's example. A female subordinate interrupts the exchange with an official update. The floating archipelago mission has concluded and all forces previously deployed are now ordered to regroup. Theo accepts the directive calmly, suggesting he will return and secure his base. However, Dante halts him, insisting they first resolve an unsettled matter. Dante reveals the original reason he withheld information about the enemy presence. His delayed report was tied to suspicions about a specific figure, Robert Ragnar. He demands a message be sent. If Robert Ragnar wishes to interrogate him, he must come personally. The room darkens, as Dante's aura erupts violently. The subordinate is overwhelmed by his pressure. Dante's demand isn't a suggestion, it's a command veiled in defiance, aimed directly at the Ragnar elite. Massive shells rain from the sky, signaling the eruption of a full-scale war. The battlefield, located in the Blade Mountain Range, becomes a chaotic storm of explosions and aerial assaults. Amid the chaos, Ragnar and Travian forces clash on the central plateau. A frontline warrior counters the bombardment with brute strength. But the retaliation triggers a fierce counter. The enemy strikes from above with immense speed, breaking through defenses. Shock is clear on his face as he realizes the force now entering the battlefield. The aerial forces begin their descent. Troops riding beasts engage from above, sweeping across enemy formations. Their mobility and surprise tactics give them temporary dominance in the airspace. One notes that enemy spirit beasts are active again, signaling a larger assault. The presence of advanced units like the Dragon Caller Squad means the battle is escalating rapidly on both ends. With urgency orders are given, all aerial units must descend immediately. The invading force aims to disrupt enemy formations before ground support can fully respond. Elsewhere, Commander Thorkel watches the sky. He jokingly compliments the flying unit's style. His companion playfully scolds him for the teasing. Despite the banter, Thorkel expresses confidence in their own ground forces. He believes their soldiers understand their strengths without needing validation from above. The cavalry unit begins advancing. Mounted knights charge across the snowy field, confident that their discipline and power will outmatch the airborne, flying sparrows above them. Thorkel rallies his troops atop a snowy ridge. He reminds the cavalry that their role isn't just brute strength, it's precision, unity, and overwhelming force. With banners raised, the cavalry accelerates down the slope. The sound of hooves thunders across the field. Thorkel surges ahead without hesitation, leading the charge with explosive force through waves of enemy resistance. Suddenly, a barrage of magical projectiles rains from above. Despite the bombardment, the vanguard holds firm. One of the enemy's aerial attacks narrowly misses, sparking a fiery impact. At the rear base, fires crackle as soldiers regroup. The command camp bursts into celebration, marking the operation as a successful victory. Commander Thorkel laughs heartily, sharing the victory with Theo and others. However, he humbly attributes the success to the strategic coordination, led by division leader Theo, who downplays his role in return. Thorkel promises to drink with Theo next time. Meanwhile, Theo and his squad head back to their tent to finally rest, unaware of the next conflict approaching. Inside the camp, Theo's unit relaxes. One aide teases him for his apparent closeness with the Black Iron Cavalry commander, suggesting he's finally been recognized at the top ranks. Theo shrugs it off, denying any special relationship. But the teasing intensifies when a soldier mentions rumors from the archipelago, implying something happened during that mission that hasn't been disclosed. Before more can be said, Aaron snaps. Slamming the soldier into the ground, he silences the room instantly. The man collapses, while Theo and Aaron discuss his sudden deployment to the archipelago unit. But Theo insists he is fine. They reassure him that adapting takes time. As the conversation shifts, Theo brings up the current war situation. Having joined late, Aaron admits he's not fully aware of how things are progressing on the front lines. She calmly explains the situation. Their forces are near Trovin's base, yet no movement has been made, as if something is being awaited. Theo listens and reflects silently. While others suspect the enemy is setting a trap, his past life knowledge reveals something far more dangerous. The map shows enemy forces arranged around the central plateau, leading many to believe they're waiting for a counterstrike opportunity. It's a view shared by nearly everyone in command. The real target isn't the plateau, it's the White Tower ruins. Hidden beyond the mountain, that's where the ancient relic of the primordial dragon lies, and that's what Trovin is truly after. Elsewhere, blood stains the snow in a war camp ravaged by battle. A fleeing enemy soldier begs for mercy, but is cut down without hesitation by a white hooded figure. That figure casually wonders where the 9 separators are, mocking their absence during the prolonged conflict. His tone is indifferent, even bored by the lack of resistance. He walks calmly through the aftermath. These are Asio and Gisar Ragnar. Ragnar's heir candidates number 3 and 4. For them, war is nothing more than tedious routine. Asio confronts Gishar with a smirk, calling out his enjoyment in the slaughter. Gishar laughs in response, not even bothering to deny it. Their twisted bond is evident. Asio scolds him for his impulsive behavior, reminding him to think before acting. Despite their status as heirs, old habits remain. Gisar's recklessness continues to be a point of concern even now. Suddenly, Dante Roll approaches. He greets them and hints at what happened at the archipelago. He's aware that Gishar's efforts were overshadowed by someone else, and he's not speaking idly. Dante brushes off the past, saying the loss of credit was simply the price for witnessing something entertaining. But his tone turns serious. There's someone rising from below. The others assume he means Thorkel, but Dante quickly corrects them. He's referring to the 6th heir candidate, Theo Ragnar. The mere mention of him brings tension to the group. The others scoff at first, finding it laughable that Theo could surpass them. But Dante doesn't waver. His eyes narrow as he questions what they'll do if Theo truly becomes a threat to their standing. Dante warns them again. If Theo is truly the chosen one, they must be prepared. His tone is grim, not speculative. He turns away, cloaked in dominance, leaving the others behind. His final words make his intent unmistakable. When the chance arises, they must act decisively. Dante's command is cold and clear. When the opportunity comes, they must crush Theo Ragnar completely, before he rises any further. Before Theo arrived at the battlefield, his target was the White Tower, a known relic tied to the primordial dragon's power, situated in a region Trovin previously conquered in his past life. Theo reviewed the map while confirming that the White Tower was indeed one of the relic's sites. He realized that this specific site had been Trovin's first strategic capture in his previous timeline. This allowed him to detect the presence of the White Tower's guardian, an entity tied deeply to the relic and potentially at risk. The creature beside Theo revealed that the guardian of the White Tower held the largest share of the primordial dragon's power. It was the most critical one of all, due to the overwhelming energy stored there. This relic granted exceptional strength and responsibility to its guardian. That power imbalance made the White Tower uniquely dangerous if left unsecured. A relic this significant couldn't fall into enemy hands. Theo knew Troven's real objective wasn't the base or the plateau, it was this tower hidden beyond their front lines. This meant the enemy could already be working to corrupt it, just as they had done before with another guardian named Leviathan. He recalled how Troven's forces had once managed to poison a guardian and steal its energy, exploiting the primordial dragon's power for themselves. Resolved, Theo's expression hardened. No matter the risk, he had to reach the White Tower Guardian before Troven's forces did, or everything would be lost. Theo requests permission to leave the front lines to investigate unusual enemy movements near the Rocky Mountain region. The officer initially questions the reasoning. Theo explains that Troven's forces are massing there for a purpose. Though the officer dismisses it as speculation, Theo remains composed, implying his absence could be repaid with greater results. The officer challenges Theo's independence, criticizing his confidence as arrogance. But Theo calmly clarifies his intentions are not selfish. He offers to act in service of their broader victory. The officer smiles, revealing his outburst was a test. He acknowledges Theo's initiative and grants permission to proceed with the mission, placing his trust in the young heir's judgment. He reminds Theo that the white-armored dragon cavalry will remain strong even in his absence. Theo affirms his commitment, showing no hesitation to leave his comrades temporarily behind. Before parting, the officer demands one condition: Theo must return with results. There's no reward for failure. With determination, Theo accepts, vowing not to disappoint. Arriving near the White Tower, Theo surveys the enemy camp. Troven's forces are stationed heavily around the ruins. He dismounts from Umbra, his dragon mount, knowing stealth is now critical. To approach unnoticed, he must move on foot and avoid confrontation until the right moment. Grateful for Umbra's help, Theo sends the dragon back to base. From here on, he proceeds alone toward the tower, preparing to face whatever lies ahead. Theo begins his infiltration, swiftly maneuvering across the icy landscape. Determined and focused, he leaves behind his dragon, knowing the mission ahead requires silence and precision. He sprints across the terrain, closing in on the White Tower from a concealed route. With the enemy unaware of his presence, he maintains a low profile, blending into the shadows. Reaching higher ground, Theo surveys the heavily guarded tower. Observing the patrols below, he confirms the area is fortified as expected, with little room for error in approach. Down at the perimeter, enemy guards patrol the zone. One of them suddenly senses movement and turns sharply toward the cliff, alert and ready. Another guard notices his reaction and approaches. The two begin to investigate, scanning the darkened ridge for any sign of intrusion. One guard cautiously climbs closer to Theo's position. Though he sees nothing at first, his instincts are triggered. Suspicion creeps in as he scans the rocks more carefully. The soldier starts to back off, claiming it was a false alarm. However, just as he turns, something flashes behind him. A sudden blast erupts in the distance. An attack has been launched. The enemy scrambles in response as flames scatter across the snowy field. Realizing they've been infiltrated, the guard yells out. The alarm is raised. Explosions crack the silence, confirming Theo's presence has been detected. A clash is now inevitable. A pulsating cocoon of flesh glows with energy in the ritual chamber near the White Tower. The enemy's high-ranking figures gather around, watching as the process nears completion. One of the leaders, amused by the scene, mocks the scale of the ritual. He hadn't expected their faction to go as far as resurrecting a fallen entity from ancient history. At the center of it all lies the Mad Dragon Emperor's dormant body, trapped within the fleshy mass. The resurrection of this powerful figure is no longer a theory. It's a fact in motion. Tension rises among the leaders as one issues a sharp warning. The Mad Dragon Emperor is not to be referred to casually. For them, he is the rightful ruler of Ragnar. They believe the current ruling figure is a fraud. Once the resurrection is complete, the Emperor will reclaim his throne, restoring what they call the true Ragnar bloodline. The subordinate acknowledges the correction, then reports the ritual is nearly complete. Everything is in place except for the last required element. To finish the resurrection, they need specific material, the body of Ragnar and the power of the primordial dragon sealed in the White Tower. Ragnar's body can be obtained later, but the White Tower must be secured now. That's where the real energy lies, energy strong enough to house the resurrected Emperor's spirit. However, the tower's defenses are overwhelming. Even with elite forces, launching a direct assault would be nearly impossible until something inside unexpectedly stirs, drawing everyone's attention. A torrent of purple energy bursts from the ritual core, surging outward violently. One of the mages overseeing the ceremony commands full activation, determined to complete the resurrection at all costs. The directive is clear no matter the consequence. The revival must succeed. The mage instructs all forces to employ any means necessary to secure the result. Another's soldier, bleeding and exhausted, kneels on the ground, expressing regret. His failure to stop Theo earlier now weighs heavily on him. He reports that Theo is currently near the White Tower. As the enemy scrambles, soldiers rush to respond. A fallen guard's body signals the breach. Orders are shouted to search the area immediately. Squads fan out under torchlight combing the rocky terrain. From above, the scene is chaotic. Multiple patrols moving in synchronization, determined to find the infiltrator. Surveillance narrows in on the center zone. All attention focuses on locating Theo before he gets closer to the core of the tower. From a distant cliff, someone observes the search. He notes their efficiency, realizing his usual tactics won't work. This operation demands absolute stealth and timing. A mysterious silver-haired man watches from above. He recalls Theo's past life, noting the man had once tried to defy fate before and failed. This time, Theo feels more dangerous. The silver-haired figure commands his subordinate to prepare for engagement. He doesn't intend to kill Theo yet, but to test him. With a smirk, he gives the order to proceed. Theo senses the sea current sustaining Leviathan fading rapidly, realizing the massive creature is losing the energy required to support the floating archipelago above. Understanding the danger, he concludes that without someone to absorb Leviathan's overwhelming power, the entire chain of islands will eventually collapse into the ocean depths. Resolute and calculating, Theo declares inwardly that he will seize Leviathan's power himself and use it to move the vast floating archipelago. A surge of concentrated blue energy erupts as Theo draws the force toward himself. Pressure tears through his body, veins straining and skin cracking under the immense burden, forcing him to confront his earlier overconfidence. Memories of the Guardian's warning surface as he recognizes that Leviathan exists on an entirely different level of power. An explosive clash of energy spreads across the sea, pushing Theo backward as he admits he underestimated the creature's true strength. Assessing the situation quickly, he realizes his body will fail if he continues recklessly and shifts his focus toward another solution. With sharpened resolve, Theo reaches for his sword, deciding to channel the overwhelming force through his blade instead of enduring it directly. The ocean churns violently, while a massive sphere of condensed water forms in the sky, compressing Leviathan's scattered energy into a single core. Observing the transformation, the Guardians acknowledge that the beast's true form is stabilizing through the vessel Theo has forced upon it. Amid the roaring tides, Theo steadies his stance, accepting that the final outcome will be decided by whether his body can endure the strain. High above the dark sea, Theo hovers before the luminous sphere, though the Guardians urge caution. He understands that Leviathan's power is finally contained, granting him the chance to relocate the islands. Extending his hand despite the pain coursing through him, Theo prepares to command the captured force and complete the movement of the archipelago. Theo plummets through the sky with Leviathan's condensed power suspended above his raised hand, guiding the massive energy mass toward a destination he has already chosen. Confidence steadies his expression as he confirms internally that he has selected the perfect place to relocate the overwhelming force. A blinding eruption of light engulfs the sea as he directs the sphere toward Ragnar's northeast bay, the place he once used in his previous life. The compressed energy detonates in a controlled burst, tearing open space above the ocean while maintaining its spherical structure. Far below, the surface of the archipelago trembles violently, waves rising as if the entire sea is being lifted from beneath. Citizens stagger in confusion as the island's foundation shifts, struggling to understand the sudden tremor shaking their world. Panic spreads among onlookers who initially believe the archipelago is sinking into the ocean's depths. Moments later, astonishment replaces fear when the shoreline visibly drifts, revealing that the landmass itself is moving. From a distant vantage, the massive archipelago slowly changes position across the water, carried by Leviathan's contained power. Towering waves crash against the outer walls as the relocated energy reshapes the surrounding currents to support the island's movement. Within a shattered hull, armored figures sense the disturbance, realizing that the sea's balance has been forcefully rewritten. A masked warrior concludes that the archipelago has not been destroyed, but instead transported through an unprecedented manipulation of power. High above, a dragon, like Overlord, observes the aftermath, acknowledging that even he failed to foresee Theo Ragnar's decision. Calculating the consequences, he reflects that the Dragon Slayer's sword's burden may have found resolution through this reckless gamble determination. Hardens among his faction as they resolve to eliminate Theo and reclaim the sword, rather than remain passive observers. Citizens stare toward the shifting horizon as the archipelago steadily changes position, disbelief spreading when they realize the islands are truly moving across the sea. Relief replaces panic among the guards as they understand the danger of sinking has vanished, and the chaos that consumed the streets begins to settle. Before order fully returns, a sudden strike tears through the air and crashes into the gathering, shattering the fragile calm that had just formed. An armored warrior drives his blade forward, forcing Theo back across the stone pavement as sparks and debris scatter from the impact. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the plaza, drawing alarmed cries from nearby soldiers who scramble to regain formation. Theo regains his footing mid-motion, cape snapping behind him as he steadies his massive sword and faces the unexpected attacker. Recognition spreads among the onlookers as they realize Theo has returned after lifting the Sea Dragon's seal and securing the archipelago. An older knight approaches him with visible relief, reassured that the islands will no longer sink under Leviathan's fading strength. Theo accepts the acknowledgement calmly, dismissing gratitude while keeping his focus on the unstable atmosphere around them. The camera of war widens to reveal fallen bodies and blood-stained stone, evidence that conflict erupted during Theo's absence. Turning away from the exchange, he states his intent to handle the remaining threats personally, stepping forward with controlled resolve behind him. Several warriors hesitate in confusion, unsettled by his composure, despite the Dragon Slayer's sword hanging at his side. A squad of armed men charges directly toward Theo, determined to seize the weapon before he can react. Observing their reckless advance, he notes how drastically circumstances have shifted while he was gone. Sensing a lethal attack descending from afar, Theo orders everyone to take cover as a crimson beam slices through the sky toward the battlefield. Theo stands amid collapsing waves and scattered soldiers as the aftermath of the sudden assault leaves the plaza flooded and bodies strewn across the blood-stained ground. A sweeping current curls around him while stunned nobles and guards lie defeated, revealing that the attackers overwhelmed the island's defenses during his absence. From a distance, an older man witnesses the devastation and realizes that internal disorder, not external invasion alone, allowed the catastrophe to unfold. Theo advances through the silent crowd, ordering the civilians to withdraw while he assesses the scale of betrayal that destabilized the archipelago. Behind him, his father steadies himself despite visible wounds, acknowledging that the archipelago's survival now depends on Theo's resolve. A tense stillness grips the square as hostile intent gathers from beyond the smoke, signaling that a stronger enemy has entered the battlefield. Crimson energy erupts across the plaza as a pirate leader steps forward, his presence warping the air with violent pressure. Dark power surges around the newcomer, declaring open hostility toward Theo and mocking the strength that moved the islands. Unfazed by the threat, Theo tightens his grip on the Dragon Slayer's sword, preparing to confront the rising menace directly. Theo stands on a ruined battlefield as red energy coils around a towering armored warrior, realizing the enemy was engineered to rival the legendary 9 dragons. Memories of the Great War surface in his mind, reminding him that these reinforced humans once fought equally against Ragnar's strongest forces and survived countless brutal campaigns. Doubt forms as he senses something different in this opponent, suspecting the soldier has already advanced beyond known limits and become far more dangerous than records described. The armored warrior launches forward with explosive speed, crossing the distance instantly and forcing Theo to raise his blade, while struggling to track the sudden movement. Steel collides in midair as Theo is driven backward, his defense barely intercepting the descending strike that carries crushing weight and precise control. Pressure intensifies when the enemy continues attacking without pause, each swing faster than the last and steadily overwhelming Theo's footing. Across the shattered ground, a brief opening reveals the crimson glow within the soldier's helmet, confirming to Theo that this foe stands among the highest-ranked elite of their forces. Realization settles heavily as he evaluates the widening gap in strength, concluding that direct confrontation will inevitably end in defeat. Even while retreating through the air from another blow, Theo forces his thoughts to focus on the source of that unnatural power. The armored warrior raises his sword beneath a blood-tinted sky, invoking the dragon-slaying power that radiates outward in violent waves. Theo counters by channeling his own energy into his blade, refusing to release his grip despite the destabilizing force pressing against him. A massive collision erupts between them, blasting debris upward as their conflicting powers tear through the battlefield. Smoke spreads across the ground while Theo steadies himself, refusing to yield despite the enemy's warning gesture. Gathering his remaining strength, he concentrates it into a focused strike that pierces through the swirling shockwaves. The armored warrior staggers as Theo's blade finally breaks through his defense, shifting the momentum of the battle at last. The masked commander studies Theo with calm certainty, treating the battle as a lesson while measuring the potential of Ragnar's next generation. Blood runs across Theo's face as he absorbs the insult in silence, recognizing through repeated clashes that this opponent was sent with specific intent. A violent shockwave erupts between them, confirming to Theo that the enemy understands his growth and considers him a threat worth eliminating. Elsewhere, A silver-haired strategist recalls prior warnings that Theo Ragnar would become a decisive variable capable of shifting the balance of war. Cold resolve settles in that chamber as the order is given to remove Theo immediately before his influence spreads further. Back on the battlefield, a sweeping strike carves a circular trench into the ground, isolating Theo at the center of fractured stone. The masked warrior evaluates the situation and concludes that allowing Theo to survive will only strengthen the enemy's future campaigns. A blade stained with fresh blood lowers toward the broken terrain, signaling a finishing move meant to erase him completely. System messages flicker before Theo's eyes, revealing that external support abilities have failed and critical cooldown time still remains. Despite limited options, Theo steadies his breathing and accepts that retreat would only confirm the enemy's expectations. A final calculation forms as he considers borrowing the Dragon Slayer's sword's unstable power once more. Even at personal risk, Both figures dash across the waterfront settlement, their pursuit scattering debris and sending waves crashing against the docks. A crimson arc descends from the sky and tears through rooftops, detonating in a column of force that splits the harbor. Fragments of wood and stone rain down while Theo evades the collapsing structures, refusing to fall before the decisive strike lands. The masked warrior drives forward again, blade extended toward Theo's chest, determined to end the threat before the remaining seconds expire. Theo is hurled across the harbor rooftops, barely stabilizing his body mid-air, as the masked warrior pursues without hesitation. A compressed burst of force detonates behind him, shattering walls and sending splintered beams raining into the narrow streets below, sliding across broken tiles. Theo channels blue energy into his sword, preparing a counterattack despite the tremor running through his arms. A concentrated beam of power erupts from Theo's blade, carving a luminous path through stone and forcing the enemy to evade upward. The impact splits the ground apart, hurling debris into the air while the masked warrior lands beyond the fractured zone unharmed. Dust clears to reveal the armored figure standing firm, red energy coiling around him as if mocking the failed assault. Theo charges again, weaving between collapsing structures while red arcs sweep across the harbor in wide, destructive crescents. Clashing strikes collide mid-air, producing violent shockwaves that ripple over the docks and scatter anchored ships. Another explosion sends Theo crashing downward, his body cutting through smoke before slamming into the frozen shoreline. The masked warrior descends from above and drives a blade into the wooden pier, splintering planks as Theo narrowly rolls aside. Fragments scatter across the waterfront while both fighters regain footing, the battlefield now reduced to wreckage and drifting frost. Theo's breathing grows heavier, yet his grip tightens as he calculates the few seconds remaining before stabilization completes. The enemy advances with measured steps, convinced that exhaustion will finish what brute force began. Blood trails down Theo's face as he steadies his stance, focusing everything on one decisive exchange. With only moments left on the unseen countdown, Theo prepares to unleash the borrowed power once more, gambling everything on a final strike. Red energy erupts outward as the masked warrior decides to end the fight, releasing a crushing wave meant to erase Theo where he stands. Theo senses the lethal surge approaching and realizes that a direct clash now would result in immediate defeat. Instead of retreating, he shifts tactics, preparing a distraction that might buy him the final seconds he desperately needs. With deliberate intent, Theo throws an object toward the waterlogged pier, drawing the enemy's attention away from his true objective. A system command activates as he initiates wyvern taming to connect with the sea serpent lurking beneath the harbor surface. The masked warrior notices the sudden disturbance in the water but dismisses it as a futile attempt to change the outcome. Multiple serpentine heads burst from the sea behind Theo, their massive forms rising along the pier with glowing maws gathering power. Blue torrents fire forward in unison, forcing the masked warrior to brace against the concentrated barrage racing toward him. Despite the overwhelming display, the armored figure counters with sweeping strikes, cutting through waves and pressing forward undeterred. The warrior's chain blade arcs violently, shredding water and wood alike while Theo maneuvers among the collapsing planks. Suspicion flickers within the masked gaze as he questions Theo's confidence amid apparent disadvantage. Crimson energy gathers once more around the warrior, signaling a final descending blow intended to finish the struggle spectacularly. A luminous timer reaches 0 as the Dragon Slayer's sword, Balmung, finally stabilizes within Theo's grasp. New system confirmation resonates through his mind, assuring him that the unstable power has fully aligned with his body. As the masked warrior lunges in surprise, Theo raises the stabilized blade to meet the attack, ready to reverse the battle's conclusion. A system notification confirms Theo has acquired a skill embedded within the sea serpent as a radiant emblem forms above him. From the shattered harbor, a colossal blue serpent surges upward through spiraling water, its power merging with Theo's stabilized blade. Energy floods his body as the summoned creature roars beneath him, signaling that the battle's balance has finally shifted in his favor. Theo Ragnar activates a devastating technique, unleashing a wave of energy with immense force. The attack, Dragon Slaying, slices through the battlefield like a divine judgment. The attack manifests into the form of Nibelung, a massive energy dragon crashing from above. As the technique finishes, Theo is seen falling from the sky. Having exhausted his strength, his body crashes into the frozen sea, swallowed by the massive whirlpool left behind. A hand emerges from the water, Theo gasping for air, barely conscious. However, his opponent stands on solid ground, bruised but alive, smirking at Theo's struggle. The enemy rises, fueled by rage and resilience. His body still carries deep wounds, but his fury keeps him upright. He mocks Theo's attack as futile, boasting about his endurance and heritage tied to powerful bloodlines. Theo, still submerged and struggling, observes his enemy from afar. He acknowledges the opponent's strength, recognizing him as a formidable foe, not one to be easily destroyed. Theo steadies himself and raises his sword once again. Despite being weakened, he summons energy, readying another strike. The air crackles with magic as power surrounds his blade. With a burst of force, Theo launches his final attack, causing water to explode upward. The enemy tries to react, but is caught within the massive torrent that pulls everything down. The impact creates a swirling vortex that drags both warriors into the depths. Water floods the battlefield as Theo's power consumes the sea floor, ending the clash in a massive underwater collapse. Theo, still standing amid the ruined battlefield, forces his final command. With all remaining strength, he casts a binding technique, triggering a whirlpool meant to bury his enemy for good. The whirlpool grows massive, roaring louder as it sucks everything beneath. Theo's technique gains full power, dragging his enemy toward the ocean depths. The enemy resists, but the force is overwhelming. Theo finally collapses to one knee, breathing heavily. The battlefield quiets. Meanwhile, another ally activates a magical device, shifting the platform beneath. Their plan to redirect the island is now in motion as the spell circle glows beneath her feet. Far ahead, the island begins drifting toward the mainland. A floating fortress slowly approaches shore, its path carefully measured. The crew watches nervously, unsure if Theo's calculations were correct. Onboard observers confirm the island is moving steadily and safely. The risk of collision is low and relief spreads among the crew. One man praises the effort as Theo calmly looks on. Another soldier expresses disbelief at the sight, still stunned that an entire island was moved. He questions why such a drastic move was necessary rather than sealing the sea dragon directly. Theo answers with certainty. Though sealing the dragon was possible, the floating archipelago would have remained at risk. Preventing future threats required a permanent solution. He explains that by stabilizing the island's location, peace could last. People wouldn't live in fear of the sea dragon reawakening. With the island now safe and anchored, Theo looks toward the horizon. The danger is past. He smirks lightly, mentioning that they might need a new name. The island no longer floats. A high-ranking officer approaches Theo in silence, unsure how to begin. Surrounded by guards and crew, tension lingers in the air. The officer finally bows his head deeply and begs for forgiveness. The man confesses the Alliance's shared guilt in earlier decisions. Even though they were coerced by threats, he admits responsibility for allowing the sea dragon threat to escalate and regrets their passive role in the chaos. In tears, the officer asks Theo for judgment. He acknowledges that their alliance can no longer stand by without consequence. If needed, he is willing to pay with his life for the damages they allowed to happen. Theo calmly tells the man that responsibility must be taken, but not in the way he fears. The man braces for punishment, eyes wide with dread. Theo requests that he take leadership of the Northern Maritime Alliance. The announcement stuns the officer and those around him. Instead of execution, he is handed an opportunity to lead and restore order. The man is overwhelmed, unable to comprehend the trust being placed in him. Theo stands firm, signaling that rebuilding must come through accountability and courage, not more bloodshed. Theo explains that the collapse of the Ragnar Merchant Guild has left the northern region without large-scale trade. A new alliance must fill that role to ensure stability. He declares confidence in the floating archipelago's alliance to take on this responsibility. The officer hesitates, believing himself unworthy, but Theo turns to the crowd for judgment. Theo publicly calls on everyone for their opinion. The people cheer, showing support for the humbled officer. A new chapter for the North begins, built on unity, not fear. One citizen raises their hand and declares support for Antonio's leadership. They affirm that everyone saw his honesty and regret, and that he deserves the chance to lead. Others raise their hands, one by one. Voices call out in favor of Antonio, acknowledging the courage he showed and the lives he helped protect. Shouts of agreement rise as more people raise their hands. Many recall how Antonio stood up for the citizens during the crisis. By majority will, the people accept him as the rightful leader of the Maritime Alliance. Theo watches the crowd's response with calm satisfaction. With the people's trust confirmed, he prepares to seal the decision with a declaration of terms for the alliance's future. He announces the condition: the Northern Maritime Alliance must invest its resources into Ragnar. In return, he promises to protect the floating archipelago's autonomy and safety. Theo publicly swears his commitment in the name of the Ragnar clan. His voice carries authority, reassuring everyone that a new era of cooperation and peace is now underway. Antonio remains silent at first, overwhelmed by the crowd's acceptance. After a pause, he steps forward, moved by Theo's trust and the people's support. He accepts the role with humility, declaring his loyalty to the House of Ragnar. On behalf of the Maritime Alliance, he promises to uphold the agreement and safeguard peace. As the sun rises behind them, Theo and Antonio clasp hands firmly. The alliance is sealed, not by fear or force, but by mutual trust and shared responsibility. Cheers erupt across the courtyard as the people celebrate the new alliance. Theo and Antonio stand at the center, now united by purpose. Their handshake signals the beginning of a new era for the North. As rumbling echoes in the distance, both men glance toward the sea. Theo smiles slightly, knowing the long journey is finally over. The floating archipelago has reached its destined place far off the shore. The archipelago settles into its new resting point. Anchored to a secure landmass, it becomes the new permanent home for its people, protected and stable at last. Elsewhere, under the moonlight, stormy waters crash against jagged rocks. A single hand claws out of the ocean, breaking the surface with force. The enemy from before gasps for air, his body trembling as he drags himself ashore. Coughing violently, he clings to life through sheer rage and desperation. He collapses on the wet stone, coughing uncontrollably. His survival, however, brings no peace, only the fire of vengeance that still burns within him. Rising with hatred in his eyes, the man curses the name of Ragnar. He swears revenge, vowing to tear Theo apart and reclaim his pride. Just as he speaks, an ominous presence appears. A dark figure watches him from the shadows, the Overlord Dragon. The man falters, recognizing the overwhelming aura. He pleads desperately, offering to serve and begging for help to complete his revenge. But the dragon dismisses him coldly, calling him foolish. The tides of power are shifting, and not in his favor. The Overlord Dragon's aura darkens as he reveals his true motive. He never intended to help reclaim peace. Instead, he had wanted the archipelago for himself all along. The fallen enemy, shocked and betrayed, realizes he had been manipulated. The Overlord Dragon had only seen him as a tool to weaken Ragnar and claim the floating island without resistance. The dragon mocks his failed expectations. He admits the enemy wasn't even able to eliminate one of Ragnar's pests. His grin widens, cold and ruthless, as he steps forward with disdain. The Overlord Dragon refuses to be cast aside. In defiance, he unleashes a final surge of energy and declares his intent to destroy the 9 dragons. He draws a cursed weapon with blood-red energy crackling around it. The blade pulses with corrupted power, twisted by his fury. He charges recklessly at the Overlord Dragon, determined to show the strength of the noble bloodline he believes still matters. He leaps into the air with wild eyes and hateful shouts, ready to strike. But his desperation and arrogance cloud his judgment, pushing him toward a fight he cannot win. The Overlord Dragon watches calmly. Unimpressed, he mocks the enemy's bluster, calling out the futility of words and shows of power without substance. As the enemy rages below, the dragon muses aloud, wondering if his antics would work on the elders, or perhaps on Theo Ragnar. His tone remains casual, almost bored. A wicked grin forms as he whispers Theo's name. With eyes glowing red, he issues a new challenge, eager to face the only one left who might be worth his time. The cold battlefield was silent as heavy snowfall veiled the frozen terrain. From atop the cliffs, armed troops gathered, eyes fixed downward as a lone flag trembled in the wind. At the center of the lower field stood a white-haired commander, Ed Troyvin, his presence firm and commanding. Around him, his soldiers formed ranks, bracing for the clash. The atmosphere crackled with restrained violence. As a few enemy warriors charged with confidence, Ed remained still. His opponents hurled threats, unaware of the difference in power. The commander's calm gaze didn't flinch, despite their taunts. Without hesitation, Ed unleashed force with terrifying precision. His attackers fell instantly, their last words echoing. Words Ed had heard too many times before. Annoyed by the repetition, Ed stepped forward, sweeping aside their charge with lethal ease. His frustration wasn't with their attacks, but the predictable arrogance each foe carried, always ending in the same failure. A subordinate rushed to him with urgent news. The operation at the floating archipelago had failed. Ed's expression darkened as he asked about Noel. The reply was grim. Contact had been completely lost. Elsewhere, a man cloaked in dark armor listened to the report. He mocked the fallen comrade as defective, showing no concern. The archipelago was a key supply hub. Its loss could shift the war's outcome. One of his elites, Ain, offered to resolve the issue himself. He was no ordinary soldier. He stood among the 9 servitors of Troyvin, dangerous, and loyal. Ed, however, refused. The archipelago was already lost. He wouldn't risk further assets, though he called it a pity. His eyes remained fixed on the war ahead, not backward. De Troyvin, surrounded by the aftermath of battle, issued calm orders to regroup forces at the center. He revealed his larger scheme. This war was merely a distraction. With glowing eyes and firm resolve, Ed reminded his subordinates of their singular purpose. All their actions, victories, and losses meant nothing compared to this one goal. The true aim behind their operations was finally spoken: the resurrection of the Mad Dragon Emperor. Deep within a sacred chamber lit by flames and shadows, their ultimate mission loomed in silence and secrecy. Far from the battlefield, the coastal city bustled with life. At the docks, ships were prepared and cargo moved, unaware of the deeper currents of war. Several figures sat inside a dimly lit office considering routes through the Ceres Merchant Guild's rails. The lack of communication from the Southern Guild raised concern. Antonio, seated and exhausted, leaned over his desk. Papers surrounded him, and his silence revealed the weight he carried. Before he could gather his thoughts, someone entered the room, sensing his unease. Theo entered, asking about supply issues. Antonio tried to downplay his stress but quickly admitted his fears. He confessed that even after being freed from Trivan's control, safety was not guaranteed under Ragnar's rule. Looking at Ragnar's flag, Antonio admitted his vulnerability. A mere gesture from Theo could end them. Just as Trivan once did, gratitude mixed with dread in his voice, though he regretted speaking so openly. Antonio couldn't ignore the fear. He questioned whether they were truly safer now or merely trading one danger for another. Theo explained that it was natural for a leader to fear being overthrown. However, Theo expressed a different philosophy, one not built on isolation but strength through readiness. Antonio listened intently as Theo explained that the floating archipelago had been defenseless precisely because of its separation. With no constant threats, the people grew unaccustomed to war, leaving them unprepared when conflict finally arrived. Theo warned that relying on others for national defense is a flawed strategy. He moved confidently across the room, reminding Antonio that survival could not be guaranteed through trust or distance alone. Holding a pendant with the Ragnar insignia, Antonio admitted the truth. Self-defense, though risky, was necessary. Theo didn't argue. Instead, he shifted the topic to Ragnar's white-armored dragon cavalry. Antonio confirmed the unit is renowned and acknowledged their airborne wyverns. Theo nodded knowingly, implying that similar beasts had once existed in the archipelago, hinting that their forgotten power could be reclaimed. Antonio, realizing the implication, connected Theo's words to the sea serpents, once native to the region. Their reappearance always caused panic, and now memories of their rampages returned with unease. Suddenly, chaos erupted outside. Reports of sea serpents at the docks spread quickly. Civilians were ordered to flee while fighters scrambled to respond. Antonio panicked, but Theo remained composed. He revealed that the serpents had not come by chance. They had been summoned deliberately. Shock crossed Antonio's face. Emerging from the waters, a colossal sea serpent loomed. Theo stood calmly beside it, proving he held command over what others feared. Antonio was stunned by Theo's revelation. Summoning sea serpents sounded reckless, something only a madman would attempt. Yet Theo remained calm, petting one of the creatures as if it were a trained hound. With a confident smile, Theo proposed an idea, teaching others to tame the serpents. Just as Ragnar had formed their own airborne cavalry, the archipelago could forge a new force, Riders of the Sea. As serpent riders charged through the waves beside the docks, Theo's vision took shape. Though Antonio chuckled at the absurdity, comparing it to a fairy tale, the beasts now answered to Theo. Theo embraced the comparison to fantasy. He recalled a legend where a knight rode a sea serpent into battle and suggested naming the new force the Kriemhild Knight Order. Antonio's shock grew as one of the sea serpents responded positively to him. The bond between man and beast wasn't impossible. Just then, Theo was informed that someone awaited him. His name echoed across the pier, Theo Ragnar, and a guest's arrival hinted at a new twist in this evolving mission. Inside a warehouse, a visitor stood in awe at the growing forces. She couldn't believe Theo had orchestrated it all in just a few days. The scale of his operation defied belief. Theo dismissed the astonishment casually, but the guest, wearing black snow armor, hinted at deeper knowledge. This operation wasn't as spontaneous as it seemed. She revealed that Black Snow had been investigating the floating archipelago, suspecting it to be a vital supply hub for Ed Troyven. Theo's eyes widened unknowingly. He had stepped into a far more dangerous game. Theo stood still. Processing the truth, Black Snow had been investigating the archipelago all along. If they knew its strategic importance, he couldn't understand why they had allowed its collapse without interference. Before he could reflect further, a new voice called out. A towering man entered the scene, mocking Theo's reputation and appearance. His presence was loud and arrogant, someone used to dominance. This was Overlord Dragon Dante Roll, one of the Great Nine. Though he spoke casually, his tone carried a dismissive edge. He questioned Theo's handling of the archipelago, hinting at deeper tensions among allies. Dante introduced himself fully, brushing aside formalities and approaching Theo with familiarity. He spoke as if he owned the space, analyzing the situation with open disdain. Theo remained quiet as the female agent from earlier criticized him for not reporting to Black Snow. Her accusation revealed deeper implications. Black Snow had plans Theo had unknowingly disrupted. With realization, Theo understood the secrecy wasn't just to protect the archipelago but to hide Black Snow's operations there. His unexpected interference had brought unwanted attention to classified dealings. Suddenly, Dante's mood shifted. Red energy erupted violently as he declared the situation troublesome. He mocked Theo, questioning his readiness to deal with consequences far beyond expectations. The outburst wasn't a threat, it was a warning wrapped in challenge. The explosion of power caught even seasoned warriors off guard. Shaking the entire dock as Dante's crimson force surged through the area. Theo stood firm. Despite the overwhelming pressure, this confrontation wasn't one he intended to back down from. Theo gritted his teeth as Dante's overwhelming power surged. The air cracked under pressure, and Theo could barely hold his ground. He had expected strength, but not this. Realization struck hard. His eyes widened in shock as he understood the scale of Dante's force. It wasn't just raw power, it was intent burning with purpose. Dante's fury wasn't without reason. Ragnar had failed to protect the floating archipelago, and now it all made sense. This storm of strength was unleashed to prevent its complete colonization. Theo unleashes a fierce counterstrike, his blade erupting with crimson force that cuts through the air. Theo realizes that brute strength alone is not enough. His enemy's swordsmanship surpasses anything he expected. He recalls his previous life's failure, his inability to stop the downfall of a critical region. Now, it becomes clear. His enemy had always been manipulating events beyond direct confrontation. The mission wasn't just about personal revenge. He had to stop the colonization of the floating archipelago. He charges toward a towering figure cloaked in authority. Dante Roll laughs boisterously, brushing off any tension. He had ignored reporting the enemy's movements, letting them operate freely until now, claiming it was all part of his plan. Dante admits he knew everything but chose not to act. He believed the 9 dragons shouldn't waste effort on minor threats and preferred to let the enemy grow before wiping them out completely. However, his plan was derailed by Theo's interference. Theo had acted before the threat reached its peak, disrupting Dante's strategy. Theo silently assesses Dante Roll, the Overlord Dragon. Among the 9 dragons, Dante is feared and respected, but his ambitions exceed even their authority. The mysterious power source hidden in the depths becomes the centerpiece of his goal. Theo recalls stories of it, an ancient relic granting immense strength to those who dare claim it, and Dante clearly intended to. Despite his aloofness, Dante reveals he's kept a close eye on the situation now. He's ready to act, not for the clan's sake, but to play with Theo directly, hinting at a looming confrontation. Theo bows his head respectfully and acknowledges his deviation from orders, expressing regret for acting independently. Despite the solemn atmosphere, Dante Roll responds with casual laughter. Dante unexpectedly praises Theo's character and status, recognizing him as the 6th heir candidate of Ragnar. Dante seems genuinely impressed by Theo's poise and strength. Theo is left stunned by the sudden shift in tone. The exaggerated friendliness and unexpected admiration from the mighty Overlord Dragon contrast heavily with the serious tone moments ago. Theo humbly deflects the praise. Dante, still jovial, admires his modesty and even hopes his subordinates can learn from Theo's example. A female subordinate interrupts the exchange with an official update. The floating archipelago mission has concluded and all forces previously deployed are now ordered to regroup. Theo accepts the directive calmly, suggesting he will return and secure his base. However, Dante halts him, insisting they first resolve an unsettled matter. Dante reveals the original reason he withheld information about the enemy presence. His delayed report was tied to suspicions about a specific figure, Robert Ragnar. He demands a message be sent. If Robert Ragnar wishes to interrogate him, he must come personally. The room darkens, as Dante's aura erupts violently. The subordinate is overwhelmed by his pressure. Dante's demand isn't a suggestion, it's a command veiled in defiance, aimed directly at the Ragnar elite. Massive shells rain from the sky, signaling the eruption of a full-scale war. The battlefield, located in the Blade Mountain Range, becomes a chaotic storm of explosions and aerial assaults. Amid the chaos, Ragnar and Travian forces clash on the central plateau. A frontline warrior counters the bombardment with brute strength. But the retaliation triggers a fierce counter. The enemy strikes from above with immense speed, breaking through defenses. Shock is clear on his face as he realizes the force now entering the battlefield. The aerial forces begin their descent. Troops riding beasts engage from above, sweeping across enemy formations. Their mobility and surprise tactics give them temporary dominance in the airspace. One notes that enemy spirit beasts are active again, signaling a larger assault. The presence of advanced units like the Dragon Caller Squad means the battle is escalating rapidly on both ends. With urgency orders are given, all aerial units must descend immediately. The invading force aims to disrupt enemy formations before ground support can fully respond. Elsewhere, Commander Thorkel watches the sky. He jokingly compliments the flying unit's style. His companion playfully scolds him for the teasing. Despite the banter, Thorkel expresses confidence in their own ground forces. He believes their soldiers understand their strengths without needing validation from above. The cavalry unit begins advancing. Mounted knights charge across the snowy field, confident that their discipline and power will outmatch the airborne, flying sparrows above them. Thorkel rallies his troops atop a snowy ridge. He reminds the cavalry that their role isn't just brute strength, it's precision, unity, and overwhelming force. With banners raised, the cavalry accelerates down the slope. The sound of hooves thunders across the field. Thorkel surges ahead without hesitation, leading the charge with explosive force through waves of enemy resistance. Suddenly, a barrage of magical projectiles rains from above. Despite the bombardment, the vanguard holds firm. One of the enemy's aerial attacks narrowly misses, sparking a fiery impact. At the rear base, fires crackle as soldiers regroup. The command camp bursts into celebration. Marking the operation as a successful victory, Commander Thorkel laughs heartily, sharing the victory with Theo and others. However, he humbly attributes the success to the strategic coordination, led by Division Leader Theo, who downplays his role in return. Thorkel promises to drink with Theo next time. Meanwhile, Theo and his squad head back to their tent to finally rest, unaware of the next conflict approaching. Inside the camp, Theo's unit relaxes. One aide teases him for his apparent closeness with the Black Iron Cavalry commander, suggesting he's finally been recognized at the top ranks. Theo shrugs it off, denying any special relationship. But the teasing intensifies when a soldier mentions rumors from the archipelago, implying something happened during that mission that hasn't been disclosed. Before more can be said, Aaron snaps. Slamming the soldier into the ground, he silences the room instantly. The man collapses, while Theo and Aaron discuss his sudden deployment to the archipelago unit. But Theo insists he is fine. They reassure him that adapting takes time. As the conversation shifts, Theo brings up the current war situation. Having joined late, Aaron admits he's not fully aware of how things are progressing on the front lines. She calmly explains the situation. Their forces are near Trovin's base, yet no movement has been made, as if something is being awaited. Theo listens and reflects silently. While others suspect the enemy is setting a trap, his past life knowledge reveals something far more dangerous. The map shows enemy forces arranged around the central plateau, leading many to believe they're waiting for a counterstrike opportunity. It's a view shared by nearly everyone in command. The real target isn't the plateau, it's the White Tower ruins. Hidden beyond the mountain, that's where the ancient relic of the primordial dragon lies, and that's what Trovin is truly after. Elsewhere, blood stains the snow in a war camp ravaged by battle. A fleeing enemy soldier begs for mercy, but is cut down without hesitation by a white hooded figure. That figure casually wonders where the 9 separators are, mocking their absence during the prolonged conflict. His tone is indifferent, even bored by the lack of resistance. He walks calmly through the aftermath. These are Asio and Gisar Ragnar. Ragnar's heir candidates number 3 and 4. For them, war is nothing more than tedious routine. Asio confronts Gishar with a smirk, calling out his enjoyment in the slaughter. Gishar laughs in response, not even bothering to deny it. Their twisted bond is evident. Asio scolds him for his impulsive behavior, reminding him to think before acting. Despite their status as heirs, old habits remain. Gishar's recklessness continues to be a point of concern even now. Suddenly, Dante Roll approaches. He greets them and hints at what happened at the archipelago. He's aware that Gishar's efforts were overshadowed by someone else, and he's not speaking idly. Dante brushes off the past, saying the loss of credit was simply the price for witnessing something entertaining. But his tone turns serious. There's someone rising from below. The others assume he means Thorkel, but Dante quickly corrects them. He's referring to the sixth heir candidate, Theo Ragnar. The mere mention of him brings tension to the group. The others scoff at first, finding it laughable that Theo could surpass them. But Dante doesn't waver. His eyes narrow as he questions what they'll do if Theo truly becomes a threat to their standing. Dante warns them again. If Theo is truly the chosen one, they must be prepared. His tone is grim, not speculative. He turns away, cloaked in dominance, leaving the others behind. His final words make his intent unmistakable. When the chance arises, they must act decisively. Dante's command is cold and clear. When the opportunity comes, they must crush Theo Ragnar completely, before he rises any further. Before Theo arrived at the battlefield, his target was the White Tower, a known relic tied to the primordial dragon's power, situated in a region Trovan previously conquered in his past life. Theo reviewed the map while confirming that the White Tower was indeed one of the relic's sites. He realized that this specific site had been Trovan's first strategic capture in his previous timeline. This allowed him to detect the presence of the White Tower's guardian, an entity tied deeply to the relic and potentially at risk. The creature beside Theo revealed that the guardian of the White Tower held the largest share of the primordial dragon's power. It was the most critical one of all, due to the overwhelming energy stored there. This relic granted exceptional strength and responsibility to its guardian. That power imbalance made the White Tower uniquely dangerous if left unsecured. A relic this significant couldn't fall into enemy hands. Theo knew Trovan's real objective wasn't the base or the plateau. It was this tower, hidden beyond their front lines. This meant the enemy could already be working to corrupt it, just as they had done before with another guardian named Leviathan. He recalled how Trovan's forces had once managed to poison a guardian and steal its energy, exploiting the primordial dragon's power for themselves. Resolved, Theo's expression hardened. No matter the risk, he had to reach the White Tower guardian before Trovan's forces did, or everything would be lost. Theo requests permission to leave the front lines to investigate unusual enemy movements near the Rocky Mountain region. The officer initially questions the reasoning. Theo explains that Trovan's forces are massing there for a purpose. Though the officer dismisses it as speculation, Theo remains composed, implying his absence could be repaid with greater results. The officer challenges Theo's independence, criticizing his confidence as arrogance. But Theo calmly clarifies his intentions are not selfish. He offers to act in service of their broader victory. The officer smiles, revealing his outburst was a test. He acknowledges Theo's initiative and grants permission to proceed with the mission, placing his trust in the young heir's judgment. He reminds Theo that the white-armored dragon cavalry will remain strong even in his absence. Theo affirms his commitment, showing no hesitation to leave his comrades temporarily behind. Before parting, the officer demands one condition: Theo must return with results. There's no reward for failure. With determination, Theo accepts, vowing not to disappoint. Arriving near the White Tower, Theo surveys the enemy camp. Trovan's forces are stationed heavily around the ruins. He dismounts from Umbra, his dragon mount, knowing stealth is now critical. To approach unnoticed, he must move on foot and avoid confrontation until the right moment. Grateful for Umbra's help, Theo sends the dragon back to base. From here on, he proceeds alone toward the tower, preparing to face whatever lies ahead. Theo begins his infiltration, swiftly maneuvering across the icy landscape. Determined and focused, he leaves behind his dragon, knowing the mission ahead requires silence and precision. He sprints across the terrain, closing in on the White Tower from a concealed route. With the enemy unaware of his presence, he maintains a low profile, blending into the shadows. Reaching higher ground, Theo surveys the heavily guarded tower. Observing the patrols below, he confirms the area is fortified as expected, with little room for error in approach. Down at the perimeter, enemy guards patrol the zone. One of them suddenly senses movement and turns sharply toward the cliff, alert and ready. Another guard notices his reaction and approaches. The two begin to investigate, scanning the darkened ridge for any sign of intrusion. One guard cautiously climbs closer to Theo's position. Though he sees nothing at first, His instincts are triggered. Suspicion creeps in as he scans the rocks more carefully. The soldier starts to back off, claiming it was a false alarm. However, just as he turns, something flashes behind him. A sudden blast erupts in the distance. An attack has been launched. The enemy scrambles in response as flames scatter across the snowy field. Realizing they've been infiltrated, the guard yells out. The alarm is raised. Explosions crack the silence, confirming Theo's presence has been detected. A clash is now inevitable. A pulsating cocoon of flesh glows with energy in the ritual chamber near the White Tower. The enemy's high-ranking figures gather around, watching as the process nears completion. One of the leaders, amused by the scene, mocks the scale of the ritual. He hadn't expected their faction to go as far as resurrecting a fallen entity from ancient history. At the center of it all lies the Mad Dragon Emperor's dormant body, trapped within the fleshy mass. The resurrection of this powerful figure is no longer a theory. It's a fact in motion. Tension rises among the leaders as one issues a sharp warning. The Mad Dragon Emperor is not to be referred to casually. For them, he is the rightful ruler of Ragnar. They believe the current ruling figure is a fraud. Once the resurrection is complete, the Emperor will reclaim his throne, restoring what they call the true Ragnar bloodline. The subordinate acknowledges the correction, then reports the ritual is nearly complete. Everything is in place except for the last required element. To finish the resurrection, they need specific material, the body of Ragnar and the power of the primordial dragon sealed in the White Tower. Ragnar's body can be obtained later, but the White Tower must be secured now. That's where the real energy lies, energy strong enough to house the resurrected Emperor's spirit. However, the tower's defenses are overwhelming. Even with elite forces, launching a direct assault would be nearly impossible until something inside unexpectedly stirs, drawing everyone's attention. A torrent of purple energy bursts from the ritual core, surging outward violently. One of the mages overseeing the ceremony commands full activation, determined to complete the resurrection at all costs. The directive is clear no matter the consequence. The revival must succeed. The mage instructs all forces to employ any means necessary to secure the result. Anather's soldier, bleeding and exhausted, kneels on the ground, expressing regret. His failure to stop Theo earlier now weighs heavily on him. He reports that Theo is currently near the White Tower. As the enemy scrambles, soldiers rush to respond. A fallen guard's body signals the breach. Orders are shouted to search the area immediately. Squads fan out under torchlight combing the rocky terrain. From above, the scene is chaotic. Multiple patrols moving in synchronization, determined to find the infiltrator. Surveillance narrows in on the center zone. All attention focuses on locating Theo before he gets closer to the core of the tower. From a distant cliff, someone observes the search. He notes their efficiency, realizing his usual tactics won't work. This operation demands absolute stealth and timing. A mysterious silver-haired man watches from above. He recalls Theo's past life, noting the man had once tried to defy fate before and failed. This time, Theo feels more dangerous. The silver-haired figure commands his subordinate to prepare for engagement. He doesn't intend to kill Theo yet, but to test him. With a smirk, he gives the order to proceed. The calm of the night shattered as a scout ran to the steps of the fortress, warning the junior clan head of an emergency. Hearing the report, the junior clan head turned sharply. An intruder had breached the White Tower, a place known only to a select few within the clan's inner circle. His eyes widened in disbelief, with troops already dispatched to cause diversions elsewhere. The security around the tower should have been impenetrable. In the distance, the silhouette of a lone figure radiated menace as it faced the tower. The clan head clenched his teeth in frustration. Despite suggestions to tighten the search and reinforce the guard, the clan head dismissed the need. He was certain now. Without hesitation, the leader adjusted their tactics. The mission's goal shifted entirely. One subordinate hesitated, voicing concern. Losing control of the primordial dragon's power hidden within the tower could risk everything. But the leader's smirk revealed his true plan: let Theo take the risk. If he succeeded, they would simply claim the power afterward. From afar, the White Tower stood tall, encircled by jagged peaks and ancient secrets. It had resisted many before, but this time felt different. With a simple hand signal, he gave the order to pull back. Soldiers obeyed without question, unaware of the deeper betrayal at play. While watching the withdrawal, the leader's eyes gleamed. If Theo could awaken the dragon's might, they would ambush him and take the power for themselves. In response to the new plan, a trio of elite assassins emerged from the shadows. Their silent obedience was deadly. Each one bore a name, Ain Zedui and Dre, spoken like commands. They launched into motion without hesitation, fast as blades and just as lethal. Theo might unlock the primordial dragon's power, but it would never be his for long. Troops scattered across the rocky terrain with torches in hand, responding to the urgent command to find the intruder. They searched frantically for any trace of Theo, suspecting he had headed toward the White Tower. A squad leader divided the forces, sending some toward the tower and the rest south. Amidst the patrols, Theo Ragnar moved unnoticed, dressed in the enemy's uniform. Their failure to verify identities allowed him to blend in without challenge. He observed the scattered forces with mild disbelief. There were no extra reinforcements, no signals exchanged to check loyalty, just reckless deployment. From his perspective, the tower's defenses had worsened. Instead of tightening security, they had weakened it, as though unintentionally inviting him in. Theo approached the White Tower with caution. Noting the strange ease of passage, it dawned on him that they might be trying to lure him inside. Despite this, he pressed on. The power he sought outweighed the risks. A hidden message appeared, confirming his goal was within reach. The primordial dragon's relic had been located inside the tower. As he reached the tower wall, his hand triggered a reaction from the structure. Knowing the urgency, Theo remained focused. Whether it was a trap or not, his mission remained unchanged. He needed the dragon's power before the enemy took it. With determination, he entered the glowing gate. The system recognized his action and officially acknowledged his presence in the White Tower's relic chamber. Elsewhere, agents who had tracked Theo arrived at the tower's outskirts. They discussed the truth of the relic's presence, validating their master's earlier information. Their assumptions about Theo's motives proved accurate. His invasion of the territory had always been to claim the ancient power hidden within. Their commander laughed in satisfaction. To him, everything was proceeding as planned. Two warriors discussed Theo's status as the Chosen One, acknowledging the title's allure while expressing doubt he could escape their next move. One of them suggested the uniform might be a trap, but the concern was brushed aside. Orders were given to set the stage before Theo returned. However, Gisar, one of the warriors, refused to leave, hinting at a more personal motive to remain behind. Gisar declared he would stay and wait for Theo's return from the tower. His intent wasn't strategic, it was personal and deliberate. The other warrior was caught off guard by this decision. Gishar's twisted interest in seeing Theo's reaction in death revealed a cruel curiosity beneath the surface. Laughing with unsettling anticipation, Gishar visualized the moment of Theo's defeat, making it clear he had no plans to act until the enemy was at his weakest. Inside the tower, Theo staggered as a surge of energy enveloped him. The sudden transition disoriented him momentarily. Regaining his senses, he examined the massive chamber. It was unlike anything he had seen, filled with ancient structures and mystical energy. Fully aware of the dangers, Theo tightened his grip on his weapon. He knew the guardian ahead possessed a critical portion of the primordial dragon's power. Darkness and silence filled the interior as Theo advanced, but a pulse of red light interrupted the stillness. A threat was close. From the shadows, a strange creature emerged, its eyes glowing. The guardian warned that intruders were nearby, including demon shadows. It questioned if Theo knew how to deal with them, raising the stakes even higher. Theo reacted with confusion at first, unsure whether the creature was truly powerful. As more figures appeared, doubts spread among them. Before Theo could reply, the creature admitted its mistake in forgetting introductions. A new entity introduced itself as Keratosuchus, declaring loyalty to the primordial dragon and responsibility for guarding the gate of the Pantheon. Theo was confused by the mention of the Pantheon, but Keratosuchus continued, hinting at divine realms and fragments of power left scattered by the primordial dragon. Hovering in the air, the creature explained that the gate connects the god's realm to the mortal world, and that the relics were once handled by chosen beings of the dragon's will. Keratosuchus proudly affirmed its authority, stating it preserved its duty and power intact. Theo, still unsure, admitted to only reading about gods in ancient texts. The floating guardian did not hesitate. It confirmed the gods were real and acted through chosen ones like Theo, suggesting his current path was not mere coincidence. Upon hearing its name called again, Keratosuchus responded enthusiastically. Theo remained cautious, realizing the guardian was far from ordinary despite its small appearance. He repeated his question, asking if the gods were truly real. Theo's thoughts flashed to a mysterious message only he could see. Keratosuchus confirmed the message was divine in origin. The glowing memory came flooding back to Theo as scenes and images replayed vividly. Everything made sense. His journey, encounters, and signs all pointed to a higher force guiding him from the beginning. Now fully aware, Theo stood firm. His mission had just gained new meaning. A war tent stood firm at the central highlands, guarded by warriors bearing the Ragnar emblem. The surrounding fog hinted at the tense atmosphere brewing inside. Within the tent, leaders of the Ragnar clan had assembled. he addressed the assembly, pointing to the front line on the map. The gathering was meant to discuss urgent military strategies concerning the ongoing conflict. With the 9 servitors of Troyven appearing, the war had reached a critical stage. The council was informed that even the 9 dragons might soon intervene. Acknowledging the weight of the situation, the speaker declared this briefing vital to the war effort and insisted questions be saved until the end. Before he could continue, a powerful warrior interrupted. Known as Overlord Dragon, he claimed his business was equally urgent and could not be postponed. Overlord Dragon ordered the guards to allow someone inside. A woman entered the tent with haste, her expression tense and determined. She apologized for the sudden intrusion but made it clear her reason for coming was of immediate importance and could not wait, extending an item wrapped in cloth. She urged the leaders to examine it closely. She claimed to have witnessed the betrayal of Theo Ragnar firsthand, her voice steady as she laid out the accusation. Unwrapping the cloth, she displayed a bloodied Ragnar uniform, declaring it proof of Theo's treason against the clan. Gasps erupted. One man stood, shouting in fury for him. This evidence left no room for doubt Theo was a traitor. The older commanders exchanged glances, some filled with anger, others with concern. One of them muttered Theo's name, his face darkened. Suspicion took root as another questioned Theo's intentions. Far away, Theo stood alone in a towering chamber, staring up at a glowing message. Only he could see a divine sign meant only for him. The small blue creature confirmed Theo's suspicion. The glowing message was real. Though unable to see it himself, the being validated its divine origin. Curiosity deepened. Theo questioned if others had received such visions, but the answer was clear: he was the only chosen one who could perceive it. When he asked why it was him, the being smiled knowingly, hinting that the reason was tied to something greater he couldn't yet reveal. Suddenly the vision struck with force. The divine message flashed in his mind, its meaning blocked, distorted by an unknown filter. The being noticed his reaction and remarked that the message was being suppressed. Theo demanded to know how much was being hidden. With a wicked grin, the creature confessed it had been waiting for that question, as if the truth was part of a long-prepared plan. Energy surged through the room, shaking the walls as the being prepared to unleash the next revelation with force and certainty. Hovering above Theo, the creature offered him a choice: to pursue the truth behind the divine message through a dangerous path. It then declared the beginning of a sacred ordeal, the trial of the Pantheon, meant only for those marked by destiny. The system confirmed it: Theo had been selected for the divine test. It was a trial that could reshape fate or destroy him. The Guardian warned that success would unlock unknown truths, but failure would trap his soul within his mind for eternity. Theo processed the grave risk, yet the time to hesitate had passed, and the Guardian prepared to initiate the first challenge. A prompt appeared before Theo, awaiting his choice to enter the trial. The moment was critical and irreversible. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and pressed forward. The path ahead was uncertain but necessary. He stepped into the glowing circle, accepting the trial. The chamber faded as the challenge of the gods began. Theo advanced into the glowing gate, light spiraling around his form as the trial's force pulled him deeper into the unknown. He voiced questions aloud about the coming war, the reason for his selection, and the true meaning behind being the chosen one. Frustration rose as his thoughts intensified. The need for answers pushed him forward even as his body trembled from the pressure. The system confirmed his entry into the first tier of the Pantheon trial. Space warped around him as he arrived in a cosmic dimension. Reality shifted, revealing the interior of a massive tower surrounded by floating debris and scattered platforms. A directive appeared to proceed further. He must suppress his consciousness as he tried to adapt. A dark figure emerged ahead. He questioned whether the monstrous shape before him was part of the subconscious gate mechanism mentioned earlier. Though not immediately hostile, the creature's form radiated tension. Theo prepared himself for a sudden strike, instincts sharpening. Dodging swiftly, he evaded a deadly blade. The enemy wasn't just quick, it mimicked his movements and techniques with perfect precision. A warning displayed mid-air. This figure was the gatekeeper of the subconscious, an entity tasked with eliminating intruders. As the blade gleamed under crimson light, Theo realized this was no ordinary challenge. The enemy was unmistakably a mirror of himself. They faced each other in a vast arena. The gatekeeper's mission was clear: destroy the chosen one before he could delve deeper. Theo realized the terrifying truth: his opponent was a manifestation of his own power, designed to test his resolve. While unnerving, it offered one advantage: familiarity. Better a known enemy than a mysterious force. Energy clashed in a brilliant surge. Theo launched forward, determination in his eyes as the battle with his mirrored self began. The mirrored figure surged with blinding energy, lightning enveloping its form as it prepared a fierce frontal assault. Power collided in the arena, scattering shockwaves as both combatants clashed midair with relentless force. Theo struggled to find an opening, realizing his opponent mirrored every strike with increasing speed and aggression. He spotted a gap and leapt to higher ground, scanning the area for a better approach while dodging attacks. Above him, the enemy descended with devastating momentum, aiming to crush him beneath raw force. Reacting swiftly, Theo activated his hidden technique, his weapon glowing with concentrated blue energy as he countered the blow. A spiraling crater formed from the impact, debris flung in all directions as the energy settled around them. Breathing heavily, Theo stood at the center, his stance steady but drained. Having barely withstood the previous exchange, his eyes narrowed, sensing a shift in his opponent's aura. The battle was far from over, and something had changed. Theo smirked, acknowledging the growing pressure. His confidence returned after surviving that devastating clash below. The doppelganger re-emerged. Undeterred, its movements revealed an adaptive awareness. Now gauging Theo more carefully, despite the fatigue, Theo recognized something: he was evolving mid-battle, and his strength had undeniably grown. Cracks spread violently across the arena floor as spiraling energy erupts from below, leaving the ground fractured in a circular pattern. Standing firm amid the destruction, Theo Ragnar exhales steadily, his dark aura flickering around him like shadowy flame. Narrowed eyes and a smirk replace his earlier tension, revealing that his strength remains unshaken despite the recent assault. Chunks of debris scatter as Theo is flung backward, twisting midair, before landing with a controlled stance on shattered tiles. Leon, composed and analytical, watches the aftermath of his move, noting his increased power without arrogance. With practiced ease, he steps forward, letting brilliant energy concentrate around his blade in preparation for another strike. Blue slashes tear through the air as Leon activates Dragon's 5 claws, sending 5 devastating arcs toward his opponent. Momentum carries him upward as he initiates Dragon Flash, compressing his full might into one decisive downward attack. Caught off guard by the sudden aerial shift, Theo glances up to see Leon descending like a bolt of light. Recognition flashes across Theo's face as the sky darkens under the forming energy above him. Without pause, Leon unleashes the dragon's 5 claws once more mid-descent, amplifying its destructive radius. Multiple beams strike the ground around Theo, bursting on impact and engulfing the area in a wave of force. Refusing to fall, Theo bursts forward from the explosion zone, sword raised and eyes locked with his adversary. Their weapons clash violently at close range, scattering sparks while the sheer pressure threatens to crack the surrounding tiles. A final shockwave erupts from the collision, sending ripples of force across the arena and silencing all watching eyes. Facing a mirrored version of himself, Theo recognized the battle was more than physical. It challenged his entire identity. While trading blows, he quickly observed that the replica matched his techniques with uncanny precision and anticipated each movement. Every strike was countered flawlessly. Yet Theo found himself weakening as fatigue crept in, something his opponent never showed. Struggling to find an opening, Theo momentarily hesitated, realizing that his opponent's stamina remained constant. An idea surfaced mid-combat: if the replica was a perfect copy, it would also carry his mental patterns and habits. Pushing through exhaustion, he chose to exploit what he knew best: his own instincts and the limitations hidden within them. Swiftly shifting pace, Theo altered his rhythm, forcing the copy to react unpredictably for the first time in the fight. Launching an unexpected sword throw, he broke from his usual style, catching the clone off guard mid-charge. Capitalizing on the surprise, he closed in with a feint and landed a decisive strike, disrupting the clone's defense. Recalling a rare technique he never favored, Theo utilized the white moonlight blade, something even he barely practiced. By choosing a move foreign to his standard arsenal, he shattered the mirror logic that guided the clone's counters. From the shadows, a watcher silently acknowledged Theo's adaptability, recognizing growth forged through combat against oneself. As the dust settled, Theo stood victorious over his past self, acknowledging the trial had tested more than swordplay. System messages confirmed his success, marking the completion of the first trial and unlocking the path forward. With resolve in his eyes, he accepted the next challenge, stepping forward into the unknown without hesitation. Within the War Council, a senior officer accused Theo Ragnar of treason, citing the disposal of his Ragnar uniform during active wartime. The hall erupted in tension as the gathered leaders absorbed the accusation, their expressions marked by disbelief and caution. Ancio Ragnar confirmed the charge, claiming he witnessed Theo crossing into enemy lines willingly, presenting the discarded uniform as proof. Julius, stunned, struggled to believe the report, voicing doubt that Theo would ever abandon his duty. One of the seated commanders mocked Julius, suggesting Theo's silence spoke to a lack of trust between them. Grinning smugly, the man implied that he shared a closer bond with Theo, widening the rift within the council. Without hesitation, Julius volunteered to retrieve Theo, accepting the risk and pressure associated with such a sensitive mission. Though granted permission, he was warned to return with results or face the consequences of failure. Before departing, he revealed intelligence through telepathy. Two candidates, Sigurd and David Ragnar, were actively tracking him. Julius observed the forested terrain from a distance, confirming the twins' presence and their pursuit strategy. Their proximity indicated they had likely been ordered to intercept him once he reached a vulnerable location. Rather than retreat, Julius intended to reverse the situation, planning to use their tactics against them. Cautiously, one of the commanders processed the telepathic update, deciding to let the current events play out. Another voice expressed calm confidence, trusting Julius's ability to adapt under pressure and survive political traps. Support was voiced from the demon dragon himself, aligning unexpectedly with Ensho's position, surprising those at the table. At the War Council, a demand was made to form a pursuit team to track Theo, now labeled a deserter despite the confirmed accusation. One officer began questioning the situation, suspecting that Demon Dragon's silence was intentional. Rather than act impulsively, he considered the possibility that everything might align with a deeper strategy already unfolding. Acceptance of Theo's desertion became official, and Black Snow was ordered to lead the newly formed pursuit unit. Although complications were expected, confidence in Theo's calculated choices kept concern minimal among some allies. Meanwhile, Theo advanced into the second tier of the Pantheon trial, stepping into an unfamiliar yet haunting territory. Upon arrival, Theo immediately recognized the location as the Rose Palace from his former life, a place tied to painful memories. The system revealed that this stage would confront his subconscious and force him to face unresolved trauma. Suddenly, mocking voices from his past emerged in physical form, embodying the very scorn that once broke him. A figure representing his trauma stood before him, its expression twisted with cruel satisfaction. Instructions appeared, urging Theo to overcome the source of his suffering, a torment that lingered deep within. Instead of fear, Theo's face lit with a grin, declaring his readiness to dismantle the very foundation of the trial itself. Flames consumed the battlefield as Theo, the black-haired heir of the Sword Clan, faced two figures who once defined his humiliation and failure. Memories of past trauma resurfaced, yet instead of hesitation, calculated resolve guided his movements while his opponents advanced with confidence born from prior dominance. Without exchanging further words, Theo closed the distance instantly and struck with decisive precision, ending the confrontation in a single overwhelming motion. Blood scattered across the crimson, lit ground as Theo steadied himself, absorbing the aftermath of violence while pain flickered briefly across his expression. A strange energy descended upon him, reacting to his triumph and resonating with the scars buried deep within his psyche. A system, like Proclamation, acknowledged his victory over trauma and announced advancement to a higher tier, confirming measurable growth beyond physical strength. Within a distant divine chamber, a masked entity observed Theo through a suspended projection reflecting the recent battle. The being evaluated his rapid development with keen interest, recognizing potential that exceeded ordinary limits of mortal warriors. Light flooded the celestial hall as a title resonated through the vast structure, identifying the overseeing presence as the god of causality. Successive notifications manifested before Theo, declaring victory over deeper layers of self including persona, shadow, collective unconscious, and even the ID. His body endured violent surges of force while each completed trial demanded less effort, suggesting accelerating adaptation to the Pantheon's tests. Standing above a fallen opponent, Theo realized progression through the 10th tier had become increasingly efficient compared to his earlier struggles. As another adversary collapsed, a new message declared his entry into the 11th tier of the Pantheon's trial. The masked overseer reassured him indirectly while revealing that the true ordeal was only beginning beyond conventional psychological thresholds. A cavern materialized around Theo, identified as the Cave of Origin, where he was commanded to ascend against the current to challenge the essence of life itself. Theo entered the Cave of Origin and moved forward through the cold stream, understanding that this ascent required returning to a state before birth. System messages declared that to reach the source he must regress beyond life itself, forcing his existence toward a primordial condition. Soon after, the trial began stripping his senses, starting with smell, leaving him unsettled as familiar sensations quietly disappeared. Water rippled around him as he realized the scent of the flooded cavern had completely vanished without warning. Another notification followed, announcing the loss of hearing, and the echoing cave fell into absolute silence. Touch faded next, dulling the sensation of water against his skin until 4 of 5 senses were gone. Darkness consumed his vision as the final sense was sealed, severing his perception of the world entirely. With all 5 senses blocked, mana circulation halted, leaving Theo suspended in an empty void without physical or magical support. He recognized that overcoming this deprivation was the true purpose of the 11th tier, rather than mere endurance. Memories resurfaced of the time he was wounded by the Time Father's heart sword, when his senses had similarly fractured. Recalling how he survived that moment, Theo attempted to call upon contracted guardians, naming each in turn despite receiving no response. When the summons failed, he concluded that external aid was impossible within this trial and that reliance on himself was required. Fragments of consciousness scattered chaotically, threatening to dissolve his identity as isolation intensified within the void. Determination replaced panic as he focused inward, searching for an answer buried deeper than instinct or learned strength. At the edge of collapse, faint presences stirred around him, hinting that something within his origin was beginning to awaken. Inside the Cave of Origin, Theo's collapsed body lay in shallow water while distant guardians observed that his senses and mana were properly sealed. They explained that without perception of space or time, reaching the Pantheon was impossible, and only one instinct remained active within him. That final instinct was the primordial fear of abandonment, awakened by the void that stripped him of every external anchor. The overseer noted that within this cavern the self and the world were indistinguishable, meaning his scattered consciousness would dissolve entirely if left unchecked. Theo's body remained motionless as fragments of identity drifted apart, pushing him toward a state no different from death. Disappointment surfaced among the Watchers, who believed the chosen heir would endure longer under such absolute isolation. Suddenly, a distorted laugh echoed through the darkness as red energy erupted from Theo's heart, disrupting the silent cavern. Violent killing intent surged outward, revealing the remnant madness embedded within the Ragnar bloodline's ancient power. The Guardians realized the berserk force originated from the clan head's lingering dragon core sealed inside Theo's mana heart, thou normally uncontrollable. The unleashed madness did not overwhelm him, but instead began binding the fragments of his consciousness together. Observers watched in astonishment as he deliberately embraced that destructive impulse rather than resisting it. By channeling fury as a unifying force, Theo stabilized his collapsing identity within the void. His form materialized within darkness illuminated by a crimson glow pulsing from his chest as shattered pieces reassembled around him. Accepting the internal bargain, he drew upon the dragon's savage power to reclaim authority over his mind and existence. With that decision, Theo transformed annihilating rage into resolve, choosing to seize strength through destruction in order to survive the 11th trial. Crimson shards surrounded Theo as the dragon's lingering will demanded that he offer the world in exchange for overwhelming power. Instead of surrendering, Theo rejected the command and declared the pact void, refusing to let borrowed madness dictate his path. Realization dawned upon the dragon's remnant that Theo had already absorbed its strength during earlier trials, leaving nothing left to claim. With calm defiance, Theo exposed the truth that the ancient power had been taken the moment it was offered. The furious presence accused him of deception, yet its influence weakened as his will tightened around the raging core. Light burst from his chest, shattering the red fragments and severing the dragon's attempt to control him. A distorted silhouette faded while acknowledging his audacity, recognizing that Theo had expanded his self-awareness beyond manipulation. System notifications followed, announcing restoration of his senses and the return of mana circulation. Empowered by reclaimed balance, Theo completed the 11th tier, standing steady within the cavern once more. His guardians immediately gathered around him, their small forms pressing close in visible relief after sensing his near collapse. Theo slowly regained orientation, touching his chest where the crimson glow had settled into controlled energy. Ahead of him, a bright exit shimmered at the cave's end, signaling the conclusion of the Origin trial. As he stepped forward, a new message declared entry into the 12th tier of the Pantheon's trial. Reality fractured unexpectedly, replacing the cavern with an unfamiliar interior space that felt strangely ordinary. Theo found himself standing barefoot inside a quiet bedroom. Realizing the next trial would challenge him in a completely different way, he found himself inside a quiet bedroom where a standing mirror reflected his figure, and he understood this space represented his earliest beginning. Although the environment felt like a dream layered over memory, familiarity unsettled him as fragments of past experiences surfaced. System notifications confirmed he had cleared the 12th tier by conquering the primordial dragon's relic and stepping beyond the White Tower. As recognition settled, the illusion dissolved and a vast star-filled expanse replaced the confined room. Before him rose an immense gate adorned with intricate carvings radiating authority beyond mortal comprehension. Theo advanced up luminous steps toward the towering doors, and a final message declared that he had reached the Pantheon. A vast celestial stairway stretches through space toward an enormous sealed gate, and Theo advances alone toward the radiant entrance of the Pantheon suspended above. System messages confirm he has conquered the White Tower and reached the Mind Gate, proving his qualifications after countless brutal trials and battles. Calm determination settles over him as he realizes this threshold marks the turning point of his regression and the culmination of relentless preparation. A mysterious woman materializes within the starry void, her presence composed of flowing energy and faint divinity. Rather than physical substance, recognition flashes across Theo's face as he identifies her as a lingering existence tied to his past and to the higher realm. She explains her form as merely residual thought anchored to sacred stones, existing only to observe his long-awaited arrival. The woman acknowledges his strengthened state and the awakening of draconic power sleeping within his bloodline since the ancient conquest. She clarifies that although his rank has grown rapidly, reaching the Pantheon exceeds the natural limits imposed upon ordinary contenders. Despite the warning, Theo remains composed, revealing unwavering resolve shaped by regression and memories of repeated failure. Standing before the massive gate, he places his hand against its surface, testing the boundary separating mortals from transcendent authority. The woman watches with measured curiosity, sensing deeper forces gathering beyond the sealed threshold. Sudden distortion ripples across the void, interrupting the stillness as an ominous presence forces its will through unseen cracks. An enormous eye bursts open within fractured space, radiating hostility and ancient sovereignty that dwarfs the surrounding stars. The invading entity declares itself a nameless sovereign and condemns the unfair ascent of one who dares approach forbidden divinity. As monstrous energy surges forward to consume everything, Theo confronts the overwhelming threat, realizing the true trial begins before the gate itself. Multiple colossal eyes open behind Theo, filling the sky with silent pressure as he senses the overwhelming presence observing his every movement. Unease spreads across his expression when he realizes the energy surrounding the Pantheon differs from anything encountered within the tower. Lodbrok manifests beside him and identifies the watching entities as outer gods, warning that their appearance signals imminent catastrophe. Golden light erupts as Lodbrok unleashes protective power, forming a barrier that shields them from the suffocating gaze above. She urges immediate retreat, recognizing that remaining near the gate will draw direct hostility from beings beyond mortal hierarchy. Before they can withdraw, a radiant figure descends through the brilliance, interrupting the chaos with overwhelming authority. The newcomer reveals himself as Sigurd, ancestor of the Ragnar clan, his presence steadying the fractured space around them. Recognition strikes Theo as fragmented memories align, confirming the legendary progenitor stands before him in transcendent form. Sigurd's arrival shifts the balance, forcing the surrounding eyes to recoil as ancient lineage confronts outer corruption. Pain suddenly pierces Theo's body as hostile force lashes out, attempting to erase his existence before he advances further. Sigurd intercepts the unseen strike with decisive speed, drawing divine lightning that splits the darkened sky. A violent clash follows, tearing through the void as monstrous limbs and glaring eyes fracture under the ancestor's assault. The battlefield collapses into drifting fragments while the Pantheon's gate shines undisturbed beyond the fading chaos. Sigurd declares that Theo's path has always led here, and that the trials were necessary to forge his current strength. Exhausted yet resolute, Theo faces the ancestor and the radiant entrance, questioning the true design behind his repeated regression. Sigurd studies Theo in silence and reveals that the Ragnar bloodline itself regressed, implying the repeated return was not limited to one individual. Shock spreads across Theo's face as he struggles to understand that his second chance may be part of a far greater design. The radiant gate looms behind them while Sigurd withholds further explanation, insisting that certain truths cannot yet be disclosed. Golden spears of condensed authority descend from above, piercing through the writhing mass of eyes and distorted flesh crowding the sky. Sigurd stands at the center of the storm, releasing overwhelming ancestral power that momentarily suppresses the invading outer entities. Despite his strength, he admits that some answers must be discovered personally once Theo steps beyond this threshold. Lodbrok shouts in alarm as Sigurd advances toward the gate, sensing that his actions will sever their connection. An immense hand formed from warped divinity reaches from the void, embodying the will of the god of causality. Space fractures around the Pantheon as the colossal presence attempts to intervene directly in their fate. Sigurd apologizes quietly before unleashing a brilliant crest of Ragnar light that shields Theo from the encroaching authority. He declares that Theo cannot yet enter the Pantheon, placing himself between the gate and the pursuing god. The massive doors tremble and begin to close, sealing away the distorted eyes glaring from beyond. A single cosmic eye remains visible through the narrowing gap as a system message announces that the god of causality has taken notice. The gate fully shuts and a notification confirms the scenario quest has been completed, despite the interruption. Breathing heavily, Theo turns to Lodbrok while she explains that Sigurd and the other ancestors remain inside, confronting the nameless sovereign beyond the sealed pantheon. Sigurd warns that the outer beings will become Theo's future enemies, explaining that such entities ignore worldly laws and relentlessly seek destruction. Understanding the scale of that threat, Theo steadies himself while Lodbrok urges him to grow stronger for the sake of the world he values. System notifications then grant additional rewards for witnessing the Pantheon, transferring new authority, and acknowledging his completed trial. Blue messages declare his right to wield Nirvana and confirm ownership of the primordial dragon's relic, White Tower, as dragonization activates within him. Power surges through his body while the title bearer of the Blessing of Causality is engraved upon his existence. Light engulfs the sealed gate before his consciousness is drawn away from the Pantheon and returned elsewhere. Theo reappears inside a vast circular hall, his body radiating unfamiliar energy that crackles along newly formed draconic armor. A small creature observes him as he examines the transformation, noticing hardened scales and horns emerging from his frame. Realization settles in as he senses complete control over this evolved state, marking the beginning of a greater struggle ahead. Theo raises his transformed hand and observes the dark scales and sharpened claws that have replaced his human skin inside the vast training hall. A system message confirms that dragonization has been activated, and he immediately senses a surge of strength spreading through his body. The relics of the primordial dragon react within him, amplifying his bloodline talent, while a small spirit creature watches as his physical power stabilizes. Dragonization enhances Theo's stamina and physique, making his movements lighter and more precise as he clenches his fist to test the change. Blue energy gathers around his arm when he channels mana, responding smoothly as if the flow had always belonged to him. Control over magic becomes steadier than before, prompting him to consider examining the ability called Nirvana. Next, upon activating Nirvana, a notification declares the expansion of his mental realm as golden patterns bloom behind him. Within that inner space, Theo perceives the vastness of his consciousness, sensing that the entire domain rests under his command. Recognizing the potential danger of such power, he resolves to master it carefully before applying it in real battles. Visions emerge of an ancient legend describing an ancestor ascending to heaven and spreading the path toward the realm of the gods. A towering presence surrounded by mysterious entities implies that answers await only those who step into the pantheon themselves. Theo interprets the revelation as a suggestion that divinity may be attainable through Ragnar's legacy. Confusion grips him as he questions why the pantheon exists and what role the ancestors truly serve. A colossal being appears in his vision, presenting Ragnar not merely as a northern ruler but as a guardian of the world. Understanding dawns that the chosen heir of Ragnar may bear the burden of sacrifice, and Theo wonders whether that destiny now belongs to him. And Theo studies the small spirit hovering before him and questions whether the strange world he witnessed connects to the mysterious man from the higher trial. The creature admits uncertainty yet confirms that the realm is tied to Theo's 10th tier trial, implying hidden forces even guardians cannot fully explain. Realizing that he uncovered knowledge beyond a guardian's awareness, Theo grows more curious about the true nature of that space. A brief memory flashes in Theo's mind as he tries to pinpoint the unfamiliar location he experienced within the expanded mental realm. The spirit announces that it has shared all permitted information and declares that Theo must now leave the tower. Before departing, the guardian warns that unexpected guests are waiting outside, prompting Theo to prepare himself calmly. Snow falls heavily around the towering structure as Theo steps out, shirtless and composed, holding his sword beneath the dark sky. A tall man wielding a massive scythe stands ahead, addressing Theo with a confident tone that suggests familiarity. Theo recognizes the figure as someone of higher standing and questions why such a person would personally wait for him. The scythe-bearer leans forward and addresses Theo as a younger brother, smiling with sharp intensity. Maintaining composure, Theo offers a measured apology for any perceived disrespect while observing the man's dangerous aura. The tension thickens as both assess one another, understanding that their meeting carries significance beyond a simple greeting. The older warrior reveals that only a few living individuals recognize his face, testing whether Theo truly knows him. Memories from Theo's previous life surface, recalling a brief encounter during friendly sparring for heir candidates within the clan. Spectators once dismissed that man as unmatched by others, yet Theo now realizes that judgment had been gravely mistaken. From the upper stands of the arena, a warrior observes the cracked battlefield below and remarks that not every heir candidate possesses equal worth. Axion stands over a fallen opponent with a blade in hand, radiating dominance as disappointment replaces his earlier anticipation, believing the new rising heir would prove challenging. He instead judges the defeated contender as unworthy of serious effort. In Theo's past life, Axion had displayed notable skill enough to earn recognition among the clan's younger generation. Now, however, Theo recalls overpowering him barehanded during a spar, exposing the gap that once existed between them. Facing him again in the present, Theo calmly thanks Axion for personally coming to meet him outside the tower. Axion suddenly releases killing intent, laughter echoing across the stone courtyard as the atmosphere turns hostile. Without hesitation, he declares his purpose to eliminate Theo, forcing the confrontation into the open. Theo reacts instantly, drawing his weapon to block a swift strike descending from above. Recognizing the assassination attempt, Theo deduces that the princess must have influenced Axion's decision to act. Observing the deserted surroundings, he concludes the trap was designed to isolate him from the tower's protection. Axion admits he once believed Theo would not pursue him, yet circumstances have reversed their positions. Two additional figures reveal themselves nearby, confirming that Axion did not intend to fight alone. Theo smirks slightly, acknowledging the ambush while preparing to counter their coordinated assault. Steel clashes violently under the falling snow as Theo launches forward, shattering the attacker's formation with a decisive charge. Theo braces his blade against Axion's descending strike, confirming through the clash that this ambush had been expected from the beginning. With a swift rotation, he forces Axion off balance and counters from below, nearly seizing a decisive advantage in a single exchange. Despite the threat of immediate execution, Theo remains composed, tightening his grip as he prepares to finish the duel quickly. Axion refuses to falter, asserting his own conviction as one of Ragnar's heir candidates and driving forward with renewed aggression. Steel collides again as both leap across the snowy courtyard, their blades carving arcs that split the air and crack the stone beneath. The impact of their combined force erupts into a violent explosion, sending debris skyward and shaking the arena's outer walls. As dust spreads across the battlefield, even the surrounding observers hesitate, surprised by the scale of destruction caused by a single clash. Theo steps through the settling smoke and realizes that additional enemies have entered the field to reinforce Axion. Recognizing the coordinated movement, he understands that the true objective is not a duel but a carefully arranged elimination. Two masked warriors emerge from the rubble, their presence marked by disciplined posture and controlled killing intent. The newcomers identify themselves as elite retainers of Thorvin's faction, confirming that this confrontation extends beyond personal rivalry. Facing multiple high-ranking opponents beneath the falling snow, Theo steadies his stance, ready to confront the escalating threat without retreat. A masked woman surrounded by red energy observes two new heir candidates and views them as convenient offerings for a larger scheme. Theo, the black-haired young man, realizes that elite servitors who once trained dragons are being treated as disposable sacrifices. Tension rises when the armored commander dismisses hesitation and declares that killing them is inevitable regardless of objections. The masked woman mocks the commander's impatience and provokes him while crimson aura surges violently around her body. A massive blade crashes down, yet she halts the strike effortlessly, overpowering the attack with overwhelming force. From a distance, Theo studies their clash and evaluates their coordination, judging that their teamwork lacks precision despite raw strength. Without further warning, the woman lunges forward and proposes a race, turning the battlefield into a contest of speed. Explosive shockwaves split the ground as both fighters charge simultaneously, scattering debris across the ruined plain. Midair, she vanishes from sight, and Theo detects that her previous assault merely disguised her true acceleration. Claws pierce toward Theo's face, barely missing as he twists aside and avoids decapitation by a narrow margin. During the exchange, she mentions a servitor named Noel and questions why her master tolerated that earlier failure. Theo recalls that Noel once challenged him seriously, refusing to accept the label of failure placed upon that opponent. Across the shattered terrain, the masked woman advances again while acknowledging that Theo appears more frustrated than afraid. Scarlet energy spirals violently as she promises to spare his face, then unleashes a concentrated downward strike. Steel collides with clawed gauntlets and multiple shadowed figures descend from above, signaling that the confrontation is far from over. Multiple shadowed figures descend simultaneously, unleashing flying shadow swords slay and driving their blades downward in a coordinated assault toward Theo. Theo reacts instantly, drawing his sword across his body and bracing as the converging strikes crash against his defense. A towering column of force erupts from the collision, splitting the frozen ground while the masked woman watches the disruption with interest. The masked woman drops from above and lands directly behind Theo, aiming her clawed gauntlet toward the back of his neck. Before she can complete the motion, the white-haired commander intercepts, driving his weapon upward and forcing her to retreat. Irritation flashes across her concealed face as she warns him not to interfere with prey she has already chosen. The The commander answers with visible annoyance, dismissing her taunts while the battlefield trembles from their overlapping pressure. Steel meets claw again, producing a violent shockwave that blasts outward and carves trenches across the icy plain. Theo regains his footing nearby, studying both combatants and measuring the opening created by their reckless clash. The masked woman pins the commander briefly and mocks his strength, questioning whether he wants to die first. He counters by reminding her of the earlier race, insisting that speed determines ownership of the target. Theo observes their argument with cold focus, noting that despite hostility, their killing intent toward him remains unchanged. The commander suddenly accelerates, activating Shadow Sword Slay and slicing forward with overwhelming force. Countless dark projectiles rain down as 1,000 ink daggers spreads across the battlefield, claiming the largest target for himself. From the chaos, the masked woman reacts with surprise while Theo steadies his blade, prepared to confront whichever attacker reaches him first. The masked woman restrains the grinning brute and announces that Theo will be killed immediately. Tightening her claim over the battlefield, she launches herself forward with explosive force, carving through the air as Theo drops low and prepares to counter, landing before him. She laughs and declares the fight resumed, while Theo notices her movements growing sharper and more direct. Their weapons collide repeatedly in midair, producing streaks of blue and white as Theo struggles to match her rising tempo. Rapid exchanges force him backward across shattered stone, confirming that a fast-paced duel favors her instincts. Observing her pattern, Theo realizes she accelerates whenever he attempts to seize initiative, denying him control of distance. A calculated thought forms as Theo considers exposing a deliberate opening to provoke an automatic response from her. He shifts his guard slightly, revealing a narrow, vital gap while steadying his breathing and focusing his senses. As predicted, she lunges at the weakness and Theo channels power into his blade to activate Dragon's Claw. Blue lightning erupts outward as dark thunder detonates from his strike, splintering rock and swallowing her in a storm of force. Fragments of stone rain down while she analyzes the impact, recognizing the lightning attribute behind his technique. Despite the damage, her posture remains upright, indicating that the attack hindered her movement but failed to end the fight. She surveys the fractured terrain and concludes that Theo intentionally destroyed the ground to restrict her speed. Dust settles between them as she admits the tactic was clever, though insufficient to secure victory. Without hesitation, crimson slashes tear across the ruins again, signaling her renewed assault and the continuation of their deadly duel. Crimson blades tear across the fractured terrain, yet Theo remains standing amid the destruction, refusing to be overwhelmed by the masked woman's relentless assault. From a distance, a cloaked observer evaluates the clash and notes that although her strength is incomplete, her composure under pressure remains intact. The Watcher identifies himself as Ain, one of Troiven's 9 servitors, quietly measuring Theo's growth and endurance. A close gaze reveals Ain's sharpened interest as he recognizes something familiar in Theo's power and anticipates further escalation. Meanwhile, Theo withholds a direct counterattack despite visible openings, conserving stamina while enduring sustained pressure. Strain builds within his body, and he acknowledges internally that prolonging the engagement will gradually exhaust him. The masked woman dives from above, taunting his restraint as shattered stone and dust swirl beneath her descending form. Suddenly, a massive blue dragon-shaped aura surges upward, interrupting her advance and forcing a brief shift in momentum propelled by that manifestation. Theo ascends with concentrated energy, attempting to reclaim initiative in mid-air combat. Observers sense the transformation and recall prior warnings about a power matching their master's expectations, yet the masked woman adapts instantly, tracking his aerial movement and preparing a counter before he can stabilize. As Theo hangs momentarily suspended, she positions herself advantageously, determined to exploit the vulnerability of his airborne state. Explosions tear across the frozen battlefield as red energy slices through the ground, signaling Theo Ragnar's overwhelming entrance against hidden enemies. A masked woman studies the destruction, recognizing the Ragnar lineage while suspecting forbidden experiments shaping Theo's abnormal strength. Scarlet energy erupts violently as Theo advances, embracing the chaos and pushing forward with aggressive momentum against his opponent. A massive dragon-like form manifests from Theo's power. Lightning-infused strikes descend rapidly, overwhelming the masked woman as she struggles to react to the sudden surge in speed. Their clash intensifies mid-air, both figures colliding through waves of energy. From a distance, an observer watches the battlefield erupt under Theo's transformation, acknowledging the rare phenomenon of dragonization. The observer carefully analyzes Theo's movements, noting how his speed and power surpass earlier limits. A close gaze reveals admiration and caution, as Theo's enhanced state appears both dangerous and strangely refined. The masked woman charges forward decisively, abandoning hesitation as she prepares to counter Theo's overwhelming dominance. Her stance sharpens with resolve, recognizing the necessity of ending the battle quickly before losing control. Energy gathers into her weapon, signaling a final decisive strike aimed directly at Theo. Standing atop a high cliff, a cloaked figure observes calmly, acknowledging Theo's strength surpassing expectations. Below, multiple fighters are thrown back as Theo's attacks scatter them across the shattered battlefield. Descends from above with confidence, raising his weapon as he prepares to finish the confrontation. Senses a sudden shift as his opponent's aura expands, revealing a hidden domain that begins distorting the surrounding battlefield. A sharp glint flashes from the masked woman's weapon as she reacts instantly, preparing to counter Theo's overwhelming advance. Theo dashes forward at extreme speed, surprising him despite his transformed state. The masked woman launches upward, using momentum to evade while observing Theo's movements from above. Shockwaves ripple through the air as Theo's attacks crash into the ground. A distant observer calmly evaluates the clash. Theo stands elevated on broken terrain as energy gathers above, signaling another incoming clash between the fighters. The masked woman steadies herself below, realizing Theo's strength far exceeds her initial expectations. Understanding the gap, she recalls the legendary 9 pillars, recognizing Theo's power mirrors their overwhelming force. Gripping her weapon tightly, the masked woman abandons doubt and prepares to fight with everything she possesses. She crouches low, gathering energy while deciding to rely on every technique available, rather than raw strength alone. Dark energy surges outward as she unleashes a forbidden assassination technique aimed directly at Theo. Her attack detonates with immense force, engulfing the battlefield in swirling energy and blinding explosions. Theo emerges through the chaos, his expression unchanged as he withstands the devastating strike. The masked woman recognizes the difference in power as Theo advances again, ready to continue the fight without hesitation. Chains of energy spread across the battlefield as Theo Ragnar becomes trapped within a binding assassination technique restricting his movement. The horned opponent grins confidently, believing the trap will suppress Theo's power and finally halt his advance. Theo remains calm despite the restraints, showing no fear as he evaluates the technique surrounding him. A sudden realization strikes the enemy as Theo reveals the attack was never truly meant for him. The chains begin collapsing violently as Theo shifts position, exposing a flaw within the constructed trap. The opponent reacts too late as Theo closes the distance, breaking through the technique with overwhelming force. A powerful impact erupts as Theo strikes downward, shattering the ground and dispersing the remaining energy bindings. Theo stands composed amid the destruction, his presence steady while the enemy struggles to recover. From a distance, another figure watches cautiously as Theo asserts dominance over the battlefield. Injured and restrained, observes Theo with mixed shock and admiration at his overwhelming strength, deciding to spare her life despite holding absolute advantage in the confrontation. The battlefield quiets briefly as Theo shifts focus, sensing the conflict is not yet over. Horned enemy suddenly launches forward again, refusing defeat and attempting another aggressive assault. A rapid clash unfolds as both figures collide mid-air, exchanging strikes that shake the surrounding terrain. Theo narrows his focus, realizing he needs a stronger technique to fully overcome his persistent opponent. Theo Ragnar clashes mid-air with the horned enemy as shockwaves ripple violently, both figures exchanging powerful strikes without slowing down. Their collision explodes outward in a massive burst, energy tearing through the battlefield while neither side retreats from the impact. A new horned warrior suddenly appears behind Theo, calmly announcing his arrival as the situation shifts unexpectedly. The newcomer confronts Theo directly, asserting dominance while questioning his interference and stepping forward with clear hostility. Theo responds without hesitation, maintaining composure while preparing to face another opponent despite the ongoing battle. Both horned warriors stand together against Theo, surrounding him as tension rises, signaling the fight is about to escalate further. Under a silent night sky, Theo rode forward across the frozen path. Rows of armored knights surrounded Theo, their formation disciplined and cold. A commanding officer declared Theo's arrest for treason, making the situation official as tensions spread across the snowy battlefield. Theo remained calm despite the accusation, his expression firm as he faced the assembled forces without hesitation or visible fear. The officer explained the severity of Theo's alleged actions. Refusing to accept the outcome, the commander suddenly ordered his cavalry forward. The ground shook as horses surged ahead, while confusion spread among soldiers who struggled to understand the sudden escalation. Some warriors questioned Theo's guilt, doubting the accusation and hesitating as uncertainty disrupted the unity of the formation. Asura and captain dismissed the rumors and instructed others to proceed, emphasizing discipline over doubt. The captain confidently addressed his subordinate Evelyn, reminding her that their duty was to trust their comrades above all else. Above them, a dragon-like presence circled beneath the moonlight, intensifying the gravity of the moment and hinting at greater power. Evelyn accepted the captain's stance, choosing loyalty as she reaffirmed belief in Theo despite the accusations. Motivated by their captain, soldiers rallied together and began advancing. The cavalry moved beneath the glowing moon, their formation tightening as they pushed forward across the frozen landscape watching. From afar, a lone observer noticed the shift in events, sensing that the situation was no longer under control. A muscular man and his subordinate observed the battlefield from a distance, noticing the unfolding chaos while questioning the sudden escalation surrounding Theo. The man analyzed the situation carefully, realizing that forcing such an extreme accusation hinted at a deeper scheme beyond simple betrayal. Without hesitation, he decided to intervene personally, sensing hidden intentions and moving forward with determination to uncover the truth. Theo stood firmly against an approaching opponent, maintaining composure while rejecting any attempt to control his actions or limit his freedom. The enemy warned about Theo's overwhelming strength, acknowledging that even a slight mistake would result in immediate defeat during the clash. Despite the danger, Theo remained confident. A sudden burst of power shattered the ground as Theo launched forward, forcing his opponent into a defensive stance. His movements became sharper and faster, creating pressure that pushed the enemy back while shifting control of the battlefield. The opponent chose to wait and observe, recognizing Theo's precision and preparing for the right moment to counter. Theo activated a specialized assassination technique, summoning multiple dark blades that formed above the battlefield, descended rapidly, covering a wide area and striking with deadly accuracy toward the target below. Explosions erupted upon impact, scattering debris and shaking the ground as the attack consumed everything within range. After the strike, the battlefield was left fractured, with the enemy recovering from the damage while assessing Theo's true capability. The opponent declared it was now his turn, preparing a counterattack while locking onto Theo with focused intent. A powerful spinning force gathered around him, signaling the beginning of a fierce retaliation that would decide the next phase of the battle. Theo countered the incoming strike, deflecting the opponent's weapon while quickly analyzing the rhythm and structure behind the continuous assault. Recognizing the attack pattern, he adjusted his movements, closing the distance and disrupting the enemy's flow with precise timing. A decisive strike landed, breaking through defenses and exposing the opponent's vulnerability as Theo maintained full control of the exchange. Another observer watched calmly, noting that the battle was lasting longer than expected while preparing to act elsewhere. He examined the battlefield from afar, studying the lingering effects of Theo's dagger technique and its binding properties. His attention shifted toward a captured individual, realizing her presence carried greater significance than the ongoing fight. A masked figure emerged, introducing himself as a Yan, revealing an ominous presence that altered the tension of the battlefield. Theo sensed the unnatural energy surrounding him. Recognizing that this opponent possessed a power unlike ordinary warriors, Ayan evaluated Theo's strength coldly, suggesting that the displayed power was only a fraction of something far greater. The masked figure explained that elite warriors were modified to rival the Ragnar clan's dragons, establishing the scale of the threat. He revealed that power levels were measured precisely, with certain individuals reaching significant percentages of draconic strength. Realized that surpassing these limits placed him beyond expectations, confirming the danger of the enemies he now faced. Ayan mocked the idea that Theo could achieve such power, dismissing it as insufficient compared to true strength. He produced a vial filled with ominous energy, preparing to enhance his abilities through artificial means. As the substance entered his body, violent energy surged outward, signaling a transformation that would escalate the battle further. A wounded subordinate begged Ayan to stop, struggling to escape the bindings while believing he could still continue fighting despite his condition. Instead of responding, Ayan unleashed overwhelming energy, transforming violently as his body distorted into a monstrous form driven by unstable power. The transformation reached its peak and detonated, creating a massive explosion that consumed the surroundings and shocked everyone nearby. Theo analyzed the blast calmly, recognizing it as a mana backflow reaction caused by excessive energy destabilizing the host. He realized the injected power exceeded the body's limits. Concluding that the experiment forced unnatural strength beyond safe control, Ayan explained the process coldly, revealing that such power could rival dragons but required a vessel capable of enduring extreme pressure. The masked figure admitted the limitations, acknowledging that creating a perfect host remained difficult despite their advanced methods. Without hesitation, he demonstrated overwhelming force, striking down another enhanced subject with ease to prove his superiority. Observed the aftermath, realizing that even these modified warriors were insignificant compared to Ayan's true capability. Ayan declared the experiment complete, turning his attention to remaining subjects while ordering them to prepare for final actions. One fallen figure suddenly began regenerating, his body reacting violently as the unstable energy forced him back to life. Theo noticed the unexpected revival, recognizing that the situation had grown even more dangerous and unpredictable. Ayan moved swiftly across the battlefield, launching a sudden attack that struck Theo with immense force. Theo was pushed back by the impact, struggling momentarily as the enemy's power overwhelmed his position. Standing over the battlefield, Ayan revealed his true mission, shifting focus toward greater objectives beyond the current fight. Theo struggled to comprehend the situation, realizing that even a powerful warrior like Giscard had been overwhelmed far too quickly. Before Theo could react further, the battlefield shifted as sudden movements signaled the arrival of unexpected forces interfering with the conflict. Ayan used the distraction to withdraw, moving swiftly while leaving behind chaos and unresolved tension among those still standing. The masked figure disappeared into the distance, suggesting that Theo should consider his earlier proposal before vanishing completely from sight. Theo attempted to pursue, but was forced to stop as the enemy escaped beyond reach, leaving only destruction behind. Reinforcements arrived moments later, urging immediate pursuit while Theo remained focused, realizing that the conflict had only just begun. A column of armored knights advances through a frozen canyon. Ahead of them, a lone black-haired man stands firm with weapon drawn. Flying creatures circle above as Captain Alias observes from behind, recognizing the growing tension and preparing for a confrontation. Theo Ragnar faces the group calmly, his bare torso exposed to the cold, while others watch from a distance among broken icy structures. A female knight glances toward the battlefield as armored figures gather behind her, sensing something unusual unfolding in the silence. Nearby, a hooded woman searches anxiously, realizing Giscard is missing and suspecting hidden danger within the chaotic scene. A man smirks confidently, revealing satisfaction as he watches the situation develop in his favor. The hooded woman narrows her gaze sharply, detecting the shift in intent and bracing for sudden escalation. Theo's expression hardens as a sinister aura surrounds him, signaling his decision to act decisively against his enemies. A commanding figure declares Theo under arrest for treason. Soldiers close in while tension rises, their presence reinforcing the claim as witnesses stand uncertain of the truth. Theo steps forward calmly, preparing to explain, yet hinting at a more urgent threat looming beyond the accusation. Theo raises his hand slightly, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation as others question his urgency. A violent red surge erupts as he strikes, suddenly overwhelming nearby enemies before they can react. Another warrior retaliates fiercely, rejecting the accusation's validity, while the battlefield descends into chaos once more. A rugged man smirks confidently, dismissing the accusation as he questions the validity of using a single corpse as evidence. Without hesitation, he forcefully grabs Theo Ragnar, attempting to assert dominance and silence his resistance through sheer strength. Theo remains composed, meeting the threat head-on while the tension sharpens between them, both unwilling to yield ground. Captain Alias suddenly intervenes, stepping between them and halting the conflict before it escalates further into violence. Theo urgently reveals that Giscard has already been defeated and captured by the Trivon Pillars, shifting the focus entirely. Shock spreads among the group as the realization sinks in, forcing everyone to reconsider their priorities. A female knight argues that labeling Theo a traitor based only on suspicion is reckless and lacks proper justification, declaring he will face judgment later while emphasizing the immediate crisis unfolding beyond their dispute. He stresses that rescuing Giscard, their clan successor, another voice supports Theo's reasoning, pointing out that the charges appear politically motivated rather than grounded in clear evidence. The cloaked woman observes silently while Theo remains calm. Suddenly, the rugged man erupts in anger, rejecting the argument and shouting aggressively to reassert control over the situation. With a menacing tone, he accuses Theo of speaking excessively, his hostility intensifying as red energy begins to surge. He steps closer and demands immediate proof of innocence, pressing the confrontation into a decisive and dangerous moment. Theo stays silent yet composed, his expression unreadable as the conflict teeters on the edge of sudden violence. The rugged man mocks Theo Ragnar, questioning his silence while red energy flickers around him, believing Theo has already accepted defeat. Suddenly, a surge of blue power bursts outward as Theo releases his aura, catching everyone off guard with overwhelming force. Theo calmly declares that something greater than accusations demands attention, revealing the dignity and resolve of a true Ragnar warrior. Gathered knights hesitate as the pink-haired woman steps forward. Hooded woman reinforces the urgency, urging them to act before time runs out and the situation worsens beyond recovery. Theo questions what truly matters, shifting the focus from political conflict to the survival and honor of the Ragnar clan. rejecting Theo's reasoning while clinging to his accusations despite the rising pressure, vanishes forward in a flash of blue energy, moving faster than anyone can react as the battlefield trembles. Observers realize Theo's strength has reached an overwhelming level, far surpassing what they expected from him. Senior knights watch in shock as Theo's power distorts the surroundings, leaving them unable to comprehend the sudden shift. A massive impact strikes the frozen ground, sending fragments scattering as the force of his attack shakes the battlefield. One of the commanders trembles, realizing Theo's earlier confidence was not empty but backed by terrifying strength. The scene shifts as a monstrous presence emerges, its form resembling a dragon descending into view with immense pressure. A warrior identifies the being as a legendary descendant of the ancient dragon, destined to lead the Ragnar clan. Fear spreads among the ranks as even seasoned fighters struggle to accept that such overwhelming power stands before them. Massive dragon-like guardians spiral around Theo Ragnar, their immense bodies circling as he hovers calmly at the center of their overwhelming presence. The beasts roar and surge forward, their movements creating violent currents in the air, while onlookers struggle to comprehend his control. Observers realize Theo is commanding these entities directly, something believed impossible for any ordinary warrior within the clan. The rugged man stiffens as he senses the shift, realizing the situation has turned far beyond his expectations, revealing internally that this display is not meant for battle but to sway the perception of those watching. He acknowledges his limits, yet presses forward, intending to use this moment to silence opposition and seize control of the narrative. The dragons loom closer, their presence reinforcing Theo's authority as the crowd begins to waver in their judgment. Knights murmur among themselves, recognizing him as the true descendant capable of leading Ragnar through sheer dominance. Support grows rapidly as more witnesses accept his legitimacy, shifting loyalty toward Theo's rising power. Noting that the momentum has begun to tilt in his favor across the battlefield, with a decisive motion he unleashes a powerful strike, the dragon surging forward as his attack tears through the air. The impact explodes outward, overwhelming nearby enemies and reinforcing his dominance beyond any doubt. Several knights recoil in shock, unable to accept that Theo has struck down one of the revered guardians so effortlessly. The rugged man steps forward angrily, rejecting Theo's display as mere illusion and refusing to acknowledge his authority. He shouts in fury at everyone present, attempting to regain control as Theo stands unshaken amid the chaos, dismissing Theo Ragnar's display as childish deception while accusing others of being easily misled by illusions. He continues, shouting, denying the existence of any true descendant capable of commanding dragon guardians, clinging stubbornly to his beliefs. His furious expression hardens as he refuses to accept reality, determined to reject Theo's legitimacy no matter the evidence before him. The battlefield falls into uneasy silence as soldiers hesitate, uncertain whether to believe Theo's overwhelming display or the accusations against him, his composed gaze reflecting confidence, while others begin questioning the rugged man's claims. A senior knight warns that invoking the Gale Dragon recklessly has crossed a dangerous line, suggesting the situation has grown far too serious. The rugged man continues protesting, insisting the power displayed is unnatural and unacceptable, yet his voice lacks the certainty it once held. Theo acknowledges the Gale Dragon silently, recognizing its role in shifting the entire balance of the confrontation in his favor. As Theo realizes the advantage gained, the rugged man's expression falters, sensing that control over the situation is slipping away completely. Snow falls over the battlefield as Theo Ragnar faces the gathered warriors of the Ragnar clan, their presence forming a tense and oppressive atmosphere. A white-haired warrior observes him calmly. Despite acknowledging their fame, Theo internally rejects their glory, believing their presence will only complicate his path forward. Close scrutiny reveals hardened veterans, including a scarred man and an older warrior, both radiating intense killing intent toward Theo. Determination builds within Theo as he realizes brute force is necessary to overcome these so-called legends standing before him. Turning toward them without hesitation, Theo prepares himself. One Ragnar warrior suddenly lunges forward, unleashing a powerful attack aimed directly at Theo with overwhelming speed and aggression. Energy erupts violently as Theo reacts, his body remaining steady while the impact sends shockwaves through the surroundings. Observers react in alarm, sensing an immense and unfamiliar presence rising from Theo's position. A massive clash of power fills the battlefield as Theo's aura explodes outward, colliding fiercely with the attacking force. Memories of battlefield principles surface within Theo, contrasting past teachings with the current reality of ruthless survival. With unwavering focus, Theo releases a decisive counterattack, channeling all his strength into a single overwhelming strike. The explosion of power expands outward, engulfing the area in red energy as surrounding warriors are forced back by the impact. After the clash, a blood-red scene remains, with Theo standing at the center while remnants of power dissipate slowly. An elder Ragnar stares forward in disbelief, realizing that Theo's strength challenges the very authority and judgment of the clan. Under red-tinted trees, the Ragnar warriors kneel as the family head arrives. A warrior hurriedly lowers himself, admitting fault without resistance, attempting to justify his actions as punishment against a traitor. Attention shifts to Theo, whose battered state reflects the aftermath of conflict, raising doubts about the clan's internal conduct. A senior member steps forward, requesting authority to carry out immediate execution, his tone firm and unwavering before the gathered forces. The family head's expression darkens as he regards the situation, interpreting the act as insubordination rather than discipline. Without warning, overwhelming force erupts, striking the offender down instantly and silencing the surrounding warriors. Thorkel Ragnar steps forward, identifying himself as captain while maintaining composure despite the tense and violent atmosphere. He explains the situation involving Ragnar Gizzard, urging action against an external enemy rather than internal conflict. The family head acknowledges him briefly, yet remains unimpressed, signaling authority without offering immediate agreement. Theo and Thorkel stand opposed. Thorkel challenges the harsh stance, emphasizing familial bonds, but Theo remains unmoved by such reasoning. From above, the family head reinforces a brutal doctrine, declaring that the clan has no place for emotional attachments. Theo turns away from the confrontation, focusing instead on the broader consequences surrounding Gizzard's situation. He explains that failure to act would damage the clan's reputation, extending beyond the loss of a single successor. Nearby soldiers listen silently as Theo resolves that fear must define the Ragnar name, surpassing even death itself. A hooded Ragnar woman stands in the cold, declaring that no one should harm a Ragnar warrior without permission. Nearby soldiers listen in silence as the principle of fear and authority is emphasized, reinforcing the clan's dominance over all others. A towering figure radiates a crimson aura, embodying overwhelming power as the atmosphere becomes suffocatingly tense. One warrior suddenly shouts in defiance. Before his words can spread further, the family head intervenes, suppressing him instantly with sheer force. The man collapses under pressure as the leader calmly demonstrates that Ragnar honor is enforced through absolute dominance. Standing above Theo, the family head looms with a drawn sword, asserting overwhelming authority without hesitation. Theo meets the pressure calmly, showing no fear despite the difference in power and status between them. The family head reacts with mild curiosity, acknowledging Theo's composure as something unusual within the clan. A firm command is issued ordering all present warriors to form a rescue squad and retrieve Gizzard Ragnar immediately. Soldiers rush into action, their movements coordinated as they depart across the frozen battlefield, deciding there are matters that must be addressed privately. Theo turns back with a faint, confident expression, aware that his actions have drawn attention from the highest authority. In the distance, the cavalry captain watches silently from horseback, observing Theo with a conflicted expression. Far away, a corrupted battlefield filled with twisted structures and ominous energy hints at the looming threat surrounding Gizzard. A wounded subordinate kneels before Theo Ragnar, struggling to speak as he apologizes for failing to fulfill the assigned mission, focusing on the failed retrieval tied to the Dragon Emperor's resurrection and the missing relic. The subordinate explains the situation under pressure, claiming external interference forced him into an unavoidable decision. Without warning, the man is violently struck, his body collapsing as Theo enforces discipline through immediate punishment. Theo criticizes the failure harshly, emphasizing that without the relic, another figure calmly proposes using a different relic, attempting to adjust the plan despite the loss. Attention shifts to a coffin containing a powerful weapon, identified as a top-tier relic crucial for the ritual. The group explains that this relic cannot be sacrificed, as it is tied to a greater purpose involving a future confrontation. Before further discussion continues, an urgent warning interrupts, signaling the sudden arrival of Ragnar forces. Warriors rush forward as reports confirm that the Ragnar main force is advancing rapidly through the front lines. The situation escalates as enemies realize the Ragnar forces are not merely rescuing but overwhelming everything in their path. Among the chaos, a fallen figure is recognized, shocking the observers as they identify a significant Ragnar member. A strategist deduces that the injured individual may hold importance, possibly connected to the clan's succession. An elder calmly assesses the situation, deciding that continued presence risks exposure. Despite their protective barriers, the group prepares to abandon the ritual site. An elder explains that resurrecting the crazy Dragon Emperor is impossible anywhere except the Northern Territories, emphasizing the urgency of their situation. A white-haired figure listens while tension rises, realizing that retreat would mean losing the chance to return and complete their goal. Determination hardens as the decision is made to proceed immediately, refusing to delay the resurrection any longer despite the risks. Orders are given to capture a Ragnar, intending to use him as a sacrifice alongside the dragon sword for the ritual. The chosen victim struggles helplessly as he is seized, while others comply quickly, prioritizing speed over hesitation. Energy begins to surge violently as the ritual is initiated, signaling that the process has already reached a dangerous stage. Massive. Grotesque structure forms at the ritual site, pulsing with red energy as the sacrifice Ragnar is dragged toward its core. The atmosphere distorts as power gathers, with the ritual amplifying through blood and the relic's influence. At the peak of the process, the resurrection begins, unleashing overwhelming force as the crazy dragon emperor starts to return. A red spear streaks across the night sky as lightning crackles violently around it. Energy intensifies as the weapon vibrates with overwhelming force. The surroundings collapse into a warped dimension where shattered land floats, and Theo arrives cautiously observing the strange broken landscape. A cloaked man explains the place while standing calmly. Theo studies the gap carefully as the environment bends unnaturally. Realizing the space was intentionally created through immense power, a mysterious horned woman appears behind them, radiating pressure, while Theo recognizes the absurd strength required to maintain such a domain. The atmosphere shifts as Theo faces the cloaked man, sensing hostility while the surrounding space turns darker and heavier. The man asserts dominance without hesitation, declaring that ancient beings should not interfere as his overwhelming aura spreads outward. A sudden surge disrupts everything as energy systems fail. Lightning shatters, and Theo is violently thrown back by the collapse of power. Theo steadies himself while holding his head, realizing even his controlled abilities are being blocked by an unseen force. Shock grows within him as he concludes that the man has completely interfered with his techniques, proving an unimaginable level of foresight. The cloaked figure smirks faintly, showing calm confidence, while Theo senses that this opponent exists far beyond human limits, tension rising while he prepares for whatever comes next. Revealing regret as he reflects on past failures involving Theo and his mother. He admits responsibility for countless conflicts and deaths caused by his rule, acknowledging the harsh doctrine that strength alone governed everything. Theo lifts his head slowly, breathing unevenly as dust drifts around him, his expression tense while he processes the overwhelming pressure surrounding this battlefield. Silence follows as his gaze hardens, showing restrained emotion while fragments of debris float nearby in the distorted space. The clan head watches calmly from a distance, acknowledging Theo's composure while recognizing the resolve behind his unspoken reaction. Sudden movement erupts as the clan head dashes forward, dragging immense force behind him while the terrain cracks under his speed. Realizing the attack's intensity while calculating possible counters despite the unstable surroundings, he reflects inwardly, understanding that raw strength alone cannot define victory as survival depends on precision, awareness, and exploiting timing. Golden energy gathers behind the clan head, forming radiant patterns that expand outward like a divine force reshaping the battlefield, identifying it as a higher power beyond normal limits while remaining alert to its overwhelming pressure. The energy intensifies rapidly, releasing destructive force across the space as the clash escalates beyond ordinary combat. The clan head reveals his past through steady composure, explaining how immense strength once drew him toward something beyond human existence. He recalls resisting that calling, choosing to remain with the clan despite the burden and consequences tied to his decision. Chains of light bind his power as he demonstrates how he sealed his own strength to prevent losing control over fate. Theo listens intently, while tension builds, understanding the necessity behind fear as a method to maintain order within the family. The clan head stands alone within a darkened grid-like space, embodying the role of a protector who became something feared to preserve stability. With quiet seriousness, he asks Theo to break the restraints binding him, placing the future of the clan into Theo's hands. Theo stands firm in the dark void, admitting uncertainty about his path while facing the clan head without retreat despite the overwhelming pressure. A system-like energy activates as Theo expands his mental state, drawing upon a deeper focus to confront the burden placed before him. He resolves internally, accepting responsibility not only for the clan but for everything connected to this world. Theo's crimson eyes sharpen as determination solidifies, declaring his intent to surpass the clan head and take full control of his destiny. The older man bursts into laughter, recognizing both arrogance and conviction within. Calm returns as the clan head acknowledges Theo's consistency, deciding to delay his departure and continue watching his son's growth. The clan head leans forward, testing Theo's resolve by demanding proof that his conviction is not empty but capable of enduring fate itself. He places the burden clearly before Theo, declaring that only by proving himself can Theo truly claim leadership of the Ragnar clan. The challenge echoes through the sky as the battlefield shifts, signaling the beginning of a true trial. Far away, Theo and his companions move rapidly across frozen terrain, noticing inconsistencies in distance that suggest something is wrong. Realization dawns as Theo halts abruptly, sensing abnormal energy flow while urgently warning everyone to stop moving forward. Confusion spreads among the group as they struggle to understand the unseen threat forming ahead. A massive distortion appears in the sky. Crimson energy erupts violently as Theo unleashes power, recognizing the formation as a barrier created by a dragon clan. The battlefield descends into chaos as the environment fractures under the force, leaving everyone stunned by the scale of destruction unfolding. A masked investigator reports calmly while holding a device, confirming that the identification process is nearly complete amid a grim battlefield. The revealed corpse lies embedded within red, organic terrain, its body preserved unnaturally, immediately drawing attention from those present. Shock spreads among the group as the identity is confirmed to be Lord Gisard Ragnar, contradicting everything they believed about his fate. A silver-haired commander steps forward aggressively, radiating authority while threatening immediate violence to force control over the chaotic situation. The masked figure lowers his posture slightly, sensing danger while the commander turns his attention toward the corpse with growing intensity. Emotion breaks through as the commander kneels beside the body, showing disbelief and restrained grief at the sight before him. Another officer analyzes the corpse carefully. He acknowledges the fallen knight's efforts, emphasizing her sacrifice while attempting to steady the emotional atmosphere among the group. The scene expands to reveal ritualistic structures and crimson energy, identifying clear signs of a demonic resurrection process. A close observer narrows his gaze, suspecting a deeper scheme behind the ritual as unease spreads through the group. The team surveys the battlefield from a distance, realizing the scale of the destruction and the unnatural alterations across the terrain. One subordinate proposes immediate rescue action, but the leader halts him, choosing to remain silent while analyzing the situation further. A massive organic structure rises like a grotesque monument. The commander's expression shifts as realization sets in, followed by a sudden cold laugh that breaks the silence. With controlled anger, he acknowledges the enemy's actions. Theo stands beside the clan head as a massive red vortex forms above the shattered ground, its energy spreading violently across the distorted battlefield. His eyes widen sharply as he senses the overwhelming presence, recognizing that the power emerging is far beyond anything previously encountered. The clan head remains composed while analyzing the situation, realizing the disturbance is tied to a corpse that continues to cause chaos even after death. The ground trembles as Theo braces himself. He steadies his mind and answers firmly, acknowledging his father while understanding the seriousness of what is unfolding before them. The clan head's expression darkens as he concludes the truth, recognizing that the Crimson Dragon Emperor has been resurrected, signaling the beginning of a far greater crisis. Troyvon initiates a forbidden ritual, channeling immense energy to revive the fallen Dragon Emperor using ancient sacrificial power. Ragnar remains silent about the ritual, but altar traces confirm success, revealing the resurrection has already been completed. Theo launches a decisive offensive, mobilizing forces to eliminate Troyvon quickly before the revived Emperor fully regains strength. Troyvon forces suffer heavy losses, losing territory rapidly as Ragnar's army advances and surrounds their remaining defensive positions. Amid harsh weather, a hidden camp shelters survivors, suggesting lingering resistance despite apparent collapse of Troyvon's front lines. Inside, leaders grow uneasy as the Emperor shows no activity, raising suspicion that the resurrection outcome differs from expectations. Commanders conclude Troyvon may be stalling intentionally, implying a hidden strategy behind their apparent retreat and weakened presence. A powerful warrior dismisses concern, displaying confidence that the resurrected Emperor poses no meaningful threat to their dominance. He asserts their continued slaughter matters most, believing victory is certain regardless of the Emperor's potential return. Tension rises as leaders argue, focusing only on results while ignoring threats within ranks. A woman analyzes situation, warning about hidden dangers tied to Emperor's mental control abilities. She explains internal collapse could occur if Emperor manipulates minds within their own forces. Reports suggest one dragon already targeted Ragnar's foundation, possibly eliminating someone important secretly earlier. A man responds dismissively, ridiculing concern and shifting focus toward weaker members instead arrogantly. Another leader forcefully interrupts, restoring order and asserting confidence in Ragnar's current overwhelming advantage. A map reveals advancing forces, showing enemy territories collapsing as Ragnar's campaign progresses steadily. Observing this, a warrior concludes only one decisive action remains to secure absolute victory. He proposes capturing the enemy capital, believing this strike will end Trovian's resistance completely. Ragnar army sets camp near mountains, preparing final advance while supply wagons arrive and soldiers organize formations carefully. Commanders estimate victory within days, believing Troivan forces will collapse once capital is seized by coordinated assault. Despite confidence, soldiers appear uneasy, their morale lowered as exhaustion and uncertainty linger across the battlefield camp. A strange outfit draws attention, creating confusion among soldiers as reactions vary. Some laugh and tease while others observe carefully, sensing unusual tension hidden beneath the seemingly light-hearted moment. Theo Ragnar watches silently, his expression serious as he evaluates inconsistencies within events unfolding around him. Theo recalls past timeline, realizing this war originally lasted longer, making the current rapid progress feel unnatural. He questions whether Troivan's actions changed events, suspecting interference connected to the revived Dragon Emperor's influence. Theo concludes unseen variables are emerging, deciding to investigate further personally. Theo Ragnar meets brother Thorkel, sensing unease while the battlefield quiets and tension lingers between them. Thorkel questions the rapid retreat, suspecting something unusual behind Troivan's sudden loss of momentum. Theo responds calmly, masking concern while maintaining trust, showing confidence in Thorkel's judgment and intentions. Thorkel reassures unity, insisting Ragnar remains strong, despite losses and warning against internal division weakening their position. He acknowledges past sacrifices, emphasizing that fallen comrades alone cannot determine the clan's ultimate survival against enemies. Theo agrees outwardly, yet his expression reveals hidden doubts. Thorkel presses Theo further, questioning his true intentions regarding Ragnar's future and motivations behind his recent actions. Theo faces him directly, weighing whether his actions serve personal goals or the clan's broader honor and stability. He ultimately reveals his stance, opposing tyranny within Ragnar and prioritizing a balanced future over absolute dominance. Theo Ragnar presents his ideal vision, rejecting fear-based rule and emphasizing unity through trust among Ragnar members. Thorkel listens closely, recognizing sincerity in Theo's words while measuring his resolve. The moment strengthens their bond as mutual understanding forms regarding Ragnar's future. Plans continue as they prepare to march, acknowledging the approaching decisive confrontation ahead. Theo comparing events to his past life, noticing similarities yet remaining cautious about unseen differences. He resolves to surpass previous limits, aiming to become stronger while competing for the clan head position. Theo declines rest, choosing immediate action, leaving companions behind as he pursues a personal objective alone. He summons a powerful mount, moving swiftly across terrain intent on investigating anomalies. Theo commits to uncovering truth, determined to understand future changes and prevent unforeseen consequences. Theo Ragnar notices movement ahead, spotting an old man struggling alone near a fast-flowing riverbank. The old man attempts crossing, but the strong current overwhelms him, forcing him into dangerous, unstable footing. Suddenly, Theo intervenes instantly, grabbing the man firmly before he is swept away by the rushing water. Theo evaluates the situation quickly, recognizing the river cannot be crossed safely without significant risk or delay. The old man explains urgency, revealing he must return home where his sick grandchild awaits his presence. Hearing this, Theo silently considers the situation, his expression sharpening as he decides immediate action is necessary. Theo offers assistance directly, lifting the old man onto his back despite initial hesitation and disbelief. He crosses the river swiftly, moving through powerful currents with strength and precision, while, after crossing, the old man expresses warmth, while Theo reflects quietly on the meaning of family and connection. The old man questions Theo Ragnar about family, but Theo rejects the idea. Theo states the clan lacks warmth, viewing it as a place driven by power rather than bonds or care. The old man observes him closely, sensing hidden pain beneath Theo's denial and rigid perspective toward relationships. The old man offers gratitude, inviting Theo to his home beyond the river to repay the kindness shown. Theo declines lightly, showing no attachment, while maintaining distance from emotional connections. As they move, the old man comments on Theo's presence, noting an unusual warmth despite his detached attitude. A dark aura suddenly emerges, revealing the old man's true nature as something far more dangerous and unnatural. He questions Theo's beliefs, challenging his understanding of family while exposing deeper truths about hidden intentions. The entity invites Theo forward, drawing him into an unknown path that could reshape his fate entirely. Theo Ragnar flies through snowy mountains, approaching a hidden castle concealed beyond barriers and ancient protective magic fields. The spectral castle appears only at midnight, revealing itself faintly among trees as the barrier weakens temporarily. Theo confirms destination, recognizing the location tied to past knowledge and prepares himself. Theo lands near entrance, observing structure closely while snow falls, noting the castle remains well-maintained despite isolation. He's sensing unusual presence nearby, while recalling information about dangerous entities residing within the hidden structure. A sudden disturbance emerges, but Theo reacts swiftly, maintaining control and continuing his approach. Theo reflects on past encounter, recalling a powerful witch whose abilities once influenced major events across the continent. He remains confident, believing he can handle any threat, relying on his strength and experience to escape safely. Entering the castle interior, Theo proceeds deeper inside, beginning his investigation to uncover hidden truths. Theo Ragnar explores castle interior, moving through corridors while sensing irregularities reflected. He notices strange reflections, revealing a girl's presence, indicating something unnatural hidden. Suddenly, the surroundings shift violently, transporting Theo outside as unknown forces distort space and disorient his perception. Theo realizes situation involves illusion magic, recognizing manipulation of senses and environment control by a hidden caster. He deduces the witch Hilda is responsible. Understanding this illusion aims to test or mislead his intentions. Remaining calm, Theo observes carefully, preparing to break the illusion while tracking inconsistencies. The illusion intensifies, throwing Theo into simulated combat scenarios filled with chaos, enemies, and destructive force. Despite pressure, Theo reacts quickly, adapting his movements and countering attacks with precise control and focused awareness. He pushes forward through illusions, determined to overcome the trial and reach the truth. Hidden beyond deception. Theo Ragnar reacting instinctively, despite knowing the environment is entirely fabricated by magic. He senses a presence behind illusion, identifying the woman controlling everything as someone powerful. Theo confirms the caster is Hilda Ragnar, understanding the illusion represents her past life and experiences fully recreated. The scene shifts into a grand hall showing Hilda's authority as soldiers gather. Hilda appears calm and composed, standing confidently, while maintaining control over surroundings through overwhelming magical presence and authority. Theo observes silently, recognizing her strength and influence while preparing himself for confrontation within this recreated historical moment. The illusion abruptly shifts to battle aftermath, revealing destruction and casualties surrounding her. Hilda stands wounded yet resolute, showing determination, despite injuries, demonstrating the harsh reality behind her past leadership struggles. Theo witnesses her actions carefully, understanding her strength came from enduring conflict. Theo Ragnar understands Hilda's perspective, realizing her actions stem from experience gained. Hilda confronts Theo, recognizing him as a regressor, and acknowledging his exceptional adaptability shaped by previous life knowledge. She reveals her own identity, emphasizing the unique advantages granted by repeating past timelines. The illusion shifts again, showing battlefield memories, where individuals retain awareness suggesting regressors return. Theo observes multiple figures, understanding the burden of memory carried across timelines. Scenes transition rapidly, revealing fragments of Hilda's past struggles, highlighting sacrifice, leadership, and consequences of her choices. A tragic moment unfolds as violence erupts, marking a decisive turning point that deeply scars Hilda emotionally and mentally. Hilda expresses regret internally, burdened by loss, acknowledging responsibility for countless deaths resulting from her past actions. Theo witnesses her suffering, recognizing the heavy weight of leadership and consequences shaping her current beliefs and decisions. Theo Ragnar witnesses Hilda's past, seeing regret and sorrow as she reflects on decisions that led others to suffer. Her emotions intensify, revealing how fear and responsibility twisted her actions, gradually pushing her toward instability and madness. Theo realizing her transformation resulted from accumulated trauma, loss, and repeated burdens carried through endless cycles. Fragments of memory shatter, exposing repeated betrayals and failures. Showing how every regression ended with destruction and despair, Theo processes this information. Understanding regressors carry overwhelming burdens shaping their minds. He questions the cause, recognizing a pattern where repeated regression leads individuals toward eventual psychological collapse. Theo considers possibility that endless repetition drives people into madness, eroding stability and distorting their perception of reality. He reflects inwardly, acknowledging risk of becoming similar if he continues relying on regression without changing his approach. Theo steadies himself, determined to avoid their fate while continuing forward with awareness of consequences tied to his power. Theo Ragnar regains awareness inside the castle, realizing the illusion has ended. He senses a presence ahead, turning quickly as a powerful woman appears seated calmly. Hilda Ragnar reveals herself fully, confirming control over the illusion and testing Theo's resolve through the experience. Theo entered the chamber cautiously, sensing dangerous mana surrounding luxurious walls and silent servants beside corridors. Woman Lord observed Theo quietly from ornate seating, hiding suspicious intentions beneath relaxed expressions during negotiations. Theo recognized Madame Hilda's unusual behavior, remembering previous regressions involving manipulative nobles controlling influential territories. Madame Hilda dismissed attendants gracefully before guiding Theo deeper inside private halls, illuminated by flickering magical chandeliers. Theo studied surrounding furniture carefully, suspecting hidden surveillance devices monitored important conversations occurring throughout enormous estates. Constantly, strange energy suddenly emerged nearby, forcing Theo toward defensive instincts while Madame Hilda remained composed beside him. Servants prepared lengthy dining tables, arranging expensive meals carefully before Theo approached unfamiliar ceremonial chambers cautiously. Madame Hilda instructed Theo silently through crowded corridors, maintaining authority while observing suspicious movements surrounding nearby guards. Theo encountered Zenith Dragon unexpectedly inside magnificent halls, realizing powerful alliances influence Madame Hilda's dangerous political ambitions. Theo silently analyzed Pharaoh beside Madame Hilda, confirming terrifying rumors regarding Zenith Dragon's servitude within nobility circles. Madame Hilda observed Theo during dinner carefully, noticing restrained anxiety hidden beneath his disciplined expression. Pharaoh remained motionless behind Hilda's chair, displaying overwhelming authority while servants avoided direct eye contact nervously. Madame Hilda evaluated Theo's regression experience calmly, considering strategic advantages obtainable through repeated timelines and survival methods. Theo admitted limited knowledge regarding remaining regressions carefully, concealing deeper fears surrounding irreversible death from powerful enemies. Pharaoh monitored Theo's reactions continuously beside luxurious dining tables, ensuring Madame Hilda maintained complete political control. Madame Hilda questioned Theo further regarding regression cycles, searching carefully for hidden weaknesses affecting future confrontations. Theo considered uncertain memories quietly, recognizing strange instincts appearing repeatedly whenever regressions approached unavoidable endings near him. Dinner continued beneath massive chandeliers silently, while Theo realized Madame Hilda possessed dangerous knowledge exceeding previous regressions. Theo analyzed glowing windows, realizing Madame Hilda understood regressions without discovering mysterious blue system notifications. Theo questioned Madame Hilda regarding ascendants, remembering strange behavioral changes surrounding his influential father recently privately. Pharaoh sliced expensive meat silently beside dining tables, observing Theo closely while concealed tension intensified throughout chambers. Madame Hilda suddenly abandoned composure, reacting aggressively after Theo revealed forbidden knowledge regarding ascension and pantheons. Theo remained seated nervously while overwhelming magical pressure consumed enormous halls, alarming nearby servants and attendants. Pharaoh interrupted Madame Hilda calmly, reminding her emotional reactions could expose dangerous secrets before inexperienced Theo unnecessarily. Theo concealed confusion carefully, recognizing ascension possessed deeper significance than previous regressions ever revealed through fragmented memories. Pharaoh lowered overwhelming mana gradually, allowing shattered furniture and trembling servants opportunities, restoring damaged chambers again. Madame Hilda regained composure, silently, deciding Theo's unusual knowledge could influence future political conflicts involving pantheons. Madame Hilda explained Theo's father resisted pantheon summons, preserving mortal existence through extraordinary power and determination. Theo absorbed Madame Hilda's explanation silently, realizing ascension threatened remaining connections surrounding his fractured family. Pharaoh observed Theo carefully beside luxurious chambers, recognizing emotional instability hidden beneath controlled expressions and restrained breathing. Madame Hilda clarified Theo's father avoided interference deliberately, preventing unavoidable ascension while enduring catastrophic losses surrounding rebellious descendants. Theo accepted terrifying truths calmly, understanding powerful ascendants abandoned humanity completely after entering Pantheon realms permanently forever. Pharaoh warned Madame Hilda, sensing dangerous implications surrounding discussions involving Theo's influential father and Pantheon politics. Theo recalled previous regressions quietly, recognizing his father's strange actions concealed sacrifices preventing disastrous ascension across kingdoms. Theo remembered chaotic battlefields vividly, realizing ascended beings would have destroyed civilizations without his father's resistance completely. Theo lowered his gaze silently, acknowledging insufficient strength prevented confronting overwhelming truths surrounding Pantheon existence directly. Madame Hilda ended preliminary discussions, preparing Theo mentally before revealing valuable intelligence regarding regressors and prophecies. Theo watched mysterious energy gather nearby silently, recognizing legendary scrolls previously mentioned within Black Snow intelligence reports. Ancient scrolls revealed future events clearly, granting Madame Hilda influence through accurate predictions, benefiting loyal followers consistently worldwide. Theo abandoned remaining doubts immediately, accepting Madame Hilda possessed authentic regression knowledge gathered across countless repeated timelines completely. Theo realized Hilda's scroll contained dangerous information regarding resurrected dragon emperors, threatening kingdoms. Pharaoh observed Theo quietly beside massive dining halls, understanding growing desperation hidden beneath determined expressions and calculated silence. Theo desired Hilda's scroll intensely, believing collected information contained solutions preventing catastrophic failures from previous regressions permanently. Madame Hilda explained countless businesses prospered through prophetic guidance obtained directly. Theo studied glowing scroll fragments carefully, realizing overwhelming knowledge remained inaccessible despite sitting directly before him. Madame Hilda proposed mentorship confidently, demanding Theo surrender regression information while promising influential clan leadership positions. Theo rejected Madame Hilda's proposal immediately, recognizing dangerous ambition hidden beneath persuasive promises and calculated negotiations. Pharaoh observed escalating tensions silently nearby, understanding Theo distrusted Madame Hilda despite shared regression experiences completely. Madame Hilda insisted political conflicts, threatened declining clans severely, requiring stronger leadership restoring authority throughout northern territories. Theo analyzed collapsing snow-covered cities silently, realizing Madame Hilda manipulated instability pursuing greater influence across kingdoms. Pharaoh monitored Theo carefully beside dark corridors, sensing growing suspicion regarding Madame Hilda's true political intentions secretly. Theo compared Madame Hilda's obsession against resurrected dragon emperors, recognizing identical madness surrounding overwhelming power and control completely. Madame Hilda spilled crimson wine carelessly, acknowledging prolonged isolation gradually distorted her judgment and emotional restraint severely there. Theo departed enormous halls cautiously, understanding Ragnarok approached rapidly while dangerous regressors pursued absolute authority everywhere. Madame Hilda unleashed corrupted isolation magic suddenly, surrounding enormous chambers with living darkness and overwhelming pressure. Theo crossed frozen wastelands cautiously, realizing Madame Hilda demanded obedience through fear, rather than cooperation. Madame Hilda offered survival deliberately, insisting Theo become her disciple while surrendering regression knowledge immediately without resistance. Dark creatures emerged surrounding Theo aggressively, trapping movement completely while corrupted mana distorted nearby surroundings violently. Theo anticipated betrayal beforehand, calmly understanding Madame Hilda preferred controlling regressors through intimidation and psychological isolation tactics. Pharaoh remained absent throughout confrontation silently, allowing Madame Hilda complete authority handling Theo's resistance personally alone. Madame Hilda observed isolated chambers proudly, believing relentless ambition justified destroying obstacles blocking desired outcomes completely forever. There, Theo studied Madame Hilda, recognizing dangerous confidence developed through countless victories across repeated regressions previously experienced personally. Madame Hilda questioned Theo mockingly, convinced every regressor eventually surrendered beneath overwhelming political power and manipulation methods. Madame Hilda monitored swirling isolation magic carefully while Pharaoh measured elapsed time beside enormous chambers. Theo endured distorted dimensions alone, recognizing magical barriers manipulated internal time differently from external reality. Sudden disruptions shattered surrounding mana violently, forcing Madame Hilda and Pharaoh toward immediate defensive reactions. Theo escaped isolation successfully, unleashing destructive power against monstrous creatures surrounding frozen wastelands aggressively without hesitation there. Mysterious blue notifications appeared, repeatedly, confirming Theo's abilities strengthened rapidly through relentless combat experience accumulated. A figure sliced approaching enemies continuously, preventing coordinated attacks while searching desperately for dimensional weaknesses nearby during combat. The figure noticed unstable spatial distortions, suddenly realizing isolation barriers, weakened from excessive magical pressure. Monstrous creatures gathered beneath expanding rifts aggressively while Theo prepared decisive attacks against collapsing dimensional structures. Theo concentrated remaining strength completely, attempting destroying unstable rifts before isolation dimensions consumed surrounding territories. Theo became surrounded by shadow creatures, enduring relentless pressure while unstable dimensional rifts expanded. He released concentrated mana upward, trusting destructive attacks could shatter collapsing isolation barriers completely before disaster occurred. Corrupted shadows consumed Theo's arm, spreading dangerous energy throughout surrounding frozen dimensions silently beneath unstable skies. Theo summoned Umbra, transforming corrupted shadows into controllable power, while confronting enormous dimensional monsters. Violent collisions erupted repeatedly nearby, forcing monstrous creatures backward while dimensional distortions intensified across frozen battlefields rapidly. Theo maintained overwhelming attacks continuously, preventing gigantic shadow beasts from escaping collapsing dimensional barriers surrounding isolated territories. Dimensional rifts cracked violently inside Madame Hilda's chambers, revealing Theo's destructive power beyond expected limitations completely there. Remaining shadow creatures scattered rapidly throughout enormous halls, escaping unstable portals before dimensional collapse consumed everything nearby entirely. Madame Hilda and Pharaoh recognized Umbra immediately, realizing Theo controlled extraordinarily dangerous shadow dragon abilities. Madame Hilda prevented Pharaoh from pursuing Theo, trusting surviving beasts always return beside powerful masters eventually. Madame Hilda examined shattered isolation barriers, realizing Theo exceeded previous expectations regarding dimensional resistance abilities. Pharaoh observed unstable rifts silently nearby while Madame Hilda confirmed Theo witnessed forbidden pantheon truths personally. Madame Hilda considered provoking Theo further carefully, believing additional pressure could accelerate growth through dangerous confrontations repeatedly. Pharaoh recognized Madame Hilda's destructive obsession immediately, understanding excessive manipulation threatened Theo's remaining mental stability. Madame Hilda acknowledged Theo's limitations, realizing inexperienced regressors required greater strength before confronting Ragnarok successfully later. Madame Hilda reflected upon countless regressions silently, recognizing accumulated centuries destroyed Theo's youthful determination and emotional resilience. Pharaoh understood Madame Hilda's sorrow immediately, knowing repeated regressions transformed talented warriors into exhausted survivors. Madame Hilda summoned Pharaoh quietly, preparing future plans involving Theo's dangerous potential and extraordinary regression abilities. Madame Hilda prepared receiving important guests carefully while unstable dimensional rifts continued collapsing. Sudden explosions shattered enormous halls immediately, forcing Madame Hilda toward defensive reactions against unexpected intruders. Pharaoh observed destructive impacts silently nearby while mysterious figures approached collapsing isolation barriers confidently through overwhelming explosions. Robert entered destroyed chambers aggressively, confronting Madame Hilda regarding repeated isolation magic usage and dangerous manipulations immediately. Madame Hilda remained seated calmly despite destruction, recognizing Robert's arrival disrupted carefully planned confrontations involving Theo. Robert destroyed remaining dimensional structures violently, ending dangerous games surrounding Theo's imprisonment and isolation permanently. Corrupted shadow creatures dissolved gradually nearby while Theo recovered painfully from exhausting battles against dimensional monsters alone. Theo acknowledged surviving isolation thankfully, realizing Umbra's assistance prevented certain death within collapsing dimensions. Umbra remained beside Theo silently, confirming powerful bonds strengthened continuously through dangerous battles and shared survival experiences. Theo recognized Black Dragon, realizing his father secretly arranged surveillance throughout previous dangerous missions involving betrayal. Robert admitted monitoring Theo carefully, understanding suspicious political factions considered him potential traitorous threats previously. Theo studied Robert silently nearby, recognizing hidden protection existed beneath relentless surveillance and suspicious investigations. Robert dismissed Theo's gratitude calmly, insisting surviving dangerous confrontations independently remained essential for future battles ahead. Explosive blue mana erupted suddenly nearby, forcing Theo and Robert toward immediate defensive reactions against approaching disturbances. Madame Hilda emerged through collapsing dimensions confidently, interrupting escape attempts while maintaining dangerous composure before exhausted Theo. Madame Hilda mocked Robert playfully nearby, questioning whether loyalty toward Theo exceeded professional obligations and political. Robert rejected Madame Hilda's provocations immediately, preparing escape strategies carefully while Theo recovered from dimensional exhaustion. Theo summoned Umbra quietly beside shattered battlefields, planning one final action before abandoning dangerous isolation chambers. Robert commanded immediate retreat aggressively while overwhelming blue mana attacks shattered frozen battlefields violently. Theo escaped collapsing dimensions rapidly beside Umbra, avoiding destructive explosions consuming surrounding territories and monstrous enemies. Madame Hilda pursued escaping targets relentlessly, unleashing dangerous attacks throughout collapsing isolation zones without hesitation. Robert intercepted Madame Hilda directly, preventing pursuit while violent sword clashes erupted across unstable dimensions aggressively. Madame Hilda analyzed Robert carefully, realizing experienced warriors remained insignificant against overwhelming regression knowledge and accumulated power. Pharaoh observed ongoing confrontations, recognizing Madame Hilda underestimated Theo's dangerous unpredictability and survival instincts. Theo crashed across frozen landscapes painfully, enduring violent impacts while dimensional fragments scattered throughout enormous snowy territories. Theo noticed massive fortress structures, suddenly realizing escape routes remained dangerously limited beneath collapsing dimensional barriers. Umbra carried exhausted Theo rapidly afterward, escaping catastrophic explosions consuming isolation dimensions and frozen battlefields simultaneously. Snowstorms swallowed distant forests completely while Theo escaped collapsing dimensions. Madame Hilda clashed against Robert briefly before exhaustion forced retreat decisions throughout damaged isolation chambers. Furrow accepted remaining responsibilities calmly, while Madame Hilda abandoned pursuit attempts and prioritized recovery. Madame Hilda questioned Theo's disappearance angrily, realizing dimensional barriers failed preventing unexpected escapes through unstable rifts. Robert observed Madame Hilda carefully, recognizing unusual excitement hidden beneath her frustrated expressions and dangerous ambitions. Madame Hilda discovered missing scrolls suddenly, realizing Theo secretly stole valuable prophetic knowledge before escaping. Snow-covered Primos slums surrounded Cassandra's isolated cabin while freezing winds crossed silent alleys. Cassandra nervously approached her sleeping mother after terrifying nightmares disturbed her thoughts. Dim candlelight illuminated their wooden bedroom while Cassandra recalled restrained captives and murderous figures inside nightmares. Vividly, Cassandra described witnessing her mother's death within horrifying dreams while clutching blankets beside trembling shadows. Her exhausted mother listened carefully beside moonlit windows while Cassandra remembered kidnappers binding helpless victims tightly. Fear overwhelmed Cassandra completely, although her mother protected her gently beneath creaking ceilings during heavy snowfall outside. Cassandra's mother embraced her warmly while understanding recurring nightmares continuously haunted her frightened daughter every evening. Gentle sunlight entered the bedroom while Cassandra slowly accepted her mother's reassurance regarding terrifying dreams completely. Cassandra rested peacefully beside her mother, while fading fears disappeared across their quiet wooden bedroom before sunrise. Cassandra remembered her mother's reassurance, while shattered flower petals scattered beside creaking furniture. Theo entered Priamo's eastern slums through relentless snowfall while observing abandoned pathways beneath darkened winter skies. Theo confirmed Cassandra Edda's location mentally, while recalling catastrophic imperial destruction witnessed. Theo crossed frozen streets beside Ragnar banners, while evaluating imperial territories controlling political influence throughout northern regions. Massive Edda Empire structures towered across snowy mountains, while Theo considered powerful nobles dominating countless surrounding civilizations. Theo analyzed mysterious future foresight abilities carefully, while hidden enemies monitored imperial movements from shadowed chambers. Cassandra rested quietly inside wooden shelters while distant footsteps echoed beyond narrow corridors covered completely. Theo tightened his cloak carefully while approaching Cassandra's residence through freezing winds surrounding isolated slum districts. Uncertain destinies connected Theo and Cassandra unexpectedly, while dangerous imperial conspiracies advanced across heavily guarded territories. Theo remembered weakened royal descendants abusing prophetic abilities while snowstorms buried neglected imperial districts. He studied Cassandra's documents carefully, while realizing forgotten slum residents unknowingly protected future imperial authority. Considered recruiting Cassandra immediately, because extraordinary foresight abilities could transform approaching continental conflicts completely for survival. Theo located Cassandra's isolated residence while frozen pathways reflected moonlight across abandoned wooden neighborhoods. He questioned whether Cassandra's childhood foresight remained undeveloped or concealed deliberately behind fabricated weakness throughout isolation continuously. Theo suddenly detected murderous hostility nearby, while crimson energy illuminated his eyes beneath violent snowfall instantly nearby. He rushed toward Cassandra's residence after recognizing fresh bloodshed surrounding concealed attackers beneath freezing darkness within alleys. Theo entered the silent cabin cautiously while discovering empty corridors without traps, guards, or defensive preparations inside. He realized unknown enemies already discovered Cassandra's identity, while dangerous conspiracies expanded beyond imperial control rapidly everywhere. Theo discovered armed intruders inside Cassandra's residence while injured victims collapsed across blood-stained wooden floors. He observed surviving attackers carefully while several masked criminals surrounded terrified captives throughout narrow corridors. Theo immediately recognized organized ambushers targeting Cassandra deliberately, while hidden motives remained dangerously unclear beneath tense silence completely. Questioned imperial involvement carefully while he analyzing suspicious attackers invading Cassandra's isolated residence prematurely during severe snowfall outside. Theo prepared ruthless interrogation methods immediately, while activating overwhelming magical energy against kneeling enemies. Explosive lightning surged throughout cramped hallways while terrified attackers witnessed Theo's devastating power approaching rapidly. Panicked attackers demanded Theo's identity while defensive formations collapsed instantly beneath overwhelming lightning strikes everywhere. surrounding terrified soldiers. Theo annihilated multiple enemies effortlessly, while shattered weapons scattered violently across narrow hallways during brutal combat inside. Surviving attackers trembled helplessly, while Theo's unstoppable lightning abilities destroyed remaining resistance throughout blood-stained corridors. Theo interrogated wounded assassins aggressively while lightning devastated cramped hallways surrounding Cassandra's endangered residence. Theo recognized Trojan's faction immediately after scarred attackers revealed dangerous wartime connections involving secret imperial conspiracies. Theo questioned invading servants carefully, while understanding hidden enemies already possessed extensive knowledge regarding catastrophic future conflicts. Ack proudly identified himself before launching reckless attacks against Theo throughout shattered corridors filled with destructive lightning. Theo remained completely fearless while overpowering Ack effortlessly beneath collapsing ceilings, illuminated by violent magical energy. Explosive lightning strikes shattered wooden structures instantly, while wounded assassins collapsed helplessly across blood-stained floors. Theo mocked Ack mercilessly while crushing remaining resistance beneath overwhelming magical pressure. Ack screamed painfully while Theo's devastating attacks pierced armor repeatedly across ruined corridors overflowing with electrical destruction. Theo subdued surviving enemies completely, while protecting Cassandra's hidden location from Imperial forces seeking prophetic powers. Ack sacrificed himself recklessly while attempting dragging Theo toward destruction beneath collapsing wooden structures. Theo rejected Ack's desperate threats immediately, while overpowering him effortlessly across shattered rooftops beneath freezing snowfall. Theo launched Ack downward brutally while crimson explosions consumed collapsing buildings, surrounding ruined corridors instantly beneath darkness. Theo survived the massive explosion alone while Ack's destroyed body collapsed lifelessly across frozen streets nearby. Theo returned toward Cassandra cautiously, while lingering smoke covered devastated residences throughout shattered slum districts. Completely, Theo discovered Cassandra motionless beneath blankets, while realizing hidden enemies targeted her, despite lacking prophetic importance. Theo analyzed changing Imperial events carefully while understanding unknown rivals altered future outcomes surrounding Cassandra's tragic death. Theo blamed himself silently, because arriving later allowed hidden assassins eliminating Cassandra before protective intervention occurred tragically. Theo remained beside Cassandra quietly, while overwhelming guilt consumed him throughout the devastated wooden bedroom completely. Cassandra questioned her mother's condition innocently, while Theo realized blindness prevented witnessing devastating tragedy. Theo observed Cassandra silently, while understanding extraordinary foresight abilities allowed predicting catastrophic future events accurately. Cassandra desperately searched reassurance, while Theo struggled accepting heartbreaking truths surrounding her mother's death emotionally. Theo questioned revealing painful truths, because Cassandra already possessed terrifying future visions, despite physical blindness completely. Cassandra calmly accepted her mother's death while remembering identical events appearing repeatedly throughout prophetic nightmares. Previously, Cassandra explained prophetic dreams consistently becoming reality, while Theo listened carefully beside devastated wooden interiors fall. She described unfamiliar dream changes carefully, while recalling Theo unexpectedly rescuing her from violent kidnappers previously nearby silently. Cassandra asked Theo whether changing predetermined futures remained possible, despite terrifying prophetic visions controlling countless destinies continuously afterward. Theo received mysterious scenario objectives immediately, while accepting responsibility, protecting Cassandra from approaching Imperial dangers. A lonely wooden grave marker stood in the snow, with a small bottle holding flowers placed beside it as the cold wind drifted across the white landscape. Nearby, he arrived with a young girl stopping before the grave while a large white dragon waited behind them. Holding his hand tightly, the girl looked up at him with fading hope, wishing he could have changed the future sooner and prevented the tragedy. Regret filled the man's face as he realized the girl's condition had worsened much faster than he had expected. Without warning, her strength gave out, causing her small body to collapse forward in the snow. Shock flashed across his eyes as he quickly caught her in his arms, while the dragon rushed closer after noticing the emergency. Concern replaced confusion when he examined her carefully and found no visible injuries anywhere on her body. Meanwhile, a fairy-like companion explained that the girl had likely exhausted herself and suffered severe mental shock. Understanding the danger, the man immediately decided to seek help and urged everyone to move as quickly as possible. Snow swirled around the grave as the group departed, leaving the flowers and memorial behind in silence. Carrying the unconscious girl securely, he rode across the frozen land while considering the nearest place that could treat her. Soon, he chose to head toward Ragnar base, believing its people would understand the situation and offer assistance. Far away, a peaceful sanctuary surrounded by a vast tulip garden rested beneath the mountains and the morning light. She was placed in a bed where she could recover under proper care and protection. Later, a woman watched over the sleeping child in thoughtful silence before stepping outside, sensing that an important matter had just begun. Outside the cabin, the black-haired man waited anxiously for news while keeping his attention fixed on the girl he had brought to the sanctuary. A caretaker soon emerged and informed him that Cassandra's condition had stabilized after receiving treatment for her fever. Relief briefly settled over him, but the cooperative leader immediately shifted the discussion toward the mysterious child he seemed desperate to protect. Although grateful for the sanctuary's assistance, the man refused to reveal Cassandra's identity and kept her background hidden. Meanwhile, the cooperative leader observed his behavior carefully and concluded that he carried responsibilities far greater than he admitted. Their conversation then turned toward the Troivan clan, with both sides discussing the possibility of its members moving across the region. Looking through a watchtower over the endless tulip fields, the man suddenly recognized the true nature of the sanctuary. Surprise crossed the leader's face when he accurately identified the location as an important resting place connected to powerful figures. Far beyond being a simple garden, the sanctuary revealed itself as a secluded refuge reserved for honored members of the clan. Cooperative leader criticized his reckless decision to bring a Troivan heir into such a sensitive area. Despite her frustration, she gradually realized that his actions were driven by urgency rather than selfish motives. At that moment, another caretaker arrived with encouraging news and confirmed that Cassandra was no longer in immediate danger. The sleeping girl rested peacefully beneath warm blankets, free from the fear and exhaustion that had overwhelmed her earlier. Hearing the report, the man sincerely thanked the cooperative leader and expressed regret for the trouble his sudden arrival had caused. As flower petals drifted through the air, he offered a formal apology for entering Ragnar's sacred resting grounds. Leaning back with a relaxed smile, the cooperative leader noted that the man showed far more courtesy than most heir candidates she had encountered. Curiosity soon replaced the light-hearted mood as she questioned whether another important visitor had recently arrived at the sanctuary. Before he could press further, she hinted that someone with a status similar to his had already appeared and caused considerable trouble. A sudden disturbance interrupted the conversation as a figure crashed through the snowy rooftop and landed nearby. The newcomer revealed herself as Rez Ragnar, a powerful warrior whose presence immediately changed the atmosphere around the sanctuary. Standing confidently among drifting flower petals, she openly acknowledged the black-haired man. Meanwhile, the cooperative leader excused herself, deciding to continue watching over Cassandra while leaving the two heirs alone. Amusement spread across the man's face as he recognized Rez and realized exactly who had arrived. Without wasting time, he challenged her directly, knowing her reputation and expecting a confrontation sooner or later. In response, Rez unleashed a blazing attack that erupted across the sanctuary with explosive force. Rather than retreating, she eagerly invited him to continue the fight somewhere more suitable for battle. Calmly protecting the surrounding area, the man blocked her advance and reminded her that innocent people could be harmed. Realization briefly crossed Rez's face as she recognized that her excitement had nearly caused unnecessary destruction. Even so, the battle had already begun, and she immediately launched herself forward with overwhelming speed. A violent clash followed as powerful currents of force swept across the field, while the man countered her assault. While blocking Rez's relentless attacks, the man recalled the rumors surrounding the infamous Black Reaper and realized they had not been exaggerated. A glowing system notification suddenly appeared before him, announcing the discovery of the primordial dragon's relic known as Grim Reaper. Far away on Ragnar's frozen frontline territory, a new chain of events quietly began to unfold beneath the snowy sky. At the frontier camp, a careless collision between two warriors quickly turned a minor disagreement into a heated confrontation. One of the men responded with open hostility, his eyes glowing with dangerous energy as anger rapidly overtook reason. Tension spread through the area as nearby soldiers noticed the disturbance and sensed violence was about to erupt. Not far away, several young clan members heard the commotion and gathered to see what was happening. Confusion turned into alarm when the argument exploded into a full fight, sending powerful attacks through the camp. The spectators immediately rushed forward, trying to stop the combatants before the situation spiraled further out of control. Suddenly, blazing flames crashed into the battlefield and drowned the entire area in overwhelming heat and light. A commanding woman stepped forward and harshly reprimanded the fighters for causing chaos in the middle of an active war zone. Her authority silenced the crowd as she warned everyone that reckless behavior endangered both allies. Certain that order had been restored, one observer relaxed, expecting the conflict to finally come to an end. However, another woman carefully studied the scene and noticed something unusual hidden beneath the surface of the incident. The moment her eyes detected a strange energy signature, she moved without hesitation and launched herself toward a nearby target. After noticing something unusual, a sharp-eyed woman closely examined the battlefield while the surrounding soldiers struggled to maintain order among the fighters. Meanwhile, a senior warrior observed the reckless behavior spreading through the camp and grew concerned about the lack of discipline among the younger members. Realizing the conflict extended beyond a simple argument, he concluded that the situation threatened the stability of Troiven's main stronghold and required immediate attention. Elsewhere, an important clan leader received reports about the growing unrest and listened carefully as details from the front line continued to arrive. Concern deepened when new information revealed the presence of a dangerous force connected to recent disturbances across the region. As red energy engulfed the battlefield in the distance, the leadership prepared for a larger confrontation. Theo noticed their battle was affecting the surroundings, so he proposed moving elsewhere. His calm judgment contrasted sharply with the intense atmosphere surrounding them. Theo immediately dashed across the battlefield, creating distance from nearby areas. His swift movement forced Lady Leje to react while tracking him closely. Lady Leje understood his concern about others getting involved. Excited by the challenge, she followed him eagerly. Showing greater interest in combat, Lady Leje launched herself forward and unleashed a powerful technique. Violent currents spiraled outward, turning the battlefield into a rotating vortex. Theo remained composed while observing the overwhelming attack. Rather than retreating recklessly, he studied its structure and searched for weaknesses. The swirling force expanded across the area, displaying Lady Leje's exceptional strength. Theo recognized her energy contained far greater power than expected. Theo entered the vortex and met Lady Leje head on. Their weapons collided repeatedly, producing fierce shockwaves that echoed throughout the turbulent space. Lady Leje pressed her offensive without hesitation, attempting to overwhelm him completely. Theo matched her pace and maintained control during every exchange. Realizing ordinary methods would not secure victory, Theo prepared a stronger response. The confrontation reached a critical stage as both fighters advanced. Lady Leje transformed the vortex into countless blazing sights, filling the battlefield with rotating attacks. Theo watched carefully while assessing their movement patterns. She charged forward behind the spinning blades, increasing pressure from every direction. The sides closed in rapidly, limiting Theo's available routes. Theo intercepted several incoming strikes with precise swordsmanship. Sparks erupted across the battlefield as he endured the relentless assault surrounding him. Theo noticed the sides constantly circling his position. Their coordinated movement revealed a hidden strategy designed to restrict his reactions completely. While Theo analyzed the formation, Lady Leje silently repositioned herself. She exploited the distraction and prepared a direct attack from above. Lady Leje descended with tremendous speed, believing Theo remained focused elsewhere. Her confidence grew as the attack approached its decisive moment. Theo sensed danger before the strike connected and moved instantly. His sudden reaction disrupted Lady Leje's expectations and altered the battle's flow. The battlefield shook as opposing forces collided within the fiery vortex. Violent energy surged outward, scattering debris across the fractured terrain. Lady Leje showed excitement at Theo's response, while Theo released a powerful blue sword attack. Their clash escalated toward another fierce exchange. Lady Leje welcomed Theo's counterattack with excitement and rushed forward again. Their weapons collided repeatedly, sending sharp shockwaves across the battered battlefield. Theo seized the initiative and unleashed a powerful blue sword strike. The attack tore through the ground, forcing Lady Leje backward. The devastating slash carved a massive path through the battlefield. Dust and debris erupted everywhere while Lady Leje regained her footing. Before either fighter resumed their duel, several armored warriors suddenly appeared. They surrounded Theo and Lady Leje, interrupting the battle entirely. The newcomers declared their purpose and directed hostility toward Lady Leje. Their presence revealed concerns extending far beyond the ongoing duel. The warriors prepared for confrontation and tightened their formation. Their leader appeared confident that Lady Leje would eventually face consequences for her actions. Lady Leje reacted with immediate frustration and turned toward the intruders. The interruption angered her more than any attack Theo delivered. She complained that the battle had finally become enjoyable before being disrupted. Her attitude surprised Theo, who observed the situation quietly. Lady Leje casually apologized for her followers' behavior. Theo admitted their duel remained unresolved, believing either fighter could have fallen first if the clash had continued much longer. The duel ended on friendly terms as Theo and Lady Leje exchanged mutual respect. Both acknowledged the other's strength before parting ways peacefully. Theo reflected on the battle and admitted Lady Leje possessed extraordinary speed, strength, and skill. He recognized she belonged among exceptional warriors. While evaluating the encounter, Theo recalled an even greater figure standing above her. The thought strengthened his resolve and renewed his focus. Lady Lejay departed alongside her followers while eagerly discussing future opportunities. Her straightforward personality contrasted sharply with the schemes Theo usually encountered. Theo considered how her honesty created a different challenge. Predictable enemies were manageable, but sincere intentions often complicated difficult decisions considerably. As Lady Lejay disappeared into the distance, Theo remained deep in thought. Questions regarding future conflicts and alliances occupied his mind far from the battlefield. A young blonde child, Cassandra, rested beneath thick blankets. Signs of illness remained, though recovery had clearly begun. Cassandra slowly awakened and responded weakly while adjusting to the surroundings. Concerned caretakers observed closely, relieved by the improvement shown. An older guardian encouraged the child to eat properly and regain strength. The peaceful scene contrasted greatly with the violent battles elsewhere. Cassandra sat before a table covered with warm food while recovering from illness. The rich aroma captured her attention and awakened hunger. Curious and impatient, she immediately reached toward the meal with her hands. Her excitement reflected how long she had endured weakness. A caretaker quickly stopped her and explained the food was still hot. She carefully prepared portions instead, ensuring Cassandra could eat safely. The caretaker patiently fed Cassandra and watched her condition improve. Each bite restored strength, bringing visible life back into her expression. While Cassandra continued eating, the caretaker mentioned repairing her treasured clothes. The reminder unexpectedly drew Cassandra's attention and quieted her mood. The caretaker recalled that Cassandra's mother had made those garments personally. Hearing those words stirred emotions Cassandra had been holding inside. Overcome with gratitude, Cassandra thanked the caretaker sincerely. The woman dismissed the formality gently and focused on helping her recover fully. The caretaker stepped away to fetch drinks, leaving Cassandra alone briefly. Silence settled across the room as she reflected quietly. Cassandra found the situation unusual because her prophetic dreams had vanished recently. Without visions of future events, uncertainty now filled her thoughts. While eating quietly, Cassandra reflected on how reality kept diverging from the future she once witnessed through dreams. The changes unsettled yet intrigued her. For the first time, events no longer followed the paths shown in her visions. The certainty she relied upon gradually disappeared. Despite the confusion, Cassandra preferred this life over the past. Endless nightmares had faded, replaced by warmth, safety, and genuine hope. The door opened and footsteps entered the room. Cassandra assumed the caretaker had returned, but an unfamiliar presence immediately caught her attention. A tall woman approached confidently and introduced herself as Zex. One of Trivan's 9 dukes, Cassandra stared cautiously at the unexpected visitor. Zex spoke casually while studying Cassandra's reaction. Her relaxed attitude contrasted sharply with the intimidating reputation carried by someone of her status. Before Cassandra could process the situation completely, Zex moved suddenly and grabbed her. The unexpected action left the recovering child startled. Cassandra struggled to understand what was happening as Zex carried her effortlessly. The overwhelming difference in strength prevented any resistance. Dark energy gathered around Zexa and manifested into a powerful form. Cassandra watched nervously as the extraordinary display revealed strength far beyond ordinary warriors. Snow covered a quiet mountain village while Cassandra remained inside a wooden house. A violent disturbance suddenly erupted nearby. Shaking the ground, dark energy spread through the area as an unknown creature emerged from the destruction. The attack reached Cassandra's location, leaving her injured and trapped amid chaos. Zex arrived at the scene and discovered the strange beast Umbra protecting Cassandra. Seeing its overwhelming presence and unusual appearance, she immediately recognized the situation. Zex carefully observed Umbra while assessing the damage around the house. The beast remained close to Cassandra, blocking access and reacting aggressively. Dark energy flowed across the floor as Umbra guarded the injured child. Zex studied its behavior, realizing the monster's actions were focused entirely on Cassandra's safety. Understanding the creature would not move aside, Zex decided hesitation would only worsen matters. She prepared herself for battle while maintaining focus on her objective. Zex launched a swift attack toward the guardian creature, intending to eliminate the obstacle. The beast responded instantly, meeting her assault with overwhelming force and speed. Their clash unleashed powerful shockwaves that swept across the snowy landscape. Neither side retreated as blades, energy, and movement collided around Cassandra's position. Umbra effortlessly matched Zex's techniques and maintained control of the battle. Realizing her opponent's strength exceeded expectations, Zex reacted with visible shock and concern. Zex continued her assault against Umbra, but a powerful strike intercepted her attack. The sudden intervention disrupted the battle and forced her attention elsewhere immediately. Theo Ragnar emerged beside Umbra and confronted Zex directly. During the clash, Zex recognized his identity and revealed familiarity with his growing reputation. The exchange intensified as Theo pressed forward with relentless force. Zex struggled against the combined pressure, while Umbra remained positioned near Cassandra protectively. Umbra stood behind Cassandra while Theo assessed the situation. Understanding the creature's loyalty, he acknowledged its efforts in keeping Cassandra alive through danger. Umbra responded calmly to Theo's presence and lowered its hostility. While examining the battlefield, Theo noticed something unusual and quickly focused on Zex again. Theo realized Zex had not activated a deadly sacrificial technique despite severe injuries. The discovery raised suspicion, leading him to reconsider her intentions and preparations. A column of red smoke suddenly rose above the village, drawing Theo's attention. The unexpected signal suggested outside involvement and hinted at a larger operation nearby. Zex mocked Theo's assumption and revealed confidence despite her condition. Rather than accepting defeat, she appeared certain that additional support would soon arrive. Theo reacted instantly and launched another attack before circumstances could change. Refusing to allow delays, he moved decisively to end the confrontation and secure Cassandra far from the village. Members of Zex's team spotted a red smoke signal through surveillance equipment. The observer immediately reported that Zex had been discovered. A cloaked leader reviewed the report without surprise and reflected on the failed operation. Considering the gathered information valuable, the figure shifted focus toward larger objectives. The leader declared the experiment finished and prepared the next phase. Hidden forces received orders as plans moved forward despite Zex's capture and battlefield setback. The cloaked leader mobilized elite cavalry units stationed nearby. Numerous mounted soldiers assembled in formation, ready to advance while carrying out their organization's commands. The cavalry began moving across the snowy region as red smoke lingered overhead. Their deployment transformed a localized incident into a broader military operation. A nearby warrior noticed the signal and approaching movement, confused by the sudden developments. She questioned the cause while attempting to understand the situation. Warning spread through the village as scouts rushed into action. Soldiers prepared defensive measures after reports suggested hostile forces could already be closing in. The warrior observed unusual activity beyond the settlement and sensed a familiar presence. Her attention shifted toward the distant flower fields where movement emerged. Members of the Trovan's elite cavalry Blue Mountain Corps charged across the landscape. Their rapid advance signaled a dangerous escalation surrounding Theo, Cassandra, and Umbra. Leiji reunited with Theo and discussed the approaching cavalry force. Both recognized the army's scale was unusual, raising concerns about how such troops arrived unnoticed. Theo remained calm despite the threat and explained his familiarity with enemy forces. However, the sudden appearance of a massive army continued troubling his thoughts. Leiji suspected the Tulip Garden guards suffered an attack before reporting enemy movements. Their missing warning suggested the invasion had been carefully prepared. While considering the situation, Theo concluded the army's arrival was not the strangest development. Several clues connected the invasion to information surrounding Cassandra's unique abilities. Theo recalled that Cassandra possessed extraordinary foresight, yet another powerful figure already possessed future knowledge. This reduced the importance of her visions as a motive. The enemy still committed enormous resources to capture Cassandra despite existing advantages. Theo realized this meant her value exceeded expectations, revealing a deeper objective behind events. Village defenders urgently requested orders as enemy cavalry rapidly approached. Panic spread through the settlement while preparations began for an unavoidable confrontation. Leiji chose direct resistance instead of retreat and prepared to engage the advancing force. The charging cavalry continued closing the distance through the flower fields. Theo stopped the discussion and redirected everyone's attention toward Cassandra. He concluded the enemy's true objective was not battle itself but securing the child. Theo explained that defeating the cavalry would not guarantee safety. Cassandra remained the true target, and failure could result in her capture despite their resistance. Les struggled to understand Cassandra's importance and questioned Theo's conclusion. The surrounding soldiers listened closely, unable to identify any reason for such pursuit. Theo remained silent instead of revealing Cassandra's secret. His reaction confirmed the matter was sensitive, leaving Leiji and the others even more confused. The brief silence convinced everyone that Theo's warning was serious. Concern spread among the group as they accepted the danger surrounding Cassandra. Leiji immediately ordered nearby soldiers to scatter and conceal themselves. The command spread quickly as defenders rushed to reduce potential losses during battle. While others followed instructions, Leiji sensed the situation worsening rapidly. She prepared herself mentally, knowing the approaching conflict threatened everyone in the village. The caretaker appeared injured, suddenly at the house and called for assistance. His urgent arrival suggested a new crisis had already reached them. The guard desperately searched for the Garden Corps leader while struggling to remain standing. Fear and exhaustion showed that something disastrous had occurred nearby. Before further details could be shared, panic erupted inside the settlement. The damaged surroundings and hurried movements signaled that enemy actions were already unfolding. Theo guided Cassandra and Lejay beneath the village through a hidden passage. The group entered an ancient underground structure while escaping the growing threat above. Inside the vast chamber, Theo instructed everyone to show proper respect. The underground complex served as a sacred resting place connected to Ragnar history. The caretaker apologized for failing to prevent the crisis. Despite injuries and regret, she remained focused on helping Cassandra reach safety. She admitted knowing danger might eventually arrive and urged Theo to protect Cassandra. Believing the enemy lacked knowledge of the location, the guard remained hopeful. The hidden sanctuary contained protective designs meant to prevent intruders from tracking movement. Its structure concealed deeper sections, making pursuit difficult even after discovery. Theo decided their destination would be Tomb 299 in the deepest area. Lejay reacted with surprise after realizing the famous burial site existed there. Theo explained that Tomb 299 honored the legendary squad known throughout Ragnar history. Their sacrifice stopped a devastating monster invasion that once threatened the continent. The story described how Ragnar's elite warriors confronted overwhelming numbers and secured victory. Their achievements became one of the clan's most respected historical legends. The group finally arrived at the sacred burial ground containing the hero's remains. Surrounded by solemn monuments, they prepared to shelter Cassandra within the protected site. Theo led Cassandra and Lejay deeper into the burial grounds, passing rows of ancient tombs. Believing the sanctuary remained secure, he trusted its hidden protections. Confident in the location's secrecy, Theo explained that only a caretaker could access the deeper roots. The restricted pathways made enemy pursuit nearly impossible. As the group continued forward, Cassandra quietly observed her surroundings. The solemn atmosphere reflected the importance of the heroes resting beneath Ragnar territory. A sudden system notification appeared before Theo. Reporting an anomaly, the message revealed that the hatchling synchro skill had activated without his command. Theo immediately focused on the warning and searched for the cause. Nearby, a hooded figure reacted strangely, suggesting awareness of the unexpected activation. Mysterious spectral lights emerged throughout the burial chamber and gathered around the area. The hooded figure concluded that Theo could perceive them.
Theo followed the cooperative head through a hidden corridor beneath the garden. The underground passage stretched far into the distance and appeared carefully maintained. As he observed the clean surroundings, he realized someone had protected this secret place for many years faithfully. The cooperative head answered his praise with confidence. Sweat covered her face from recent hardships, yet she remained proud. She explained that maintaining the shelter was part of her duty. Her expression revealed determination formed through countless difficult days and struggles. Theo noticed her quiet words and asked what she had said. Startled by the sudden question, she quickly avoided the topic. Embarrassment appeared on her face as she claimed she had only been speaking to herself and nothing more. After regaining her composure, the cooperative head focused on the situation. She decided to inspect the entrance before allowing Theo to proceed. Wanting to ensure their safety, she instructed him to remain inside the corridor and avoid wandering away alone. Theo accepted her decision without argument. Leaning on her weapon, he responded with a relaxed attitude while watching her prepare. The cooperative head then moved toward the entrance, ready to secure the area and continue their mission without unnecessary risks. While waiting in the hidden basement, Theo held a young child in his arms. The child reminded him that the cooperative head had ordered them to stay and rest. Theo calmly agreed, deciding not to cause trouble while they waited safely. As silence filled the corridor, Theo suddenly sensed unusual presences nearby. His eyes sharpened and revealed figures hidden beyond normal sight. Numerous spirits appeared around him, surprised that someone so young could notice and understand their existence. The spirits quickly gathered around Theo with excitement. Having spent countless years without speaking to the living, they could barely contain themselves. One of them apologized for the commotion and explained that everyone was simply overwhelmed by curiosity. Among the gathered spirits, one stepped forward with dignity. He introduced himself as Doma Ragnar, a former vice commander of the renowned Suicide Squad. His calm appearance immediately separated him from the others and drew Theo's attention. Doma Ragnar greeted Theo respectfully before asking why he had come there. Theo explained that enemies had suddenly attacked the garden above. Following the cooperative head's instructions, he and the child had taken shelter underground while waiting for danger to pass. Doma Ragnar listened carefully to Theo's explanation about the attack. The mention of enemies immediately caught his attention. Memories of countless battles resurfaced within him. Even after death, the thought of conflict felt familiar to a warrior from Ragnar. Wanting to remain respectful, Theo bowed his head slightly before the gathered spirits. He apologized for asking late and requested permission to stay in their resting place. Despite the unusual situation, he chose courtesy over entitlement and showed proper manners. The spirits reacted with amusement rather than annoyance. Doma laughed and remarked that Theo's politeness differed from the usual Ragnar temperament. Still, the elders welcomed him warmly. Having little company for years, they were pleased to receive an unexpected visitor. After a brief moment, Doma's expression became serious. Instead of continuing casual conversation, he revealed another purpose for speaking with Theo. He explained that there was something important he wanted the young Ragnar to examine before anything else. Theo looked surprised when Doma directed the request specifically toward him, carrying the child securely in his arms. He questioned whether he was truly the right person. Doma insisted the matter required time and promised the information would greatly interest him. Following Doma's request, Theo entered a brilliant chamber hidden within the underground sanctuary. Streams of blue light descended from above and illuminated the area. At the center stood a mysterious structure surrounded by countless flowers, creating a solemn atmosphere. As Theo moved closer, he finally understood what the spirits wanted him to see. A coffin rested beneath the falling light. The unexpected sight left him speechless. Even among the graves of heroes, this coffin seemed especially important and carefully protected. Doma explained that Ode had referred to the spirits as the 299 heroes. Theo confirmed hearing that title earlier. Sensing his confusion, Doma began revealing details that had remained hidden for a very long time from outsiders. With a serious expression, Doma revealed there was actually one more hero beyond the famous 299. He explained that this individual had led the Suicide Squad and stood above all others. The revelation immediately captured Theo's full attention. The moment Doma spoke the hero's name, a violent reaction struck Theo's mind. Intense pain surged through his head, forcing him to clutch it tightly. Staggering in shock, he struggled to remain standing while the mysterious name remained concealed. The mysterious pain forced Theo to his knees beside the coffin. While he struggled to endure the pressure inside his mind, Doma watched calmly. Rather than appearing surprised, the spirit seemed satisfied, as though Theo's reaction had confirmed a suspicion. After recovering slightly, Theo demanded an explanation. Doma pointed toward the coffin and revealed a shocking truth. The Lord buried there had been erased from history. Even every record of his existence had vanished from the world completely. The mention of the outer gods immediately triggered a memory. Theo recalled witnessing terrifying beings inside the pantheon. Countless enormous eyes stared from twisted forms beyond human understanding. The horrifying image resurfaced vividly, causing him to recognize the danger involved. Still struggling to understand, Theo questioned how a person's name could disappear entirely. Doma admitted he did not know every detail. However, he believed such a phenomenon was possible, because the Forgotten Lord had become connected to a nameless sovereign. The vision of the outer gods grew clearer as Doma continued speaking. Their countless eyes seemed to consume everything around them. According to Doma, their lord had ventured too deeply toward that terrifying existence, and even his name had been devoured. Doma explained that the tragedy was a natural result of their lord's erasure. Documents, memories, and every trace connected to him had been consumed. The world itself had forgotten his existence, leaving behind only fragments that could no longer preserve his identity. The spirits gathered quietly throughout the vast chamber, as Doma continued. Unlike the living, death had separated them from the world's restrictions. Because of that distance, they alone retained memories of their lord and the bonds they once shared. Theo slowly pieced together the truth. The spirits had remained behind, not for themselves, but for their forgotten master. Even after losing everything, they continued guarding his memory. Their loyalty endured despite centuries of isolation and the passage of time. Doma's voice grew heavier as he revealed their greatest fear. If the remaining spirits eventually vanished as well, nobody would remember their lord. The final proof of his existence would disappear forever, leaving nothing behind to challenge the erasure. Looking directly at Theo, Doma made an unexpected request. He asked Theo to remember their lord in their place. Caught completely off guard, Theo stared at him in confusion. The responsibility sounded impossible, yet Doma seemed convinced he could succeed. Doma finally revealed the method he had in mind. Theo did not need to preserve memories through records or stories. Instead, he would inherit the forgotten lord's swordsmanship. By mastering those techniques, he could become the official successor of the erased hero. Theo immediately pointed out a contradiction in the plan. If every trace of the lord had vanished, then his technique should have disappeared as well. Doma calmly explained that the spirits still retained faint fragments of those memories and knowledge. After hearing the explanation, Theo remained hesitant. Restoring a complete swordsmanship style from scattered memories sounded impossible, with enemies threatening the garden and countless responsibilities awaiting him. He doubted he could devote enough time to such a task. Doma lowered himself respectfully and made a sincere plea. The spirits did not know how much longer they could remain in existence. If they disappeared before passing on their knowledge, the last connection to their lord would vanish forever. The other spirits quickly joined Doma's request. Voices echoed throughout the chamber as they begged Theo for help. Surprised by their desperation, Theo looked around in confusion. He had expected a conversation, not a responsibility of such enormous importance. The spirits escalate from pleading to outright emotional blackmail. They insist Theo is their only chance because very few living people can communicate with the dead. Some beg politely, some appeal to family duty, and a few jokingly threaten to haunt or curse him forever. Theo dryly notes that ghosts threatening to become ghosts is not especially convincing. Theo thinks the situation is serious, but he also knows he is trapped by circumstances. Ode has gone ahead to investigate whether the surface is safe, and until then Theo cannot do much except wait. Since he is stuck here anyway, the spirit's request becomes harder to ignore. Doma finally accepts that they cannot force Theo. Bowing his head, he says that if Theo still refuses, they will respect his decision. The mood becomes much more solemn as the spirits prepare themselves for the possibility that their lord's legacy may disappear forever. The solemnity lasts only a moment before Doma suddenly explodes with desperation. He starts shouting that if Theo refuses, they will bind his soul with the curse of the 299. Before he can finish the threat, Theo abruptly cuts him off with a simple okay, but immediately ending the dramatic speech, Theo agrees to help. Though reluctantly, he warns the spirits that he cannot dedicate much time to learning, because he and his companions may need to leave at any moment. Even so, this is effectively the answer the spirits were hoping for. Theo has accepted the role of preserving the forgotten lord's swordsmanship and legacy. After hearing Theo's agreement, the spirits became excited and thanked him repeatedly. They gathered around him and promised to share every principle they had learned from watching their forgotten lord. Although none had been direct disciples, they believed their memories remained valuable and useful. The spirits revealed the name of their lord's legendary sword style, the 10,000 Shattering Sword. Theo found the title excessively grand, but the spirits spoke with complete confidence. To them, the technique represented their lord's greatest achievement and the last remaining proof of his existence. When Theo asked whether the sword style could truly harm the outer gods, the spirits immediately confirmed it. They explained that the technique had been created specifically for that purpose. Because of its unusual design, it could not properly cut ordinary objects or enemies. The explanation made Theo think carefully about the nature of the sword style. A technique unable to cut normal targets sounded strange and impractical. However, its specialized purpose suggested extraordinary power. Theo realized learning it might be far more difficult than he originally expected. The spirits warned that the greatest challenge was not the sword's power, but whether Theo could master it. Their confidence contrasted with his uncertainty. While considering the strange technique, Theo began preparing himself for the difficult training and responsibilities ahead. Theo suddenly unleashed a brilliant attack, filling the area with blinding light and overwhelming energy. The power shocked everyone nearby and briefly froze the battlefield. Even those watching could not immediately understand what they had just witnessed before them. A red-haired warrior stared blankly after seeing the unexpected display. The attack exceeded her expectations and left her speechless. Instead of reacting immediately, she remained frozen in place, trying to process the situation and understand what had happened. Later, the woman sat beside a sleeping child named Cassandra inside a quiet stone building. She watched over the girl while remaining lost in thought. The recent events lingered in her mind, leaving her distracted and unusually silent for hours. Theo soon approached while carrying Cassandra and asked the woman to watch the child briefly. She was caught completely off guard by the request. Despite her hesitation and lack of experience, Theo insisted before preparing to leave again. After Theo departed, the woman reluctantly accepted the responsibility. Although annoyed by being placed in the situation, she could not refuse. Looking at the sleeping child, she muttered complaints about Theo while preparing herself for the unexpected task ahead. While watching over Cassandra, Rez grew increasingly frustrated. Theo had promised he would be gone only briefly, yet he was already training on his own. She watched the distant sword movements and complained silently, wishing she could join the training instead. Rez scratched her head and sighed in annoyance. Her desire to fight and train kept growing stronger. However, Cassandra remained asleep beside her. Despite her impatience, Rez understood she could not abandon the child and leave her unattended. As Rez wondered how anyone was supposed to care for a child, several cloaked followers approached. They spoke about her status as a direct heir and asked about her childhood. Their question reminded her of experiences she rarely discussed. Rez answered honestly and explained that her homeland followed harsh rules where strength determined survival. Future heirs received no special treatment or protection. After recalling those difficult years, she quietly apologized, realizing her answer sounded colder than intended. Before the conversation could continue, Cassandra suddenly woke up and sat upright. Rez immediately froze in surprise while the followers looked toward the child. The unexpected awakening shifted everyone's attention and finally ended the uncomfortable discussion about the past. After Cassandra woke up, Rez approached her with an unusually cheerful attitude and asked if she felt better. The child remained quiet at first. As she observed her surroundings, strange energy gathered around her, and her expression slowly changed. The glowing symbols around Cassandra intensified as she stared directly at Rez. Instead of acting like a frightened child, she calmly spoke Rez's full name. The unexpected familiarity immediately caught Rez off guard and made her freeze in confusion. Cassandra continued speaking as though she knew Rez from another time. Her words suggested knowledge that should have been impossible for a child to possess. Rez became increasingly alarmed, unable to understand how Cassandra could recognize her so precisely. Reacting on instinct, Rez quickly grabbed her weapon and placed herself between Cassandra and the others. Her playful attitude disappeared completely. After witnessing the child's strange behavior and impossible knowledge, Rez demanded an explanation and questioned her true identity.
A massive castle stood in the distance beneath a dark red sky filled with strange energy. Thick fog covered the frozen land around it while black and crimson forces spread across the horizon. The scene shifted closer to Trivan Main Castle, where countless streams of corrupted energy twisted around the fortress. Reports of madness and destruction had already spread, proving that ordinary soldiers could no longer control the situation. Deep within the castle, a terrifying ruler occupied a throne surrounded by overwhelming power. His existence alone threatened the entire continent. Trivan Patriarch Granada Trivan calmly assessed the situation while observing the immense force gathered inside the castle. His expression showed confidence as he evaluated the danger before him, rather than fearing the enemy. The Patriarch acknowledged the strength of the ruler hidden within the fortress. He believed that only a figure possessing extraordinary power could force a mighty army into retreat, without direct confrontation. At the center of the corrupted castle, the ruler remained seated upon a grand throne. Dark energy flowed endlessly around him, reinforcing the Patriarch's belief that this individual had become a disaster, capable of consuming the continent. A subordinate arrived and delivered important information regarding a child who had recently disappeared during transport. The report suggested that the original plan had failed due to unexpected interference. Granada listened carefully while comparing the details with previous incidents. The mention of a Ragnar family member immediately attracted his attention because similar disruptions had occurred before. As suspicion grew, the Patriarch considered the possibility that the missing child had already fallen into another faction's hands. The unexpected development threatened to complicate future plans. Another messenger provided additional details and suggested that the child might have been deliberately taken away. The explanation matched several unusual events that had recently taken place. Accepting the situation, Granada decided that recovering the child was no longer the highest priority. Instead, he chose to follow the will of the powerful ruler who controlled the castle. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of energy erupted through the area. At the same moment, a black-haired warrior descended from above with incredible speed, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. The warrior landed among a gathering of cloaked figures and immediately displayed remarkable skill. Observers were impressed by his talent, yet they sensed that something about his abilities remained incomplete. Several members of the group carefully analyzed his performance while identifying weaknesses in his approach. Standing before the assembled figures, the warrior requested guidance regarding his shortcomings. The crowd responded all at once, eager to offer their opinions, leaving him surrounded by an overwhelming flood of advice. The gathered disciples immediately began debating the warrior's swordsmanship after witnessing his performance. Different opinions emerged from every direction, and the discussion quickly became difficult to control. Rather than becoming frustrated, the warrior listened carefully while observing each instructor's reaction. Their comments revealed that experienced masters viewed his abilities from entirely different perspectives. Eventually, the debate was interrupted when a respected elder stepped forward. His presence silenced the crowd, allowing the discussion to focus on a more important subject. That elder explained that the answer could be found through the legendary sword of their revered lord. According to his understanding, the weapon represented a path unlike ordinary swordsmanship. Several disciples accepted the explanation immediately and supported the elder's claim. Others believed the warrior needed to abandon unnecessary complexity and pursue a single perfected technique. Confusion appeared on the warrior's face as he processed the idea. Everything he had learned suggested that true sword arts consisted of numerous forms rather than only one. Without dismissing the question, the elder calmly demonstrated his theory before the gathering. His movements carried the confidence of someone who had studied the path for many years. A sword was raised toward the sky while the elder described the principle behind their lord's technique. He claimed that every motion, no matter how complicated, ultimately returned to one source. Following the demonstration, he instructed the warrior to gather scattered thoughts and direct them toward a single objective. The lesson focused on unity rather than variety. Closing his eyes, the warrior began examining his previous battles and training experiences. Memories surfaced one after another as he searched for the meaning hidden within the elder's words. Gradually, countless sword paths appeared in his mind and merged into a single stream. The process revealed a connection that had remained invisible throughout his earlier training. An important realization emerged from that meditation. Every beginning eventually moved toward an ending, and every ending pointed back to the same destination. Suddenly, the warrior opened his eyes and swung his sword with renewed understanding. The strike contained no unnecessary movement and followed a perfectly focused path, Shock spread among the spectators as the surrounding energy reacted to the attack. Even veteran disciples recognized that something extraordinary had occurred before their eyes. Meanwhile, the warrior remained calm while studying the result of his breakthrough. Although the technique was incomplete, he had taken a significant step toward understanding the true essence of the sword. The elders carefully examined the warrior's breakthrough and agreed that he had finally reached the entrance to their lord's sword path. His achievement exceeded expectations, but they understood that he had only touched the surface of a much greater power. One elder explained that the warrior had begun to understand the true meaning carried within the legendary sword. The foundation was now visible to him, though much of the deeper knowledge remained incomplete. Excitement spread among the disciples as they witnessed the result of his training. Despite their admiration, the elders reminded everyone that restoring the lost sword art would require far more growth and understanding. Another elder compared the warrior's technique with the original sword of their lord. Although the form resembled the ancient style, its depth and strength still fell short of the true standard. Rather than criticizing him, the elder encouraged him to continue walking his own path. The warrior accepted the advice and reflected on the lessons he had received from the gathering soon. Many disciples stepped forward to express their gratitude. Their reactions became so enthusiastic that the warrior felt puzzled by the attention focused on him. After the crowd dispersed, the warrior stood quietly and wondered why everyone had praised him so highly. His thoughts were interrupted when a messenger hurried toward him. The messenger reported that something had happened involving the child placed under his protection. The unexpected news immediately drew the warrior's attention away from his recent success. Without delay, he followed the messenger through the training grounds and reached a narrow passage where several people had gathered around a red-haired woman. The woman appeared distressed and demanded answers regarding the child's condition. Her urgency made it clear that the situation was more serious than anyone expected. Before an explanation could be given, a familiar voice suddenly called the warrior by name. Both he and the woman turned toward the speaker in surprise. A blond child stepped forward with an unusually serious expression. Despite his young appearance, he carried himself with remarkable confidence and composure. The child revealed that an important secret needed to be discussed. He warned that the information could become dangerous if too many people learned about it. Understanding the seriousness of the matter, the warrior led the child to a secluded location beside a waterfall. The sound of rushing water provided natural cover from nearby listeners. After confirming that nobody could overhear them, the warrior prepared himself to listen. Meanwhile, the child gathered his thoughts and readied himself to reveal a secret capable of changing everything. The warrior escorted the mysterious child to a quiet mausoleum hidden behind the sound of falling water. Believing the location was secure, he prepared to hear the secret that had been withheld from everyone else. A nearby elder remained present at first, but the child surprisingly acknowledged his existence. The reaction immediately caught everyone's attention because ordinary people could not perceive the elder's spiritual form. When questioned, the child calmly explained that he possessed a natural talent for magic. After a brief exchange, the elder excused himself and left the two alone to continue their discussion. Silence settled over the mausoleum as the warrior finally turned his attention toward the child. He studied the blond boy carefully, sensing that something about him felt completely different from before. The child then revealed a shocking truth regarding his identity. Although he currently occupied Cassandra's body, he claimed that he was not truly Cassandra. Suspicion immediately appeared on the warrior's face as he attempted to understand the statement. Nevertheless, he already possessed a troubling guess about the answer he was about to hear. The child confirmed the warrior's suspicion by revealing a connection to the legendary magic empress. Hearing such a name left the warrior visibly stunned. After noticing his reaction, the child clarified that the situation differed from ordinary regression. Rather than traveling backward through time, something much stranger had occurred. Blue magical energy gathered around the child as he began explaining the phenomenon in greater detail. The warrior listened closely, determined to understand every word. Using simple terms, the child described himself as a future Cassandra speaking through the body of a past Cassandra. The explanation sounded unbelievable, yet the magical display supported his claim. The warrior immediately connected the story to the imperial family's inherited prophetic abilities. However, he pointed out that their power normally allowed them to observe the future, rather than communicate with the past. In response, the child explained that the ability involved observing the past instead of predicting the future. That small difference completely changed the nature of the power. Brilliant magical light expanded throughout the mausoleum as ancient symbols and celestial patterns appeared overhead. The phenomenon transformed the area into a vast display of time-related magic. According to the child, traces of abandoned timelines and forgotten possibilities remained hidden within the world. Those remnants preserved events that had never officially occurred. The revelation grew even more astonishing when the child claimed that time repeated endlessly through countless cycles. While staring at the enormous magical formation, the warrior realized he was uncovering a secret far greater than he had imagined. A vision revealed the endless cycle of the world's destruction and rebirth. Massive forces tore everything apart before time reset once again, trapping history within a repeating pattern. Countless lives and events disappeared as the cycle continued, beneath a giant mechanism connected to the flow of time. The world repeatedly advanced toward the same tragic conclusion. The child finally disclosed the source behind both the destruction and the repeated cycles. Hearing that the nameless monarch stood at the center of everything, the listener was left completely stunned by the revelation.